In a world where the mundane meets the extraordinary, our protagonist Jiang He finds himself inexplicably transported into the Marvel Universe, having drawn the power of the Silver Superman at the onset of his adventure. He initially believed he could navigate this new reality with ease, only to discover that the system he activated was a one-time deal. After perishing from overwork back in his old life, Jiang He lands amidst the chaos of the New York battle. He activates his system under the threat of Chitauri weapons, only to find that his one opportunity for fortune has been squandered. Fortunately, the power he has received is that of the unconstrained Silver Superman possessing limitless strength. His abilities are solely constrained by his imagination. Witness how the protagonist employs his thought power to navigate the Marvel landscape with flair, enduring nuclear blasts, tearing apart alien motherships, and conveniently rescuing a plummeting Iron Man while the assembled heroes of the Avengers look on in astonishment. Jiang He can only inquire, "Tony, could you lend me a few suits to play with?" Transitioning from a mere office worker to the mightiest being in the cosmos, he sheds the burdens of mortgage stress to obliterate planets with ease. This is a uniquely whimsical path to divinity, a revelatory experience in the realm of superheroes. When idealism collides with scientific reasoning and Eastern philosophies clash with Western heroism, this Marvel universe feels decidedly off-kilter. A delightful blend of humor and invincibility. Witness how the protagonist, with the simplest of thought processes, achieves an extraordinarily absurd existence. I am Jiang He, a native of Huaxia. After 3 arduous years in the workforce post-graduation and a 30-year mortgage, the overwhelming pressure led me to collapse in the restroom, only to awaken in a foreign land. Gazing at the bustling streets of this unfamiliar territory, I deduced that I was in America, as a flag bearing stars and stripes hung limply nearby. At that moment, my heart raced with trepidation and unease. Observing the foreigners around me ironically, I was now the outsider. The very notion of being transported to another world filled me with intrigue, yet I pondered, shouldn't travelers possess a golden finger? Could it be that I am merely reborn in a foreign land? Surveying my surroundings, I reflected, this is America, where every day is an adventure. It seems ill-suited for a traveler. My anxiety intensified as I realized that I had yet to discover any semblance of a golden opportunity, and I found myself in a foreign land with a language barrier and utterly dismal predicament. Prior to this, I had not even passed my English proficiency exams. How could I possibly establish myself here? Wandering aimlessly through the streets, I scanned the crowd, hoping to encounter a familiar Asian face. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, drawing the attention of everyone on the street. That a tall, somewhat ostentatious building in the distance emitted a beam of energy that shot skyward, captivating onlookers. As the crowd turned their gaze towards the dazzling blue laser, I, too, was transfixed, noting how it seemed to tear a rift in the sky. With each surge of energy, the opening widened, and I thought, what is happening? This scene feels oddly familiar, as if I have witnessed it before. Wait, that is, I exclaimed in disbelief, watching as something ascended from the rift. Holy cow, is that Iron Man? My exclamation slipped out before I could contain it. Am I truly in the Marvel Universe? Before I could fully comprehend the situation, a swarm of Chitauri soldiers burst forth from the portal, plunging towards the ground. I sprinted away, lamenting, please, let me return to work. My mortgage doesn't seem so daunting anymore. My complaints were cut short as the battle erupted, with countless energy blasts raining down. Just when it appeared that my life was about to come to a premature end, a voice echoed in my mind. Ding. Your delivery, your system has arrived. Please check it. A playful female voice chimed in, causing my tense nerves to momentarily relax. I knew it. How could there be no golden finger? You little golden opportunity. Better not be late. Punish yourself with a starter pack. Greetings, esteemed host. This system is a one-time lottery system. What? A one-time deal? What does that mean? I asked, bewildered. Simply put, once you've utilized this system, it will no longer serve you. You will lose its capabilities, and it will become a playful little assistant bound to your soul, never depart from you, and there is no option to unbind. The system responded with a mischievous tone. After processing the system's explanation, I felt a wave of melancholy wash over me. Why must my system be a one-time deal? While the assistant is quite charming, what if I draw something worthless? How can I survive in America, let alone in the Marvel Universe? With a determined resolve, I queried, System, what do you have in store for me? Ding. This system encompasses everything, both known and unknown. Would you like to draw now? The system's voice was laden with temptation. Draw. I commanded. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the abilities of Silver Superman, fully equipped, the system announced, The lottery is complete. The system now serves as your personal assistant. You can communicate by calling upon it in your thoughts. Wow, Silver Superman fully equipped, I exclaimed, brimming with excitement. After all, in this perilous Marvel universe, such power is formidable. From this day forth, I, Jiang He, shall abstain from beef. All of this transpired within the confines of my mind, while externally, mere moments passed. The scattering beams of energy continued to strike the ground, grazing my back and legs, stirring up dust, but inflicting no harm. I exhaled with relief. Though I possess the strength of Silver Superman, I still feel a tinge of trepidation facing these weapons. It seems I need to acclimate. As the powers of Silver Superman continued to surge within me, I felt my capabilities manifest: super strength, speed, endurance, hearing, intellect, defense, and the foundational abilities of a biological force field were all fully integrated. My superbrain could adeptly manage my newfound powers, preventing any accidental destruction of buildings or the planet. Furthermore, it effortlessly assimilated the foreign languages I had previously studied, as well as those I had encountered in films. Within an instant, fluency was achieved. Embracing this entirely transformed body, my core personality remained unchanged. I was no longer burdened by ill health. Instead, I felt a surge of vitality. From that moment on, the vast oceans beckoned, and the skies invited me to soar. The boundless universe awaited my exploration. This moment, my exhilaration had yet to subside when a red and gold armored figure soared overhead. It was Iron Man. He intended to neutralize the Chitauri soldiers attacking innocent civilians. As he witnessed the laser weapons aimed at the crowd, he thought, damn it, every bit counts. In the initial wave of the alien invasion, Tony had unleashed all his long-range weapons, and now, with his firepower depleted, he was left to engage in close combat. When he saw the energy laser strike me, he was incredulous to find that this seemingly robust and handsome ordinary citizen had not succumbed. Tony Stark astonished. Jarvis, did you see that? What was that? The battling Iron Man inquired, puzzled. Sir, it is hypothesized that the individual may be wearing protective gear, Jarvis replied calmly. Tony descended, his golden red armor strikingly impressive, and asked, Kid, why are you dazed? You need to get out of here, now. Startled by his words, I snapped back to reality and replied, all right, I'll leave immediately. Without waiting for a response, I launched into the sky, creating a web-like crack in the ground beneath me as I ascended like a ballistic missile, leaving a long white trail that mirrored the energy beam from the portal. Tony, about to take off, paused at the sight before him. Tony? Jarvis. Thor. Captain America? Natasha. Hawkeye. Hulk. Banner is still on his way here on a motorcycle. Tony, did you just fire some sort of weapon? The noise is quite loud, the captain inquired. Tony, you might find it hard to believe, but that was a person, a young man. Captain, are you saying that the loud noise and the trail in the sky were caused by a young man? Tony, indeed, Captain. Since everyone was on the team channel, all Avengers heard this exchange. Our immediate priority is to deal with the aliens. If they do not intend to interfere, let's not worry about it for now, the captain addressed the group. The Avengers understood that addressing the alien invasion was paramount, and they quickly resumed their battle. At that moment, Jiang He was soaring freely through the sky. Interestingly, he had once had a fear of heights before crossing over. After all, being in high altitudes often incites some degree of fear, but at this moment, Jiang He felt none of that. He only experienced the joy of freedom. Flying is the pinnacle of freedom, he thought as he soared, not exerting his full strength, simply savoring the sensation of liberation. Having just mastered the powers of the Silver Superman, his flying was still somewhat clumsy. He had not yet learned to nullify air resistance with his abilities, and he flew aggressively, the Mach ring materializing behind him, producing a series of sonic booms. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, the renowned head of S.H.I.E.L.D., was monitoring the battlefield from above. As he listened to Agent Hill's report, she exclaimed, Director, we've detected an unknown high-speed object passing over the New York battlefield. Fury's already dark forehead seemed to darken further. Continue monitoring, he commanded. Having enjoyed himself, Jiang He halted, returning to an area near the battlefield, and called out, System, the Silver Superman should possess more abilities, right? I recall that the Silver Superman has quite a range of powers. You wouldn't be holding back on me, would you? The system replied, Esteemed host, you have acquired all the basic powers of the Silver Superman. What you are referring to are the abilities of infinite growth and the power of will, which require you to develop and explore on your own. Jiang He understood, so, I have the foundational abilities of the Silver Superman at full capacity, along with the potential for infinite growth and the power of will, enabling me to become stronger indefinitely and cultivate abilities as needed. Yes, host, the system confirmed. Jiang He grasped the situation. Oh, I see. Although the Marvel Universe is rather perilous, at least I've gained some self-defense capabilities. He mused. Next, it's time to relax. Oh, wait, I mean to learn magic to enhance my soul. Just then, the system chimed in. If your sole aim is to strengthen and protect your soul, there is no need to learn magic, for this system is the strongest maintainer of your soul. No entity can control or invade you. This system serves as the ultimate firewall. Excellent. Now I need not worry about being manipulated or the like. I simply need to acquire some useful superpowers, and I anticipate a life of unparalleled comfort ahead. Chapter 2. Entering the Cosmos. Just as he contemplated this, a Chitauri motorcycle soldier flew towards Jiang He, startling him. Although he hadn't activated full map monitoring, partly due to his unfamiliarity with his powers, and partly because it seemed less exciting, felt a thrill akin to a game where, at first, one might find it entertaining to wield power beyond others, yet eventually, it could feel hollow and tedious. As he gazed at the approaching motorcycle soldier, Jiang He unleashed a fiery gaze, obliterating it instantly. Looking at the nearby teleportation portal, Jiang He felt an urge to explore the cosmos, primarily curious about what it felt like to enter outer space. With determination, he initiated a mock ring and shot straight into the portal, crashing through several Chitauri soldiers and a Chitauri Leviathan along the way. Below, the Avengers gazed at the teleportation portal, a sense of helplessness washing over them. If the portal remains open, the enemy will keep pouring in, Natasha said wearily, glancing at the energy beam continuously shooting from the top of the building. How do you plan to get up there? The captain asked. The two turned to see a Chitauri aircraft approaching, and the captain remarked, "That's not a great idea." Natasha replied, "This is bound to be fun." With that, the Black Widow sprinted towards the captain, using his shield as a springboard to leap onto the tail of the Chitauri aircraft with precision. While the Chitauri pilot was distracted, she deftly drew a dagger and plunged it into his back to take control. Tony was busy providing support across the battlefield, utilizing his agility and speed to assist wherever needed, even practicing small combos with his partner. Thor and Hulk were locked in fierce combat atop the Leviathan, and after clearing the minor foes, Hulk casually plunged a shard of armor into the Leviathan's back. Seeing this, Thor, being the hammer wielder he was, couldn't resist like spotting a nail on a board. He brought down his hammer with a mighty swing, driving the shard deeper into the Leviathan, causing it to plummet to AT. That moment, only Hawkeye remained high above, sniping alone. When he noticed Loki commanding the scene, he drew his bow, vowing to avenge his previous defeat. Just as he released the arrow aimed at Loki, it soared toward its target. However, Loki snatched the arrow from the air with a casual flick, barely glancing at it. With a sneer, he directed a mocking smile towards the arrow's trajectory, and the arrow exploded, sending Loki back to his respawn point. Meanwhile, Hulk, witnessing this spectacle, leaped into the fray, entering the same room as Loki. Loki, furious at his failed display, shouted, "Enough! I am a god, you foolish mortals." Before Loki could finish, his vision spun, and he felt the world whirl around him. Hulk had seized his leg and delivered a quick combo, leaving Loki gasping for breath, his anger dissipating. "Pitiful god," Hulk scoffed, devoid of emotion. Seeing the Leviathans converging outside the portal, everyone took a deep breath. After dispatching Loki, Hulk faced a barrage of Chitauri attacks, helplessly gazing at the teleportation portal. Suddenly, a familiar sonic boom filled the air, and as they looked towards the portal, they beheld the newly arrived Chitauri soldiers and Leviathans exploding in an instant. "Tony, was that you?" the captain asked. "Perhaps, but I'm not entirely sure," Tony replied uncertainly. Everyone stared in astonishment, marveling at the power of the newcomer, as if the Chitauri soldiers were made of paper, shattering with a mere touch. At this moment, Jiang He had entered the portal and arrived in the cosmos. He took a moment to absorb the experience. "Though I cannot breathe, it seems there is no discomfort." Jiang He reflected, gazing at the dense swarm of Chitauri soldiers and the imposing alien mothership, his eyes filled with wonder. Then, with his supervision, he inadvertently discerned the structure of these alien constructs with clarity. Coupled with his superbrain, Jiang He instantly comprehended the principles behind this advanced technology, exclaiming, "Truly, what remarkable alien technology! If I were to sell this to Tony, would he be able to decipher it?" As the battle raged on, Natasha, prompted by Dr. Selvig, retrieved the Mind Stone, preparing to shut down the portal at any moment. Tony intervened to stop her. "Wait, don't turn it off just yet," the captain reminded. "The enemy is invading relentlessly. I have a nuclear bomb here, and I have a brilliant idea of where to detonate it, Tony explained. It turned out that a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., at the behest of the Council, had launched a nuclear missile. The Council feared that the Avengers would lose control of the battle, causing it to spread across the globe. They arranged for personnel to pilot an aircraft to deliver the bomb to the battlefield. Black Egg attempted to intervene, but the Council's plans were so meticulous that they outsmarted him. Tony, a nuclear bomb is heading your way, Black Egg reluctantly informed Stark, urging him to find a way to intercept it. However, Tony had no intention of stopping it. He charged into the portal, carrying the nuclear bomb towards the alien mothership. The onlookers understood that this might be a one-way journey, and a sense of admiration for Tony arose within them, intertwined with a deep sadness. As he entered the cosmos, the Iron Man's suit lacked the capability to function in space, and it began to descend slowly towards the portal as its energy depleted. In his final moments of consciousness, he witnessed the nuclear bomb detonate, obliterating the alien mothership, and he glimpsed a figure. Then, Tony lost consciousness and fainted. As the mothership was destroyed, all Chitauri soldiers on the ground, and the flying leviathans fell limp, as if puppets with severed strings. This was a result of the Chitauri's hive-mind consciousness network. The destruction of the mothership severed their connection, leaving them without control. The Avengers realized they had triumphed in this battle, but their only concern now was the impending shockwave from the nuclear explosion. They anxiously awaited Tony's return, fearing the ground would soon be engulfed by the blast. With the nuclear explosion threatening to reach the portal and the ground, the captain ordered the closure of the portal. Without hesitation, Natasha severed the energy source, and the portal swiftly shut down. At that moment, Jiang He, witnessing the scene, was drenched in sweat from fear. I haven't yet awakened my spatial abilities. If I remain here, I might suffocate. I should wait until I acquire the power of spatial teleportation before exploring the cosmos. As he contemplated this, a biofield enveloped Tony and surged towards the portal. Jiang He, possessing super speed, dashed into the closing portal just in time, returning to Earth's atmosphere with Tony in tow, gently descending. The others regarded Jiang He with curious glances, but their primary concern was for the unconscious Tony Stark. Tony floated in the air, and the onlookers exchanged glances. Kid, can you set him down? Captain America asked. Jiang He controlled Tony's descent, and the group gathered around as Thor removed the iron mask. Is he breathing? The captain inquired. Thor shook his head, indicating that the situation appeared dire. Suddenly, Hulk let out a bellow, seemingly rousing Tony, who gasped for air. Upon seeing him regain consciousness, everyone exhaled in relief. Jiang He turned to the group. If everything is fine, I'll be on my way. The captain hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Wait a moment, sir. What is your name? The captain asked politely. Me? I am Jiang He. At this point, Tony gradually rose, sincerely expressing, Mr. Jiang, thank you immensely for bringing me back. It seems the battle has concluded? The captain relaxed and replied, yes, we have emerged victorious. This battle is over. Wonderful. Hooray, let's celebrate. Tony joked, attempting to lighten the mood. I heard a new barbecue place has opened nearby. I wonder what the food is like. Shall we give it a try? Perhaps we should wait a bit. As this matter is not yet resolved, Natasha interjected. Everyone then remembered the mastermind behind this invasion, Loki, who was still asleep in the tower. Tony remarked, then let's wait a little longer. Jiang, come along with us. After all, Tony's return is thanks to you. How about we all go for barbecue together? Jiang He scanned the group, sensing a pleasant atmosphere, and nodded in response. Sure, but you all are treating. Smiles spread across the faces of the group. In truth, Jiang He was eager to see these characters, who had only existed in cinematic portrayals, now alive before him. It would be quite amusing to mingle with them. Moreover, now that he was Silver Superman, he felt no fear. Even if it were the Ancient One, she wouldn't strike without reason. Thus, he decided to step into the lives of the Avengers, for who could resist the allure of Iron Man's armor? Every man would covet it. Perhaps he could forge a good relationship with Tony and acquire a few suits for himself. Jiang He mused as he followed the group towards the tower. Chapter 3. Wanda, after Loki's apprehension. The Avengers indeed indulged in a barbecue, yet the lackluster expressions on their faces suggested that the food was rather unpalatable. Tony mused to himself, damn, this barbecue is going on the blacklist. After a few days of recuperation and tending to various mundane matters, the Avengers dispersed. Thor, accompanied by Loki and the Tesseract, returned to Asgard. Captain America resumed his duties at S.H.L.D. Hawkeye and Black Widow, being agents of S.H.I.L.D., had little need for further explanation, and Dr. Banner, with his 7 doctoral degrees, ventured into Tony's Stark Industries for research. As for Jiang He, upon learning that he was an undocumented immigrant from China with no identity in America, Tony employed his resources to swiftly arrange for Jiang He a local identity and generously funded him with several small goals, even acquiring a grand villa in the city center. "Oh, Mr. Stark, you are exceedingly gracious," Jiang He reflected, contemplating how in his previous life he had sold himself for 30 years over a mere pigeon coop, and now found himself in possession of what many could only dream of, pondering the caprices of fate. "Jiang, these gifts pale in comparison to the life you saved. I hope you find joy here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me." With that, Tony took flight, feeling an overwhelming anxiety from the recent battle, where he had narrowly escaped death in outer space. This ordeal compelled him to focus all his attention on upgrading his armor. Jiang He noticed Tony's peculiar demeanor, but dismissed it, recognizing that it was perhaps a good sign, as it would lead to the creation of more advanced armors by Tony. Upon entering the villa, he was greeted by the intelligence system powered by JR, Vice, and Friday, which announced, "Welcome home, sir." Jiang He paid little heed to the AI, reasoning that Tony would scarcely waste time monitoring him. "System, are you there?" "I am here, host. How might I awaken the ability for spatial teleportation?" "Please explore on your own. This system does not offer training services." "Very well, you may return," Jiang He retorted internally, thinking how the system was utterly inept at anything but sleeping. Reclining on the sofa, he took a moment to appreciate his current physique, which remained as formidable as ever. Nay, even more impressive than the day before. He mused that he could effortlessly push the earth if he desired, perhaps even star in a film titled The Wandering Earth. However, he pondered how he might awaken this new ability, given that he had acquired the power of a silver-tier superhuman bestowed by the system, rather than through bloodline means. He need not bask in sunlight to grow stronger. Though sunbathing could yield some enhancement, it was not essential. Jiang He had never aspired for rapid growth and strength. Considering his current prowess was more than sufficient to easily contend with a fully equipped Thanos. Moreover, his potential was so vast that he could scarcely reach its limits. Being adequately powerful was all that truly mattered. Even in the presence of insurmountable foes, whether they choose to acknowledge me is a different matter altogether. Regardless of my limitations, I shall venture forth. Who could possibly restrain me? Surviving through adversity and re-emerging, it remains uncertain who will emerge as the victor. Ultimately, one must savor the pleasures of life, harnessing extraordinary powers without ostentation. How could one refrain from delighting in such gifts? With clarity of thought, the river of consciousness surged with intent, and the superlative mind sprang into action, sweeping across the globe with its ethereal energy. The subtle ripples of energy went unnoticed, merely forming a spatial coordinate map of the world. The river fell to resonance, as if a mere thought could traverse great distances. It discovered a coordinate in its mind radiating a crimson glow. With focused intent, it swiftly adjusted the Earth's rotation in its imagination, aligning its position until it was nearly congruent with the glowing point. Arrived? Yet, from whence does this emanate? Gazing upon the red-haired woman imprisoned before him, the river recalled, was this not the illustrious Scarlet Witch? She bore a striking resemblance to her cinematic portrayal, though upon closer inspection, she appeared even more enchanting. Remarkably, despite being confined in this lightless cell, she maintained a stunning presence. Indeed, one must commend the prowess of chaos magic. Beside her stood Pietro, disheveled and emaciated, resembling a mere wraith. Could it be that Wanda inadvertently activated the chaotic energy, altering reality and guiding him to rescue her? Truly, the power to reshape reality is formidable. Wanda, observing this radiant figure exuding an irresistible charm, stood in stark contrast to the gloom of her confinement, drawing one closer. "Wanda, he is so handsome, goodness. Have I been here so long that everything outside seems so appealing?" Both were lost in contemplation, yet the guard nearby was not idle. He swiftly aimed his weapon at the river, believing he had the situation in hand, and spoke in a measured tone. "Who are you? What are your intentions? Raise your hands so I may see." Before the guard could finish, the two, interrupted from their reverie, became aware of his presence. Wanda grew anxious, uncertain of the stranger's purpose. The river enveloped the guard in a bioplasmic field, rendering him unconscious. With a deft motion, He opened the cell door and whisked Wanda and Pietro away. The bioplasmic field enveloped them, and they were instantly transported back to the villa. Wanda, sir, what do you intend to do? Please do not harm us. My dear lady, I harbor no ill intentions, the river replied, pondering that for now there was none, though the future remained uncertain, just a jest. However, why do you assist Hydra in their inhumane experiments? The river's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Do you comprehend the nature of Hydra? Are you aware of the wars they have instigated? Do you know who brought the devastation to Sokovia? Are you cognizant of the horrors of human experimentation? Wanda was overwhelmed by the barrage of inquiries, momentarily engulfed in profound guilt, as if she were the architect of all this chaos. Wait, it appears I have merely participated in a human experiment. Everything else is of no concern to me. Wanda contemplated this gentleman, exclaiming, I do not listen. I do not listen. Jiang He, acting quite unruly, stated, given the aforementioned crimes, you and your companions shall face life imprisonment. Now, tell me your name and that of your brother-in-law. Although Wanda was unfamiliar with the term brother-in-law, she answered truthfully and attempted to explain further. It was evident that she still possessed a certain innocence, while Pietro beside her was unable to interject. Enough with the prevarications. Merely assisting Hydra in their experiments is enough to condemn you. Jiang He continued, you now have two choices. You may accompany me as my assistant, and I will occasionally combat criminals, allowing you to redeem yourself effortlessly, or you may face incarceration for the remainder of your life. Wanda hesitated, sensing that there was but one option, yet she remained apprehensive about this individual, fearing for her and her brother's safety. However, upon reflection, it was clear that this person was no ordinary individual. After all, he had mysteriously transported them from their prison to this very place. Undeniably a powerful mutant. As Wanda continued to waver, Jiang He interjected, Wanda, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your brother, would you? Startled, Wanda sensed an implicit threat, leading her to make a decisive choice. As long as you do not harm my brother, I will heed your every command. This declaration seemed a monumental sacrifice for her. Pietro observed this exchange, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. He felt utterly inadequate, having allowed his sister to make such a sacrifice, forced to concede. Jiang He remarked, you have made the right choice. Having just emerged from that place, you both should rest. There are plenty of rooms. Choose whichever you prefer. This card contains a small sum. Tomorrow you may go out shopping and enjoy yourselves. Consider it an advance on your salary. Wanda and Pietro were taken aback. Previously struggling financially, they were suddenly presented with a significant amount of money, alleviating much of their unease. Pietro exclaimed, what a delightful surprise. Nevertheless, the lingering resentment regarding Stark remained unshaken in their hearts. They still yearned for power to exact revenge, which elucidated why they willingly engaged in the perilous human experiments despite their known risks. Within Hydra's ranks, Baron Strucker observed the surveillance footage, pondering mutants. It appears they possess abilities akin to teleportation. What power enables them to silently incapacitate the guards? Consequently, Baron Strucker commanded an investigation to gather intelligence on Jiang He. Although they currently possessed only a fragment of video evidence, Hydra had infiltrated HILD in various departments, boasting operatives worldwide in matters of intelligence. Hydra claimed the second position, with no rival to contest their supremacy. At this moment, Jiang He remains oblivious to the fact that he has caught the attention of the Hydra. However, he is unconcerned should he unleash a brutal onslaught. It might intimidate his foes to such an extent that they would refrain from approaching him, thus rendering the experience unbearably dull. Chapter 4. A Visit to Tony. Thus, Jiang He, accompanied by the Wanda siblings, indulges in a few days of leisurely living, strolling through shopping districts, feasting, and reveling in merriment. Jiang He finds himself immensely content. Despite having just arrived in this world a few days prior, it does not deter him from exploring. Back in his previous life, each day was a monotonous cycle, 2 points and a line, with his workstation situated in the company dormitory. Upon clocking out, he was utterly exhausted, devoid of both energy and time to engage in any form of enjoyment. It is safe to say that throughout the year, barring any necessity, he would hardly venture beyond a 50-meter radius of his workstation. The thought alone is rather terrifying, akin to cattle tethered to a post. How lamentable. Now, in the Marvel Universe, Despite the inherent dangers, Jiang He possesses the means to ensure his survival. While not aspiring to conquer the heavens, he finds solace in the idea that he can live with ease. Having endured such hardship in the past, he now feasts on beef without hesitation. Perhaps he is still that kind-hearted youth after all, he muses. As Wanda and her brother have yet to awaken their superpowers, they remain ordinary individuals. Jiang He refrains from burdening them with any responsibilities, instead opting to entertain them for a month or so before enrolling them in a school. Wanda, do you wish to attend university? Previously, they had been pursuing their studies, but after the calamity, their enthusiasm for education waned. Now, having enjoyed a few days of comfort, albeit a tad extravagant and somewhat difficult to adjust to, Wanda responds nonchalantly regarding school. Whether to attend or not is of little consequence. Whatever you decide is fine. Just ensure that Pietro and I are in the same school. Wanda retorts dismissively, seemingly lamenting Jiang He's earlier threats. Jiang He pays little mind to her words, contemplating that as the plot unfolds and Wanda awakens her abilities, he shall ensure she comes to understand what she ought to know. With that thought, Jiang He teleports to Tony Stark's seaside mansion, politely ringing the doorbell. Although he could simply appear within the room, he considers the potential awkwardness should the occupants be preoccupied or witness something inappropriate. Despite his ability to perceive the entirety of the world with a mere thought, he clearly does not possess such peculiar inclinations. "Sir, you have a visitor," announces Jarvis. "Decline, Jarvis. I am currently occupied with upgrading the armor. Do not allow any distractions." Tony replies, "Sir, this visitor is someone you might find intriguing." Jarvis responds, manipulating a nearby screen to display the video of Jiang He unexpectedly appearing at the door. "What? Is the projection malfunctioning, Jarvis?" Tony exclaims, having seen Jiang He standing at the door just a second prior. "Indeed, sir," Jarvis affirms. "Let him in." Tony instructed as Jarvis opened the door, guiding Jiang He into his experimental base. "Wow, Tony, your home is truly remarkable. Look at Jarvis, the sports car, the mechanical arm, and the Iron Man's suit. Is today my birthday?" Upon hearing the rather exaggerated remarks, Tony chuckled with a hint of pride swelling within him, responding nonchalantly, "It's not bad. If you like any of it, feel free to take a few." It wasn't that Tony was overly generous. After all, this fellow had saved his life, and these items were of little concern to him since the core technology remained securely in his hands. Moreover, this individual seemed impressively powerful. He could fly, had formidable defensive capabilities, could linger in outer space for brief moments, and had just demonstrated the ability to teleport. How many more abilities did he possess? Tony mused. "By the way, what brings you here? Don't let my reclusive nature fool you. I am quite busy," Tony said half-jokingly, continuing his adjustments to the armor. "Actually, a friend of mine is looking to attend university. Do you have any connections?" Jiang He stated directly. "Is that all?" Tony replied, somewhat exasperated. "Send them to Pepper. She'll take care of everything." "Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Stark. You are truly..." "Enough with the flattery. We're both men here. There's no need for such formality over a trivial matter." Seeing Tony's laid-back demeanor, Jiang He dropped his pretense. He had assumed that after a few days of rest, Tony would distance himself from those he deemed irrelevant. Like him, given that geniuses often exhibit peculiar behaviors and tend to lack emotional connections with those they perceive as inferior. However, judging by Tony's recent reaction, it appeared he regarded Jiang He as an equal. "Tony, your armor is fantastic. Could you give me a few sets? That red one looks splendid, and the black one too. Wait, what about that one you're holding? It looks impressive." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Are you here to rob me?" In the end, Jiang He chose the Mark III armor, which exuded a mechanical aesthetic. Although it offered a negative combat bonus, the illusion of weakness was rather appealing. Jiang He envisioned himself wearing this armor to flaunt in public. He imagined battles where, after a formidable adversary finally managed to dismantle the armor, he would emerge, taunting his bewildered foes. Feel the fear. As he floated, a mischievous grin spread across his face, lost in daydreams. Observing Jiang He's foolish grin, Tony questioned, "What on earth are you thinking? Are you infatuated with my armor? Do you need me to take you out on a tour of cover girls, kid?" Jiang He snapped back to reality, "Huh? What? I mean, your armor is truly impressive." Tony simply stared, bewildered. "Damn it," Tony muttered, casting a sidelong glance. "How long has it been since you last took a break? Look at those dark circles under your eyes. You appear quite drained." Tony rolled his eyes in response. Do you have something to discuss? If not, I would prefer to work in peace for a while. Jiang He sighed as he donned his battle armor with the aid of mechanical arms. Indeed, genius not only surpasses you in intellect, but also in relentless effort. It is no wonder that he is wealthy. With such thoughts, he completed the armor as the helmet sealed shut. Jarvis, please duplicate your subroutine for controlling the armor. Tony instructed. Thank you, Tony. I'll be sure to bring a gift next time. Tony chuckled nonchalantly. I can't believe you came empty-handed, especially being from the east. Goodbye. Jiang He bid farewell, soaring away through the passage. High above, Jiang He marveled at the sensation of being encased in armor. It was absolutely exhilarating. He had often fantasized while watching films about how splendid it would be to possess a suit of Iron Man armor. Now that dream had materialized. Although piloting the armor was not as liberating as he had imagined, the fact that he, a mere ordinary person, had painstakingly crafted this advanced armor that soared through the skies was nothing short of exhilarating. How ambitious it felt. He couldn't help but envy Tony, by virtue of his intellect, had become a superhero. Although he too had the potential, his superior intellect advised him to wield his extraordinary powers wisely and to save her life. For his own innovative abilities paled in comparison to Tony's. Speaking of which, he recalled a film he had seen, brimming with mechanized excitement. Ah yes, it was titled Pacific Rim. The armor in that movie encapsulated every fantasy a man could have about mechs, stirring the blood and igniting fervor. A strange sensation washed over Jiang He as he reminisced about the plot, becoming increasingly exhilarated. Suddenly, in a burst of excitement, Jiang He activated the armor's teleportation. Chapter 5. Pacific Rim, what just happened? Jiang He snapped back to reality, believing he had inadvertently triggered a teleport. Just as he prepared to confirm his coordinates and scan the area with his mind, he paused. Wait, where am I? Is this the world of Pacific Rim? He exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang He collected his thoughts, pondering how he had arrived here. It seemed he had just been recalling the storyline, forming vivid images in his mind. And in a moment of excitement, he had leapt into that thought, thus crossing over. Was it truly that hasty? Jiang He fell silent, realizing that he must restrain his daydreams in the future. It would be quite unfortunate to find himself beside some esteemed mentor. At that moment, Jiang He's thoughts swept across the entire scene. Ah, so this is the pivotal moment. I had distinctly envisioned the fierce battle between the dangerous wanderer and the scythe head. That flying creature with its blooming petals. Jiang He found himself at the time when the lowly and her brother Yang, she were attempting to rescue a fishing boat. Nearby, gazing at the tumultuous sea, the mist swirling and obscuring the view. Yet in Jiang He's eyes, everything was strikingly clear. In the distance, amidst the waves, a towering and formidable mech hunter was relentlessly assaulting a scythe head, precisely the creature in the confrontation with the dangerous wanderer. Ignoring the orders to protect the city, the lowly and Yang, she engaged the scythe head in battle to save the fishing vessel. Since being chosen as hunters, the duo had already slain 4 beasts, and now, faced with yet another monster, their mentality had evolved far beyond their initial trepidation. They were filled with pride and ambition, eager to etch another glorious chapter into their history. Operating the mech, they lifted the fishing boat from the monster's grasp and pushed it away from the battlefield, retaliating against the scythe head. With a couple of punches, followed by a rapid succession of 80 strikes, and then 3 consecutive shots from the plasma cannon, the scythe head was sent crashing beneath the surface of the sea. Believing the scythe head to be vanquished, they were about to relay the good news to their base when the general expressed his displeasure. I specifically instructed you to secure the coastline, yet you have abandoned your post. Return to the shoreline immediately. However, the two remained self-satisfied, devoid of any guilt for disobeying orders. At that moment, the base signaled an incoming alert, and the brothers instantly became vigilant, but it was too late. The scythe head suddenly revived and launched a surprise attack, catching them off guard. In their haste to retrieve their plasma cannon, they were intercepted by the monster's claws, while, simultaneously, the scythe head's pointed spike plunged mercilessly into the core of the dangerous wanderer, resulting in the complete destruction of its left arm. Amidst the chaos, the monster lunged, its claws aimed at the head of the dangerous wanderer, breaching the cockpit. Oh no, I was too entranced. Jiang He snapped back to reality. The earlier events had been overwhelmingly shocking, and he hadn't fully comprehended that this was not merely a cinematic experience. From a very beginning, after spotting the dangerous wanderer, Jiang He had activated his viewing mode not far away, even utilizing his super speed to dart to a nearby convenience store to procure a bag of chips for a $0 purchase. Leisurely enjoying the spectacle while reflecting on how this vivid reality surpassed any film in its intensity. The mech, with its robust steel armor and massive energy core. Its joints and structure, simple yet brutal. Under Jiang He's supervision, every facet of the mech radiated an aesthetic of violence. Turning his gaze back to the beast. It was indeed monstrous. Just as the scythehead's claws were about to tear through the cockpit and drag Jiang He along, Jiang He activated his thermal vision, sweeping across the monster's claws. It was clear what fate awaited those claws under the terrifying high temperature. Jiang He was severed from the claws and began to plummet. Jiang He utilized a force field to envelop Jiang He from a distance, ensuring his safe descent. Everything transpired with astonishing rapidity. Before the young girl could comprehend the situation, she witnessed a monstrous creature seize her brother. Instinctively, she presumed that Jiang He was doomed, and in a fit of despair, she emitted a cry of anguish. At the moment Jiang He was abducted, their neural synchronization remained intact, allowing their emotions, pain, death, and despair, to intertwine and cast a profound shadow over both of them. For an extended period thereafter, the young girl harbored an aversion to piloting mechas. However, the neural connection soon severed, and in her state of profound grief and rage, she detected a laser sweeping through the air, striking the creature's scythe and severing its claw. Without time to ponder, she realized Jiang He was falling downward, yet he appeared to be alive. Struggling, she maneuvered her remaining left arm to catch him. At that moment, the scythe was still in a frenzied state, relentlessly attacking. It could merely let out a furious roar, "Don't move. Stand still." Attention at ease. Jiang He, in a playful mood, commanded the creature to assume a military stance. Meanwhile, the command center was in a state of acute anxiety. They had observed Jiang He's abduction and were fully aware of his precarious situation. They understood the peril of facing such an increasingly intelligent creature without the protection of armor. Command center, Lowly, have you detected any unidentified energy fluctuations? What is the situation? Lowly, report. Jiang He has been captured, but he is still alive. The recent attack aided us. Was it your doing? By the way, the scythe is now motionless, only emitting resentful roars without taking any action. Both the command center and Lowly were perplexed by the current scenario. Was this a new tactic, or had the creature surrendered? As Lowly spoke, she struggled to control her remaining left arm, which was now fully charged and ready to fire the plasma cannon. At that moment, Jiang He swiftly entered the battlefield, producing a sonic boom that captured immediate attention as he positioned himself between the mecha and the creature, creating a stark contrast between the two colossal beings. Lowly noticed Jiang He soaring through the air, and the command center simultaneously received a video feed, both observing this enigmatic entity. What is that? A human? The command center pondered in confusion. Jiang He paid no heed to the mecha. His sole desire was to test the creature's defenses. Would his punch cause it to explode? He enveloped the scythe in a biofield, not restraining it, but instead isolating the surrounding space to prevent the creature's biological signals from reaching extraterrestrial beings. If aliens were to learn of such a formidable presence on Earth, they might forego invasion and instead hastily open a portal to escape. Jiang He wished for the amusement to persist. Thus, the uncontrolled beast launched a frenzied assault, seemingly oblivious to Jiang He, as it charged towards the mecha with a deafening roar, colliding against Jiang He's force field. It appeared that it had not noticed him. A powerful punch surged forth, the force of the blow rippling across the surface of the monstrous beast. Gravely injured, the creature felt as though it might explode from the impact. Following the attack, the beast finally caught sight of Jiang He, one eye fixated on the young man, whose pupil was still smaller than its own. It was indeed a challenge to discern the source of such a blow, as the creature's not-so-intelligent brain struggled to comprehend that the small figure before it was responsible for such devastation. Just as the monster was engulfed in confusion, Jiang He assumed a stance and, delivering a precise strike to the creature's head, it exploded upon impact. The headless beast stiffened momentarily before collapsing into the ocean's depths. The command center, having witnessed the entire spectacle, was taken aback by the vulnerability of such a formidable beast before this individual. Who was he? How could he fly? What granted him such remarkable power? With a multitude of questions lingering, The command center relayed a message. Wanderer, do you receive us? Establish friendly contact with the individual before you and, if possible, invite him to the base. After a cordial exchange, Jiang He decided to explore, primarily to observe the other mechas. Chapter 6. The base upon arriving at the command center, which could also be described as a military base. The general and his team awaited him. They observed in silence as the damaged and perilous wanderer was hoisted by a helicopter, a scene they had witnessed many times before, and thus were mentally prepared for the grim sight. The repair team, unfazed, swiftly organized personnel to assess the damage and prepare for the repairs. As the helicopter landed, the two young brothers disembarked. Due to the mecha's damage, they boarded the helicopter to return after the mecha was secured and hoisted. They felt fortunate to have survived the ordeal. The despair and helplessness they had experienced would leave an indelible mark on their hearts, one that would be difficult to erase for a long time. Meanwhile, Jiang He wandered through the shattered cockpit of mecha, a request he had made to accompany the brothers back. No one objected, considering the mecha had sustained significant damage and lost most of its capabilities. The soldiers merely regarded Jiang He as an enthusiastic mecha aficionado and allowed him to indulge in his fascination. The mecha's battered state, with severed limbs, a shattered head, and extensive damage, revealed a unique beauty in its war-torn visage, reminiscent of a stunningly beautiful heroine clad in torn stockings and tattered garments. Her disheveled hair billowing as she sat on the ground, creating a breathtaking tableau. This state of the mecha further enchanted Jiang He. As the mecha was positioned for disassembly and repair, he reluctantly descended to meet the others. Observing Jiang He approach, the soldiers recalled the previous battle where he had concluded the encounter with just 2 punches, making it difficult to reconcile the young man before them with the formidable presence in the footage. They preferred to believe that the recorded events were merely the product of cinematic effects. Yet, the reality remained unchanged. Jiang He, noticing the astonished expressions of the general and his men, sought to alleviate the awkwardness by speaking first. How about some oil? Just a joke. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Extending his right hand towards the general, he found the general, after a moment's hesitation, reciprocating the handshake. The crowd was momentarily puzzled by the jest, yet they quickly dismissed it. It was a pleasure to meet you, esteemed Jiang He. My name, Jiang, hails from the land of Huaxia. It is a delight to make your acquaintance, honored guest from the East. Both parties conveyed their amicable intentions, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. The onlookers relaxed upon beholding the Eastern visage before them, for Huaxia is a nation that cherishes peace, with a history that stretches back millennia and a culture that is profoundly rich. Today it stands as a steadfast bulwark in the defense of the world. Consequently, a favorable impression of Jiang He blossomed among the crowd, their previously tense demeanor easing. Jiang He was escorted into the base by the throng, and the conversation turned to the matter at hand. Mr. Jiang, was that laser you produced earlier also your handiwork? Inquired the general, recalling the laser's formidable power that had effortlessly severed the beast. If it were indeed a weapon, it was astonishingly powerful. In the face of monsters, the current hunter mechs were essentially akin to cold weapons, equipped at most with ion cannons. Although these possessed considerable firepower, they lacked the capability for a decisive strike, offering neither overwhelming impact nor substantial cutting force. Occasionally, a few thermal weapons were employed. However, against the increasingly formidable foes, thermal weapons were proving less effective. The mainstream mode of combat remained the visceral engagement of hand-to-hand strikes. Having witnessed the sheer might of the laser, how could they not covet such a capability? If their side could wield lasers positioned along their defenses, battling monsters would become a mere game. Understanding their curiosity regarding the so-called laser weapon, Jiang He did not shy away from revealing it. After all, he had no intentions of lingering in this world, and he was also eager to showcase his prowess. A display of power, if you will. Alas, I do not possess any laser weaponry, he proclaimed, as his eyes gradually glowed a vibrant red, their radiance impossible to ignore, capturing the attention of all. Initially, upon hearing Jiang He claim he had no weapon, the crowd speculated it was a clandestine project unfit for public disclosure. However, as soon as he uttered those words, his eyes began to shimmer with a crimson hue, leading them to momentarily believe he was afflicted with some grave ailment. Yet, as the red glow intensified, it seemed as if something was about to burst forth. This is my laser weapon, Jiang He declared, gesturing toward his own head, or rather, his glowing eyes. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, marveling at the individual before them, who appeared more like a humanoid embodiment of a monster than a mere human. Many researchers found themselves wishing to rush forward and dissect Jiang He for study, though such thoughts remained confined to their imaginations. They were wise enough not to provoke an entity capable of obliterating with a single blow. Meanwhile, the remains of the scythe-headed beast lay along the coastline, awaiting dissection and transport, for the carcasses of these creatures held immense value, primarily for the purpose of researching their vulnerabilities, thus enabling swifter victories in future encounters. The general stared, his eyes wide with disbelief, at Jiang He's crimson gaze, struggling to comprehend. Was this a power possessed by humanity? Mr. Jiang, has your body been modified? How do you possess such terrifying strength? He inquired, forcing himself to remain composed. Well, you could interpret it that way, Jiang He replied. Jiang He felt no inclination to elaborate excessively. Should he proclaim himself a superhero, suggesting that monsters were mere trifles to him? Such a declaration would likely be met with skepticism. Hence, he opted to explain in a manner that they might reluctantly accept. Yet, even this explanation was met with disbelief. After all, it seemed too fantastical. What kind of transformation could render a person so formidable? Uncertain if Mr. Jiang would be willing to assist in combating the monsters, the general gravely remarked that in recent years, the onslaught of the creatures had intensified with each encounter, while humanity's strength had seen little advancement. If this continued, humanity would inevitably lose this war, and the consequences of defeat were all too clear. The general seriousness resonated with the assembly, who recognized their precarious situation. The monsters, once retreating in disarray, now appeared to be gaining parity, suggesting that they were evolving at an alarming rate. Regardless, humanity must find ways to bolster its combat capabilities. And here stood an unimaginably powerful entity, seemingly a human, at least in appearance. General, I grasp your concerns fully. I shall assist you in your fight against the monsters, Jiang He declared, though he found himself troubled by the iron suit he donned, particularly since it lacked an auxiliary mechanism for removal. As he pondered how to extricate himself without damaging the armor, he resolved to act. Jarvis, I wish to attempt instantaneous teleportation to see if I can exit, and then you shall take control of the armor. As you wish, sir, Jarvis replied. Jiang He initiated the teleportation, deliberately distinguishing himself from the iron suit, and then he separated from the armor, instantly appearing beside it. Once Jiang He had disengaged, the armor, under Jarvis's command, sealed its headpiece and stood by in readiness. The onlookers grasped the significance of this display. They had initially assumed it was merely a model of a mecha hunter with a neural link, albeit one that seemed somewhat atypical. They had speculated it might be a new project from China, but now it appeared to be a type of small combat exosuit. The researchers within the base observed with curiosity, yet their intrigue was limited. They did not believe such a diminutive mecha could inflict any substantial damage upon the monsters. Chapter 7. Upgrading the mecha. Upon hearing Jiang He's willingness to extend a helping hand, the general felt a weight lift from his shoulders as the assembly relaxed. Initially, they had thought Jiang He was merely a passing traveler from China, drawn to assist in a moment of injustice before returning home. Now, with the revelation that he was willing to offer his support, it felt like a boon. General, I believe you have misunderstood. I meant that I would assist you in upgrading and modifying the Wanderer mecha to enhance the strength of your base. The words of Jiang He cast a chill over the crowd, and before anyone could respond, he continued, I require your utmost cooperation in upgrading the Wanderers. Should the Wanderers fail to withstand the monsters, I shall take action myself. The general pondered for a moment before acquiescing. Very well, Mr. Jiang. I entrust this task to you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command. We shall do our utmost to fulfill your requests. The general vowed, subsequently instructing his men to familiarize Jiang He with the base. As Jiang He toured the facility, he observed the numerous mecha projects underway. The massive exoskeletons were astonishing, and even the relatively smaller armor plates were incredibly heavy. He also noted the trainees in practice and the engineering vehicles busily transporting supplies. The entire base operated with remarkable efficiency. After the tour, Jiang He arrived at his quarters, a simple room within the base devoid of lavish adornments. He understood the necessity of such austerity, especially in wartime and within a military installation, where hedonism had no place. Jarvis, what do you think of the match we just saw? During the tour, Jarvis had been controlling the iron armor, following Jiang He throughout. However, only 2 mechs were on standby at the base. The others had been dispatched to secure the coastline. "They are quite colossal, sir," Jarvis replied. Jiang He felt a pang of disappointment. Was Jarvis's subprogram intelligence so limited that it rendered his responses rather rigid? He pondered silently. "Jarvis, if you were to control those mechs, would you be capable of doing so?" "Apologies, sir, but I lack sufficient information to answer that question." "Well, it seems I cannot rely on you," Jiang He lamented, shaking his head. "System, are you there?" "I am here, host," the system responded. "System, do you have the capability to upgrade the artificial intelligence? I mean, can you operate those hunter mechs?" "Of course not. Those armors are operated by humans. There is no automatic driving, nor even a primary driving function, unless significant modifications are made." Jiang He was well aware of this. He had summoned the system to see if it possessed any clever ideas, unlike Jarvis, which seemed to be lacking a server. "So, system, do you have any ready-made modification plans?" "I truly despair for you, host. The superbrain is not just for show. You could learn these things in no time yourself. Yet you insist on me handling it, don't you?" The system replied, exasperated. It had not anticipated that the host would be so indolent. "Such technical matters cannot be taken lightly. They must be entrusted to a professional like you," Jiang He asserted. In truth, it is remarkably facile for Jiang He to modify these mechas. Endowed with a super-intelligent brain, he can effortlessly scan the entire mechanism and discern its operational logic. His knowledge of physics is indisputable, requiring only a modicum of information technology to adeptly navigate these machines. Yet, Jiang He is reluctant to delve into such matters, perceiving them as overly cumbersome. He is unwilling to squander time when a system is available to assist him. Why toil away when help is at hand? The system, devoid of any verbal expression, tirelessly labors. Compared to artificial intelligence, the system undoubtedly represents a more advanced entity, capable of swiftly devising a plan to modify mechas based on the current understanding of human knowledge and technology. Utilizing existing advancements, along with groundbreaking innovations, the manufacturing scheme for the next generation of mechas promises to significantly enhance humanity's combat capabilities. Jiang He entrusted the plan to General Ji, instructing him to disseminate it, while he merely awaited the completion of the mechas to witness their effects. Rather than constructing the mechas himself, the anticipation of seeing the finished products was far more exhilarating. With this in mind, Jiang He exited the base, intending to leisurely explore the world, indulging in a few months of carefree existence, wooing women, and savoring the beauty of his surroundings. He even returned to Huaxia to observe the changes in the place where he once resided. However, apart from enjoying the scenery, he refrained from utilizing his extraordinary powers throughout the journey, as he was not in a hurry. When witnessing battles between monsters and mechas, he chose not to intervene, occasionally offering minor assistance from a distance, but he refrained from directly engaging the monsters. Should those extraterrestrial beings discover him, he would be compelled to flee at a moment's notice. After indulging himself, upon re-entering the shattered dome base in Hong Kong, Jiang He immediately sensed a change in the atmosphere. The air was thick with a blend of tension, fatigue, and a hint of suppressed excitement. He did not seek out the general immediately, but instead strolled towards the Mecca assembly dock. In the expansive space, what was once a relatively crude industrial aesthetic seemed to have been infused with a sleeker, more precise technological essence. Several engineering robots, some evidently drawing upon the technical details he had provided, were conducting final calibrations on the arms of the Danger Wanderer. The originally robust armor appeared to have been redesigned, with more flexible joint connections and the addition of what seemed to be thruster modules on the back. The overall paint job was refreshed, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the floodlights. The general stood atop an observation platform alongside several chief engineers, overlooking the bustling scene below. Upon noticing Jiang He approaching, the general immediately made his way toward him, his face betraying an unmistakable excitement, despite the dark circles under his eyes indicating he had scarcely slept in recent days. "Mr. Jiang, you have returned." The general's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet filled with vigor. "The plan you provided is simply outstanding. We have mobilized the world's top resources, working in shifts around the clock, and the upgrades for the Wanderer are complete." The general pointed towards the perilous road below, his speech a fervent jumble of excitement. "Based on the neural link optimization protocol you provided, We have theoretically elevated the synchronization rate between the pilot and the mech by 15%, while reducing latency by 40%. The new hydraulic transmission system and composite joint design have enhanced its punching speed and agility by at least 30%. He gestured towards the back of the mech. Moreover, we have completed the installation of the short-range burst thruster prototype mentioned in the proposal. Although its duration is brief, it is sufficient to allow the rogue to execute tactical repositioning or explosive acceleration attacks at critical moments. The chief engineer approached, his eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge and reverence for Jiang He. Mr. Jiang, we are still digesting the theory you mentioned regarding the miniaturization of energy weapons. However, even in its preliminary application on the existing plasma cannon, we have observed a remarkable enhancement in charging speed and shooting accuracy. This is truly astonishing. Listening to the report, Jiang He wore a faint smile of modest pride, radiating an air of mastery. He nodded approvingly. Indeed, the efficiency is commendable. It appears you have grasped the essentials. Now, we merely await the impending monster invasion. Chapter 8. Level 4 Monsters during Jiang He's absence. The numerous researchers at the base had deciphered the upgrade technologies presented by the system. After all, the system only provided knowledge within the current human understanding of the world, and the base was home to some of the world's foremost researchers. It was unreasonable to assume they could not comprehend the organized technology. As the frequency of monster attacks approached nearly once a month, several battles of varying scales had already transpired in the vicinity of the Pacific Ocean. The technologies Jiang He had introduced were simultaneously applied to certain mechs, resulting in performance far surpassing previous capabilities. Whether delivering bone-crushing blows or wielding energy weapons, the enhancements were substantial, leading to the subsequent monsters faltering in mere moments, some even failing to endure until the landing. Jiang He observed the completed rogue, eager to witness its might. Each day, he anticipated the arrival of the lesser monsters. Though he acknowledged the impropriety of such thoughts, he remained undaunted. As long as he was present, the rogues would not claim a single life. Fearless and emboldened, he felt invincible. As anticipation built, the day of the monster invasion arrived. Suddenly, the shrill alarm blared without warning. The blue hues of the command center were instantly engulfed in blinding crimson. Jiang He opened his eyes, exclaiming, "They're here." His expression was one of exhilaration as he'd been idly resting. The technician at the control panel nearly leapt from his seat, his voice transformed by excitement. High-energy reactions detected near the breach. Energy signature readings indicate level 4. On the holographic map, 2 colossal, pulsating red skull icons abruptly materialized at the breach location in the depths of the Mariana Trench, accompanied by a chilling synthetic voice. Warning, level 4 rogue identified. Codename, tail standing mouse, spiny back turtle, trajectory prediction, targeting this base. Estimated arrival time, 2 hours and 14 minutes. The atmosphere within the command center instantly tightened to its utmost limit. All fatigue was swept away, replaced by a fervor intermingled with fear and determination. Deploy Chernobyl, Storm Crimson. Assault troopers and wanderers to navigate the battlefield and provide support at a moment's notice. Commanded the general. Historically, they had faced only level 3 monsters, but this time, 2 level 4 monsters were approaching. The general's astonished gaze fixated on the screen, fleetingly catching sight of Jiang He, who had rushed in upon hearing the commotion, his eyes betraying a moment of panic. The presence of Jiang He instilled a sense of confidence among the crowd. Can someone explain why we are suddenly confronted by 2 level 4 monsters? Jiang He questioned, perplexed. He recalled that these 2 formidable creatures were not scheduled for deployment so soon. Had something unforeseen occurred? While pondering, Jiang He's gaze flicked towards Dr. Newt, standing nearby. Surely, you haven't established a premature connection with the monsters, have you? It was evident that Newt had acted upon his long-held ambitions without informing anyone, merely presenting what he had observed as his own analytical report to the general. Jiang He was troubled. He understood that once one linked their neurons with a creature, when one gazes into the abyss also gazes back. Such a reciprocal connection could lead to an overwhelming climax for both parties, drawing the attention of extraterrestrial entities who would delve into one's mind. If it were an ordinary person, it might be manageable. Perhaps the aliens would only glean trivial information. However, if it were Newt, there was no doubt that critical technologies concerning mechs and the research of his friend Parkinson could have been compromised. I can only hope this infatuated monster enthusiast does not possess extensive knowledge about mechs, or I shall have to intervene personally. Jiang He mused. The screen displayed the monsters advancing towards the base, their intentions seemingly clear. They were headed directly for it. The crowd was bewildered. Typically, the creatures launched their assaults towards the nearest coastline. What would be drawing them towards the base this time? A complex mix of emotions filled the air. Although the monsters remained distant, their looming presence felt imminent. In the face of such monstrosities, humanity's inherent fear surfaced. Had it not been for Jiang He's presence, the evacuation protocols would have already been activated. With awareness of the monster's trajectory, the general ordered 3 hunter mechs to intercept the creatures while the wanderers stood by in the nearby waters. The 2 swiftly diving monsters were rapidly closing in on the base, and the 3 mechs, suspended from helicopters, raced towards the confrontation. Soon, they met at a distance of 1 kilometer from the monsters. The mechs disengaged from their harnesses, rising from the sea, revealing a significant portion of their bodies as they stood steadfast, gazing towards the distant waters. Beneath the calm surface, turbulent currents surged, signaling the monster's swift approach. I must witness this in person, Jiang He declared, slowly ascending from the ground. The onlookers stared in astonishment, momentarily forgetting that he possessed the ability to fly. Jiang He gradually departed from the base, then transitioned directly into supersonic speed, soaring towards the battlefield. How could he possibly miss such a splendid opportunity to observe? Before long, Jiang He arrived near the battlefield, promptly activating his energy field, enveloping an area of 1,000 miles. Simultaneously, a monstrous creature emerged. At the very moment Jiang He arrived, the spiked-back tortoise leaped from the sea, lunging towards the nearest mech, Chernobyl. With deft agility, Chernobyl evaded the assault, pivoting to deliver a powerful punch to the tortoise's head. The tortoise's thick shell absorbed the blows with ease, and it retaliated with equal ferocity, resembling 2 brawling gorillas in the heat of combat. Meanwhile, the tail-standing rodent circled nearby, waiting for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the rampaging Crimson. Observing the rodent's erratic movements, rampaging Crimson scoffed, "You think you can ambush me with that bulk?" Unlike the cinematic portrayals, the tail-standing rodent did not succeed in a stealthy sweep. Instead, rampaging Crimson seized the moment and struck the rodent's head as it drew near. The rodent, caught off guard, was left dazed as the upgraded mech boasted significant enhancements in strength and agility. The rodent was battered, suffering several gashes that glowed with blue light, inflicted by the slicing attacks of rampaging Crimson. Recognizing its disadvantage, the tail-standing rodent swiftly submerged, lying in wait for its next opportunity. Seeing the precarious situation, the spiked-back tortoise evaded Chernobyl and dove into the water, distancing itself from the mech, its back pulsating with blue energy. The anticipated moment arrived. Indeed, the tortoise was equipped with electromagnetic weaponry, shifting the tide of the battle to an unfavorable position. Jiang He remarked, while crunching on some potato chips that had mysteriously appeared, the crisp sound echoing through the air. The spiked-back tortoise leapt from the water, facing the trio of mechs, its back seemingly charged with energy. Waves of electromagnetic pulses surged towards the mechs, causing one to stumble, immobilized as if its power source had been drained, rendered motionless. The personnel at the command center were taken aback, never anticipating the presence of such targeted weaponry. The general glanced at Newt, recalling that Newt had previously reported that these monsters were engineered by certain entities. Initially skeptical, the general had dismissed Newt's assertions as mere obsession with his research. But witnessing this scene prompted a realization. "It seems you were right," the general said, a hint of regret in his voice. Chapter 9, Mech Versus. Open chrysanthemum 3 mech stood in place, paralyzed. Damn it, it's an electromagnetic pulse. The command center suddenly lost contact with the mechs. Yet, just before the screen went dark, engineers deduced that it was indeed an electromagnetic pulse weapon, damaging critical hardware and rendering the mechs immobile. Now, the only operative remaining in the base was the Wanderer. "General, the Wanderer is nuclear-powered. Let us deploy," the young girl piloting the mech urged. "Can we keep the battlefield controlled within a mile of the base?" "We will ensure the mission's success," she replied confidently, as she and Mako piloted the upgraded hazardous Wanderer towards the monstrous foes. The two monstrous creatures were afforded no opportunity to lose energy from the three mechs. Once they ascertained that the mechs posed no threat, they swiftly swam towards the base without hesitation. Soon, they encountered the Wanderer, and combat was imminent. The Wanderer initiated a long-range assault, running while charging the cannon, aiming to fire. The spiked turtle reacted but was unable to evade in time, grazing it with a hit. Meanwhile, the tail mouse circled nearby, waiting for an opportune moment. Facing a 2-to-1 scenario, the odds seemed heavily stacked against them. Shinsi, watch out for that underwater monster. Do not let it launch a surprise attack. The duo struggled to contend with the spiked turtle. The marine battlefield was inherently disadvantageous for the mechs. Nevertheless, the Wanderer displayed remarkable composure. Its upgraded defenses, strength, and attack capabilities significantly enhanced. Against the clumsy creature, evasion was manageable, and it even managed to land a couple of strikes. It appeared that simple physical attacks inflicted only limited damage on the monsters. Jiang He observed from the sidelines, feeling minuscule compared to the colossal beings before him. Set against the backdrop of the sea and sky, the environment was rather dim, akin to a mosquito buzzing past. One could focus intently, yet quickly lose sight of it. Thus, the monsters had difficulty detecting Jiang He, who floated and occasionally moved in the air. Only cold weapons or laser armaments could deliver decisive damage to the beasts. Unfortunately, the energy consumption of lasers was excessively daunting, permitting only their installation in fixed ground facilities, rendering them impractical for mobile combat. Disheartened, Jiang He watched as the battle raged on. To his eyes, the monsters appeared sluggish, and the Wanderer was not faring much better, delivering slow blows with both hands against the creature. Oh, the tail mouse is about to launch a sneak attack. Jiang He immediately focused his attention. Shinsi, sneak attack. The two were so engrossed in battle that one failed to notice when the tail mouse seized the opportunity, leaping from beneath the water surface to grasp the Wanderer's back, wrapping its tail around the Wanderer's right arm, its claws aiming for the Wanderer's head. The spiked turtle quickly braced itself, tightly gripping the Wanderer's left arm. The two monsters worked in tandem, seemingly intent on dismantling the Wanderer. However, the upgraded Wanderer had significantly increased its sturdiness, and for the time being, the monsters were unable to detach its limbs as they wished. I will restrain this tail. You release the coolant to the right. Loli quickly issued her command. Upon hearing this, Shinsi executed the maneuver, and the mech's right arm expelled a jet of white coolant. In an instant, it evaporated, forming a high-pressure, condensed gas. The monster's tail was enveloped in frost at a visible speed, its flesh losing vitality. Unable to restrain the Wanderer's right arm any longer, which was suddenly freed with a violent shatter, the tail mouse howled in agony, opening its mouth towards the Wanderer's crown, intending to unleash a torrent of corrosive acid. The Wanderer, still unaware of the situation, merely freed a hand to strike the spiked turtle's head, finding it difficult to escape this predicament. Both monsters were relentless in their assaults, seizing any opportunity to latch on tenaciously. Jiang He pondered, aware that the corrosive acid was about to be unleashed. It seems that a 1-against-2 scenario is indeed untenable. I must step in to assist. Upon concluding his words, a searing gaze swept across the battlefield. A dazzling red light, even from a mile away, caught the attention of those at the base. Is that Jiang He? The general exclaimed with excitement. The glandular tissue located beneath the jaw of the tail-standing rat was instantly obliterated, the poised acidic fluid evaporating almost entirely, with only a few droplets of the surviving acid dripping down, splattering. The inevitable contact between this acidic substance and the Wanderer led to immediate dissolution at the point of contact. It was not difficult to envision that had the monster strike succeeded, the Wanderer would either perish or be gravely injured, not to mention the potential assault on the head, which would render the Wanderer incapacitated. An electromagnetic weapon had compromised the mecha's hardware, while the acidic liquid acted as a chemical weapon targeting the materials of the Wanderer's body. It appeared that the aliens had obtained some confidential information regarding the hunter mechas and had crafted these two monsters accordingly. After firing, Jiang He seemed to enter a state of contemplation and exhibited no intention of re-engaging in the battle. Following the recent skirmish, the Wanderer silently activated the ion cannon. Its right arm fully charged, it unleashed a powerful blast at the head of the spiked turtle, which was still firmly gripping its left arm. The spiked turtle had no chance to react. It had initially intended to collaborate with the tail-standing rat to restrain the wanderer, but caught off guard. It was shot through the head, lacking a robust keratinous layer for protection. Witnessing this, the tail-standing rat seemed to abandon pretense, revealing its intentions. "I intend to fly," it declared, its claws fiercely digging into the wanderer's waist, while its wings unfurled on its back. Though its movements were sluggish, each flap propelled the wanderer upward by several meters. Rolly and Jiang He were momentarily taken aback, astonished that this creature could actually fly. However, the wanderer retaliated, directing the ion cannon at the tail-standing rat's chest, firing a shot that rendered the creature unable to flap its wings any longer, causing it to release its grip and plummet downward. The wanderer landed effortlessly, standing firmly on the seabed, observing the tail-standing rat struggling in the water to regain its posture. Seizing the opportunity, Rolly unleashed a continuous barrage from the cannon, ultimately bringing an end to the tail-standing rat. With a sigh of relief, Jiang He remarked, "It's over." That was quite the close call. Stretching leisurely to the side, he mused, fighting in mechas should be about the visceral combat that truly captivates the audience. In Pacific Rim, too, although the mechas were more advanced, they lacked the stunning and awe-inspiring sensation of the first installment. The mechas appeared highly agile, reminiscent of Ultraman battling monsters, yet they lost that weighty feeling. This old-school mecha combat possesses far greater visual appeal. Of course, this perspective was solely Jiang He's, as the ever-growing strength of the monsters posed a significant challenge. How could outdated mechas contend with them? Humanity's extinction would render such musings meaningless. As these thoughts lingered, Jiang He soared back to the base command center. Upon his return, the others, recalling the commotion outside, understood that the battle had concluded. Shortly thereafter, the base regained its power supply, and 3 mechas were hoisted back to the base for maintenance by a helicopter recovery team. "General, I trust you have also discerned that this time the monsters are quite abnormal. They have even evolved weapons specifically designed to counter us." Jiang He remarked with a hint of irony. "Indeed, this cannot merely be attributed to coincidence," the general replied with a furrowed brow. "The monsters alone are a source of considerable distress, and now you inform me that there exists a commander behind them, or worse, that the monsters themselves are artificially created. Given the current circumstances, it is truly dire. General, I recall that the technology provided to you initially included advancements in piloting and mobility. How is the research progressing on those fronts? Mr. Jiang, we currently lack the luxury of time to redevelop new technologies. Moreover, the United Nations believes that the rapid destruction of mechs has outpaced their production capabilities. Sooner or later, all mechs will be rendered obsolete, and thus they have ceased funding the Hunter program, redirecting resources towards constructing something they call the Wall of Life." The Wall of Life? That contraption is as flimsy as paper in the face of monsters. Jiang He jested. Who could argue with that? The general replied with a resigned smile. Jiang He contemplated the situation. Soon, Newt would likely venture with Parkinson to commune with the essence of the monsters, ultimately revealing to the general that extraterrestrial forces are at play and how to dismantle the monsters' lairs. However, such a task would undoubtedly take time, and Jiang He could not afford to wait that long. It was not a matter of impatience. Rather, he had already spent over a year in this world, experiencing all that was to be experienced, and now, aside from the unique monsters and mechs of this universe, nothing else could captivate him. Extraterrestrials. It is time to log off. Chapter 10. Return to Marvel General. I must take my leave. What? The crowd gasped, followed by a palpable sense of loss. Indeed, Mr. Jiang has aided us immensely, and there is no reason for him to continue to serve our needs. A person of Mr. Jiang's caliber surely has more pressing matters to attend to. The group worried. If Mr. Jiang were to depart, who would safeguard humanity when faced with the monsters? Who would possess the ability to turn the tide? Jiang He observed the downcast expressions of those around him, their disappointment evident, and he could not help but chuckle softly before speaking. "Fear not, I shall eliminate the monsters before I take my leave." Upon hearing Jiang He's words, a relieved smile spread across the general's face, and the members of the base exchanged glances filled with relaxation. They were well aware of Jiang He's formidable prowess. When he chose to act, success was virtually assured. "Mr. Jiang, what do you intend to do?" the general inquired tentatively. "Prepare a nuclear warhead for me, the most powerful one available." The general fell silent, seemingly pondering Jiang He's intentions for the nuclear device, knowing full well that such weapons have proven ineffective against the monsters. Nonetheless, trusting in Jiang he ordered preparations to commence without further inquiry, simply stating, "Aside from this, is there anything else you require from us?" Having finished speaking, Jiang He seemed to recall something and promptly added, "Wait, let the Wanderer accompany me." 2 days later, all preparations were complete. In the open space outside the base, the towering Wanderer had long been waiting. Jiang He, having just awakened, emerged from the base, where the general and the personnel were gathered in anticipation. Observing the eager crowd, Jiang He, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, scratched his head and shyly inquired, "Where's the nuclear bomb?" Looking around, he noticed the Wanderer lowering his hand, revealing a perfectly cubical object that he could barely grasp with one hand. "Wow, that's quite a hefty mass. Wouldn't it be a bit wasteful to use it just to create a passage? This must be intended for something significant against the aliens." Jiang He mused internally. "Well then, let us depart." With that, a biological force field enveloped the Wanderer as they set off towards the depths of the Pacific Ocean. The onlookers gasped in astonishment as the Wanderer lifted off the ground without warning and, shortly thereafter, entered supersonic flight alongside Jiang He, the sonic booms creating a tremendous impact on the spectators. It seems we have indeed underestimated Jiang He's capabilities. Before long, Jiang He and the Wanderer hovered near a spatial passage situated deep within the Pacific. "This is it. The passage is just below," Rolly and Junzi cautioned. Their nerves heightened as they were uncertain of Jiang He's intentions. Was it merely to drop a nuclear bomb or to confront the monsters? The creatures lurking near the spatial rift were no less than level 5, and there were multiple of them. Should a battle ensue, the Wanderer would stand no chance. As Rolly pondered this, Jiang He spoke calmly, "Let us descend." With that, he dissipated the biological force field and flew straight towards the location of the rift, while the Wanderer trudged along the ocean floor. Despite the Wanderer's previous speed in the water, the shallowness had only submerged the mech's lower legs. As the Wanderer approached, Jiang He was examining the rift when, seemingly sensing the threat posed by the Wanderer, a colossal creature erupted from within, far larger than the previous level 4 monsters. Just as Rolly and Jinzi were momentarily distracted, another beast suddenly lunged at the Wanderer in a surprise attack. Jiang He, who had been intently scrutinizing the spatial rift, glanced over and swiftly positioned himself beside the Wanderer, readying for action. With a single punch, the surrounding seawater nearly evaporated, steam rapidly jetting outward and forming towering columns that erupted violently. The ocean retreated, creating a long underwater canyon, but within moments, the water surged back, quickly filling the void, leaving the struck monster utterly obliterated. Rolly and Jinzi observed the scene before them, seemingly reminiscing about Jiang He's earlier display of formidable power. They exchanged knowing glances, revealing relieved smiles, as if to convey, "With Mr. Jiang around, we are assured of safety." The newly emerged supergrade monster had just witnessed one of its comrades being flung away by an unknown force, creating quite a commotion with its furious roars. Before it could finish its bellowing, Jiang He swiftly appeared, his fist poised to strike, only to be retracted in favor of a thermal beam attack. The searing rays enveloped the creature, instantly vaporizing the surrounding seawater, generating vast plumes of steam as the monster met its demise on impact. That was close. I nearly became the victim of its wrath. I would have had to pry myself free later. With that thought, the Wanderer activated a nuclear device, inserting it into the corpse of the monster before casting it into the abyss. "Receive, Commander," Jiang He said, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he turned away. A minute later, the monster's remains plummeted into the spatial rift, swiftly reaching the other side, where it caught the gaze of the alien pioneers. Observing the drooling supergrade monster, they could hardly believe their eyes. One of them opened a mask-like structure, revealing small, beady eyes that scrutinized the creature closely. As the countdown reached its conclusion, a thunderous explosion erupted, unleashing a violent shockwave infused with terrifying energy that obliterated everything in its path, severing the wormhole. On the seabed, Jiang He gazed at the vanishing rift and declared, "The mission is complete. Let us return." Rolly and Jinzi, bewildered and uncertain of what had transpired, merely noted the deployment of a nuclear device before Jiang informed them of the mission's conclusion. What exactly was the mission again? They pondered, glancing at the fading spatial entrance. beginning to form a vague understanding. Upon returning to the base, Jiang He descended from the sky. General, the wormhole has been closed. The monsters shall no longer invade. If Newt does not act recklessly. Jiang He continued, recalling how Newt had bizarrely developed an obsession with communicating with monsters, even engaging in treachery. It was quite the misdirection for a brilliant scholar, choosing to work for the monsters instead of pursuing his academic endeavors. Unlike Parkinson, who maintained his integrity, Jiang He shook off his concerns and decided to let it be. Perhaps he would check back later. The general, puzzled, inquired, wormhole? But upon hearing that the monsters would no longer pose a threat, comprehension dawned, and he gratefully grasped Jiang He's hand. Thank you immensely for your assistance, Mr. Jiang. You are our hero. No. Jiang He replied earnestly, you, the pilots of the mechs, the researchers, the support teams, everyone dedicated to the fight against the monsters, are the true heroes. His words ignited excitement among the crowd, elevating Jiang He's stature in their eyes once more. Gradually, Jiang He levitated off the ground, waving farewell to the crowd. Goodbye, my friends, he called, soaring toward the sky. Stop the timer. As the general issued his command, the crowd erupted in exuberant cheers, celebrating the recent events. However, Newt stood in silence, feeling out of place amidst the fervor. It was time to return to the Marvel Universe. Wait, let me ponder how to get back. Jiang He reminisced about the sensations of his previous journey, striving to discover the way home. Oh, it seems I almost forgot about Jiang He's. To avoid any embarrassment, Jiang He instantaneously teleported to Jiang He's side, enveloping him in a force field, and swiftly reappeared at his original location. Jiang He's, I nearly overlooked you. Jiang He's remained silent, having stayed at the base without emerging for so long that even in standby mode, his power was nearly depleted. Reflecting on the feelings of his arrival, Jiang He vanished with Jiang He's, returning to the Marvel Universe. Chapter 11. A reunion with Tony in the opulent seaside villa. Jiang He materialized with a whoosh, causing Pepper, who was holding a coffee cup, to jolt in surprise. What? Who are you? Jiang He turned around and, feeling a bit awkward, replied, Apologies, Miss Potts. I am here to see Tony. Is he home? Jiang He felt a bit strained. He wasn't particularly familiar with the Marvel world, and upon his return, he simply thought of Tony's luxurious villa and ended up here. Pepper, momentarily taken aback, recognized the unexpected guest, though it seemed they had not met before. How do you know my name is Pepper? Never mind, it's not important. Is Tony here? Just then, Tony approached, clad in the Mark XLI armor, having recently disclosed his home address to the world, and was concerned that enemies might have come knocking. Jiang He turned towards the familiar voice. Oh, Tony, my friend. How have you been lately? Jiang, you could have at least given me a heads up. By the way, you mentioned you would bring me a gift last time, Tony teased, glancing at Jiang He, who stood empty-handed. Jiang He wore an embarrassed expression, realizing that as a prominent superhero, he had failed to keep his word. He quickly sought to change the subject. Wow, Tony, you have an enormous rabbit here. How did you manage to bring it inside? Noticing Jiang He's discomfort, Tony refrained from dwelling on the matter, rolling his eyes and inquiring, So what brings you here? Are you here to assist me? Jiang He displayed a puzzled expression. Assist you? He glanced at the rabbit and the red sock that bore Jiang He's name. Is Christmas upon us? Tony was baffled by his remark, exchanging puzzled glances with Pepper. Indeed, it is December's Christmas. Quite unexpected. Jiang He reflected. It has been several months since I departed. I thought I would return to the moment I left. Wait, that is not the crux of the matter. Observing the rabbit and then glancing towards the door, he realized this was indeed the plot of Iron Man 3. Tony followed Jiang He's gaze toward the entrance, and in the next moment, the doorbell chimed. The visitor was Maya, Tony's close confidant. As a result, the Gum Warrior 7 would soon pilot a combat helicopter to bombard the place. Jiang He murmured to himself. Under the presence of Tony's legitimate girlfriend, he struggled to explain Maya's background. Consequently, Pepper, filled with jealousy, engaged in a verbal skirmish with Tony. Observing the tumultuous scene, Jiang He awaited the enemy's arrival in silence. Shortly thereafter, several combat helicopters soared into view outside the sea view window. Tony inadvertently glanced over and noticed the unfolding situation, only to find missiles already on the way. In that instant, Tony, alarmed, directed Mark 42 toward Pepper while simultaneously leaping backward. He realized that time was short, and he could only strive to minimize the impending damage to her. Pepper, oblivious to the chaos, merely saw Tony diving away, his armor disintegrating and hurtling toward her, accompanied by the sound of a thunderous explosion. Following the noise, she looked out to see the glass of the sea view windows engulfed in flames. Tony snapped back to reality, bewildered. Pepper. Maya? Unbeknownst to them, Jiang He had already established a biological force field around the villa's exterior, extending to the nearby areas, including the cliffs beneath the villa. Meanwhile, Seven, chewing gum, reveled in his triumph. What does it matter that Tony Stark is a billionaire? Offending us. He is destined to meet his demise in my hands. Seconds later, as the smoke from the explosion slowly cleared, Seven eagerly anticipated the sight of the ruined villa. However, the more he looked, the more perplexed he became. Once the haze dissipated, he beheld the villa, utterly unscathed, not even a shattered window. Astonished, he exclaimed, "What? How is this possible?" He promptly commanded the other two helicopters to unleash all their weapons. Inside, the group watched in horror as more missiles approached, accompanied by the incessant roar of Gatling guns spewing fire. Though they were bewildered as to why the previous bombardment had not destroyed the villa, the current scene left them feeling apprehensive. Instinctively, Tony ordered Jarvis to activate the armor. "Jarvis, initiate all armors and eliminate them." "Enemy engagement protocol activated, sir," Jarvis responded. As bullets and missiles continued to rain down, the group could only pray for another miracle. Tony glanced at the composed Jiang He and stammered, "Jiang, was that your doing?" Jiang He responded with a playful flair, "Oh, dear Tony, indeed, that was my work. How could I stand idly by and watch my friend's villa be destroyed?" With a look of astonishment, Tony replied, "Spare me. No more of that talk." Rising to his feet, he added, "By the way, that dive you just made was truly impressive." Tony's face flushed with embarrassment as he rolled his eyes in exasperation. Pepper stifled a laugh. Yet she felt deeply moved by Tony's actions, her affection for him deepening while she resolved to selectively forget about Maya. As the explosions outside continued unabated, the crowd was filled with astonishment. "How did you manage this?" Tony inquired. Before Jiang He could respond, Tony's armored legion launched a full-scale assault, excluding the one that couldn't fly. Seven, already wearing a troubled expression, could only spit out his gum in disbelief. "This makes no sense." He simply could not fathom how any structure could withstand such a barrage without a single mark left behind. Watching the armored suits ascend en masse, Seven could only utter a feeble exclamation. Damn it. The armored legion opened fire collectively. After all, Tony had commanded them to eliminate the threat, and ARV-IS showed no mercy, unleashing every projectile at his disposal. 3 helicopters met their fate, reduced to mere fragments that rained down into the sea. 7 plummeted down like a lifeless body. However, the virus-enhanced modifications made him far from easy to kill. With the threat neutralized, Tony instructed ARVIS to enter the villa and maintain surveillance for any lingering dangers. Jiang He pondered. In the film, ARVIS failed to detect armed helicopters so close. It seemed rather unusual. Observing Jiang He, Tony discovered another of his abilities, the capacity to silently shield a target from physical harm, which further heightened his regard for Jiang He. What is this ability? He wondered. It could be understood as a kind of force field that provides protective isolation. Naturally, Jiang He refrained from elaborating on the myriad of other wondrous effects. After a brief exchange, he left behind Mark III and bid farewell, contemplating whether the twins had departed and whether they had exhausted the 100 million. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang He activated his teleportation, vanishing from the spot. Chapter 12, SHIELD. With a sudden rush, Jiang He appeared in the living room of his villa. At that moment, Wanda had just finished her bath, wrapped in a towel, seated on the sofa. The unexpected arrival of Jiang He startled her, causing her to tremble. The scene rendered Jiang He momentarily breathless. Wanda had clearly just emerged from the bath. Her golden brown hair was still damp, cascading over her pale shoulders, with droplets gliding down her collarbone into the concealed realms beneath the towel. The towel barely concealed her modesty, revealing long legs and smooth shoulders that glimmered softly under the warm light of the living room. Her green eyes widened in shock. her chest rising and falling rapidly with each breath, causing the edges of the towel to loosen slightly, as if it might unravel at any moment. Jiang He? Wanda's voice was husky from a recent bath, her fingers nervously clutching the edge of the towel. Why have you returned so suddenly? Given that Jiang He had been absent for months without any communication, Wanda had gradually grown accustomed to his prolonged disappearances. Initially indifferent, but now resigned to the idea that he might vanish again. She had decided to relax at home for Christmas, as her studies were not of paramount importance to her. Jiang He gazed intently at Wanda, unconsciously appraising her from head to toe, his throat involuntarily tightening. Apologies. I did not anticipate your presence at this hour. However, the river is indifferent. This is my home, and I may return whenever my heart desires. Not to mention Wanda, after her bath, roams freely during the day. Even if she were to wear nothing, cough, Wanda gazes at Jiang He with unabashed boldness, feigning nonchalance and standing tall. In just a few months, Wanda has gleaned significant insights into the world outside, including the much-pondered Tony Stark and the recent Chitauri invasion. Yet, during the turmoil of the New York battle, Jiang He did not exhibit any remarkable prowess, aside from showcasing formidable strength among the Avengers. He rarely demonstrated extraordinary abilities in front of the common populace. Consequently, Wanda remains unaware of Jiang He's origins, but has discerned that he shares a close connection with Tony Stark. Wanda, devoid of guile, directly inquires at Jiang He, "Are you well acquainted with Tony Stark?" "Moderately so. I saved his life once, and this house was a gift from him." "But how did you come to know this?" Jiang He, well aware of the intricate history between the siblings and Tony, understands that although it is not Tony's fault, the shadows of childhood are complex and often inscrutable. "By the way, where is your brother? Is he not home?" "Pietro has gone out to play. Your generous allowance has made him eager to venture out daily." Wanda explains with a hint of exasperation, recognizing that Pietro is now an adult and she cannot exercise much authority over him. Moreover, it is beneficial for him to acclimatize to this unfamiliar environment. As Jiang He gazes at Wanda, she returns his gaze, and an unexpected awkwardness envelopes the atmosphere. Wanda breaks the silence. "I will go change my clothes now. It's a rare holiday. I should take the opportunity to relax." Observing Wanda's graceful figure, Jiang He feels a stirring sensation in his throat. The power of the Silver Superman has instantly transformed his capabilities, yet his inner self remains unchanged. He once fantasized that should he possess such strength, he would cease consuming beef within 3 days. Yet here he is a year and a half later, still the same youthful individual, epitomizing the adage that while mountains may shift, one's nature is immutable. After speaking with Wanda, Jiang He strides towards his room, planning to spend the upcoming days exploring with her, nurturing their bond, and allowing things to unfold naturally. As for Pietro, he can be left to his own devices. Days later, agents from SHIELD arrive. Since the conclusion of the New York battle, director Nick Fury has been in search of Jiang He. Through investigation, he quickly uncovers Jiang He's name, as Black Widow and Hawkeye are aware of him and his remarkable abilities, which rival those of Thor. Beyond this, SHIELD knows little, including Tony's arrangements for Jiang He. It appears Jiang He emerged as if from nowhere, a reality that SHIELD cannot substantiate. Nick Fury arrived with Hawkeye and Black Widow, soon encountering Jiang He and Wanda, who were enjoying their meal. Jiang He often whispered to Wanda about his cravings for Chinese cuisine and hot pot, which led her to take note and seek out a master chef to learn the craft, albeit at a staggering cost. Fortunately, her efforts bore fruit, and she was eager to showcase her skills to Jiang He today. "Mr. Jiang, I apologize for intruding during your meal," Nick Fury stated, though his tone lacked genuine contrition. As the esteemed director of SHIELD, he had faced extraterrestrial threats and commanded formidable allies. Thus, the presence of a mere mutant was not a matter of grave concern. His purpose for visiting was to recruit Jiang He into the Avengers, recognizing the undeniable prowess he possessed. After the great battle, Jiang He seemed to have vanished, but his recent reappearance prompted Fury to arrange this meeting. Initially, Fury harbored a flicker of hope to persuade Jiang He to join SHIELD as a formidable asset, believing that membership would not preclude him from also becoming an Avenger. However, Jiang He promptly declined the offer. Apologies, Mr. Fury. I seem to have neglected to introduce myself. I am Jiang He. I must say, I have no intention of joining S.H. I dislike being restrained or monitored. However, I am quite intrigued by the Avengers. Might I have the honor of joining? Jiang He spoke with a smile, subtly greeting Hawkeye and Natasha in the process. Hawkeye and Black Widow exchanged surprised glances, their interest piqued by Jiang He's words, aligning perfectly with their mission. The intention was indeed to recruit him for the Avengers, and the ease of the conversation was unexpectedly fortuitous. Nick Fury felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of Jiang He joining their ranks and proceeded to discuss subsequent matters, including compensation. Though such details seemed trivial to Jiang He, the Avengers were merely a coalition of superheroes driven by various needs, operating independently of government oversight, allowing for greater freedom. As for financial concerns, Tony Stark's wealth rendered such matters non-existent. After finalizing the arrangements, Nick Fury casually inquired, by the way, I am curious as to why you are unwilling to join us. H.I.E.L.D. Fury's seemingly innocuous question elicited a response from Jiang He that left him utterly astonished. Because within S.H.I.E.L.D., they're almost entirely Hydra agents. Jiang He replied, while continuing to serve himself, oblivious to the disbelief etched on Fury's face. Hawkeye and Black Widow wore serious expressions, equally incredulous. What on earth are you joking about? Nick Fury spoke with a hint of anger, initially believing that Jiang He harbored some prejudice against S.H.I.L.D., or simply refused to operate under his command. However, he was taken aback by Jiang He's audacious remarks, as it was common knowledge that the Hydra organization had long been eradicated. The notion that all members of S.H.I.E.L.D. were Hydra agents was nearly laughable to Fury. Rising abruptly from his seat, his single eye flickered with indignation and skepticism. Young man, do you even comprehend what you are saying? Hydra was completely dismantled over 70 years ago. Unperturbed, Jiang He leisurely picked up a piece of braised pork, his gaze sweeping calmly over the three individuals. He seemed to have anticipated Fury's reaction, setting down his chopsticks with a measured grace. He spoke in a tone that was both subdued and imbued with undeniable insight. Director, do you not find it somewhat peculiar how efficiently S.H.I.L.D. has been purging its ranks in recent years? Each time, we almost always manage to pinpoint and eliminate those so-called traitors or potential threats with remarkable precision. The process is seamless and the evidence impeccably aligned. The Black Widow, keenly discerning the underlying implications of Jiang He's statement, furrowed her brow slightly. Isn't it a good thing to efficiently eliminate internal threats? Good? Jiang He chuckled lightly, his laughter tinged with a hint of derision. When a machine operates with such precision in removing components that are deemed incompatible, have you ever pondered who defines what is compatible and what constitutes a threat? Hawkeye, arms crossed, analyzed the situation coolly. Are you suggesting that those who were eliminated were not genuine threats, but merely obstacles to a certain faction? True to his reputation as a top-tier agent, Hawkeye grasped the essence of Jiang He's words with ease. If you seek evidence, I am aware of a bald individual who is undoubtedly linked to Hydra. With sufficient coercion, he will certainly confess. As for how I came by this knowledge, that is of no concern to you. Consider this information a complimentary gift. The bald individual Jiang He referred to was none other than Sitwell from Captain America, the Winter Soldier, the man Natasha had pushed off a rooftop, only to be caught by Falcon. It seemed that a mere fall had instilled enough fear in him to elicit a confession, revealing that Hydra was not as monolithic as it appeared. One could hardly overlook the inefficacy of S.H.I.E.L.D., having failed to uncover even a hint of this for over 70 years, leading one to wonder if Fury was indeed the exceptional agent he was reputed to be. Fury's single eye remained fixed on Jiang He, searching for any trace of jest or deceit on his face. But Jiang He, indifferent, wore a playful expression. A bald individual? The Black Widow echoed, her voice tinged with professional caution. There is more than one bald agent within S.H.I.E.L.D. Provide a name, a department, or any information that could help identify him. Jiang He shrugged nonchalantly before picking up another piece of food, appearing at ease. Sitwell, of considerable rank, should be within your World Security Council Liaison Department or a similar unit. That is all I know. Whether you choose to believe it or investigate further is entirely up to you. Agent Sitwell? Hawkeye's brow furrowed deeper, evidently recalling the name. As he was responsible for coordinating with external agencies, and his work record appeared to be impeccably clean. Director Fury, do you not perceive that at times? An excessively impeccable resume may itself be a flaw, particularly within an intelligence agency rife with secrets and gray areas? Nick Fury gradually took his seat, the anger etched on his face replaced by an intense solemnity. He did not respond to Jiang He immediately. Instead, he gently tapped his fingers on the table, producing a dull thudding sound. In the restaurant, that sound, along with the distant hum of traffic from the street, was all that remained. He could not act against a senior agent, particularly someone in a sensitive position like Sitwell, based solely on the words of a young man of uncertain provenance. Yet, those words fell like a seed in a soil already loosened by countless subtle anomalies. The excessively efficient purging capabilities of S.H.I.E.L.D., certain seemingly rational yet ultimately deadlocked decisions, and Pierce's occasional counsel to think of the greater good swirled in his mind like fragmented thoughts. Natasha, Fury finally spoke, his voice deep and steady, devoid of discernible emotion. In our manner, informally, let us scrutinize Agent Sitwell's recent activities and communications. Proceed without alarming him. Understood. The Black Widow instantly grasped that this entailed circumventing standard procedures to conduct a highly confidential internal investigation. Clint, Fury turned to Hawkeye. Reassess all personnel files from the past 3 years marked as internal threats and already handled, focusing particularly on those cases where the investigation proceeded unusually smoothly and the evidence chain appeared excessively flawless. Yes, sir, Hawkeye nodded, his gaze sharp. After issuing these directives, Nick Fury looked back at Jiang He, the complexity in his single eye evident. Young man, I sincerely hope your unsolicited information proves to be unfounded. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D. could find itself in considerable trouble. Jiang He smiled nonchalantly. I advise you to exercise caution as well, Director. The good people surrounding you may be more numerous than you imagine. With that, he resumed his dinner, as if they had merely engaged in a casual conversation about the weather. Meanwhile, Fury's heart felt as though it had been cast into a chasm of stone. Unable to find tranquility, he gazed out at the nightscape of New York, for the first time sensing that the city he had vowed to protect, along with the fortress that was S.H.I.E.L.D., lay shrouded in a fog he had never fully perceived. Simultaneously, within the Triskelion headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent Jasper Sitwell, sorting through documents, inexplicably felt a chill run through him. Instinctively, he touched his polished scalp and cast a puzzled glance at the air conditioning vent. Seated beside Jiang He, Wanda indulged in the unfolding drama, occasionally savoring a small cake. Though she had once been affiliated with Hydra, she could not truly consider herself one of them. At most, she was a mere weapon, an unformed tool still on the assembly line. From this conversation, she gleaned, to some extent, the world's attitude toward Hydra, and could not help but feel grateful once more that Jiang He had extricated both herself and her brother from that organization. As the news of Jiang He joining the Avengers spread within the Alliance, Tony Stark naturally received this information. However, he was presently preoccupied with his own quest for vengeance, a task that aligned well with the Avengers' traditional endeavors. Jiang He had no intention of intervening on Tony's behalf. After all, it was essential for Tony to confront his anxieties alone in order to achieve healing. The ordeal, though fraught with tension, proved to be more exhilarating than perilous. Should Jiang He choose to intervene, it would render Tony's role obsolete, perhaps even prompting the creation of an anti-Jiang He suit. Pierce had certainly taken note of me, yet my inconspicuous behavior outside likely caused him to underestimate my significance. Furthermore, Nick Fury had begun to harbor doubts about him and was undoubtedly preoccupied with matters beyond my concern. While pondering this, Jiang He absently caressed Wanda, occasionally tucking away the strands of hair that fell across her forehead. Over the days of their interaction, Wanda had come to understand Jiang He's regard for her. The respect shown by such a formidable individual was a feeling she found difficult to articulate, yet she did not reject it. After bidding farewell to Nick Fury, Jiang He and Wanda resumed their intimate existence together. As for Pietro, as long as he remained alive, he could do as he pleased. Chapter 14. The rescue of Pepper. As evening approached, Jiang He, feeling a sense of ennui, turned on the television to infuse a lively atmosphere into his otherwise quiet home. It was then that he stumbled upon news broadcasts depicting the president being suspended, reminding him that the events of Iron Man 3 were unfolding. Due to Jiang He's interference, Tony Stark had not undergone a feigned death as depicted in the original film, but had instead prepared himself to venture alone to Tennessee for an investigation. Coincidentally, during his inquiry, Tony encountered the young boy wielding a potato gun. Though the narrative faced some deviations, the overarching trajectory remained largely intact. Shall I join the fray? With that thought, Jiang He rose. Wanda, I'm stepping out for a bit. Wanda, engaged in household chores, turned to see the news and quickly grasped the situation. I won't wait for you if you return late. Jiang He chuckled before vanishing in a flash, reappearing at Killian's headquarters, observing the unfolding drama from the shadows. As he watched from his concealed vantage point, the situation on the ground took a dramatic turn. Aldrich Killian's nefarious schemes were fully unveiled. He was, in fact, one with the mastermind behind the plot, targeting everything that belonged to Tony Stark, driven by personal grievances stemming from Tony's previous dismissal. A fierce battle erupted upon a massive oil drilling platform. The extremist-enhanced adversaries radiated intense heat and an orange glow, entangled in combat with Tony's Mark 42 armor and its remote-controlled legion. Amidst the chaos, Pepper Potts, Tony's legitimate girlfriend, had recently been captured by Killian and injected with the extremist virus. Due to the indiscriminate attacks from the armor against those radiating extraordinary heat, Pepper, bound to a laboratory table in an elevated chamber, became trapped beneath the debris of the ongoing conflict. As Tony prepared to rush in for a rescue, he was unexpectedly ambushed by Killian below, who successfully disrupted the reactor in his chest, rendering him powerless. It is often said that villains meet their demise due to their verbosity. Observing the immobilized Tony, Killian began to deliver a monologue, only to have his arm severed by a swift blade. However, no one anticipated that the severed limb would emit an astonishing heat, melting through the ground and triggering a chain reaction that caused Pepper to plummet. Witnessing this scene, Killian displayed a look of regret, while Tony was engulfed in despair, his face a portrait of terror and remorse. At that moment, Jiang He made his entrance, activating the biological force field. It must be said, the biological force field is remarkably effective. No, Tony's scream was swallowed by the wind. In this critical instant, just before Pepper was about to collide with the cold steel platform, time seemed to pause. Strangely, Pepper, who was in rapid descent, appeared suspended in midair, defying the anticipated impact with the ground. Killian observed this spectacle, perplexed. Could this be a new ability bestowed by the extremist virus? Simultaneously, he felt a sense of delight. For the stronger the virus, the better for him. Seeing that Pepper was still alive and had not met her demise, Tony, though equally bewildered, felt a surge of relief, his gaze intensifying with lethal intent directed at Killian, signaling that an epic confrontation was imminent. The ensuing drama unfolded similarly to the original film, albeit without Pepper's influence, leading Tony to harbor less fury. During his combat with Killian, he employed tactics of encirclement and distraction, leaving Killian in considerable discomfort. Ultimately, however, it was the Mark XLI armor that delivered a decisive blow to Killian. Believing Killian to be dead, Tony descended to find Pepper. Upon seeing her, Tony exclaimed with fervor, "Pepper, I thought you had perished." Pepper responded calmly, yet her eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. "How did you manage that? Can you fly now?" Tony inquired, curiosity piqued. Pepper shook her head, indicating her ignorance. Nearby, Jiang He observed the exchange and interjected, "Some people have poor eyesight. They can't even see such a large friend standing right next to them." Following the voice, Tony turned to find Jiang He casually leaning against a metal frame. Jiang He approached Tony and Pepper. "So, it was you who saved Pepper? How did you accomplish that?" Tony asked. Yet, almost immediately, he withdrew the question, realizing that Jiang He was exceptionally powerful and possessed myriad abilities. Henceforth, he would not be easily astonished by Jiang He's displays of prowess. "Regardless, thank you. I owe you a favor," Tony said earnestly. Jiang He replied nonchalantly, "No need for such formality. I am, after all, an Avenger now. Just don't mind if I happen to share your food and lodging in the future." Tony felt as though he had been ensnared, rolling his eyes at Jiang He's irreverence. The atmosphere was pleasant, and Tony found himself reluctant to interrupt their camaraderie. Killian emerged from a blaze, his gaze fixed upon the three conversing leisurely before him. A surge of anger welled within him as he charged towards them. With the distance too close for Tony to summon the Iron Legion, he could only hope that Jiang He would intervene. Avengers, engage. This is your initiation test, Tony remarked nonchalantly, though internally he was in a state of panic. Is this truly a test? He muttered, stepping forward to shield the two behind him. Upon hearing Jiang He's audacious remarks, Killian unleashed a pillar of fire directed at him. Once the flames subsided, Killian contemptuously stated, "This is the price of arrogance." "What price?" Jiang He retorted dismissively. In disbelief, Killian observed that Jiang He remained unscathed. His palm turned crimson as he struck Jiang He's head, following up with a powerful punch, exhausting himself in the process. Yet, Jiang He stood motionless, instilling a sense of dread within Killian. Trembling, he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Jiang He replied coolly, "Take your questions to the abyss," and with that, he unleashed his heat vision, vaporizing Killian on the spot. After the confrontation, Jiang He turned to Tony, the red glow in his eyes still not fully extinguished. Tony, astonished, inquired, "How much power do you possess?" "You will find out in due time," Jiang He responded. "Shall I escort you home?" Tony declined, as he had plans to set off fireworks for Pepper. Jiang He, however, lingered nearby, prepared to witness the spectacle. Tony, with his extravagant lifestyle, was indeed extravagant. Every bit of it cost a fortune, matched the romance of manhood. As the fireworks erupted, he lamented the wastefulness. He then summoned Wanda to join him in observing Tony's extravagant display. However, as fireworks, they were rather unimpressive, and Wanda, lacking interest in Tony, merely accompanied Jiang He for the sake of camaraderie. Upon returning home, Jiang He contemplated any significant events looming on the horizon, but found nothing in his recollections. His fondness for science fiction, particularly Marvel films, offered no clues. Deciding to focus on his research instead, he called upon the system for assistance. "System, please come forth." "Greetings, host. How may I be of service?" Jiang He was taken aback by the system's newfound politeness after months of absence, pondering if it had grown lonely. "Does your database contain any research materials on the super soldier serum?" "Indeed, but why should I provide it to you? That would breach protocol. However, I do possess relevant study materials. Would you be interested?" The system tempted. "Very well. Having something is better than nothing. But wait, you wouldn't be trying to trick me into using my brain, would you?" Jiang He mused, sensing that the system was eager for him to engage his super intellect. Is it truly a disadvantage to engage one's intellect and strive for self-sufficiency? Upon uttering these words, the system withdrew into Jiang He's consciousness, manifesting a substantial collection of voluminous tomes upon the desk. A gentle reminder echoed, "These materials shall vanish in 10 minutes. The system's voice resonated from the depths of his soul. Upon hearing this, Jiang He swiftly activated his super speed, employing his enhanced intellect to imprint the contents of these books into his memory within mere minutes, assimilating the information as he recorded it. As the 10 minutes elapsed, the books indeed dissipated, leaving Jiang He with the realization that cerebral engagement was not his forte. He felt the temperature of his mind elevate several degrees. Following their disappearance, an abundance of knowledge unfurled within Jiang He's mind like an activated neural network, interlinking seamlessly. He closed his eyes, concentrating intently as he meticulously perused the profound subjects concerning human potential, gene expression, and biochemistry. The material provided by the system was, without a doubt, far more intricate than depicted in films, yet fundamentally more foundational. Jiang He mused to himself. This compilation of data resembled a key, unlocking the vast domain of human enhancement rather than merely pointing to the lock of super soldier serum. The core premise of the information was to stimulate and guide the inherent evolutionary potential of the human body, rather than merely injecting foreign substances. From Jiang He's perspective, traditional super soldier serum appeared to forcefully pry open this door in a rather crude manner. Although the results were remarkable, the process was perilous and exacting for the recipient, with Red Skull serving as a quintessential example. What if, instead of forcibly opening the door, one could find a more precise key or directly optimize the structure of the door itself? A bold thought flashed through Jiang He's mind like a bolt of lightning. His super intellect began to operate with unprecedented swiftness. intertwining the foundational principles of this information with the theoretical gene, editing, and cellular regeneration technologies he had learned prior to his transmigration, gradually sketching a novel pathway in his consciousness. After contacting Tony, Jiang, he was instantly teleported to Stark Tower. In the days that followed, he immersed himself entirely in the laboratory of Stark Tower. Various expensive instruments operated tirelessly, while complex molecular formulas and data streams occupied most of his visual field. He was no longer content with merely replicating Dr. Erskine's achievements. He aimed to surpass them. The breakthrough in his research stemmed from a profound exploration of telomere protection and the induction of cellular pluripotency. He discovered that by combining a special composite enzyme with targeted gene modifications, he could significantly enhance cellular vitality and repair capabilities, as well as partially reset the cellular aging clock. However, during the development process, Jiang He employed a biophysical field to manipulate most materials at the atomic level, and many substances were unavailable, compelling him to synthesize on-site. After countless simulations and the disposal of failed reagents, a new serum, exhibiting a faint golden sheen, spun slowly within a sterile isolation chamber. Jiang He named it Mighty One. The theoretical data was flawless. Muscle strength, bone density, neural reflex speed, and metabolic levels have all surpassed 150 of Captain America's original serum. The skin and subcutaneous tissues, once activated, can form an effective defensive layer against low-speed bullets and shrapnel from small firearms. Jiang He recorded the data with an excited glimmer in his eyes. Yet, this was merely the beginning. During the development of Project Behemoth, a byproduct emerged, a gene therapy focused on cellular regeneration and the reversal of aging. While it does not bestow superhuman strength, it precisely targets and repairs cells damaged by aging, enabling the body to restore its functions to peak condition. Approximately that of a 25-year-old. Jiang He named it the reversal agent. However, this reversal is not permanent. Following injection, the body's natural aging process continues. It simply resets the starting point. Once the body ages to a point where its functions are affected, a re-injection is necessary for restoration. Furthermore, there is a theoretical limit to the number of injections. Excessive use may lead to genetic instability. Cautiously, Jiang He conducted numerous tests on cultured tissue samples before proceeding to animal trials. An aging laboratory mouse, after being injected with a minuscule amount of the reversal agent, experienced a remarkable transformation within a week. Its fur became thick and lustrous, and its movements agile and vigorous. The primates tested with Project Behemoth exhibited strength and agility surpassing that of their natural counterparts, even disregarding the impact of ordinary handgun bullets. Observing these results, Jiang He took a deep breath, realizing that the implications of his discoveries could far exceed those of Stark's arc reactor, potentially triggering a global upheaval even before the advent of the Space Stone. It seemed that a peaceful pursuit of scientific research was no longer viable. Gazing at the alluring vials of the agent within the laboratory, a complex smile crept upon Jiang He's lips. Should this information leak, it would likely incite a frenzy surpassing the arrival of 10 Chitauri legions. He needed to contemplate carefully how to utilize these findings, or whether to reveal them to the public at this juncture. With great opportunity comes commensurate risk. He must proceed with utmost caution. "Tony, are you home?" Jiang He inquired as he placed a call. He refrained from using instantaneous travel this time, having only appeared at Tony's residence previously as a narrative anchor for Marvel. This time, he deemed it necessary to be polite. As Tony's seaside villa remained intact due to Jiang He's interventions, he still resided there. Jarvis assisted in connecting the call, and Tony responded, "I'm here. Are you coming over? You could still make it for candlelight dinner." Upon hearing Tony's warm invitation, Jiang He did not hesitate and swiftly appeared at the dining table. He found Tony and Pepper seated together, with an atmosphere that felt somewhat intimate. After observing for a while, Jiang He concluded that Tony had not intended to extend an invitation. Nevertheless, since he had arrived, he took a seat, only to discover that there was no chair beneath him. Tony shot a glare at Jiang He, while Pepper smiled silently. "Let's do this together. You saved me last time, and this is the perfect opportunity to express my gratitude," Pepper sincerely conveyed to Jiang He, raising her glass in invitation for a toast. Tony assumed the role of bartender, pouring a drink for Jiang He. "It seems I have arrived at an opportune moment," Jiang He remarked candidly. Tony jested, "No, your timing is impeccable. I too wish to thank you for your considerable assistance. After a hearty meal and drinks, Jiang He did not take his leave. Instead, he pulled Tony towards the underground laboratory. Tony regarded the young man before him, feeling somewhat helpless. He had intended to engage in a showdown with Pepper today, but decided to postpone it. After all, this lad couldn't he possibly keep him occupied all evening. Tony, do you remember the gift I mentioned? Here it is, Jiang He said, revealing a syringe shimmering with a golden hue and handing it to Tony. Chapter 16. The test. What is this? Tony inquired, examining the yellow serum labeled Mighty One. Are you suggesting I inject this? It's called Mighty One. It will enhance your prowess, Jiang He replied. Tony felt slightly offended, but quickly realized he had misinterpreted the meaning. He clarified, Oh, Jiang, I'm already quite formidable. Before Tony could finish, Jiang He interjected, I believe you've misunderstood the essence of my statement. When I say formidable, I refer to various aspects. You may compare it to Captain America. Your interpretation is merely a facet. After hearing Jiang He's explanation, Tony gazed at the syringe in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. He knew Jiang He possessed extraordinary abilities, yet he was unaware of Jiang He's remarkable intellect. Where did you acquire this? I refuse to use some nameless concoction. Jiang He promptly revealed, I created it myself. Do you recall when I borrowed the lab in your building? So you truly made this? Tony questioned. Jiang He explained that most of the research and live testing took place in a laboratory, encouraging Tony to examine it for himself before deciding on the injection. Regardless, this is the gift I promised you. The choice to use it is entirely yours. Tony, initially dismissive, ultimately accepted the syringe, planning to study it thoroughly the following day. After all, who wouldn't he covet the strength to surpass Captain America? Following the exchange, Jiang He returned to his villa to clear his mind. Tony, too, sought some tender moments with Pepper, but found himself increasingly eager about the effects of Mighty One after just a few minutes of busyness. The next day, Tony spent several hours in the laboratory, and by afternoon, he contacted Jiang He. Hey, are you free? Come to the tower, he urged. Jiang He, puzzled, teleported instantly to stand behind Tony. What is the rush? He asked, hanging up the phone, startling Tony, who looked quite exhilarated. I intend to administer the injection. Jiang He, your participation is unnecessary. However, Tony, after reviewing the development process and experimental records of the Mighty Man No. 1, retrieved a sample for further validation. The experimental results aligned with Jiang He's findings, thus bolstering Tony's confidence in the creation. Nevertheless, out of caution, he summoned Jiang He, for this creation was his brainchild, and should anything unforeseen arise, Jiang He would bear the ultimate responsibility. Before Jiang He's eyes, Tony directed the syringe towards his own body and, without hesitation, plunged it in. The serum slowly coursed through his system, transforming his physique. A wave of refreshing sensation enveloped him as the metamorphosis commenced at the cellular level. His muscles, blood, and bones underwent subtle alterations, leaving Tony feeling euphoric and tingling all over. Moments later, the transformation concluded. Wait for me, he exclaimed, hastening towards the restroom. As the byproducts of his bodily transformation circulated through his system and were expelled, Tony scurried awkwardly, one hand clutching his rear, his appearance quite comical. Upon his return to the laboratory, the astonishment and elation were still evident on his face. He had not even changed out of his slightly soiled casual attire before rushing to the array of instruments. JARVIS. Conduct a comprehensive scan of my bodily condition. Initiate the basic physical fitness assessment. Tony spoke with a rapidity akin to a bullet. Sir, your vital signs indicate an anomaly. Or rather, unprecedented vitality, JARVIS replied, infused with a hint of human-like astonishment. Jiang He stood by with arms crossed, observing with a smile, fully aware that the effects of Mighty Man No. 1 were far beyond a mere imitation of the super soldier serum. The first test was for speed. A specialized track unfurled across the laboratory floor. Taking a deep breath, Tony exploded into motion, his figure blurring as the rush of wind sent papers fluttering in the distance. Recording 100-meter speed, 21 seconds, JARVIS, calmly reported. Tony was momentarily taken aback, gazing at his legs as he returned. This is impossible. Captain's fastest record is 38 seconds. Next was the strength assessment. Tony approached a large tensile testing machine, gripping the handles with the intention of gradually increasing the load. "Shall I challenge 1 ton first?" He began, but before he could finish speaking, his arms instinctively yanked. Creak! The steel-forged apparatus emitted a jarring groan, and the securing bolts flew off in an instant. Tony released his grip, staring blankly at the deformed equipment. My apologies, J.A.R.V.S. I barely exerted any effort." "Understood, sir. Shall we move to the heavy-duty testing area?" In a specialized zone for testing armor propulsion, Tony faced a heavy hydraulic resistance machine. This time, he approached with greater seriousness, adopting the correct stance, and, with a powerful right punch, he struck. Boom! With a resounding crash and a shower of sparks. The test apparatus's readings soared, ultimately stabilizing at an astonishing 85 tons. The laboratory fell into a profound silence. Captain America's maximum punch strength was approximately 15 tons, a feat already at the limits of human capability. Yet, Tony's punch had nearly reached 6 times that of Captain America. Tony gasped for breath, gazing at his unscathed fist, and suddenly burst into laughter. "My goodness, Jiang, can you believe it? I feel just like Superman." Jiang He shook his head in resignation. "Superman? You still have a long way to go." The subsequent endurance tests were truly astonishing. Within the simulated extreme environment chamber, under conditions of high temperature, low temperature, hypoxia, and even radiation, Tony's physiological indicators remained remarkably stable. Most astonishingly, Jarvis detected that his cells were continuously generating a form of unknown energy radiation, capable of rapidly repairing certain microscopic damages. Theoretically, your body can now withstand a small explosion, survive in a vacuum for at least 10 minutes, and is immune to most toxins and pathogens, Jarvis concluded. As Tony exited the testing chamber, he looked at Jiang He with a complex expression. "This isn't just surpassing Captain. It's practically redefining humanity." Suddenly, he activated a dormant Mark suit, and, as the armor lunged toward him, with the excruciating sound of metal contorting, Tony shattered the suit's defenses with his bare hands. "It seems I need to upgrade the armor's materials," he mused, observing the remnants of the ruined armor in his hands. Shaking his head with a wry smile, "Pepper will undoubtedly say this was the most wasteful test in history." Finally, Jiang He spoke, his tone nonchalant. "I told you, I would make you formidable. How does it feel now?" Tony approached Jiang He, unusually serious. "Jiang, this technology is far too dangerous. If it were to leak, that's why I've only shared it with you. You should also know that the key factors involved cannot be produced under current conditions." Jiang patted him on the shoulder. "However, it seems you need to be cautious when wearing the armor. You wouldn't want to accidentally crush yourself." Tony laughed at this, but then his expression turned contemplative. Noticing this, Jiang He added, "As for the kind of formidable person you understood yesterday, you'll have to find Pepper to test that out. I won't be joining you." Tony shared a knowing smile, secretly resolving to demonstrate his prowess to Pepper that very night. After the test concluded, Jiang He departed, and Tony eagerly rushed to complete his final test. He swiftly returned to the seaside villa, where Pepper was watching the news, and pulled her into the bedroom. Reluctantly, Pepper sensed a great battle was about to ensue. However, she assumed it would be over in about 3 minutes, just like usual. Little did she expect. This time Tony seemed to wield strength akin to that of a toy. At times, he lifted her effortlessly, and while Pepper enjoyed the experience, she was puzzled by his immense power. Without wearing armor, how could he be so strong? In his grasp, she felt like a weightless doll, especially since just yesterday he had struggled with a 3-point shot. At that moment, Tony was exhilarated. He had finally risen, possessing strength and endurance, with his profound theoretical knowledge finally coming to fruition. How could this not be thrilling? As the battle raged on for hours, the humidity in the room increased significantly. Gazing at Pepper, who lay exhausted on the bed, clearly unable to resist any longer, Tony still had some energy left and was thoroughly pleased with the results of the test. "From today onward, Jiang is my best friend," he declared, before tenderly caressing Pepper and drifting into a deep slumber together. Chapter 17. Magic Jiang He felt immense satisfaction with the application of the superbrain, relishing the profound sense of fulfillment that knowledge brought him. However, this was merely the most fundamental use of the superbrain. After a 2-month respite, Jiang He and Wanda's relationship progressed significantly, blossoming into a romantic partnership. Following the New Year celebrations, it was time for Wanda to return to school. Seizing the moment, Jiang He drove Tony's limited edition sports car, making a grand entrance at the school gates. Passers-by marveled at yet another wealthy individual indulging in life's luxuries. While Wanda found herself somewhat overwhelmed by such ostentatious display, instinctively shying away from the envious or jealous gazes of onlookers. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang He resolved to seek out the Ancient One. As the supreme sorcerer, she would undoubtedly be aware of the variable that his arrival represented. It was conceivable that she had been observing him from nearby since his emergence, although not as overt as an observer. The Ancient One certainly possessed a penchant for clandestine surveillance. Focusing his thoughts, he pinpointed Kamartaj and instantly teleported to the teaching hall, where numerous sorcerers were practicing their spells. Upon his sudden appearance, they instinctively assumed defensive positions, ready to confront an intruder, including Mordo and Wong. At that moment, the Ancient One stepped forward to diffuse the tension, stating, "A guest has arrived. Mr. Jiang, let us converse inside." She opened a portal and emerged, prompting the others to lower their magical defenses and, under Mordo's guidance, continue their training in an orderly fashion. Jiang He followed the Ancient One into the inner courtyard, entering a quaint chamber reminiscent of the one where Doctor Strange first arrived in the original storyline. The Ancient One gestured for Jiang He to take a seat while instructing Wong to pour tea. "Esteemed sorcerer, I hope you do not take offense at my unannounced visit. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your presence here?" She asked. "Are you not aware?" Jiang He inquired, perplexed. "I had assumed you could foresee the future. Did the Eye of Agamotto not reveal my presence? It seems you possess considerable knowledge. However, since your emergence, the future related to you has become increasingly nebulous, making precise predictions unattainable. Furthermore, your existence appears to be unique, seemingly confined to this universe," the Ancient One stated calmly, though a curious expression flickered across her face. "I am intrigued to know from whence you came. I am afraid, sorcerer, that I cannot disclose that information. Nevertheless, I harbor no malice towards this universe. My intention in coming here is to explore the possibility of learning magic," Jiang He replied. The Ancient One pondered for a moment. Although she could not accurately foresee the future, she could discern its general trajectory and had long recognized that Jiang He posed no threat to this world. Otherwise, she would have intervened upon his arrival in New York. "Wong, please escort Mr. Jiang to the library. He is permitted to peruse any books he desires," she instructed. Wong hesitated, aware that the library contained numerous dark spells that could adversely affect one's psyche with excessive exposure. However, the Supreme Sorcerer had made her decision, and he felt compelled to refrain from further objections. "I can sense that Mr. Jiang's soul is remarkably strong. He should not be at risk of corruption," Wong conceded, nodding before leading Jiang He into the library. Once there, Wong donned headphones and began to leisurely browse through the texts. As Jiang He gazed at the room filled with books, he realized it was time to engage his intellect. With the harmonious collaboration of super speed and a super brain, the entire library resonated with the sound of fluttering pages. Even Wong, donned with headphones, could not escape the incessant noise. By the following morning, Jiang He closed the last of the hefty tomes on magic, a glimmer of understanding illuminating his eyes. The vast, ethereal knowledge had been entirely absorbed, organized, and comprehended by his extraordinary mind. He sought out Gu Yi and borrowed a mystical ring essential for opening spatial portals. Standing in the courtyard, he held his breath and focused. According to the texts and the model constructed by his superbrain, he needed to concentrate, vividly envisioning the target location in his mind, while simultaneously using the ring to trace a circle, guiding the energy of the Vishani to craft the portal. Locking his intention on the living room of his villa in New York, he traced his finger, and with a hum, a perfect portal shimmering with golden sparks materialized, as stable as if it had existed for ages. The scene before him was the familiar living room he knew well. Mo Du, observing nearby, displayed a flicker of astonishment. It had taken him several days to master this fundamental spell, yet Jiang He accomplished it in one attempt, and with such stability. Gu Yi smiled, seemingly unfazed. However, Jiang He furrowed his brow slightly. "Did you feel that?" Gu Yi inquired softly. "Yes," Jiang He nodded, dispersing the portal. "There was a gentle yet immense external energy responding to my call and shaping through the ring, forming a passageway. Is this the power of the Vishani?" "Indeed," Gu Yi explained. "The ring and gestures serve not only as guides, but also as constraints and symbols of a pact. They ensure that a mage can safely harness power without suffering backlash or becoming lost in the dimensions. Jiang He inspected the ring in his hand and shook his head. It's a sophisticated system, but it doesn't suit me. He acutely sensed that while invoking that external energy, his own boundless, star-like silver energy merely played a passive role in guiding and controlling, akin to an administrator rather than a source of power. This realization left him feeling uneasy, as though he were dancing with shackles, and ultimately, this energy was borrowed. Though I may not repay the Vishani, they cannot truly hold sway over me. I wish to wield my own power, he declared to Gu Yi, his enthusiasm palpable. I possess limitless energy. Why should I borrow? Gu Yi regarded him intently. This path has not been traversed by anyone. The nature of energy varies. Enforcing it may yield unpredictable consequences. The magical formulas are designed for dimensional energy. In other words, it's akin to inventing a new form of magic. I understand. Jiang He raised his hand, observing his fingertips. The foundational logic of energy manipulation is interconnected. The formulas can be perceived as programming code, while energy is akin to electricity. My superbrain should be capable of rewriting and adapting the code. Returning to the tranquility of the Villa's study, Jiang He embarked on his true research. He first attempted to invoke the magic required to open the portal solely through thought, without the ring or gestures, striving to replicate the spell in the air. In his inaugural attempt, a silvery energy surged from his fingertips, yet it resembled an errant current, darting chaotically through the air and producing crackling sounds. Not only was a portal absent, but even a stable spark failed to manifest. It was a failure. The energy output was excessively coarse, lacking the intricate structure characteristic of magic. The superbrain remained composed, meticulously analyzing and recording the events. He recalibrated his strategy and endeavored once more. This time, he exercised utmost caution in controlling the flow of energy, striving to weave it into the energy circuit of the teleportation spell imprinted in his memory. Silvery threads of light traced complex trajectories in the air, only to dissipate shortly thereafter. The energy attributes were repelled. The silver superhero's energy leaned towards physical reality stability, while magic incantations demanded a certain degree of spatial distortion and dimensional penetration. The complexity of the issues surpassed his initial expectations. It was not merely a matter of energy quantity, but rather an essential disparity. Like a device designed solely for direct current, forcibly connected to alternating current, it would remain inoperative regardless of sufficient voltage, potentially leading to catastrophic failure. Yet, Jiang He remained undeterred. His superbrain initiated full-speed operations, contrasting and analyzing the microscopic characteristics of the borrowed Washandi energy against his own, while simultaneously deconstructing the foundational runes and energy flow models of teleportation magic. If the existing codes were incompatible, he would discover the core algorithm and implement it anew in his own programming language. Days turned into weeks. Within the tranquil chamber, silvery light intermittently flickered and faded. Jiang He immersed himself in the microscopic realm of energy, perpetually experimenting, adjusting, and optimizing. He discovered that directly replicating magical runes was futile. However, he could decipher the effects these runes achieved at the dimensional level and then use his own energy to simulate those effects. For instance, a rune designed to stabilize spatial boundaries essentially emitted a specific energy frequency to reinforce the structure of reality. Jiang He did not need to inscribe that rune. He simply had to allow his energy to emit the identical reinforcing frequency. This required an exquisite level of control over energy, as well as a staggering computational load to adjust frequencies and structures in real time. Fortunately, he excelled in both areas. On the seventh day, Jiang He stood at the center of the tranquil chamber, closing his eyes. He was not adorned with a mystic ring, and his hands hung naturally at his sides. Under the guidance of his will, the silvery energy within him, akin to the core of a star, began to flow gently. No longer a brutish force, but sculpted into countless minuscule energy, runes imbued with specific spatial coordinate information and dimensional interference commands. These intangible runes were not fixed at a singular point, but rather rapidly assembled and arranged before him in an enigmatic array. With a soft hum, distinct from the golden sparks of Kamartaj, a door edged with a gentle silver glow emerged, its interior space rippling like water. Quietly, it opened before him. On the other side, the library of Kamartaj was vividly reflected, where Master Wang, cradling a stack of books, ambled by, seemingly sensing something, and turned back in astonishment. Success. This portal was entirely powered by his own silver superhero energy, mimicking the magical effect, yet its core was undoubtedly distinct. It has become remarkably stable, with energy consumption that is virtually negligible to him, entirely under his control, untainted by any external marks or contractual bindings. Jiang He, having dispersed the portal, wore a satisfied smile. He had finally discovered a path uniquely his own, drawing from himself as the source, guided by knowledge, and bridged by a super intellect and meticulous control, transforming extraordinary physical energy into a magical force capable of wielding the laws of the universe. This was no longer a mere borrowing. It was a creation, a pathway, exclusively his, that of a silver Superman magician, was now unfurled. Chapter 18. The primitive universe magic had become exceedingly transcendent. For instance, simply envisioning a target could manifest a portal right beside them. The portly character from Spider-Man could even locate Spider-Man from parallel universes. Learning magic afforded Jiang He numerous conveniences, with perhaps the most significant being a diversification of combat methods, or perhaps simply adding a touch of intrigue to life. Master Gu Yi, I wonder if I might gaze upon your eye of Agamotto. Jiang He held a keen interest in the precious stones of the Marvel Universe. Having one in his proximity, how could he not be tempted? This gem held the power to manipulate time. Who could resist such a lure? Certainly, as long as you assume the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme. I would be pleased to gift it to you. Gu Yi coaxed gently. Through his observations over the past few days, he noted that aside from Jiang He's temperament, which did not align with that of the Sorcerer Supreme, all else, including ability and talent, was remarkable, even lacking the typical shortcoming of low defensive capabilities often seen in sorcerers, leading him to feel that perhaps Strange was not the most exceptional after all. Yet, he was still quite satisfied with the future he had glimpsed through the eye of Agamotto concerning Strange. It remained uncertain whether Gu Yi had witnessed the scenes of the multiverse crisis he had instigated. Upon hearing this, Jiang He felt that he would have ample opportunities to toy with the Time Stone in the future, and promptly shook his head in gratitude for Master Gu Yi's teachings during this period, stating that he would no longer impose and bidding farewell. With that, Jiang He conjured a portal spell leading home, surrounded by flickering white sparks, emblematic of his unique magical energy. Farewell, everyone. Upon returning home, he began solidifying the knowledge gleaned from his books and developing new magic. In the process of crafting new spells, Jiang He conceived the notion of returning to the primitive universe. Host, I am here, and this system is at your service. The system jested. System, can I traverse back to the primitive universe? To the place before I arrived in the Marvel universe? Why not give it a try? However, consider carefully what might transpire upon returning to the primitive universe. This system cannot predict the outcomes. In any case, all consequences are yours to bear. With that, the system leapt back into Jiang He's body. Goodness, your words are rather alarming, Jiang He thought, suppressing his curiosity. Here, he was an omnipotent silver Superman. What if upon returning, his powers vanished, or some unforeseen circumstance arose? Yet, he had arrived in the Marvel universe clad in his abilities, and on the other side were his family, parents, and friends. While he thrived in this realm, his parents might very well be worried about him. Upon this realization, Jiang He resolved to enrich his intellect, aspiring to master the pinnacle of global technology. Thus, even if he were to return and find his abilities diminished or unable to return at all, he would still be regarded as a genius, free from concerns of sustenance. For instance, the so-called artificial intelligence and robots he encountered prior to his journey were the subject of jest online, with advertisements suggesting that households devoid of elderly individuals could order one to compensate for the absence of those in need of care. Artificial intelligence, as a robust system, would serve as an unparalleled aid, relieving any apprehensions. Regarding his capabilities, Jiang He decided to manufacture more of the Mighty One and the Reversal Serum, keeping them ready for unforeseen circumstances. Days later, with preparations complete, Jiang He had sought out Tony Stark, trading one Mighty One and a Reversal Serum for the latest arc reactor technology. They also discussed Wanda and her companion's arrangements, clarifying the entangled grievances among the three. Upon learning the details, Tony felt a profound sense of guilt, While he could not directly attribute the situation to himself, it was undeniably linked to his inadequate oversight. He assured Jiang He that he would address the matter diligently. With everything in place, Jiang He inquired, "System, are you prepared?" Laden with various items, including a ready-made reactor. He chuckled. "Are you suggesting I'm preparing to flee? Isn't it prudent to be ready? If I cannot return, I must thrive in that realm," he added. The system then indicated that it could open storage space for Jiang He's use. "Wait, why are you only revealing this capability now?" Jiang He exclaimed, incredulous at the convenience of such a feature that had not been disclosed earlier. "Could you provide me with a user manual?" he lamented. After transferring his gear to the system's space, Jiang He prepared to embark on his journey, attempting to conjure a portal with magic. Reflecting on his previous life, he found the portal reluctant to open. However, he was not surprised. This was merely an initial attempt. The true method lay within his own abilities. Thus, he activated his transdimensional powers. Unlike his prior journey across the Pacific, he distinctly felt a massive energy being siphoned from him. Approximately 90%, perhaps. Surely, the primordial universe would not inhibit magic? Moments later, Jiang He vanished from his location. Meanwhile, seated in meditation, the Ancient One furrowed her brow in perplexity. To her astonishment, she discovered that by utilizing the Eye of Agamotto, she could once again conduct precise observations of the future. Her suspicions were confirmed. In her visions of various potential futures, Jiang He's presence was notably absent, though his existence could still be inferred from the hazy images of the past. In the primordial universe, on Earth, within the confines of a dormitory that Jiang He recognized, he materialized with a swift motion. Immediately, he assessed his condition and found that his powers were intact. He then attempted to see if he could traverse back to the Marvel universe. With a sigh of relief, he sensed that he could indeed return, albeit at the cost of considerable energy. Fortunately, there is no need to revert to a state of suboptimal health. In today's society, who can claim to be entirely healthy? Issues such as inflammation, myopia, and general fatigue are prevalent. Jiang He, prior to his journey through time, could be considered a person beset by ailments, suffering from allergic rhinitis, pharyngitis, myopia, and a touch of weakness, all accompanied by the persistent presence of dark circles under his eyes. Although he appeared outwardly fine, his spirit and demeanor were notably disheartened. However, upon acquiring the powers of the Silver Superman, he experienced a veritable rebirth. His appearance remained strikingly handsome, but his skin, aura, and mental vigor underwent a remarkable transformation. Not merely a superficial change, but a complete rejuvenation. Should Jiang He ever lose his current physical prowess, he would recognize the adage that it is far easier to descend from modesty to luxury than to return from luxury to modesty. Thankfully, none of this had altered. Jiang He remained a Silver Superman. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the somewhat familiar yet altered arrangement of the room. Where was his computer? Had he inadvertently entered the wrong room? After scrutinizing the space, he confirmed the absence of anyone in the living room and hastily descended the stairs, emerging onto the street, where he realized he had not erred in his location. The reason for his presence in the dormitory was simple. It was the place he had inhabited the longest since commencing his employment, and thus, it was the most familiar to him. After all, the office was just downstairs, the cafeteria in between, and above was the dormitory, a configuration that allowed him to remain within a 30-meter radius of this triangular space for an entire week. Alas, he found himself without a mobile phone. His device from the Marvel Universe was incapable of functioning here. He resolved to return home to see if his belongings had been retrieved by his parents. Chapter 19. Homecoming. Utilizing his teleportation abilities, Jiang He appeared in a secluded corner near his home. His residence was situated in a small town within a third-tier city. Previously, his family had lived in the countryside, but they had relocated to town to facilitate his younger brother Jiang Feng's education, purchasing a modest second-hand house of approximately 70 square meters. Gazing at the door before him, Jiang He hesitated momentarily before rapping gently upon it. Moments later, the door swung open to reveal his brother, Jiang Feng. "Brother!" Jiang Feng exclaimed, astonished. "Wow, you're back. Where have you been? We thought you were missing. We even reported it to the police, but they couldn't find you." Jiang Feng's words tumbled out in a flurry, as he had been missing for over 3 months. Since Jiang He's disappearance, his colleagues had initially assumed he was merely on leave. However, after 2 days, their concerns grew as they began to bemoan their mounting workloads. When Jiang He's phone remained unreachable, they contacted his mother and, after extensive inquiries, ultimately confirmed that he had indeed vanished. Following this realization, they reported his absence to the authorities, and the wait for news stretched on for 3 long months. During this time, they pressed for updates, but to no avail. Jiang He's family was on the brink of despair, with the police informing them of the worst-case scenario, that he might have perished. Such a notion was unbearable for his family, as they believed Jiang He's life was just beginning. After 3 years of work, he had a home and a girlfriend, embodying a picture of happiness. In the case of Jiang He, a house lasts 30 years, a girlfriend is worth 300,000, and there seems to be no hope for career advancement. Under such circumstances, Jiang He has entertained the thought of giving up on life more than once. Recently, he even found himself plagued by an unknown ailment, which manifested as a sensation of impending death in the dead of night, prompting him to rush to the hospital for examinations that ultimately revealed nothing. The cyclical torment of those days was excruciating. His mother rushed over, enveloping him in a tight embrace, asking, "Where have you been? It's enough that you're back." Seeing his mother's haggard face filled Jiang He with a profound sense of guilt. He wished he had made the effort to return sooner, to spare her such worry. His father approached, glancing at him with glistening eyes, asking, "You're back?" As Jiang He stepped into the familiar confines of his home, he settled onto the well-worn sofa. Everything remained unchanged, yet he pondered how to explain his absence to his parents. His mother sat closely beside him, her hands trembling slightly with excitement. His father silently offered him a glass of warm water, his gaze betraying an unmistakable blend of concern and fatigue. His younger brother, Jiang Feng, squatted across from him, eyes fixed on him, as if fearing he might vanish once more. "Where have you been for the past 3 months?" His mother's voice quivered with emotion. "We couldn't reach you by phone, and your workplace said you hadn't shown up for days. We even reported you missing. I was nearly frantic." Jiang He felt 3 piercing gazes upon him, the weight of their expectations pressing heavily. He could not disclose his extraordinary experiences in the Marvel Universe. Such revelations would be too shocking and could invite unwelcome scrutiny, risking being regarded as mentally unstable. He needed a plausible, credible explanation that would quell their inquiries. Lowering his head to evade his mother-esque gaze, he unconsciously rubbed the warm cup in his hands and, with a voice tinged with hoarseness and fatigue, finally spoke. "I fell ill." The air in the living room seemed to freeze at those 3 words. His mother-esque grip tightened significantly. "Ill?" His father's tone grew serious. "What illness? Where did you seek treatment? Why didn't you inform us?" Taking a deep breath, Jiang He continued to weave the narrative he had meticulously crafted in his mind. "It's related to my mental health. The pressure was overwhelming, work, the house, and my relationship with Shaolin." He paused, feeling the warmth and tremor of his mother-esque hand. "That night, I felt utterly broken, as if I were on the verge of dying again, but this time it felt more severe. I was terrified that something might truly happen to me, and terrified of causing you worry." His voice grew softer, imbued with just the right amount of pain and shame. "In that moment, my mind was consumed by a singular thought. I had to escape, to find a solitary place to hide, lest I completely unravel. So, I took a leave of absence. Though I lied about it, turned off my phone, and went to a remote area in the neighboring province, checking into a small inn. During that time, I hardly ventured outside. I wanted no contact with anyone, merely existing in a daze." He lifted his head, his eyes deliberately reddened, and looked at his parents. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I know my actions were selfish and have caused you distress. However, at that moment, I truly found myself unable to restrain my impulses. I felt that if I did not flee, I might genuinely cease to exist." This blend of half-truths and fabrications magnified his past anxieties and feelings of impending doom, cleverly packaging them as the rationale for his disappearance. Mental health issues not only elucidated his absence, but also evoked his family's compassion rather than probing for deeper truths. In the context of this small town, such matters carried a certain clandestine quality that discouraged open discussion. As anticipated, his mother reacted accordingly. She embraced Jiang He tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Silly child. You're making your mother worry herself to death. If you encounter any obstacles, you must share them with the family. What would happen if something were to befall you while alone out there?" All her concerns and a hint of reproach transformed into a profound sense of fear and heartache. His father remained silent a bit longer, gazing deeply at Jiang He, as if his gaze could penetrate the surface. Jiang He nearly believed his father had discerned something. causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. Ultimately, however, his father merely sighed heavily, placing a firm hand on Jiang He's shoulder. "As long as you are back, everything else is inconsequential." This statement seemed directed not only at Jiang He, but also served as a declaration for his wife and younger son, implying that any future troubles must be communicated to the family. "Do you understand?" "Yes," Jiang He replied, lowering his head, a surge of guilt swelling within him. Deceiving those who care for him was a bitter experience. Generally, Jiang He was a man of few words, seldom engaging in conversation with his parents, which led them to believe that he faced no significant pressures in life. Yet, following his 2 meetings with Xiaolin's parents, his mother could not help but shed tears whenever the subject arose, lamenting that the conditions were not met and that they were unable to assist Jiang He. He felt helpless, as he had once anticipated stepping into the sacred bond of marriage with Xiaolin, only to find himself lacking the financial means. Nevertheless, Jiang He held onto a sense of resolve. Throughout their acquaintance, he had never deceived Xiaolin nor concealed the reality of his circumstances. He had inquired several times about the savings required for them to wed, yet had received no response. After both families met, Jiang He's mindset shifted entirely, as if everything that had once troubled him became insignificant. He yearned to escape, yet felt ensnared by an invisible shackle, as if both his body and soul were enslaved. "Brother," Jiang Feng approached, the excitement on his face replaced by concern. "Are you feeling better now?" "Much improved," Jiang He replied, snapping back to reality with a forced smile. "I took some time to recuperate and gradually came to terms with certain matters, which enabled me to return." His mother wiped her tears and sprang to her feet. "That's wonderful to hear. I'll go buy some groceries and prepare a splendid meal for you. Look at you. You've lost weight." Observing his son, who appeared robust with a noticeably vibrant demeanor, the family fell into contemplation. "Mother, I'll accompany you," Jiang He declared, standing up as well. He needed a moment to gather his emotions and to ensure that this return seemed as natural as possible. Walking down the familiar streets, his mother clung tightly to his arm, incessantly chattering about buying his favorite dishes, as if the 3-month void had never existed. The warm and tangible glow of the setting sun enveloped them. Jiang He gazed at the still fresh tear stains on his mother's cheek, his heart a tumult of emotions. That evening, after dinner, Jiang He took a moment to assess himself. His energy recovery was remarkably swift. Within a mere 10 days, he anticipated returning to his peak condition. While 3 months had elapsed in the real world, a year had passed in the Marvel Universe, suggesting a disparity in the flow of time between the two realms, with the primordial universe experiencing a slower passage. The following day, Jiang He visited the police station to finalize his case, then registered a new company named Mighty Tech. However, several cumbersome procedures remained incomplete. Perhaps he harbored an obsession with the name Mighty, as he intended to bring a small yet impactful surprise to this world, albeit gradually. To avoid startling them, he proceeded to the company, observing his former colleagues with a sense of nostalgia, reflecting on the capriciousness of life. Now, he felt liberated from all constraints, yet his former co-workers seemed unable to recognize him. Indeed, the transformation in his demeanor compared to the past was profound. It was only natural they would not identify him. Upon entering the HR office, he encountered a beautiful young woman. Jiang He had limited interactions with the company, having always been a peripheral figure. "Wei Jia, it's been a long time," he greeted. The HR staff, engrossed in her own tasks, looked up in surprise at the sudden appearance of this stranger, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment. "Who is this handsome fellow? He seems familiar, but... Wait, who are you?" A colleague nearby exclaimed, "Jiang He, the one who went missing." "Oh, Jiang He, I remember now." Wei Jia's eyes sparkled as she struggled to reconcile this man with her memories of him. After exchanging pleasantries, Wei Jia continued, "During your absence, the company appointed someone to fill your position. However, since your departure was voluntary, the company is likely..." Her tone carried a mixture of regret and sympathy. "Wei Jia, I'm here to process my resignation. How the company handles my departure is no longer a concern to me." With a resigned sigh, Wei Jia proceeded with the formalities of his resignation. Bidding farewell to his colleagues and leaving the group chat, Jiang He felt an unprecedented sense of relief, as if the non-existent collar around his neck had finally slipped away. As for Xiaolin, after discreetly observing her, he deemed further contact unnecessary. His 3-month disappearance had already altered many circumstances. Chapter 20. Mighty tech in the ensuing period. Jiang He diluted the first batch of Mighty and quietly began enhancing his family's physical constitution, rejuvenating his parents to appear a decade younger in a short span. Their friends attributed this transformation to Jiang He's return, believing that the couple had finally shaken off the heavy shroud of grief, marveling at the unexpectedly remarkable results. Jiang He intended to first resolve the matters concerning the company and patiently await the restoration of his energy before venturing into the Marvel Universe. Thus, with the assistance of the system, Jiang He acquired a formidable artificial intelligence, encapsulated within a cube-sized container resembling a computer server. Emanating a blue glow that exuded an aura of advanced technology, aptly named Xiaomeng. How about we refer to the system as Meng from now on? Do you think such a name is suitable for a girl? The system retorted indignantly. Greetings, master. Gazing at the adorable Xiaomeng, Jiang He grew increasingly fond of the name. With this tireless and exceptionally capable super steward at his disposal, Jiang He's entrepreneurial journey unfolded as smoothly as if he had activated a cheat code. Mandarin technology, he mused, finding it both simple and direct, immediately evoking a sense of strength. Jiang He stroked his chin, expressing his satisfaction with the name. Finally, your taste in naming aligns with your decisive action. The system's electronic female voice teased. Xiaomeng's efficiency perfectly embodied the essence of Mandarin. It accomplished all the registration processes for Mandarin technology at a dazzling speed and, under this company's banner, commenced operations that were understated yet remarkably effective. Recruitment notices quietly emerged on several specialized job platforms, offering generous conditions while maintaining an air of mystery regarding the company's background. All resume screenings and initial communications were conducted by Xiaomeng masquerading as a senior HR assistant. It could generate flawless virtual images in real time during video calls with candidates and performed in-depth analyses based on their micro-expressions and linguistic patterns, ensuring that the recruits were not only technically proficient but also reliable individuals capable of adapting to the unique pace of this distinct company. Once the company began to turn a profit and expand its scale, recruitment would be open to the general public. Jiang He assumed the role of a hands-off manager, spending his days accompanying his increasingly youthful parents while patiently awaiting the accumulation of energy sufficient to embark on the next Marvel journey. He directed a portion of the system as cutting-edge technological information towards the optimization of artificial intelligence applications, new battery energy sources, robotics, and a revolutionary data compression algorithm to Xiaomeng, forming the foundational technology of Mandarin technology. Additionally, he registered numerous cutting-edge technologies for patents, aiming to earn a wave of licensing fees. In essence, his directive was simple. Cuckoo, earn some money first. As for the methods, as long as they are legal, Xiaomeng, feel free to unleash your creativity. This statement became the guiding principle for Xiaomeng's actions. Consequently, almost unnoticed, a dark horse named Mandarin quietly emerged within the technology sector. Rather than unveiling groundbreaking products, Xiaomeng leveraged its astonishing data processing capabilities to undertake complex outsourcing projects for major tech companies and financial institutions. Whether it involved the daunting task of legacy code refactoring, the analysis of vast amounts of unstructured data, or the creation of highly precise financial market prediction models, Mandarin technology executed these tasks with speed and quality that far exceeded industry standards, all while offering highly competitive pricing. The fierce efficiency with which it solved problems swiftly garnered an impressive reputation and initial profits within a small professional circle. Simultaneously, Xiaomeng began engaging in precise, short-term operations within the global financial markets using these initial funds. Its analytical prowess transcends that of any supercomputer of this era, consistently capturing the subtlest market fluctuations with the precision of a calm, yet swift predator, silently reaping substantial profits within the digital forest. Capital expands rapidly like a snowball, amassing a formidable reservoir of funds for the next endeavors of the tech firm. Whenever Jiang He checks the company's accounts through the encrypted terminal, he is astonished by the rapidly ascending figures. He cannot help but exclaim to the system, "I must say, isn't our little enterprise a tad too formidable? At this rate, Forbes will surely need to dedicate a page just for me within a year. Please remain calm, host. This is merely a foundational operation," replies the system's electronic voice, tinged with an imperceptible pride. "In the name of our enterprise, it is only fitting that we possess commensurate strength." On this particular day, Jiang He leisurely basked in the sun on his home balcony, while his parents busied themselves, their radiant demeanor now a celebrated phenomenon among their social circles. His phone vibrated with an encrypted message from Xiaoming. Master, the first phase of our capital reserve target has been exceeded and a new office location has been secured. Based on our current technological reserves, I recommend initiating the development of physical products to establish a more robust industrial foundation and public influence for our firm. The preliminary directions include a beta version of the Mengren auxiliary design software aimed at vertical fields, as well as a prototype of the Mengren high-energy solid-state battery. A detailed plan has been drafted for your review. Jiang He briefly scanned the meticulously detailed proposal and yawned before replying, approved. Proceed with your endeavors. And inform me in advance if my signature is required. Remember our motto, one word, ferocity. Oh, and be sure to offer the employees a generous salary. 10 times the average market benefits. Having once been a worker myself, I understand the challenges faced by the ordinary person, and I intend to secure some well-deserved welfare for them. Understood, Master. Moreover, we have detected an unidentified force attempting to probe the company's core data through the internet. All efforts have been intercepted and traced back. Preliminary analysis indicates the involvement of a renowned international tech giant and an investment institution with a complex background. Countermeasures and disinformation programs have been initiated. Xiaoming's report maintained its usual calmness. Jiang He chuckled, unsurprised by the developments. The rapid rise of Xiaoming and Mengren technology would inevitably attract attention. It seems that while the tree desires tranquility, the wind persists. Xiaoming, engage with them. But exercise discretion. Do not overreach, Jiang He advised casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. He gazed at the sky, his vision seemingly penetrating the clouds to behold distant realms. The commercial landscape on Earth was merely the first step. His battlefield extended far beyond. Over a month passed, and Jiang He informed his parents of his company's establishment, transferring 1 million to them while expressing his intent to become increasingly occupied. He then bid them farewell and, after confirming subsequent matters with Xiaoming, activated the teleportation, vanishing from his location. Chapter 21. Return to Marvel with a swift motion. Jiang He materialized in Tony's seaside villa. His infatuation with Tony's residence was undeniable. The impression it left on him in Iron Man was astoundingly futuristic, evoking a profound sense of awe in his childhood, leading him to momentarily believe it was a documentary. Tony, I apologize for intruding once again, Jiang He remarked. Mr. Jiang, Tony Stark is not present in this building. Would you like me to inform you of his whereabouts? Jarvis inquired kindly. No need. I'm fine. I won't disturb him, Jiang He replied, and with that, he swiftly returned to the villa. Over 4 months had elapsed in the Marvel Universe. Upon returning home, Jiang He notified Wanda, who was outside. Upon hearing of his return, she hurried back, and the moment she saw him, she dashed into his arms. Where have you been these past few months? I missed you so much. After Tony shared your story with me, I thought you wouldn't come back, Wanda exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. She truly despised the idea of being alone in this world. Having found Jiang He, she was unwilling to lose him. Wanda, being someone who cherished emotions deeply, understood her feelings more clearly after Tony earnestly apologized for his past mistakes and elaborated on the complexities involved. She realized that her resentment towards Tony stemmed merely from the name Stark inscribed on the dormant bomb that had haunted her for years. In truth, her anger should have been directed at Obadiah and Hydra. As evidenced in Avengers, Age of Ultron, Wanda had only used Tony as an outlet for her frustrations. If she had genuinely believed Tony was responsible for her parents' deaths, she would have sought vengeance directly, rather than forgiving him and joining his cause. Tony's explanations allowed Wanda to refocus her intentions, dissolving the last remnants of doubt she harbored against Jiang He. As Jiang He gazed at Wanda's tear-streaked face, a wave of remorse washed over him. Just as he was about to speak, Wanda silenced him with her lips. What followed was an impending whirlwind of emotions. Observing Wanda's inexperienced yet eager demeanor brought a subtle smile to Jiang He's face. Don't you dare mock me, Wanda shyly protested. Seizing the moment, Jiang He took control, playfully maneuvering Wanda as he showcased a myriad of techniques. With her inexperience, Wanda found herself unable to resist. Within an hour, she was breathless, waving a white lace handkerchief in defeat. The room was enveloped in a hazy mist, the humidity rising as Jiang He looked at the disheveled Wanda. He shook his head gently, stroking her weary form until she succumbed to slumber. The following day, Wanda departed for work, despite Jiang He expressing that she need not do so. However, Wanda believed that engaging in work would better facilitate her integration into society. Jiang He shook his head and replied, "Very well, but remember not to overexert yourself." After Tony sought Wanda for an explanation, she revealed her desire for a job, not merely for social integration, but rather to avoid feeling useless beside Jiang He. Aware of Jiang He's formidable strength, she recognized her current incapacity to assist him. Hence she endeavored to better herself, hoping to accompany him more in the future. What a pure-hearted woman she is. From the original film, one can discern Wanda's profound regard for love. Alas, she fell for an artificial being, tragically struck down by Thanos, only to suffer further misfortune when dismantled by humans, and then witness her beloved's dismemberment. What would a normal person feel upon seeing their partner dismembered? I commend Wanda for restraining herself from violence in that moment. It is precisely due to Wanda's tumultuous emotional history that Jiang He declared, with a deceased father, a departed mother, and a shattered brother. Who will help her if I do not? Jiang He adamantly refused to allow Wanda to endure such tragedies. Upon his return home, Jiang He glanced at the news, where floating objects and global gravitational anomalies reminded him of the plot of Thor, The Dark World. Astonished, he surveyed the screen, then focused his mental energy to locate Jane. With a swift teleportation, he appeared near her in an unoccupied corner, where she, alongside her friends Darcy and a male intern, was closely examining the peculiar phenomena under the guidance of a group of children. Jiang He quietly slipped into stealth mode, carefully entering a state of concealment. It seems I have acquired a new ability, he mused. Thus, he closely followed Jane, knowing she would be led to a unique space where the ether was sealed, the very reality stone itself. Jiang He aimed to control it before it could infiltrate Jane's body. Though the reality stone held no utility for him, having arrived, he felt compelled to toy with it. As he trailed Jane through twists and turns, she suddenly vanished around a corner. Jiang He promptly pursued her, arriving at the other side of the anomaly, which was indeed the seal for the ether particles. In a stone pillar resembling an altar, Jiang He clearly observed streams of red particles swirling within. Exiting his stealth mode, he revealed himself, startling Jane Foster. However, upon seeing Jiang He in human form, she was not overly frightened, for otherwise, she might have thought she had been transported off Earth to encounter an extraterrestrial being. "Who are you?" Jane inquired softly. Jiang He paid her no heed, his focus entirely on the reality stone. As he extended his hand, the ether particles seemed to find solace, flowing toward his arm and entwining around it, their red glow pulsating. Jiang He's biological field constantly adhered to his surface, rendering it evident that the ether particles could not penetrate, but could only circulate upon his exterior. The river was not intimidated by the ethereal particles, so it withdrew part of the biological force field and relaxed its arms. At that moment, the ethereal particles slowly permeated the river's arms, and the river could sense that with a mere thought, it could either command the ethereal particles to leave or expel them directly from its body. "Let us depart from here." With that, the river led Jane back outside, where a throng of police had arrived, declaring the area to be private property and promptly dispersing the crowd. Thor, the god of thunder, had also arrived, having noticed Jane's disappearance after the Rainbow Bridge had been repaired for some time. Curious about the legendary deity and the wondrous realm of Asgard, the river gazed at Thor, wondering if it would be even more magnificent than depicted in the films. After Jane had delivered 2 sharp slaps to Thor, the river stepped forward to greet him. "Thor, long time no see." "Ah, you're here as well, Jiang. Is there some danger afoot?" "I can assist." Thor eagerly engaged in conversation with the river, introducing Jane to the river's heroic deeds during the battle in New York, eager to shift away from the previous topic to avoid further repercussions. Seeing that Jane was unharmed, Thor prepared to take his leave, but the river halted him, saying, "Just now, Jane and I entered a mysterious space, which seems to be sealing something." The river then summoned the ethereal particles, manifesting a reality-bending ability. However, this power required a modicum of energy from the river. Given the river's high energy level, it needed only to infuse a slight amount of energy to materialize a complete city. Yet, without the support of energy, This manifestation could only endure for a minute before vanishing. With the river's prowess, it could easily withstand greater depletion, but even so, it was challenging to keep the consumption from outpacing the recovery. Thor observed this and found the substance somewhat familiar. Over the course of 15 centuries, Thor's knowledge and insight were far more profound than his simple demeanor suggested. Chapter 22. Asgard, what is this? Thor gazed at the extraordinarily wondrous ethereal particles swirling around the river's arm, momentarily at a loss. Just as Thor reached out to touch them, a surge of energy abruptly repelled him, causing him to stagger backward. Thus, Thor regarded the river with solemnity, saying, "I'm unfamiliar with this object. Perhaps you could accompany me to Asgard. My father may recognize it." The river thought to itself, a plan well executed. It had intended to visit Asgard all along, and this was an opportune moment. Consequently, Thor summoned Heimdall to activate the Rainbow Bridge, taking Jane and the river to Asgard. A surge of energy enveloped the three of them, leaving a circular imprint adorned with intricate patterns on the ground. In this manner, they swiftly arrived in Asgard. Upon their arrival, the river beheld Heimdall, standing with his sword, exuding majesty and solemnity. It seemed that among all in Asgard, only Heimdall bore a serious countenance. As if he were at work, the river pondered and began to survey the surroundings. Before it lay a dazzling spectacle, with a floating platform beneath, its feet shimmering with a faint golden luster, akin to delicate halos flowing through the cracks of stone, as if fragmented stars had been embedded within. Before Jiang He could fully absorb the scenic beauty before him, he found his breath stolen by a vision further afield. The entire realm of Asgard floated majestically in the cosmos, its edges adorned with breathtaking waterfalls cascading into the abyss. Gazing towards the end of the Rainbow Bridge, a magnificent golden palace shimmered brilliantly under the sun, its towering spires piercing the clouds, while the gems embedded at their peaks twinkled like stars. The palace appeared as though it were sculpted from liquid gold, emanating an enigmatic luster. Even more astonishing were the countless floating mountains encircling the palace, from which waterfalls cascaded, transforming mid-air into crystalline droplets that chimed melodiously. Jiang He was overwhelmed with emotion. Was this not the essence of power? To witness the infinite beauty of the universe. "Welcome to Asgard." Heimdall's deep voice roused Jiang He from his reverie. The enormous sword in his hand remained embedded in the control console, its engravings intertwined with the energy veins of the Rainbow Bridge. Thor proudly patted Jiang He on the shoulder, saying, "Follow me. Father awaits you in the Golden Palace." They embarked on the long bridge leading to the palace, its surface composed of transparent energy, revealing the vast expanse of the starry cosmos beneath their feet. With each step Jiang He took, ripples danced across the starlit sky, as though he were treading upon the Milky Way itself. Flanking them stood sentinels clad in golden armor, their long spears radiating a chilling brilliance. Jian could not help but whisper in awe, "I feel as though I am in a myth." Jiang He replied, "It is not a matter of feeling. You are already in a myth." Just as they were about to enter the grand hall of the Golden Palace, a series of luminous streaks suddenly traversed the sky. Jiang He looked up to see several uniquely shaped spacecraft gliding through the clouds, their hulls intricately carved with runes, and their wings resembling those of majestic eagles. "Those are the Valkyries' training fleet," Thor explained, "the finest warriors of Asgard." Suddenly, a resounding horn echoed from deep within the palace, and the heavy doors began to creak open. A cascade of radiant light spilled forth, revealing Odin seated upon a distant throne, the eternal spear Gungnir resting beside him, exuding an aura of formidable power. Just as Thor was about to step forward, he noticed Jiang He standing still, his gaze captivated by the palace's dome, where a colossal golden tree shadow floated, its branches stretching across the skies of Asgard, each leaf seemingly cradling a world of its own. Jiang He murmured to himself, lost in thought. At that moment, Odin slowly opened his single eye, its gaze like lightning, and chastised Thor for bringing a mortal to Asgard. Though Thor harbored a hint of selfishness, the circumstances were compelling, and the aged Odin chose not to elaborate further. After Thor explained the situation to Odin, the latter turned his attention to Jiang He. Thor nodded towards Jiang He, who then summoned ethereal particles to swirl around his arm. Odin's singular eye narrowed slightly, a complex array of emotions, surprise, gravity, and a barely perceptible wariness, flashing across his expression. Rather than inquiring about Jiang He's origins, he pointed directly at the crimson substance before him. Odin's voice resonated throughout the grand hall, deep and imbued with power. I had glimpsed its depiction in ancient records, the shadows of it on murals from the dawn of the cosmos. A primal, perilous existence. He rose slowly from his throne, descending the steps with deliberate grace. The handle of Gungnir struck the ground with a sharp, resonant sound, each step echoing in the hearts of those present. He halted a few paces away from the flowing ether, his gaze intensely fixed upon it. In an era predating the history of Asgard, the Dark Elves sought to plunge the universe into eternal darkness, wielding this very force. Odin spoke with measured cadence, each word laden with gravity. It was known as ether particles, fundamentally distinct from ordinary matter and energy. It was the remaker of reality. The remaker of reality? Thor furrowed his brow, repeating this unfamiliar term. Indeed, Odin's gaze finally shifted from the ether particles to Thor's face, scrutinizing him. It was not a destructive force like a weapon. Its power was more elemental, more terrifying. It could transmute matter into dark matter, whimsically alter the laws of physics, and distort reality itself according to the will of its possessor. Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, had once attempted to harness it during the Convergence, seeking to return the 9 realms to endless darkness. His words unveiled an ancient and dreadful secret. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop in response to this history. It is not a physical entity, nor can it be destroyed, Odin continued, his gaze once more drawn to the flowing deep crimson. It can only be concealed, hidden in a corner unknown to all. But now, with the Convergence approaching, the celestial bodies of the 9 realms align, the boundaries of space becoming indistinct, allowing it to be discovered. He paused, casting a meaningful glance at Thor. Father, how then shall we extract it and reseal it? Thor inquired with great concern. Odin shook his head, his expression more serious than ever. This is no simple task. The ether particles are intricately linked to their host, or vessel, as it were. They not only drain the host's vitality, but also, to some extent, protect them. Forcing a separation may yield catastrophic consequences. They possess their own will, a primordial and chaotic will. He raised his hand as if to touch the ether particles from afar, yet ultimately let it fall. His gaze towards Thor was laden with complex meaning. Young man, what you bear is not merely a weapon or energy. You carry a cornerstone of the universe, an ancient power capable of rewriting reality. Odin's words hung in the air like a final judgment, reverberating throughout the Golden Hall, revealing the true essence of the ether particles and the imminent crisis. The red luminescence on Thor's arm, under Odin's description, appeared increasingly sinister and burdensome. Wait, is it truly that difficult to separate? Thor remarked, lifting his hand and effortlessly extracting the ether particles from his body, enclosing them within a biological force field. Odin was momentarily taken aback, his expression freezing in that instant. The flowing, lifelike, deep crimson energy gently and seamlessly peeled away from the skin of the river, coalescing into an irregular, slowly swirling orb of liquid energy, as if enveloped by some transparent substance, cradling it securely in the palm of the river, severing all connections to the outside world. The grand hall fell into an eerie silence, interrupted only by the faint hum of unknown energies coursing through the depths of the Golden Palace. Clearly, Thor lacked his father's composure. His blue eyes widened, darting between the isolated ether particles in the river's palm and Odin's rare display of discomposure, the stark contrast momentarily clouding his thoughts. Almost involuntarily, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with pure confusion and a hint of frustration from misleading information. Father? Did you not just say that this entity is intricately linked to its host, making it exceedingly difficult to separate, and that forced attachment could lead to catastrophic consequences? Thor's voice echoed through the Golden Hall, each word striking like a tiny hammer against Odin's currently fragile authority. Odin's Adam's apple seemed to shift, and he inhaled deeply, striving to re-establish the regal presence of the All-Father. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the river's serene visage. He spoke in a deeper tone, tinged with a suppressed astonishment. How did you accomplish this? His singular eye bore into the river, as if attempting to see through him entirely. Ether particles embody the laws of reality, impervious to mere ordinary forces. What is that barrier you possess? In this moment, Odin no longer regarded the river solely as an accidental vessel for ether particles, but as an enigmatic and formidable individual that exceeded his comprehension and expectations. Chapter 23. The Invasion of the Dark Elves in an Unknown Realm of Darkness. A spaceship resembling a razor blade floated silently. Within its stasis pod, a dark elf with a pale face and blue eyes awakened as the pod slowly opened. He was Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves. As the celestial convergence, occurring once every 5,000 years, approached, phenomena of spatial distortion began to manifest across various worlds. The Dark Elves sought to dominate the realms, intending to plunge the 9 realms into endless darkness using ether particles during this cosmic event. In the frigid, shadowy homeland of the Dark Elves, Svartalfheim, Malekith awakened and returned with his army to Alfheim, plotting the invasion of Asgard. In the last great battle, the Dark Elf race had been defeated by the forces of Asgard and stripped of their perilous weapons by Bor, Odin's father. Such dangerous weapons were deemed worthy of extermination, a sentiment echoed by Bor, who, despite employing every method, was unable to destroy the ether particles and was forced to conceal them in a hidden location. However, as the celestial convergence neared, they were fortuitously discovered by Jane. Was it truly mere coincidence? In Vanaheim, a world perpetually shrouded in twilight, the echoes of ancient and weighty footsteps reverberated through the air. Malekith set foot upon the cold, shattered soil of his homeland, his porcelain-like visage devoid of any joy of return, bearing only the weight of 5 millennia of hatred and frost. His azure eyes, akin to the cold flames flickering in an abyss, swept across this desolate and silent abode. Once a realm of darkness, it had been annihilated by the brilliance of Asgard. Behind him loomed the silent yet formidable army of dark elves, clad in armor as somber as the night, wielding weapons capable of unleashing annihilating energy. The small assault vessels piloted by his kin hovered silently in the low sky, surrounding their mothership like phantoms. The air was thick with a stifling exhilaration, a yearning for vengeance and a return to darkness. Malekith extended his pallid hand, sensing the subtle ripples in the fabric of space. The convergence of celestial bodies intensified. The borders of the 9 realms began to peel away like old wallpaper, merging into one another. He could feel the long-lost child of etheric particles calling out to him from some distant corner of the cosmos. The voice of Malekith resonated low and hoarse, as though emanating from the depths of a tomb. Your bloodline shall witness firsthand how the darkness you have endeavored to bury will consume the light you so proudly cherish. He lingered not in Vanaheim. It was merely a starting point, a bastion for gathering strength. His sights were firmly set on the resplendent realm of Asgard, which arrogantly floated at the pinnacle of the 9 realms, shimmering with golden light. However, at this juncture, the rivers were coincidentally graced by a visit to Asgard, sealing the fate of the Dark Elves in failure. Asgard, with its opulent golden halls and the radiant Bifrost Bridge, stood magnificent. The warriors of the Celestial Palace remained steadfastly loyal to their realm, blissfully unaware of the ancient blade that stealthily approached. Malekith's tactical essence lay in the element of surprise. He understood the formidable nature of Asgard's defenses, recognizing that a direct assault would incur heavy costs. Thus, he devised a dual strategy. While the assault vessels engaged Asgard to divert Odin's attention, the cursed warriors, masquerading as captives, would infiltrate from within. At that moment, Odin would find himself overwhelmed, and the etheric particles would be within reach, perfectly executed. The Dark Elf clan capitalized on the spatial turmoil wrought by the cosmic convergence. A fleeting rift at the fringes of Asgard emerged as the ideal entry point for the Dark Elf fleet. Under Heimdall's determined blockade, the cloaked assault vessels revealed their true forms, swiftly darting into Asgard. As the first of the obsidian warships tore through Asgard's azure sky like a wraith, alarms shrieked in a dismal wail, but it was already too late. Dozens of small assault ships surged forth like a lethal swarm, charging towards the Golden Palace and the city. The crimson energy beams they unleashed were no mere explosions. They bore the essence of matter annihilation. Structures and vessels of Asgard, upon impact, vanished as if erased, leaving behind gaping, jagged wounds. Chaos erupted in an instant. The warriors of Asgard valiantly charged at the invaders, swords and energy weapons clashing and igniting brilliant flashes of light. Malekith's foremost objective was not to engage in skirmishes with mere foot soldiers. but to reach the throne of Odin deep within the Golden Palace, along with the ethereal particles he sensed in that direction. He personally led his most elite forces, like a black dagger piercing the heart of Asgard. The resistance encountered along the way was fierce, yet the conviction for vengeance and the yearning for darkness propelled Malekith's might beyond the ordinary. With a mere wave of his hand, he unleashed dark energy that sent the warriors attempting to obstruct him flying. Meanwhile, the cursed warriors erupted from their prison, effortlessly breaching the magical barriers and releasing a number of inmates, intending to sow further chaos in Asgard. However, Loki was not among them. After locking eyes with Loki for 3 poignant seconds, the cursed warrior recognized that this prisoner was not one to be exploited, and then turned to step outside. "You might want to take the left staircase." Loki inexplicably directed the cursed warrior, unaware that this path led directly to the Great Hall. If he had known that Frigga was also in the hall, he certainly would not have uttered such words that he would later regret. Within the majestic hall of the Golden Palace, Malekith confronted the well-prepared Asgardian forces, with Queen Frigga standing resolutely at the forefront. Grasping her long sword, her gaze unwavering, a formidable barrier of magic formed around her. "Dark Elf, your ambition was shattered 5,000 years ago, and it shall not prevail today." Frigga's voice echoed through the hall. Malekith sneered, "Queen, the era of light monopolizing the world must come to an end." At that moment, Jiang He had entered a state of invisibility, intending to wait for the opportune moment. Should the queen falter as in the original tale, he would then lend his aid. Just then, Algarim, his most loyal subordinate and one of the cursed warriors he had selected, arrived at the hall's entrance. The battle between Frigga and Malekith did not unfold in cataclysmic spectacle. Rather, it was a dance of glimmering blades, the clash of cold steel. To Jiang He's astonishment, Frigga, wielding a dagger, managed to gain the upper hand. "Is this the same Frigga you claim to be the mightiest sorceress?" Jiang He mused, realizing that Loki's penchant for daggers likely stemmed from this very queen. At that moment, Queen Frigga had Malekith in a tight grip, the dagger poised against his throat. Simultaneously, a cursed warrior charged forward, restraining Frigga by her neck. His long sword aimed directly at her back. It seemed the narrative was unfolding as expected. As Jiang He's voice fell, he appeared beside Frigga in an instant, pinching the blade between 2 fingers, rendering it immovable no matter how much force was exerted. The cursed warrior, astonished, quickly released Frigga and prepared to engage Jiang He with full force. Just then, Thor arrived, having rushed to the scene. Upon entering, he witnessed the bull warrior, with horns adorning his helmet, thus named, attacking Jiang He. Thor hurled his hammer, only to be taken aback when the seemingly invincible hammer was swatted away by the bull warrior's punch. Consequently, Thor charged in, unleashing a flurry of punches. But the outcome found him pinned against the wall, overwhelmed. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang He took control of the battle, directly restraining the cursed warrior and pulling him back, granting Thor his long-awaited moment to catch his breath. "Come, bull warrior, face me." Yet, the bull warrior was reluctant to engage with Jiang He, despite his struggles. He found himself unable to break free. He recognized that the individual before him was beyond his capability to defeat, and on the contrary, could easily end his life. In that moment of despair, the bull warrior drew a grenade from his waist and detonated it. This grenade possessed the power to unleash a force akin to that of a black hole, albeit with a limited radius of approximately 1 meter. Anyone caught within its grasp would surely meet their demise. Jiang He, however, harbored no intention of evading the blast. Having ascended to the silver grate, he felt no trepidation towards a black hole. Within the blast radius of the black hole grenade, Jiang He experienced the chaotic tug of the distorted gravitational field. Nevertheless, the only one drawn into its vortex was the bull warrior, whose body was torn apart in a disjointed manner, compressed to an unimaginable degree, resulting in a death that was undeniably excruciating. Jiang He, standing amidst the chaos, felt the gravitational pull increase slightly around him, yet he experienced no discomfort, even as his garments bore witness to the contrary. Freya, observing the formidable Jiang He, became intrigued by his extraordinary strength. How could a mere mortal possess such power? Yet, as she beheld Jiang He's disheveled state, torn asunder by the black hole, her cheeks flushed, her heartbeat quickening. Had it not been for the recent battle, she would have eagerly examined his chiseled physique up close. "Curse it!" Jiang He exclaimed, initially intending to test his physical resilience by deliberately shielding himself from biological fields. He had not anticipated this turn of events, and in an instant his super speed manifested, altering his attire. Equally astonished was Malekith, who had been fortunate enough to avoid direct confrontation with Jiang He. He had intended to join the bull warrior in attacking Jiang He, but upon witnessing the latter's inability to mount any resistance, a survival instinct arose within him. With the ether gone, he thought there would be no next time. Losing his life would mean the end of everything. He turned to escape through a window, but Jiang He had already taken note of him. Under the veil of the biological field, Malekith found himself rooted in place, effectively rendered a mere puppet. "Mother, are you unharmed?" Thor rose, anxiously looking towards Freya. The battle had concluded too swiftly. Just as he found a moment to breathe, their enemies vanished without a trace. "Jiang He, I am grateful for your presence. Otherwise, I fear." Freya did not display the level of astonishment one might expect. The Freya from the original narrative had evidently foreseen her impending demise. Yet why had they not sought to save themselves? Perhaps she believed her sacrifice could bridge the rift between the two brothers? Upon hearing her words, Thor swiftly expressed his gratitude to Jiang He, declaring him to be his dearest friend henceforth. Chapter 24. The celebration feast with Malekith captured. The Dark Elf clan fled in disarray. Among those who arrived late were not only Thor, but also Odin, wielding the divine spear Gungnir, who hurriedly approached Freya. As the king of gods, he was acutely aware that his queen had endured a harrowing ordeal, and a wave of dread washed over him. Given that his own time on earth was drawing to a close, the thought of witnessing his beloved Freya depart before him was a torment beyond measure. "I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. Henceforth, you shall be the most esteemed guest of Asgard." Odin, with a heart full of gratitude, no longer harbors disdain for mortals. "You are too kind, your majesty," Jiang He courteously replied, his demeanor neither obsequious nor arrogant. "Asgard must extend the highest courtesies to our esteemed guest," Odin commanded. "Let us celebrate this evening with a grand feast." After issuing his orders, he approached Malekith. "Malekith, you shall pay the price for your actions today." With that, two divine warriors accompanied Odin as they escorted Malekith to the dungeon. Within the dungeon, an eerie emptiness prevailed. The cell that had confined Loki was also breached, allowing Loki to escape amidst the chaos, vanishing without a trace. With the battle concluded, the people of Asgard, reveling in victory, were filled with exuberance. They were oblivious to the reasons behind the war's end, only aware of their valiant counterattack that repelled the Dark Elves. The Asgardians, who inherently revered strength, perhaps found themselves mildly shaken by the conflict that had dared to intrude upon their serene domain. After all, foes bold enough to assault Asgard were a rarity, appearing but once in millennia. Even though the battle had wrought some losses, it could not dampen their revelry in triumph. As night descended, the golden palace of Asgard offered Jiang He a fresh perspective, the knight's mythology imbued with an enchanting charm. "Asgard is rather splendid," he mused, "but I must ensure that Surtur does not bring ruin during Ragnarok." However, did saving Asgard imply that it belonged to him? Jiang He pondered, when suddenly Thor soared towards him, hammer in hand. "Come, the feast is about to commence." Jiang He nodded and followed Thor to the grand hall. The banquet hall was lavishly adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies, creatures that flew, ran, swam, and grew from the earth, accompanied by an impressive selection of fine wines that dominated the hall. The Asgardians' fondness for libations was evident from this magnificent display. As Odin firmly planted his spear, Gungnir, upon the ground, the resonating sound echoed throughout the banquet hall, instantly quieting the exuberant Asgardians. Today is a day to be commemorated. Here, Asgard has once more thwarted the Dark Elves' machinations and rescued the Nine Realms. "Rejoice, warriors!" A thunderous cheer erupted within the hall. After a moment's pause, Odin struck the ground once more with Gungnir and proclaimed, "We also welcome Asgard's most esteemed guest, Jiang He, who displayed extraordinary prowess in this battle, turning the tide with his valor and earning the respect of Asgard. Thor, by the authority of the Allfather, Jiang He may select 2 treasures from the Asgardian vault." Thor, momentarily taken aback, smiled and nodded at Jiang He. The treasures of Asgard were legendary, and Odin's allowance for Jiang He to choose freely signified a gratitude that was far from mere words. Observing the serene banquet scene, Odin continued, "The feast begins." Instantly, The atmosphere within the banquet hall erupted into a more vibrant exuberance than before, with glasses clinking passionately, the sound of shattered cups resonating like a continuous echo. The four valiant warriors of Asgard, including Thor, the best of friends, possessed remarkable drinking capacities. Initially, they smashed cups, but soon resorted to embracing barrels of ale, drinking half while spilling the other half, relishing in a manner that seemed to convey, "I can do that too," for no one truly cared whether one finished their drink. After reveling in merriment with the others, Thor approached a table occupied by Earthlings, Jiang He and Jane. At first, the Asgardians cast curious glances, engaging in small talk with Jiang He, but gradually the crowd dispersed, each seeking their own amusement. Thor noticed Jane gazing at him, her eyes seemingly bleeding with unspoken words, as if to say, "Having been away from me for so long, you claim to be busy, yet I suspect you are reveling every day without me." Thor made his way to Jane, initiating their sweet interaction. Amidst the deafening cheers and the clinking of glasses, the atmosphere of the banquet reached its zenith. Yet, within this cacophony threatening to lift the roof, the warrior Sif, who had just been drinking with Thor, felt as if she were on a silent island. Her gaze pierced through the raucous crowd, locking onto a corner of the hall. There, Thor was engaged in hushed conversation with his beloved Jane Foster, whom he had brought back from Midgard. Thor's broad shoulders nearly enveloped Jane entirely. He bowed his head, his eyes focused and tender, a demeanor that Sif had never experienced from him. Jane occasionally covered her mouth with laughter, prompting Thor to smile in return, his strong arm naturally draping over her shoulder, creating an intimate atmosphere that formed an invisible barrier, isolating them from the outside world. Sif felt as if her heart was being tightly squeezed, a mix of bitterness and heaviness weighing upon her. Abruptly, she averted her gaze, lifting the large metallic cup before her, as big as her face, and tilted it back, gulping it down fervently. The mead, a specialty of Asgard, was rich and full-bodied, yet at that moment, all she could taste was its bitterness. Sif slowed down. Vandal noticed her distress and attempted to intervene. However, Sif remained deaf to his concern. She forcefully pushed his hand away, her eyes resolute yet vacant, and drank even more urgently. The golden liquid cascaded down her graceful jawline, soaking her breastplate. As she emptied her cup, she slammed it onto the table with a thud, exclaiming to the server, "Bring me another barrel." The surrounding cheers, clinks of glasses, and laughter became excruciatingly jarring to her ears. No longer glancing in Thor's direction, she fixed her attention entirely on the drink before her. 1 cup, 2 cups. She mechanically repeated the motions of pouring and swallowing, attempting to extinguish the flames of jealousy and disappointment that burned deep within her. Her cheeks flushed with an unusual hue, and her gaze began to waver. Volstagg and Hogan attempted to coax her into joining their wrestling game, only to be met with her impatient dismissal. Clutching a sizable barrel of ale, she unsteadily made her way to a stone pillar, leaning against it as she slid down to sit. He did not even cast a glance in my direction. She mumbled indistinctly, her voice drowned amidst the cacophony of the crowd. Uncontrollable images of countless battles fought alongside Thor surged through her mind. Moments she believed to hold a unique bond, now appearing so pale in comparison to Thor's unabashed tenderness towards Jane. The alcohol had thoroughly dismantled her reason and the dignity of a warrior. She raised the barrel, pouring the crisp liquid over her head like the wild warriors beside her. The icy sensation jolted her momentarily, but she was soon engulfed by a more intense inebriation. Her golden hair clung wetly to her cheeks and neck, and her ornate armor was stained with liquor, rendering her a pitiful sight. How absurd! A mere mortal from Midgard, she scoffed, her voice tinged with a sob. Why would Thor choose her? Sif mumbled, swaying as she stood, her gaze hazily scanning the raucous banquet hall. Ultimately, she fixed her eyes on a solitary figure standing by the balcony, a distinguished guest from Asgard, Jiang He. At that moment, Jiang He was savoring Asgard's fine wine, while also discreetly stashing some away, indulging in the delightful experience. She stumbled over, grasping Jiang He's arm. "You, Midgardian." Jiang turned, surprised to see the intoxicated warrior woman. "Lady Sif, are you all right?" "Why?" Sif's voice quivered, her disheveled golden locks brushing against her flushed cheeks. "Why would Thor choose her? A mortal? While I have stood by his side through countless battles for centuries." Jiang He regarded her with calmness. Feelings do not adhere to hierarchy, Lady Sif. Sif continued to murmur, her voice dwindling, her body beginning to sway. Jiang He promptly supported her. You are drunk. Allow me to escort you back to rest. No. Sif suddenly became animated, tears shimmering in her eyes, resolute. If he does not cherish her, others will. She leaned closer to Jiang He, her breath reeking of alcohol. You saved Asgard. You are a hero. Am I not beautiful? Jiang He, feeling helpless, lifted the incessantly murmuring Sif and sought a resting place. Unsure of her residence, he opted for a grassy knoll on a breathtaking cliff, laying down a blanket he had fortuitously acquired, intending to enjoy the scenery while keeping an eye on Sif. Just as he set her down and prepared to leave, Sif suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Chapter 25. The Treasury Sif, in a frenzy of emotional release, spared no effort in her verbal tirade, though it was somewhat crude, lacking any finesse. Jiang He showed no desire to evade this unexpected affection, listening to her call out Thor's name, feeling a peculiar sensation awaken within him, as if some strange inclination were stirring. The silvery light bathed the ground, and in that moment, Sif and Jiang He found themselves in a harmonious exchange, markedly different from the valiant Valkyrie on the battlefield. Two charming blushes graced her fair cheeks, resembling ripe peaches, alluring and ripe for the picking. The battlefield grew increasingly chaotic, and that pair of usually sharp, eagle-like emerald eyes was now veiled in a layer of misty allure. In their fleeting glances, the once bold spirit had softened, revealing a rare and unguarded sensuality. Her gaze seemed to silently convey a myriad of emotions, tinged with madness, laced with defiance, and imbued with an enticing invitation. As the battle commenced, the finely crafted silver armor, a symbol of honor, clung to her proud form, gleaming under the silvery light, accentuating the powerful and graceful curves forged through countless battles. Her ample bosom rose and fell with her slightly hurried breaths, while her slender yet strong waist appeared even more graceful beneath the armor's embrace. Her long legs stood straight, rendering her a masterpiece sculpted by divine hands. However, Jiang He was not in the mood to admire art. Instead, he scrutinized its essence, prompting Sif to lower her defenses. Her crimson lips parted slightly, her voice, tinged with intoxication, sounded even huskier and softer than usual, carrying an alluring lilt. What do you see? In that moment, the valiant female warrior shed all pretense, revealing a raw, powerful, and sensual beauty. Jiang He had to concede that the Sif before him possessed a captivating allure potent enough to quicken the pulse of any ordinary man, especially in this unnoticed corner, enveloped in an ambiguous atmosphere woven from the dim night and the haze of wine. The world trembled as delicate moans echoed from a cliff in Asgard, faint and almost inaudible. Strange, I did see them heading this way, thought Freya, the goddess, as she observed Jiang He carrying the intoxicated Sif toward the cliff. She intended to guide him and repay her debt of gratitude, but had yet to encounter them. Odd. Why does the air grow more humid as I proceed? Freya pondered, drawing closer to the cliff. Just as she contemplated turning back, a series of soft moans reached her ears, piquing her curiosity. Stealthily, she approached the source of the sound, concealing her form behind a patch of grass, peering through with bated breath. Is that Jiang He? Instantly, Freya's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she felt a rush of shamelessness. One hand shielded her eyes, yet from the gaps between her fingers, she felt an unexpected thrill of voyeuristic excitement rise within her, her breath quickening in tandem with her racing heart. Thus, the humidity of Asgard intensified yet again. Jiang He had long noticed the approaching goddess, yet deemed it unnecessary to acknowledge her presence. He had always conducted himself with integrity. There was no need for subterfuge, since she was willing to witness such a spectacle. He felt honored. With every skill at his disposal, complemented by the prowess of the Silver Warrior, even the goddess of Asgard found herself unable to withstand his might. Freya's breaths grew rapid, her theoretical knowledge vast, as she marveled at the validity of this endeavor. The following day, Sif awoke, a twinge of soreness coursing through her body, particularly in a certain area that had never felt such strain before. This sensation was uncommon for the battle-hardened denizens of Asgard, igniting a sense of novelty within her. Yet, it was her experiences with Jiang He that lingered most vividly in her thoughts. Are you awake? The river gazed at Sif with a teasing smile. Sif remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. Could you please turn away? I need to get dressed. Is that truly necessary? Jiang He replied, turning away with a sense of resignation. Once Sif had finished dressing, she turned to Jiang He with a hint of threat in her tone, stating, our affair must remain a secret, or else what? Jiang He interjected. Feeling it imperative to assert his position, he engaged Sif in a friendly exchange. I beg you, please do not speak of this, she conceded reluctantly. Rest assured, I shall not divulge such matters. I swear it by the honor of Asgard's most esteemed guest, he assured her. They then returned to the Golden Hall, where the banquet continued. The festivities in the realm of the gods often last a considerable duration, the length dictated by the mood of the attendees. Perhaps they would cease only when the last drop of wine was consumed. Jiang He, I was just looking for you, called Thor, accompanied by Frigga. After escorting a weary Jane to rest the previous night, Thor had been searching for Jiang He throughout the banquet hall, but to no avail. So he decided to wait here while enjoying a drink. Frigga observed Jiang He, her mind replaying vivid memories, her expression betraying a hint of turmoil. The banquet shall continue for a while longer. My mother has instructed me to take you to the treasury first, Thor reminded him. Jiang He suddenly recalled this obligation and followed Thor toward the treasury of Asgard. As they traversed the grand columns and the radiantly golden hall of the Golden Palace, they made their way deeper into Asgard, towards the heavily guarded treasury. Along the way, the sentinels of the divine realm bowed respectfully to their prince and the distinguished guest. Frigga did not accompany them. Instead, she watched them depart, her gaze filled with complexity as the vivid memories of the previous night clashed with her dignity as the queen. The treasury's imposing doors were forged from heavy URU metal, adorned with ancient runes and the illustrious history of Asgard. Thor wielded his mighty hammer, Mjolnir, channeling a spark of thunderous power onto the door. With a deep rumble and swirling energy, the colossal doors slowly creaked open. Welcome to the treasury of Asgard, my friend. Thor's voice resonated within the vast chamber, tinged with pride. Here lie the most precious spoils and treasures from the 9 realms. As per our agreement, you may select one or two. Jiang He's gaze swept across the treasury, where he beheld a frost-covered box emanating a chilling aura, a floating stone radiating an ominous presence, and the twilight sword, firmly locked away, symbolizing destruction. His attention finally settled on 2 specific treasures. One was a cube, the cosmic cube, exuding a gentle and stable blue light, quietly hovering upon a stone pedestal. Within it seemed to reside boundless energy and the principles of space, its deep azure glow reminiscent of the cosmos itself, beckoning to the soul. Secondly, there existed a cluster of eternal flames, perpetually ignited within a unique vessel. This everlasting fire emanated a primal and potent vitality, embodying the dual forces of creation and destruction and subsequent rebirth. The warm yet perilous orange glow seemed capable of incinerating all, while simultaneously bestowing an uncanny vitality upon lifeless matter. Observing Jiang He's gaze fixated upon these 2 artifacts, Thor's brow furrowed slightly, though imperceptibly. The cosmic cube served as a vessel for the space stone, wielding extraordinary and perilous power. While the eternal flame was intimately entwined with the core legends of Asgard and the twilight of the gods, its might treated with utmost caution even by Odin, the All-Father. Jiang He, my friend. Thor could not restrain himself from speaking, his voice tinged with a hint of caution. The cosmic cube harbors the essence of spatial power, extraordinary in nature, while the eternal flame is linked to ancient prophecies. Both treasures are of immense significance. Might you reconsider other options? Perhaps something that could amplify your strength? Not necessary, Thor, Jiang He interjected, his tone calm, yet resolute. A knowing smile graced his lips. I am well aware of their value and the inherent dangers they possess. Yet it is precisely this power that compels me to claim them personally. Consider alternatives? What a jest. These 2 artifacts are indeed rare. One must choose the most valuable. As for the danger, it is non-existent. He strode forward, approaching the cosmic cube. The ethereal blue light illuminated his visage, and he felt a subtle resonance within his silver, superhuman cells in response to this pure spatial energy. Without a trace of hesitation, he reached out and grasped the frigid cube. Buzz! A potent wave of spatial energy surged forth, momentarily distorting the very light within the vault. The cosmic cube settled in his grasp, its blue luminescence subdued, as though acknowledging the strength of its new master. Thor held his breath, astonishment flickering in his eyes. He had anticipated some commotion in claiming such formidable treasures, yet Jiang He approached it with such nonchalance. Thus, Jiang He now possessed 2 gems. He then turned his attention to the cluster of eternal flames. The searing heat enveloped him, but for one with a steel body like Jiang He, it felt merely like a gentle breeze. He boldly plunged his hand into the flames, which, animated as if alive, did not scorch him. Instead, it appeared to find solace, joyfully entwining around his arm. Ultimately, he harnessed it with his formidable biological field, compressing it into a cohesive, golden-red ember, suspended gracefully above his other palm. One hand commanded space, while the other wielded the eternal flame. At that moment, Jiang He stood at the heart of the Asgardian vault, his aura deepening into an unfathomable presence. Thor gazed at his ally's silhouette, a flicker of indescribable reverence igniting within him for the first time. Jiang He turned, effortlessly stowing the cosmic cube and the eternal flame, as if merely collecting 2 commonplace items. "Let us return, Thor." Thor inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, and nodded. The grand doors of the vault slowly closed once more, sealing away the treasures of Asgard accumulated over millennia into the shadows. As the 2 returned to the still bustling banquet hall, Sif was gracefully holding a goblet of mead, seemingly engaged in conversation with several female warriors. However, at the moment her gaze met Jiang He's, a fleeting glimpse of subtle turmoil and complexity flickered in her eyes. Beside the throne sat the goddess Frigga, exuding an air of regality. Yet when Jiang He's eyes swept over her, her fingertips curled ever so slightly as she averted his gaze. Unfazed, Jiang He smiled as he accepted another goblet of fine wine from Thor, as if the recent retrieval of 2 artifacts from the treasury was merely a leisurely stroll after a hearty meal. In Chapter 26, Awakening Abilities, Jiang He had been enjoying his time in Asgard, relishing the exquisite wines and delectable feasts, along with the embrace of beautiful maidens. He couldn't help but reflect on how this was truly living, contrasting it with his previous existence, where he had been tethered like a dog, both physically and mentally imprisoned. The group soon arrived at the Bifrost Bridge, where Heimdall remained steadfast at his post. Compared to Jiang He, Heimdall appeared to be the epitome of tireless dedication, and Jiang He felt he could never measure up, for after all, he was a god, capable of standing guard in a way that might surpass a mortal's entire lifetime. Asgard was truly splendid. Perhaps he could bring Wanda along next time. Thor was uncertain about who Wanda was, but maintaining the demeanor befitting Asgard's most esteemed guest, he replied, "You are always welcome to come whenever you wish." Jane chimed in, "What about me?" To which Thor responded with a reassuring nod. Observing the playful banter between the 2, Sif felt less discomfort than she had anticipated. Instead, meeting Jiang He's teasing gaze left her heart in a state of disarray. The 3 warriors noticed Sif's unusual demeanor and exchanged curious glances, though they chose not to dwell on it. "Well then, until we meet again," Jiang He said, and with that, he and Jane stepped into the Bifrost. Heimdall inserted the Divine Sword key to activate the teleportation. On Earth, a beam of light descended upon the spot where they had previously vanished, returning the 2 to solid ground. Jane contacted Darcy for a rendezvous, as she still had matters to investigate regarding the spatial anomalies. What a diligent and capable girl she was. Jiang He then conjured a portal, opening a passage home. "Are you sure you don't need me to escort you back?" Jiang He inquired of Jane. She shook her head. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I still have things to attend to here." "All right, feel free to reach out if you need anything. After all, we're friends now." The 2 exchanged contact information, and Jiang He stepped through the portal back to his villa. Upon returning home, Jiang He discovered that Wanda was not present, so he opened a portal to her side. "Guess who I am?" he exclaimed, surprising her as he covered her eyes from behind. Wanda jumped slightly, quickly responding, "Stop it. Are you still a child? How immature." "Immature? It seems I must remind someone of a less childish scene." The fuse was lit, and this battle became inevitable. A portal opened to a room within Jiang He's villa. After some time, the humidity in the room increased, with Wanda nestled against Jiang He's chest, feeling like a small bird in the embrace of her protector. Jiang He's fingers caressed her smooth, glistening skin. "Wanda, do you trust me?" he asked suddenly. "What?" Wanda was taken aback by the unexpected question. "Do not be afraid of what I am about to say," Jiang He declared solemnly, as Wanda fixed her gaze intently upon his eyes. "Am I not afraid?" she replied, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Jiang He continued, "Do you recall that incident from your childhood? The one where you and Pietro were bombarded by Tony's missile, which lingered before you without detonating." "Of course I remember," Wanda replied, a shadow of that haunting memory clouding her thoughts. It was an indelible mark upon her psyche. "The reason that bomb did not explode was due to your influence." Wanda's expression transformed into one of disbelief, as Jiang He elaborated. "You possess a unique ability that can affect reality, even to the extent of altering it. So, you mean to say that I inadvertently used this ability to prevent the bomb from detonating? No wonder Tony Stark, known for his weaponry, would have a dud on his hands," Wanda exclaimed, her excitement palpable. It dawned on her that her survival stemmed from a remarkable gift rather than mere coincidence. "This is fantastic. Now that I am beside you, I can be of assistance too. But why do I not feel this reality-altering ability you speak of? I cannot sense it, because you have yet to awaken it. I will assist you in fully awakening your powers. However, first, summon Pietro, as siblings bound by blood. He too should be able to awaken some special abilities." Jiang He's intention was to experiment with Pietro first. Should the awakening fail or result in injury, it would not tarnish his image in Wanda's eyes. As for Pietro, a man could endure minor injuries without dire consequence. Jiang He would ensure nothing untoward occurred. Upon entering the villa's grand hall, they found Pietro, who had been enjoying himself outside, rushing back at Wanda's request. He arrived promptly, waiting eagerly as the two descended from the second floor. Pietro's expression resembled that of someone who had just consumed an extraordinary feast, exchanging knowing glances with Wanda for a considerable time. "Ahem, the reason I brought you back is to prepare you for your awakening." Jiang He nearly let slip. "Awakening? Are you continuing Stark's experiments?" Pietro responded, astonished at Jiang He's intelligence. "Fear not, there will be no danger," Jiang He reassured him, then turned his back, retrieving a radiant blue cube seemingly from thin air, akin to a magician's trick. The siblings were intrigued, yet in comparison to Jiang He's formidable abilities, this display seemed trivial. "This is the Tesseract. I will guide its energy to awaken your powers. Pietro, you shall go first." Pietro hesitated momentarily, realizing he had been summoned back merely to serve as a test subject. However, he was equally concerned about Wanda's well-being. The bond between the siblings was profound, as they were each other's sole family in this world. Taking a deep breath, Pietro stepped into the center of the living room, gazing at the alluring yet perilous glow of the Tesseract in Jiang He's hands, filled with both trepidation and anticipation for the extraordinary powers that awaited him. "What should I do?" Pietro inquired. "Relax, stand still, and feel the flow of energy," Jiang He replied, his expression turning serious. With his hands gently cradling the cosmic cube, he began to channel its energy. The cube's azure luminescence rippled like water, and strands of energy were precisely guided by Jiang He, resembling luminous streams that gradually entwined around Pietro's body. At the moment the energy surged into him, Pietro couldn't help but emit a muffled groan. The sensation was not painful. Rather, it felt as though a powerful force coursed through him, cleansing every cell, bringing an exquisite tingling and swelling sensation. He felt his blood racing as his heart pounded like a drum, and everything in his field of vision began to slow down. Jiang He's movements, Wanda's furrowed brow of concern, even the dust particles suspended in the air seemed to be playing in slow motion. "Hold on, Pietro. Really feel it. Let it become your instinct." Pietro gritted his teeth, striving to follow Jiang He's guidance, attempting to comprehend and master this force. His innate agility, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, seemed to resonate with the energy. The blue tendrils of light gradually permeated his skin, muscles, bones, and even deeper genetic material. Suddenly, Pietro's figure flickered, as if the image of a poorly tuned television. In the next instant, the spot where he had stood was empty, and from the other end of the living room came his incredulous exclamation, "My heavens!" Wanda looked on in astonishment, witnessing Pietro standing beside the dining table, an apple in hand that had originally been in the fruit bowl in the living room. His expression was a blend of disbelief and joy, primarily thrilled by the realization that he was still alive. Pietro gazed at the apple, then back at the spot he had just occupied, his excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent. This is unbelievable. The whole world has slowed down. Jiang He nodded with satisfaction, retracting the energy output from the cosmic cube. It seems quite successful. Your potential has been awakened, but practice is essential. With your abilities running swiftly, what do you think of the name Runner Hero? Pietro's exhilaration was dampened by the name, and he turned to Jiang He with incredulity and a hint of exasperation. Jiang He chuckled, "Just kidding, Quicksilver. You shall be called Quicksilver." Observing Pietro's crestfallen expression, Jiang He ceased his jest and returned the original name to him. In an instant, Pietro excitedly zipped back to his original position, creating a gust of wind. He enthusiastically patted Jiang He on the shoulder. "Thank you so much, Jiang He. This is absolutely amazing." Wanda, relieved to see her brother safe and endowed with such formidable powers, felt her tension dissipate, replaced by anticipation for her own awakening of abilities. "All right, Pietro. Step aside to acclimate. Don't break anything." Now it's Wanda's turn. Jiang He directed his attention toward Wanda. Wanda stepped forward, locking eyes with Jiang He, her gaze filled with trust. Jiang He once again activated the cosmic cube, this time with utmost caution. The energy he summoned transformed from the vibrant, pulsating blue light of earlier into a softer, denser form, resembling a warm blue mist that gently enveloped Wanda. In stark contrast to Pietro's intense reaction, Wanda sighed contentedly within the cocoon of energy, feeling as though she had returned to the womb, surrounded by warmth and security. A powerful and ancient force resonated within her, intertwining with something dormant deep inside. Her consciousness began to drift, seemingly transcending time and space, transporting her back to that tumultuous afternoon. Facing the fear and helplessness before a dud shell emblazoned with Stark's name, along with an overwhelming desire for survival that had long been buried, resurfaced vividly. Just like that, Wanda, Jiang He's voice served as a beacon, guiding her as she reminisced about the longing to transform her desperate reality. With his words, the red mist enveloping Wanda intensified, revealing a hint of a heart-stopping crimson hue. Even with her eyes shut, a similar scarlet glow emanated from the slits of her eyelids. Unconsciously, she raised her hand, and the red energy curled around her fingertips like a gentle ribbon, dancing gracefully. In the living room, small objects began to tremble slightly. A cushion on the sofa levitated a few centimeters before softly descending. Under the influence of her subconscious power, reality began to waver. "Guide it, Wanda. Let it heed your will, rather than be swayed by emotions." Jiang He continued to steer the energy of the cosmic cube, closely monitoring Wanda's state. Her brow furrowed slightly, as if she were battling the tumultuous flood of memories and emotions swirling in her mind. She saw her parents' smiling faces, heard the shriek of falling bombs, felt the warmth of her brother's hand tightly gripping hers, and harbored a deep-seated hatred for HYDRA, the malevolent organization that had stripped her of her stable life. The red energy surged, becoming fierce and tumultuous. "Wanda!" Pietro called out with concern, wanting to step forward, but Jiang He held him back with a glance. The light from the cube intensifying, providing steady support. In that moment, Wanda suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her pupils had transformed into a profound crimson, and a powerful energy erupted around her, causing the lights in the entire villa to flicker erratically. Wanda gasped heavily. The red glow in her eyes gradually faded, returning to its original vibrant green, but the fragility had vanished, replaced by a resolute strength. She gazed at her hands, feeling the immense, wondrous power coursing through her. "I can feel it." Wanda's voice trembled slightly. With a mere thought, a flash of red light danced from her fingertips, causing an empty glass on the nearby coffee table to float effortlessly. Jiang He finally exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his face. He approached her and gently embraced Wanda, saying, "Practice slowly. Your abilities have even broader applications." Just as the brother and sister were still immersed in their joy, Jiang He sensed a faint, unfamiliar energy fluctuation, indicating that a visit to Camartage was necessary. Chapter 27. Fulfillment of Virtue. "All right, Pietro, it is getting late. You should return and rest." Jiang He waved his hand at Pietro, Return? Am I not residing here? Pietro retorted. Oh, by the way, do not expose your abilities in public. It could be quite troublesome if you attract unwanted attention. With that, Jiang He led Wanda back to their room. Shortly thereafter, a series of crimson energy ripples, akin to the gentle undulations of water, began to rhythmically emanate from the villa, continuing for several hours and raising the humidity within the entire dwelling. The next day, Jiang He arrived at Kamar Taj early with Wanda. Upon seeing Jiang He, Master Gu, he was not the least surprised, for not long ago, she had realized that she could no longer accurately perceive the future. It was obvious to her that Jiang He's return was the cause. Master, it is good to see you again, Jiang He greeted. Gu he was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. You need not call me master. I have not taught you anything. Jiang He chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging that Gu he had indeed provided some assistance in his magical endeavors. I came here this time too. Before Jiang He could finish, Gu He's attention was drawn to the stunning blonde beauty nestled against his arm. Her eyes filled with astonishment. And who might this be? Would you care to introduce her? Gu he was evidently aware of Wanda. She must have glimpsed her presence in the futures she had observed, though they had never met face to face. Now, as she observed her up close, Gu he seemed to comprehend Jiang He's intentions. She subsequently gestured for the two to enter the room for a more detailed conversation. Once back in the antiquated, charming room, Jiang He felt a profound sense of contentment and reflection. His previous life had been rather mundane, with entertainment limited to his phone and computer. He experienced the world through a small screen, either watching others live freely or engaging in games solely to fulfill tasks, devoid of genuine enjoyment. Only the fatigue reminiscent of work. Eventually, these distractions could no longer captivate him. The electronic allure lost its charm. However, after becoming the Silver Surfer, Jiang He could savor freedom, bask in breathtaking landscapes, and revel in the grandeur of mythic Asgard and the mysterious simplicity of Kamar Taj. Wherever he wished to go, he could embark on a fantastical journey at a moment's notice. Jiang He couldn't help but self-deprecate, wondering why he was reminiscing about the past. Such was the absurdity of it. Returning his thoughts to the purpose of his visit, it appeared that the master had already sensed something. Jiang He tentatively stated, while Gu Yi remained unperturbed, her composure unwavering, indicating she certainly knew something. Wanda looked at the two, equally perplexed. Gu Yi nodded and then explained to Wanda, the power within you possesses the capability to alter reality. Her gaze, as profound as the starry night, seemed to penetrate through Wanda's exterior, gazing deep into the tumultuous crimson tide swirling within her soul. Chaos magic, the authority to rewrite reality. It is not a gift meant for mortals. Wanda instinctively tightened her grip on Jiang He's arm. Jiang He then took the opportunity to continue. This is precisely why I sought you out. Mage, you must be able to perceive the entity gazing at her from a distant dimension, the Lord of Darkness, Shumagorath. As Ancient One gently uttered this name, the temperature in a room seemed to plummet, for he is the source of chaotic magic, one of the most ancient demons. He has left his mark upon the souls of every practitioner of chaotic magic, a duality of both gift and bondage. Wanda's complexion paled slightly. A mark? You mean within me? Indeed, much like a seed buried within your soul, Ancient One replied, extending her frail finger to gesture in the air. A flicker of golden sparks danced in accordance with her movements, dormant at times. Yet when you delve deeply into chaotic magic, it takes root and flourishes. Given time, Shumagorath shall erode your will through this connection, transforming you into his vessel in this realm. A chill coursed up Wanda's spine, and for the first time, she felt a semblance of fear regarding her abilities. Jiang He placed a reassuring hand upon her shoulder, warmth radiating through the fabric. Do not fret. As long as I am here, he shall not harm you. Moreover, I believe Ancient One possesses the means to resolve this. Rising, Ancient One retrieved an ancient artifact, the Eye of Agamotto, from the wooden stand. As she held it before her heart, a verdant glow suffused the room. The magical system of Kamar Taj operates independently of the gods. We draw upon the white magic of the Vishani and the very energy of the universe itself. As she spoke, she began to inscribe intricate sigils in the air, golden lines interweaving like living creatures. I can construct a barrier for you, shielding you from Shumagorath's perception. With her movements, countless delicate golden runes emerged from all directions, converging towards Wanda like fireflies on a summer night. They adhered to the surrounding space, forming a translucent cocoon. Wanda closed her eyes, feeling as though she were submerging into warm waters. At this moment, the golden runes crafted by Ancient One surged toward the source of chaotic magic, where darkness retreated at their passage. Ultimately, the runes wove into an impenetrable net at the terminus of chaotic energy, completely severing the influence of Shumagorath's mark, preemptively guarding against potential threats. It is done. Ancient One retracted the artifact, beads of perspiration forming on her brow, yet her demeanor remained composed. This barrier will shift with your soul. As long as you do not willingly rend it at the cost of your essence, Shumagorath will not locate you. Upon hearing this, Wanda felt an unprecedented sense of relief, sensing the chaotic magic within her still surging powerfully, yet devoid of the unsettling sensation of being watched. "Thank you, Ancient One," Wanda expressed sincerely. Ancient One inclined her head slightly. "Remember, power in itself knows no morality. It is the wielder who determines its nature. While chaotic magic may stem from darkness, your choices can transform it into a beacon of protection." Jiang He interjected, "See, Ancient One is quite the benevolent mentor." Turning to her, he exclaimed, "Master, you have truly aided me immensely." And as he spoke, he enveloped Ancient One in a hearty embrace. In response, Ancient One conjured a portal, and Jiang He was promptly transported to stand before her, back facing her. The Master's mastery of magic is indeed profound and inscrutable. Well then, Wanda, during this period, you shall study magic in Kamartaj. It will greatly assist you in controlling the power within you. Ancient One, perceiving Jiang He's intentions, pondered why he hesitated to speak directly, exhibiting such reluctance. Yet, Jiang He felt a pang of guilt for continually troubling Ancient One and enlisting her aid to teach his wife. Fortunately, Ancient One was empathetic, and he realized he could not allow her to retire just yet. "By the way, Master, I have something that may pique your interest." Upon saying this, Jiang He retrieved a pulsating ember from behind him. Indeed, it was the eternal flame from Asgard's treasury. As Ancient One gazed upon the flame, a flicker of undeniable astonishment appeared in her tranquil eyes. She could distinctly sense the immense energy contained within this flame, its essence starkly contrasting with the dark dimensional energy she was familiar with. It was imbued with the qualities of creation, life, and eternal existence. "Is this the eternal flame collected by Asgard?" she inquired, her voice tinged with subtle curiosity. Jiang He smiled as he presented the eternal flame to Ancient One. "Surtur has no use for his lighter at the moment. I believe this flame, in his possession, would merely serve as an instrument of destruction. However, in your hands, it may fulfill its true potential." Ancient One's gaze deepened as she contemplated the eternal flame. She instantly grasped Jiang He's intentions and the immense value of this gift. Perhaps the gift was too precious. Ancient One hesitated to fully embrace the flame at first. She extended her finger, cautiously touching the eternal flame. Instead of burning her, the fire behaved like a gentle spirit, wrapping around her fingertips, sending a warm current coursing through her arm and throughout her body. In that instant, she felt the link to the dark dimension, which had clung to her soul as a relentless affliction, begin to loosen and dissolve under the warm and powerful vitality of the eternal flame. Resolving herself, she no longer hesitated. Her hands formed a seal before her chest, channeling the power of the eternal flame into herself. The emerald eye of Agamotto ignited once more, aiding her in this crucial energy transformation. A soft golden aura began to emanate from Ancient One, merging with the eternal flame. The lingering chill and corrosive essence within her, remnants of the dark energy she had absorbed, were gradually purified by this vibrant, rejuvenating energy. Her visage seemed to radiate anew, reflecting a sense of relief and tranquility, as if her soul had ascended. This entire process lasted approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. When Ancient One reopened her eyes, her aura had transformed entirely. No longer did she exude an inscrutable, slightly inhuman majesty. Instead, she became more harmonious and expansive, as if connected to the very essence of life within the cosmos. In a moment of experimentation, the Ancient One delicately raised her hand, her fingertips dancing not merely with the golden sparks of the seraphim ring, but rather infused with the essence of the eternal flame, producing a more refined and vibrant golden fire. This flame was neither ferocious nor frigid. It embodied the ultimate balance of creation and destruction. The eternal flame indeed bestowed upon me new possibilities. The Ancient One sensed an unprecedented fullness and purity of energy within her. It not only sustained her life, but also, with its capacity to create and bestow life, perhaps. She turned to Wanda. You remaining here to learn provides an opportunity to experience this life force, distinct from chaotic magic, originating from the primordial cosmos. This will greatly enhance your understanding of the essence of power. Wanda nodded eagerly, feeling that, at this moment, the Ancient One radiated a sense of reassurance and reverence far greater than before, a weighty and warm power akin to the earth and life itself. Jiang He observed this scene. His thoughts somewhat cynical. Retirement? At over 600 years old, this is precisely the age to strive. Having resolved Wanda's concerns and aided the Ancient One in breaking free from her fate, he felt that this journey to Camartage was indeed fulfilling. Then I shall entrust Wanda to you, Master. I will return to see her in some time. Jiang He felt buoyant, preparing to take his leave. The Ancient One nodded slightly, her gaze returning to depth and calm. Go, and do not lose your form. Jiang He grinned, bidding a heartfelt farewell to Wanda before waving his hand to open a portal, his figure vanishing within. Chapter 28. The Winter Soldier, Washington, D.C. On a gloomy afternoon, traffic flowed incessantly along the streets. Raindrops began to sporadically tap against the car windows. Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. was driving his iconic black SUV on his way home. Inside the vehicle, he was engaged in a conversation via encrypted phone with Captain America, Steve Rogers. Outside the window lay the usual urban landscape, yet an invisible sense of oppression permeated the air. Due to Jiang He's forewarning, Hydra had become prematurely exposed to Nick Fury's awareness. Upon investigation, he reluctantly discovered that Jiang He's information was indeed accurate, which meant that S.H.I.E.L.D. was utterly compromised from within. Fury, unwilling to relinquish the organization he had painstakingly built over many years, covertly began to strategize, attempting to silently eliminate the Hydra threat. Just as the call concluded, Fury's vigilance skyrocketed. The intelligence system within his vehicle emitted a chilling warning. Signal interference detected. All communication channels rendered inoperative. Almost simultaneously, he noticed not just one police car ahead, but several, seamlessly merging into the traffic, blocking all avenues of escape. In the rearview mirror, more black vehicles emerged like phantoms, forming a perfect encirclement. As a Level 9 agent, Nick Fury immediately sensed that something was amiss. He understood that this was not an ordinary traffic control, nor a mere coincidence of racial discrimination. This was a meticulously orchestrated hunt. He slammed the steering wheel in an attempt to break through the blockade, but it was too late. A police vehicle advanced with unwavering determination, colliding head-on with the SUV, the immense force eliciting a piercing metallic groan from its frame. Fury found himself firmly ensnared in the driver's seat, trapped within a cage of steel. Soon after, the most chilling of assassins made their entrance, an unassuming patrol car from Washington, D.C. Rather than attempting a direct hit, it approached with an icy precision, aligning itself alongside Fury's SUV, extending a colossal mechanical claw from beneath to secure his wheel, rendering him utterly immobilized. Assailants masquerading as police officers commenced firing from all directions. Bullets rained down upon the armored vehicle like a torrential storm, producing a cacophony of terrifying thuds. The bulletproof glass instantly became a spiderweb of cracks, while the interior was inundated with shards of glass and the fiery sparks of ricocheting rounds. This orchestrated assault was evidently at the behest of Pierce, who must have sensed that Nick Fury was onto something. To conceal the identity of Hydra, he resorted to ruthless measures. Fury, however, remained composed in the face of danger. He bellowed as he pressed a button on the console, causing armored plates to spring forth from the sides of the vehicle, momentarily shielding him from lateral fire. With one hand firmly gripping the steering wheel, he drew his firearm with the other, simultaneously activating the vehicle's assault mode and engaging the active defense system. Smoke grenades erupted from the front of the SUV, enveloping the street in a dense fog that obscured the enemy's vision. Yet, the adversaries were far more prepared than anticipated. A marksman atop an armed vehicle hefted a rocket launcher, and with a piercing whistle, a rocket surged toward him, trailing flames. "Missile!" Fury shouted, In a split second, he slammed on the brakes and wrenched the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding the rocket as it whizzed past his vehicle, detonating ahead and igniting a fiery inferno. Nevertheless, the shockwave violently rocked the SUV. Fury understood that the vehicle could not withstand much longer. He initiated his final survival protocol, swiftly inputting commands on the console before forcefully pressing the S-H-I-E-L-D emblem at the center of the steering wheel, activating the emergency escape sequence. The entire steering wheel module detached, revealing a red lever beneath. He yanked down on the lever, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the trunk and rear section of the vehicle were blown apart by pre-installed explosives. This desperate act of self-detonation immediately eradicated the threats behind him, sending several attackers sprawling to the ground. Just as Fury, through sheer willpower and technological prowess, appeared to carve a path to safety, the deadliest of hunters emerged. A figure with a metallic arm stepped forth like a wraith from the smoke and chaos, the Winter Soldier. He disregarded the surrounding turmoil, striding directly toward Fury's battered vehicle. His formidable presence exuded an oppressive aura, perhaps amplified by his mask and goggles, which concealed his visage. In stark contrast, the recovering Bucky, despite his abilities, lacked the lethal focus of the mission-driven Winter Soldier. As Fury grasped the fallen onboard computer containing vital S-H-I-E-L-D and Hydra data, the Winter Soldier effortlessly tore apart the deformed car door with his mechanical arm, as if it were mere parchment. Fury raised his weapon and fired. The bullets struck the Winter Soldier's tactical vest and helmet, merely causing him a momentary pause. The Winter Soldier seized Fury, yanking him from the vehicle like a rag doll and throwing him heavily onto the street. In their final struggle, Fury pressed his handgun against the Winter Soldier's chest and fired 3 times. Such an assault would incapacitate any ordinary person. Yet it only forced the super soldier to take a single step back. The Winter Soldier then knocked Nick Fury down with a punch, swiftly drawing his combat knife and aiming it precisely at Fury's heart. Caught off guard, Fury realized the knife was about to pierce his heart. Just as the blade was a mere millimeter from its target, Fury had not yet had the chance to compose his final words, resigned to his fate. However, the anticipated agony did not arrive. No matter how forcefully the Winter Soldier thrust, the knife simply would not penetrate. Recognizing the anomaly, the Winter Soldier immediately retracted his blade, opting instead for a barrage of punches aimed at Fury's face. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. At that moment, the Winter Soldier sensed something was amiss. He distanced himself from Fury and pulled out his firearm, unleashing a flurry of shots. The bullet struck Fury's body and fell silently, as if hitting a thick steel plate. Both men were perplexed by the situation. For the Winter Soldier, Fury felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had nearly summoned Captain Marvel to collect his remains, only to find an unexpected turn of events. Who was this divine savior? It was none other than the King of Agents, Nick, looking rather worse for wear after a few days of absence. A teasing voice echoed in the air. Who is speaking? Nick Fury glanced around. Don't be alarmed, it's Jiang He. You want to see me? I am currently in stealth mode. Jiang He? What are you doing here? This isn't the time for such discussions. Apologies, I'm just accustomed to it. Thank you for your timely rescue. Enough of that. Aren't you the head of S-H-I-E-L-D? How did you end up getting ambushed in the street? Jiang He asked, feigning ignorance with a slightly mocking tone. Stop mocking me. My situation is dire. By the way, I just informed Steve. He should be arriving shortly. Observing Fury mumbling to himself, the Winter Soldier took out a rocket launcher and fired at Fury. Meanwhile, other henchmen brandished their weapons, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards Fury. Damn, are they trying to incinerate me on the spot? Don't worry, I've got you covered. Even if they dropped a nuclear bomb on your head, you'd remain unharmed, Jiang He declared with unwavering confidence. Seeing Jiang He's assurance, Fury's anxiety lessened somewhat. Yet his heart still raced as the gunfire rained down upon him. After a considerable time, the henchmen ran out of bullets, yet Nick remained unscathed. Astonished, everyone stood dumbfounded, convinced that Nick Fury must have donned some advanced ballistic armor, impervious to blades and bullets alike. Unfazed by this, the Winter Soldier charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches. His steel arm crashing against Nick's head with a resounding thud, yet still failing to inflict any harm. From the outset, Nick Fury exhibited trepidation. but he has now transformed into a figure of unwavering composure. He has acclimated to the onslaught. The occasional strike still evokes a formidable dread within him. Yet after enduring the baptism of gunfire, it seems that no assault can elicit astonishment. He even appears to disregard the Winter Soldier entirely, engaging in conversation with Jiang He. Nonetheless, as the sovereign of espionage, he harbors a keen interest in the identity of the Winter Soldier. At long last, Steve Rogers has arrived. Upon his arrival, he observes the Winter Soldier assaulting Fury, accompanied by a cadre of armed individuals. However, these assailants, once their ammunition is expended, merely stand back to watch. After assessing the situation, Steve hurls his shield directly at the Winter Soldier's back. The Winter Soldier, seemingly anticipating this move, swiftly turns and effortlessly grasps the shield with his mechanical arm, forcefully returning it. Steve catches it with both hands, yet the sheer momentum propels him backward several paces. Recognizing that the likelihood of mission success has dwindled to near zero, the Winter Soldier resolutely flees. Steve yearns to pursue, but seeing Nick unattended, he reluctantly allows the Winter Soldier to escape. Observing Nick Fury, who has sustained some injuries, Steve is perplexed. Surviving the encounter with that mechanical-armed man speaks volumes about Fury's resilience. Chapter 29. Conspiracy. Jiang He, may I seek refuge at your place for a time? Nick Fury subtly inquired, his tone tinged with a hint of embarrassment. As the esteemed director of SHIELD, he finds himself in an unexpectedly vulnerable position. It is infuriating, were it not for the dire stakes concerning SHIELD's survival. He would have summoned the Skrulls for assistance without hesitation. However, he realizes the necessity of restraint, for the Skrulls' capabilities evoke a deep-seated apprehension within him. Should they lose control, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Thankfully, they remain wary of their sole ally, Captain Marvel, yet the extent to which the Skrulls harbor ill intentions towards Earth remains uncertain. Considering Wanda's ongoing training in camouflage, Jiang He consented to Nick Fury's request. Thus, he placed his left arm around Fury and his right around Steve, utilizing teleportation to transport them back to his villa. Make yourselves comfortable. Would you care for something to drink? I have some exquisite tea, as well as coffee. Jiang He remarked casually upon their return to the villa's grand hall, dispelling his invisibility and striding towards the open kitchen. His demeanor relaxed, as if merely hosting two old friends. Jiang He? Steve suddenly recalled, having been puzzled by the fact that Fury seemed to be conversing with an invisible entity. Jiang He nodded in acknowledgement. Captain, it is good to see you again. Nick Fury, with his singular eye scanning the surroundings, instinctively assessed the security level, simultaneously stating, coffee, black coffee, please. He needed to remain alert, following the recent life-threatening pursuit. His nerves were still taut. Steve Rogers, more forthright in his expression of concern, stated, Jiang He, I am grateful for your assistance. Fury informed me that you were already aware of Hydra's infiltration within SHIELD. What exactly is the extent of this situation? How deeply have they managed to penetrate? Captain America's face was etched with gravity and disbelief. The organization he had fought for and believed in had, in fact, rotted from within. Jiang He placed 2 steaming cups of coffee on the table before them, while he himself settled down with a cup of green tea. He glanced at Fury and said, Captain, no need for thanks. As an Avenger, such trivial matters should not weigh on your mind. Furthermore, it is more fitting for Fury to convey this to you, as he is the director of SHIELD. Fury took a deep breath, a complex glimmer flickering in his singular eye. He turned to Steve and spoke in a grave tone, based on the clues provided by Mr. Jiang. Along with my own clandestine investigations, the situation is far worse than we had anticipated. My superior, Alexander Pierce, a minister of the World Security Council, is one of the highest leaders of Hydra. What? Alexander Pierce? Steve exclaimed, nearly rising from his seat. The seemingly amiable official, who had always supported SHIELD, was actually a member of Hydra? Not only him, Fury replied, his voice low and icy. The council members, agents at every level of SHIELD, and researchers involved in the Clip Paper Project have proliferated like cancer cells into every corner of our operations. He paused, adding a classic adage. In their eyes, severing one head only spawns 2 more in its place. We are confronted with such a mad organization. The living room fell into a brief silence. Fury took a hearty gulp of black coffee, the bitter liquid invigorating him. The situation is that my overt authority has been nearly usurped. Any attempt to utilize S.H.I.L.D. resources could alarm the enemy or even ensnare us in a trap. Our manpower is exceedingly limited. At least you can trust Hawkeye, Natasha, and Hill. Of course, as well as the captain, Jiang He remarked to Fury, affirming that these were indeed the few individuals Fury held in the highest regard. Barton is on a mission and cannot return in the short term. Let's coordinate with Natasha and Hill, Fury stated decisively, having no reason to doubt Jiang He's words. He immediately contacted Maria Hill and Natasha Romanoff through a secure emergency channel, providing the coordinates of Jiang He's villa. That evening, a familiar code, knock, echoed from outside the door. Jiang He thought for a moment, and the lock opened silently. Two capable female agents entered swiftly, their expressions marked by the alertness and gravity of their tasks. Director, upon seeing Fury unharmed, Hill visibly relaxed. But her professional demeanor quickly returned as she scanned the surroundings to ensure safety. Natasha's gaze swiftly traversed Fury and Steve before finally landing on Jiang He. She raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with subtle teasing, yet her eyes remained sharp. It seems we've found the safest safe house. In Natasha's eyes, Jiang He was a being of immense power, on par with Thor, and she held unwavering confidence in his abilities. Jiang He began to scrutinize the two individuals before him. Natasha, a participant in the Battle of New York, was no stranger to him. Like their first encounter, she resembled a venomous red rose, dangerous yet captivating. Her thick crimson hair framed her snow-white complexion, while her form-fitting black tactical attire unabashedly accentuated her voluptuous curves and resilient waist. With every step, she exuded a lethal blend of elegance and strength, a sensuality that was both enchanting and formidable. In contrast, Maria Hill's allure was akin to a precision instrument, cold and sharply defined. Her chestnut hair was meticulously styled into a bun, and her deep gray suit skirt enveloped her pert posterior and toned legs, projecting an aura of austere authority, imbued with a rational magnetism. As elite agents, both Natasha and Hill swiftly sensed Jiang He's gaze upon them, a peculiar sensation coursing through their bodies. Although it was Hill's first encounter with Jiang He, she had gleaned considerable insights from the previous battle, recognizing him as a figure of formidable prowess. Despite his striking handsomeness and raw charisma that seemed to envelop her, she resolved to maintain her composure as a professional agent. Thus, she returned Jiang He's gaze with a playful lift of her brow, as if to say, "Do you require something?" Clearing her throat, she continued, "Let us dispense with pleasantries. You are all aware of the situation. S.H.I.E.L.D. has become a den of serpents, and we are now deemed illegal insurgents." Turning to address the commanding officer, she reported, "Sir, news of your defection has spread. The Council and peers have fully usurped S.H.I.E.L.D., and the activation of the Insight Protocol is accelerating. Several of the safe houses and communication points we established may be compromised. Therefore, we must act swiftly." With a piercing gaze, Nick Fury surveyed those present, declaring, "We require irrefutable evidence to substantiate the existence of Hydra to the world. Mere words from us will not suffice." Just as discussions ensued, Pietro suddenly materialized before them, startling everyone except Jiang He. Natasha and Hill promptly drew their weapons, while the captain unsheathed his shield, ready for confrontation. "Do not be alarmed. He is a native here." Jiang He gestured for them to relax. Nick's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "This native is quite remarkable. We must keep him close, provided we can survive this crisis." "You are discussing Hydra, are you not?" Pietro interjected, his interest piqued. Wanda had already briefed him on the matter. Both siblings, rational and aware of their true adversary in the death of their parents, would undoubtedly be drawn to anything related to Hydra. Jiang He observed Pietro, a desire to dissuade him bubbling within. What business did a speedster, unable to evade a single bullet, have in this affair? Quietly, he conjured a protective spell, discreetly embedding it within Pietro's being, effectively granting him an additional power. "If it weren't for the concern of Wanda's feelings, I would not bother with you at all." Chapter 30. Split action after a thorough discussion. Nick Fury reached a resolute decision. "Very well. Then, according to plan, you shall operate separately. Rogers, Romanoff, your objective is Alexander Pierce's envoy Sitwell. He possesses substantial insider knowledge, and his resolve is not as steadfast as it appears. Find a way to extract information from him and secure the preliminary evidence we require. Steve and Natasha exchanged a glance, nodding in mutual understanding. Hill, Fury turned to his most trusted deputy. You will team up with Mr. Jiang. Your mission is to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. and monitor the 3 airborne aircraft carriers. With Mr. Jiang's abilities, he should be able to facilitate your discreet investigation. Hill nodded calmly, her gaze shifting to Jiang He, carrying a hint of professional scrutiny and a subtle retort following her earlier appraisal. I hope your capabilities are as exceptional as your observational skills, Mr. Jiang. Her words bore a trace of barely perceptible teasing. Jiang He smiled slightly, accepting the challenge. Trust me, Commander Hill, my abilities never disappoint. He deliberately emphasized the word abilities, laden with double entendre, prompting Hill to raise an eyebrow in intrigue. Pietro, you will accompany Steve as combat support. Thus, the group divided into 2, taking action, while Nick, the injured party, remained concealed in Jiang He's villa. According to intelligence, Congressman Sitwell is scheduled to deliver a speech at a public venue. The trio lay in ambush along the route from the parking lot to the venue. Listen, Pietro, Steve whispered tactical instructions. Our goal is to discreetly extract Sitwell without inciting widespread chaos. Your speed is paramount. Control the situation before he triggers the alarm or his bodyguards react. Understood, Captain. Just watch me. Pietro's body swayed slightly, coiled like a spring. As Sitwell approached his vehicle, flanked by several bodyguards, Steve and Natasha appeared like phantoms. Congressman Sitwell, we need to talk. Steve's voice resonated with undeniable authority. The bodyguards immediately reacted, but in a flash of silver, Pietro disarmed them at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, swiftly incapacitating them with precise strikes. Sitwell attempted to reach for his phone, only to discover it had already fallen into Pietro's hands, crushed to fragments. This is treason. Sitwell feigned composure. Is it? I hadn't realized Hydra was also a loyal organization. Natasha's words struck like a shard of ice, shattering Sitwell's facade, his face paling. Just as they were about to escort Sitwell to the vehicle, a distinctive rotor sound echoed from above, unmistakably not of S.H.I.E.L.D. standard equipment. Moments later, a figure clad in red-winged flight gear gracefully descended nearby, lifting his visor to reveal the composed face of Sam Wilson. Captain, Sam greeted, surveying the scene of chaos and the subdued Sitwell. I saw the news about your encounter with Director Fury. I presume this is not merely an ordinary internal dispute? Seeing Sam, Steve's tense expression softened slightly. Sam, the situation is complicated. We are officially considered traitors now. Sounds even more thrilling. Sam stepped forward, extending his hand, instructing me on what to do, Captain. I place my trust in you. Steve clasped his hand firmly. Welcome aboard, Sam. We must relocate swiftly. This place is no longer secure. He cast a glance at Sitwell, remarking that they had found a guide, though he required a bit of persuasion. Pietro curiously scrutinized Sam's gear. Wow, those wings are incredibly cool. After successfully apprehending Sitwell, Steve took the wheel, navigating through the chaos with Natasha's guidance and Sam's aerial reconnaissance, evading their initial pursuers and ultimately driving into an area of Washington, D.C., filled with towering structures under construction. With few souls around, the high platforms provided a clear vantage point, facilitating the detection of any approaching threats. The vehicle barreled into the unfinished building's ground floor, and the force swiftly disembarked. Pietro, gripping the pail and struggling Sitwell like a rag doll, followed Steve and Natasha via the construction elevator directly to the rooftop. On the rooftop, the fierce winds howled, the dizzying cityscape sprawling beneath them. Natasha deftly surveyed the surroundings, ensuring their safety before nodding to Steve. He approached Sitwell, stating, Sitwell, this is your final opportunity. Voluntarily divulge the truth behind the Insight program and the identities of all Hydra infiltrators. Sitwell, drenched in sweat yet still holding on, trembled as he exclaimed, Captain, you are committing a crime. Kidnapping a member of the World Security Council? Your fate is sealed. Sealed? You, a Hydra operative, dare to spout such nonsense. Is that so? I doubt the public will believe you, especially since this esteemed captain has already brought an end to Hydra. Hasn't he? Natasha chuckled lightly, locking eyes with Sitwell. It seems, Mr. Senator, that you're still not grasping the situation. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she sprang into action, grabbing the lapel of Sitwell's suit. She skillfully tripped him, and with Pietro's instinctive release, she forcefully propelled Sitwell towards the edge of the rooftop, sending him plummeting down. Aawaya! Sitwell erupted with a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, his body instantly descending. The overwhelming sensation of weightlessness coupled with a minuscule vehicle and street below, striking him with a visual shock that obliterated all his mental defenses. The howling wind rushed into his mouth, nearly suffocating him. Moments later, Falcon grasped Sitwell by the ankle, soaring back to the rooftop and gently depositing him before the trio. I'll tell you. Please stop this. I beg you. Sitwell cried out in utter despair, his pants visibly dampened. Steve stood nearby, arms crossed, brows furrowed, yet he refrained from intervening. He recognized this as the quickest and most effective method, despite it contradicting his usual penchant for direct confrontations. Pietro, meanwhile, stared in shock, instinctively swallowing hard, his respect for Black Widow reaching unprecedented heights. Sam maneuvered his Red Wing drone, hovering below, serving both as a sentinel and providing real-time updates on the surrounding airspace. Captain, the area is temporarily clear, but we should expedite our actions. Natasha exerted a slight force, lifting Sitwell just enough for him to precariously grasp the edge of the rooftop with both hands, though much of his body remained suspended in the air. Get to the point, she commanded, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Sitwell clung to the concrete edge as if it were a lifeline, hastily explaining in a disjointed manner, the Zola algorithm. It doesn't predict crime, it predicts the future. Anyone who might threaten the Hydra world order, whether they are politicians, scientists, or soldiers. Stark, even you're on the list. Once the 3 carriers of the Insight Project take to the skies, the Zola algorithm will direct them to eliminate millions of targets, despite being mentally prepared. Hearing the magnitude and brutality of this plan struck a deep chord of shock within Steve and the others. Upon returning to the ground, Natasha ushered Sitwell into the vehicle, stating that they could catch up on old times en route, as Crossbones and Rumlow's squad were likely already on their way. Indeed, in the distance, the urgent wail of sirens and the roar of engines could be heard. Meanwhile, Jiang He and Hill had appeared on the rooftop of a high-rise building near the S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion headquarters. From this vantage point, they could clearly see the 3 colossal carriers of the Insight Project docked at the airfield. The energy shields of the carriers and the internal motion sensors posed significant obstacles. Hill, equipped with high-powered binoculars, observed that any direct intrusion would immediately trigger alarms. Jiang He closed his eyes for a moment, sensing the surroundings before opening them again, a hint of relaxation gracing his lips. Give me your hand. What? Hill asked, puzzled. I can take you inside, provided you give me your hand, or let me hold onto you elsewhere. With a curious expression, Hill stepped forward and grasped Jiang He's hand. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from the rooftop. When they reappeared, they stood within the vast and empty main deck corridor of the first carrier. The alarms were eerily silent as Jiang He activated their cloaking status. Wow, I didn't realize you had such abilities, Hill remarked, attempting to release Jiang He's grip, only to find him holding on even tighter. Don't move. I need to hold on to you to keep you invisible, Jiang He instructed. At this, Hill instinctively tightened her grip as well. Jiang He's goal was straightforward, yet he relished the richness of the process, creating needs where none existed. Hill promptly produced a portable scanner, beginning to analyze and record the carrier's core control systems and weaponry status. Indeed, they had secretly loaded directed energy weapons that exceeded design specifications. And the attack priority list. My goodness, this is a global cleansing list. Hill's expression darkened as she scrutinized the scrolling data on the screen. Do you need to copy the data? Jiang He inquired. There is no time to download everything. The volume is too large, and initiating a large data transfer could lead to being traced back, Hill replied, pulling out a USB drive, preparing to implant a virus into the carrier. Just as Hill focused intently on her task, Jiang He suddenly frowned slightly and whispered, a squad of patrolling soldiers is approaching. They will reach the corner in 30 seconds. Startled, Hill immediately retracted the device and turned her gaze towards Jiang He. Jiang He extended his hand, urging her quickly, hold me tightly. Increasing skin contact will enhance the stability of our cloaking ability. Without a moment's hesitation, Hill pressed her face against Jiang He's, intertwining her fingers tightly together. A squad of fully armed Hydra soldiers marched past them in perfect formation, drawing ever closer. Hill's heartbeat quickened, her breath momentarily suspended, while Jiang He remained as calm as ever, observing Hill's anxiety with a hint of amusement. Due to their cloaked state, Hydra remained oblivious to their presence, even though they were mere inches apart. Once the soldiers had moved on, Hill's tension dissipated, replaced by an ambiguous atmosphere. However, she quickly cast aside such thoughts. The task at hand took precedence, for a top-tier agent would not be swayed by emotions. The virus implantation was complete. Hill exhaled in relief. We should proceed to the next mothership. Jiang He nodded, once more teleporting with her. Oh, and to ensure the success of the teleportation, I recommend you hold me as you did before. Otherwise, an unexpected incident could be perilous. What? Why didn't you clarify this crucial matter from the start? Hill complained, yet her actions betrayed no hesitation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Steve's convoy was under fierce pursuit by a squad, led by Rumlow, igniting a fierce highway chase. Chapter 31. A conclusion before it begins as the five of them drove a black Chevrolet at high speed. A sudden thud echoed from the roof. The Winter Soldier had stealthily climbed atop the vehicle and seized Sitwell, hurling him away. Black Widow noticed the Winter Soldier drawing his weapon and swiftly maneuvered into the gap between the driver and passenger seats, grasping Steve's arm while stepping on Falcon's foot, narrowly evading 3 gunshots. As for Pietro, seated in the middle, he unexpectedly avoided the bullets, clearly lacking the superhuman speed of Quicksilver from the X-Men. Falcon reacted quickly, slamming on the brakes and using inertia to dislodge the Winter Soldier from the roof. The Winter Soldier was thrown forward, rolling to dissipate the force, his mechanical arm clawing at the ground to gradually slow down until he came to a halt. On the overpass, a brief standoff formed as the Winter Soldier and the occupants of the vehicle locked eyes. Natasha, feeling the oppressive presence of the Winter Soldier, raised her gun to aim, but before she could pull the trigger, a black SUV sped in from behind, crashing directly into the stationary Chevrolet, causing her weapon to be jolted from her grip. Seeing this, Falcon slammed on the brakes. Yet the entire vehicle was still unable to escape its grim fate of being pushed towards the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier leaped onto the roof, his mechanical arm gripping it once more, and swiftly seized the steering wheel from Falcon's hands. The mechanical arm proved exceptionally effective. One could only say that it was the true essence of the Winter Soldier. Falcon was left dumbfounded, his mouth forming an O-shape. What the? He certainly hadn't anticipated such a move. Black Widow retrieved her handgun and fired at the roof, but the Winter Soldier had already leaped away, landing on the hood of the pursuing SUV, leaving the car without a steering wheel to face an inevitable crash. Just before the vehicle overturned, Captain America shouted, "Hold on to me." He then kicked off the car door, using it as a makeshift skateboard, gliding with Black Widow and Sam for several meters before coming to a halt. During this process, Falcon was thrown out, tumbling several times before finally coming to rest, while Pietro activated his abilities at the last moment before the crash, sprinting towards Captain's direction after disembarking. Just as Steve, Natasha, and Sam regained their footing from the perilous flip, Falcon was grimacing as he inspected his injuries, when a silver blur darted past them at an almost imperceptible speed, stirring up a gust of wind. A fleeting shadow brushed past the off-road vehicle. Pietro's form appeared like a wraith beside the black SUV involved in the accident. The Hydra agents inside had just raised their weapons when the car windows were suddenly laced with spiderweb-like cracks, a result of Pietro's rapid strikes with his knuckles on each pane of glass within mere fractions of a second. The tremendous shockwave left the agents inside disoriented, temporarily incapacitating them. Pietro found a length of rope in their vehicle, and with each team member still bearing restraint devices, he swiftly bound them all together. The Silver Spectre darted around the SUV and the few Hydra agents who had just emerged from the driver's seat, the ropes in his hands transforming into brown phantoms, expertly wrapping around their wrists and ankles, binding them to each other or securing them to the door handles and the vehicle's bumper. The entire process was astonishingly rapid. By the time Pietro reappeared beside Captain America, slightly out of breath and brushing off dust from his hands, the Hydra agents had only just begun to realize they had been tied up in a most humiliating and secure manner, utterly immobilized, reduced to impotent howls of frustration. As for the most formidable threat, the Winter Soldier, Perched upon the SUV's hood, Pietro paid special attention. He circled behind Winter Soldier, taking advantage of his bewilderment amidst the rapidly shifting scene, and swiftly wrapped the remaining length of rope around the junction of his mechanical arm and body, as well as around his legs. While it was not possible to completely restrain that powerful mechanical limb, it was sufficient to disrupt his balance in an instant. As he passed behind, Pietro delivered a sharp strike to the back of his neck. Even with Winter Soldier's formidable physique, he was powerless against the speedster. Perhaps a reason why Pietro was destined to face a narrative demise. Struck by the blow at such high velocity, Winter Soldier let out a muffled grunt, his movements faltering as his consciousness briefly blurred. He collapsed from the front of the vehicle, kneeling on one knee, struggling to rise. Seizing the opportunity, Pietro proceeded to stylishly bind Winter Soldier, rendering him unable to escape for the time being. Task accomplished. With hands on his hips and a hint of youthful pride in his tone, Pietro, though slightly breathless, clearly found this brief outburst of energy manageable. The overpass fell silent, save for the whimpers of the bound Hydra agents and the distant sounds of sporadic traffic. "Well done, Pietro," the captain praised, and as everyone beheld this astonishing display, they sighed deeply, marveling at the might of the superpowered. Subsequently, the trio approached the Winter Soldier, and Natasha jested, "Let us unveil the identity of this bashful handsome fellow." Recalling her past grievances with him, slightly crouching down, she removed the Winter Soldier's mask and goggles. Upon revealing his cold, handsome visage, an expression that seemed to suggest that the world owed him $10 million, Steve Rogers appeared struck by lightning, his blue eyes narrowing in disbelief, his face a canvas of shock and confusion. "Bucky?" He pondered, utterly bewildered. Wasn't he the only one aware of his dark past? Bucky, already deceased? How could he possibly be standing before him, and moreover, working for Hydra? A torrent of questions flooded Steve's mind. "Captain?" Sam called out, noticing Steve's dazed state. "Captain, we must leave." The four of them escorted Bucky towards the Jiang He villa. Meanwhile, Jiang He and Hill were preparing to implant the virus on the last mothership. "Contact Fury. Prepare." Hill had yet to finish her sentence when alarms began blaring throughout the base's warehouse. "What is happening? Have we been discovered?" Hill glanced around, but saw no sign of the enemy approaching. "No, it's these motherships preparing for launch," Jiang He calmly explained. Due to the incidents involving Sitwell, Crossbones, and the Winter Soldier, Pierce had become increasingly anxious, having sensed something amiss, and thus decided to activate the mothership directly after consulting with Dr. Zola. Through the porthole, Hill observed their vessel, the No. 1 Sky mothership, alongside its two sister ships, as the massive anti-gravity engines belched forth cerulean flames, and the colossal hull began to slowly detach from its berth, ascending into the sky. The overhead warehouse doors gradually opened, and the three motherships soared out in succession. "Damn it," Hill exclaimed. "Don't panic. It's merely the motherships being activated," Jiang He reassured her. "Don't panic? Once these three contraptions take to the skies, many lives will be lost. From the recent intel from Fury, anyone deemed detrimental to Hydra is on the liquidation list. We must hurry." Arriving at the docking port of the final aerospace carrier, Hill swiftly operated the controls to initiate the virus implantation. "The virus is uploading. Progress at 10, she announced, her heart racing in tandem with the fluctuating progress bar. The chaos and gunfire in the main control room faded into a distant background hum, her entire focus consumed by the slowly incrementing number. 80-90. A glint of urgency flashed in Hill's eyes. The aerospace carrier was nearing its designated altitude, and if they did not complete the upload soon, it would be too late. However, just as the progress bar reached 95, on the verge of completion, all screens in the control room, including the massive central holographic display, abruptly flickered. The interface, once showcasing data streams and system statuses, was instantaneously wiped clean, replaced by a vague human face outline formed by green light points. It was the digital specter created by Dr. Zola after uploading his consciousness. A synthetic voice, imbued with an eerie electronic timbre, reverberated throughout the main control room, cold and devoid of emotion. "Futile. I've already seized control of the mothership. Your virus will have no effect." It became evident that artificial intelligence was indeed more advanced than viral programs. Thus, the original narrative shifted towards hardware alterations to influence the mothership's offensive capabilities, a maneuver akin to someone remapping my keys. The data stream was local. Why was there no one present? Zola pondered, perplexed, for he had detected no signs of activity at the location where the virus was purportedly implanted. In truth, no one existed, as all three aerospace motherships were under algorithmic control, unmanned. Reveal yourself, hiding in the shadows. I know you are there. Jiang He remained indifferent. You think you can compel me to release Hill? Were you? Hill grasped Jiang He's hand tightly, her heart racing. Zola's electronic visage turned a shade of green with fury, as he commanded the weapons within the control chamber to target all conceivable locations where Jiang He and Hill might be concealed. Hill, do you hear me? Nick Fury's anxious voice reached out, but due to their position within the mothership and the altitude, the signal faltered and communication was entirely lost. Subsequently, the three motherships ascended to a preset altitude of 3,000 feet, and the weapon systems locked onto over 70,000 targets. No matter what you intend to do, it is already too late, Dr. Zola lamented. It's over, what should we do, Jiang? Hill uttered in despair, the abruptness of the situation leaving her overwhelmed. Perhaps if she had been granted more time, the outcome might have been different. Fear not, as long as you are willing to agree to one condition. I will assist you in sinking these three motherships. Jiang He seized the opportunity to act mischievously. He had intended to intervene. But why not gain some advantage in the process? If you can accomplish that, I would agree to even 10 conditions, Hill replied. Her skepticism mingled with a flicker of hope. Could Jiang He, with his ability to render others invisible and teleport, be suggesting he could transport the entire mothership? It seemed improbable to move all three in such a short time. However, any rescue, no matter how small, was worth pursuing. A deal was struck, plan successful, Jiang He declared, and in that instant, a crimson glow ignited in his eyes, the intense heat manifesting as a radiant red beam in the air. As Jiang He swept his gaze around, the three motherships simultaneously became inoperative and plummeted. Grasping the stunned Hill, he teleported away from the wreckage of the mothership, silently floating in the void. Chapter 32. Gathering evidence. Jiang He and Hill silently hovered in the atmosphere, Jiang He encircling Hill's waist, quietly admiring the motherships as they gradually lost power and fragmented. Hill clung tightly to Jiang He, fearful of falling. You possess such terrifying abilities, she exclaimed, gazing into Jiang He's eyes, filled with wonder as if he were an extraordinary artifact. Pierce, unaware of the unfolding events, observed through the monitor as a red light gracefully swept across the screen, marking the end of his insight plan. What transpired? The electronic screen remained silent as Dr. Zola did not utter a word. Let us depart. It is time to return, Jiang He stated, instantly teleporting with Hill back to the villa, where they rejoined the others. Nick Fury fixed his intense gaze upon Jiang He, his tone a mixture of awe and reproach. Damn it! Had I known you possessed such an extraordinary weapon, we would have never needed to devise such a convoluted plan. We could have simply sent you to circle the headquarters, and Pierce would have emerged to surrender on his own. Fury scrutinized Jiang He, endeavoring to uncover the secret of the enigmatic weapon. Jiang He shrugged nonchalantly, his gaze shifting to the silent and closely guarded Bucky, pointedly remarking, "Let us not speak so. At least this operation yielded unexpected gains. Would you not agree, Captain?" Steve Rogers' mind was heavily preoccupied with the return of his dear friend. Bucky's once familiar eyes now reflected only coldness and confusion, causing Steve's heart to ache. With great effort, he pulled his thoughts back upon hearing Jiang He's words, responding solemnly. Indeed, but the battle is far from over. Pierce still occupies the position of director of S.H.E.L.D. We must expose him and eradicate the Hydra menace completely. Precisely, Nick Fury interjected, his tone resolute and indisputable. S.H.I.E.L.D. is my life's work. It cannot simply be usurped by Hydra. We must reclaim it. Despite Fury's fervent declarations, he was acutely aware that the organization of Hydra could not be dismantled in a short span of time. To salvage S.H.I.E.L.D., a silent and comprehensive overhaul was necessary, yet such a feat seemed unattainable. The thought of years of dedication crumbling into dust was unbearable. Even though the Insight plan had been thwarted and 3 helicarriers lay reduced to costly scrap on the outskirts of Washington, D.C., Alexander Pierce still wielded supreme authority over S.H.I.E.L.D., and would undoubtedly exploit official channels to label Fury and Steve as traitors. Time was pressing. No need for such complications. Xiao Meng breached the network and locate Dr. Zola's server. Earlier, Jiang He had implanted Xiao Meng into his home, replacing the original intelligent program. As long as Xiao Meng existed within the same realm as Jiang he could leverage system computational support to infiltrate the digital world with ease. Understood, Master. A personified female voice resonated in the living room. Xiao Meng connected to the global network, pinpointing encrypted nodes within SHIELD, and breaking through firewalls to discover a highly active digital consciousness identified as Arnim Zola. Attempting to counteract and self-erase was detected. With a hint of levity, Xiao Meng declared, "Self-destruction? Not in my presence. Your server now falls under my jurisdiction." The target's digital consciousness had been successfully confined, and an infinite corridor firewall was constructed around its core code. Dr. Zola had now become a veritable brain in a vat. He could think and remember. It could exert no influence externally, nor could he delete himself. He was akin to a ghost locked within a safe. Well done, Jiang He extolled, attempting to make a grand impression before the crowd. Yet Nick Fury began to harbor a sense of trepidation, his mind racing with calculations and apprehensions. On the screen of Fury's portable computer, an icon representing a small but ferocious entity flickered momentarily, followed swiftly by the creation of a folder labeled Hydra, containing the most classified and perilous documents. In rapid succession, like a virus proliferating, countless subfolders and file icons erupted onto the screen at a pace nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, overwhelming the display. The titles flashed before him: Operation Paperclip Complete Personnel Roster and Evaluation Report, Global Infiltration Nodes, Political, Military, Economic, Insight Initiative, Original Algorithms, and Target Lists. Winter Soldier Program, Complete Task Files and Maintenance Records, Shield S Internal Hydra Member Directory, Real-Time Updates, Crossbones, Rumlow's Personal Action Log. Fury's singular eye fixated on the screen, and instinctively, he reached for the trackpad, clicking on the nearest file titled Council Infiltrators. It starkly enumerated the names, code names, and detailed accounts of 3 members of the World Security Council from SHIELD, revealing their provision of sanctuary and intelligence exchanges with Hydra, replete with irrefutable evidence and decrypted communications. Damn it, Fury muttered under his breath, his fingers gliding swiftly as he opened the Howard Stark incident report. Upon glimpsing the cold task report and the electronic signature of the Winter Soldier at its conclusion, his breath caught slightly, his gaze sharp as it flicked to the silent Bucky beside him, then to the pale-faced Steve. December 16th, 1991. Steve's voice was laced with suppressed anguish. He need not peruse further, for the title of the document spoke volumes. He approached Bucky, pressing his hand firmly on his friend's shoulder, as if to convey strength and affirm his presence. Hill and Natasha gathered closer, their eyes riveted on the continuously burgeoning list of files on the screen. Natasha's gaze was keen as she swiftly scanned a folder labeled Black Widow Program, Red Room Collaboration, her lips pressed tightly together, evidently stirred by unwelcome memories. It seemed they had been ensnared long before now. Hill, on the other hand, opened the Helicarrier Concealment Protocol, which revealed that even in the event of the Inside Initiative's failure, Pierce had contingency plans to seize or destroy the remnants of the carrier, obliterating any evidence. Their preparedness was indeed formidable. Fury paid no heed to their specific discoveries. His attention was wholly consumed by the deluge of information. He scrolled rapidly through the pages, perusing the seemingly endless list of incriminating evidence, from post-World War II conspiracies to encrypted directives issued mere moments ago by Pierce. Nothing was beyond exposure. The years of his labor, the fortress he had steadfastly believed in, now laid bare in the most raw and brutal manner before him. Damn it! Fury's voice carried a weight of profound exhaustion and utter coldness. This was not the SHIELD he had known, but rather the very headquarters of Hydra masquerading beneath its guise. Jiang He nodded calmly, regarding Bucky. I instructed Xiao Meng to highlight and conduct a correlational analysis in the folder of the Winter Soldier Project, which may contain crucial clues for breaking the brainwashing. Upon hearing this, Steve cast a grateful glance at Jiang He and immediately approached the computer, eagerly searching for the relevant documents. Chapter 33. The curtain falls. Steve meticulously reviewed the details of the Winter Soldier program and the truth behind the star couple's demise. The screen vividly recorded Bucky's ruthless modus operandi, alongside Hydra's cruel brainwashing experiments on him. After perusing the materials, he glanced at Bucky, whose consciousness was fading, and found himself grappling with a difficult decision. On one side stood Tony, the son of his former friend, with whom he had recently fought side by side. On the other was Bucky, his only surviving old comrade and brother-in-arms. "Captain, Tony has the right to know the truth," Jiang He reminded, not wanting to witness the potential rift between the two. He added, "When Bucky regains consciousness, you should meet Tony personally and bring these documents. However, it would be wise not to show him that video just yet. Anyone who sees it would be unable to contain themselves." "You are right, Jiang. I will go myself," Steve replied. The others tacitly refrained from intervening in the matter. None wished to see Tony and the captain drift apart. Yet, Jiang He genuinely worried that Tony might seriously harm both the captain and Bucky, especially since the current Tony Stark, enhanced by the serum, could easily overpower Captain America. "Well, we should be on our way," Nick Fury said as he stood up. "Jiang, thank you for your assistance. I believe we can handle the rest." "Sure. Feel free to reach out if needed," Jiang He responded. "Sir, I think," Pietro began, but Jiang He anticipated his intent and interrupted. "Go ahead. Your abilities should be of help to them." Nick Fury led the group towards the villa's entrance. After a few steps, he paused and turned back, looking perplexed. "Hill, apologies, Director, but Jiang He and I have matters to address. I will rejoin the team before 7 tomorrow morning," Hill replied thoughtfully. She had yet to fulfill her promise regarding the 10 conditions. "Damn, I shouldn't have made such bold claims," she lamented, realizing that words once spoken are like water spilled, too late for regrets. "Indeed, I will personally escort her back tomorrow," Jiang He said to Nick, winking at Hill. Nick nodded thoughtfully and then, accompanied by Black Widow, the captain, and Sam, escorted Bucky toward Fury's secret base. At that moment, only Jiang He and Hill remained in the villa. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Hill slowly spoke. "So, can you now present your request?" "Any request," Jiang He replied with a mischievous grin, his eyes gleaming with intrigue as he stepped closer to Hill. "Of course, speak freely. As long as it is within my power, I will not refuse." Hill gazed at the approaching river, as if she had discerned his probable intentions. A flush crept across her cheeks, and her heart raced. Yet, when she recalled how Jiang He had saved countless lives and assisted S.H.I.E.L.D. in acquiring substantial evidence against Hydra, her own contributions paled in comparison. Moreover, given Jiang He's remarkable appearance, strength, and abilities, she felt she was not at a disadvantage. Rather, her thoughts swirled until Jiang He closed the distance between them, their faces nearly touching. She could even sense his warm breath. Hill found herself momentarily stunned, her mind halting its relentless chatter. The scene before her quickened her breath, and without a moment's hesitation, she kissed Jiang He, as if compelled by an instinct to leap from a great height. The two became entwined, their battlefield shifting within the villa and occasionally soaring into the air, engaged in a fierce struggle, the acrid scent of gunpowder lingering around them. By evening, Hill expended her final ounce of strength, raising a white flag in surrender and sinking into a deep slumber. Though defeated, she felt a sense of honor. The following morning, Hill awoke, her mind racing with memories of her chaotic defeat at Jiang He's hands, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. As she glanced at Jiang He, who was observing her, she hurriedly covered herself and swiftly donned her equipment. With a hint of levity, she addressed Jiang He, "I still owe you 9 conditions." 9? I thought it was 10? Hill began to retort, only to find Jiang He playfully evading her. Upon reflection, she realized he had not actually made any demands the previous day. Damn it, my mind must be malfunctioning. She chastised herself in shame. "Let us go, I must depart," she resolved, dismissing her thoughts. Whether it was one condition more or less seemed inconsequential. Jiang He then embraced Hill and opened a portal leading to Nick Fury's side. "So, this is part of your abilities?" Hill pondered, marveling at the extent of Jiang He's powers, which were truly extraordinary. "Indeed," Jiang He replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Nick Fury, observing from across the way, remarked, "Damn it, Jiang, you are full of surprises." As Hill stepped through the portal, Jiang He waved goodbye, suggesting they meet again soon. Subsequently, Nick Fury publicly disclosed the sordid details of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the majority of evidence regarding Hydra's existence. Given their deep-rooted connections, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra were, in many respects, one and the same, leading to a profound loss of trust in S.H.I.E.L.D. by the world. This was the reason Nick Fury could not save the organization. Pierce and his fellow council members, having received advance warning, began their escape with some resources in tow. Meanwhile, Captain America was firmly securing Bucky, striving to awaken him through the bond they shared. Through Steve's relentless efforts, Bucky gradually began to unearth the memories that had been buried. Free from the mind control program, all his recollections burst forth like an overstuffed garbage bin, overwhelmed and exploding. The memories of Bucky intertwined with those of the Winter Soldier, causing him immense pain. "Kill me, Captain Steve," he cried out. "No, Bucky, pull yourself together. No worries, listen, it is not your fault, and death does not resolve issues." After the captain's guidance, Bucky temporarily relinquished his suicidal thoughts and chose to follow the captain, seeking to atone for his sins with the remainder of his life. The first step of which would lead him to Tony Stark. Chapter 34. Internal strife. On a pleasant day, Steve Rogers sought out Jiang He, accompanied by the now stabilized Bucky, to pay a visit. Jiang He was busy exploring the Marvel Universe, savoring the scenery, when he suddenly received a message from Little Ming. "Master, you have visitors." An electronic image materialized before him. It was the captain and his closest friend. Jiang He understood that they intended to seek out Tony, especially since he had previously advised Captain America to bring him along, believing he might assist in persuading Tony. In truth, Jiang He was genuinely apprehensive that Tony might interfere with their plans. A circle of silver-gray portals opened beside Captain America, and Jiang He stepped through. Steve and Bucky regarded this capable individual with keen interest, realizing that in this world, such beings had become commonplace. "Let us go. Tony is at a seaside villa. We shall proceed directly." With that, another portal materialized. "Sir, your best friend, Mr. Jiang, is here," Jarvis announced in a personable tone. Tony, who had been doing sit-ups, flipped over and quickly made his way to the door. The current Tony was markedly different from the past. His most significant transformation was perhaps his newfound passion for fitness. He adhered to a strict exercise regimen and enjoyed intimate moments with Pepper. "Is that you, Jiang? Long time no see. Come in," Tony exclaimed. "I must say, it's quite unusual for you not to teleport directly inside. I'm not quite accustomed to this," he jested, glancing at Steve. "Captain, and he is Bucky Barnes." "Oh, Bucky Barnes. Wait, you mean to say he is... Sorry, please, come inside." Tony paused, recognizing Bucky's name, a character from the same tale as Captain America, whose notoriety was undeniable. He invited all three into the villa. "Are you saying he is your Bucky?" "Indeed, Tony. Incredible. I never expected a relic like you would have one," Tony teased, while greeting Jiang He. Jiang He thought to himself, "There are plenty more surprises in store for you, which you'll soon discover." "Tony, we've come to discuss something important," the captain said somberly. From the outset, Tony sensed something was amiss. Steve's demeanor was unmistakably troubled, revealing his distress to anyone who looked. Noticing the tension, Tony adopted a serious tone. "All right, it seems you have something significant to share." The captain produced a USB drive, his expression grave, and handed it to Tony. "Here, take a look at this, Tony." Accepting the drive, Tony led the group to his underground laboratory, where he inserted the USB. Jarvis began displaying a series of files on various screens. The first sounds echoing were those of anguished screams. Tony, perplexed, inquired, "What is this?" "Sir, upon reviewing this information, it appears to pertain to Hydra's Winter Soldier program, with the individual in the video undergoing a brainwashing experiment." "Hydra?" Tony exclaimed in astonishment as he glanced at the captain, questioning whether these fiends had not been eradicated. "Captain?" Tony turned his gaze back towards him. After scrutinizing the Insight program, Tony found it somewhat aligned with his own ideology of assembling the world and preemptively addressing threats, albeit excessively extreme. However, upon Jarvis's reminder that his name was also on that list, his amusement dissipated. After perusing a multitude of documents, Tony's attention was drawn to a particular file marked by Jarvis. "Sir, you may find this document of particular interest," Jarvis remarked, indicating its potential relevance to Tony. The file commenced with the title, Howard Stark Incident Report, instantly unsettling Tony as the relaxed demeanor on his face vanished. He straightened his posture, his gaze intensifying on the screen, his voice dropping to a hushed tone. "Jarvis, retrieve the full contents of this document. Certainly, sir. The document unfolded, revealing clear text. Task number WS19911-216. Objective: recover super soldier serum samples and eliminate traces of the mission. Executor: Winter Soldier. Mission report: target vehicle successfully intercepted upon mission completion. Howard Stark and his wife Maria Stark confirmed deceased. No serum samples found in the vehicle. Intelligence presumed erroneous. The laboratory fell into a profound silence, broken only by Tony's heavy breathing. His gaze fixated on the words confirming their deaths. His breath grew labored, fingers unconsciously tightening, knuckles whitening from strain. So, this Winter Soldier, is he the one beside you? Having just witnessed the brainwashing process, he felt sympathy for the individual beside Steve. Yet now, Tony's animosity burgeoned. As conflicting emotions raged within him, reason clashing violently with sentiment. He slowly turned, his gaze passing over the pale-faced Steve, finally resting on the silent Bucky. In those eyes, typically alight with mischief and wisdom, surged disbelief, anguish, and a burgeoning fury. They claimed it was an accident. Tony's voice became hoarse, tinged with a shattering quality. A car accident. They told me it was a damned car accident. Steve stepped forward urgently, attempting to explain. Tony, listen to me. Bucky was under control. He had no idea what he was doing. Control by Hydra? Tony interrupted vehemently, his voice rising in a tempest of rage. He was controlled. So that's the justification. So my parents deserve to be murdered by this killing machine. Steve, do not defend him. Bucky glanced at Steve, shaking his head before approaching Tony. Listen, I am deeply sorry, but I must take responsibility for my actions, Bucky said, filled with remorse, then turned to Tony, continuing to speak. Howard is my friend, and I loathe myself for not having perished at the edge of that precipice that day. Subsequently, Bucky turned his head away, unable to endure Tony's gaze. Tony, calm down. Steve interposed himself before Bucky, a steadfast shield, asserting it was Hydra's fault, not Bucky's. He is also a victim. The captain fervently defended Bucky. My parents were the true victims. Tony bellowed, forcefully swinging his arm and denting the nearby workbench. The atmosphere grew tense, Tony's chest heaving, the flames of fury in his eyes nearly palpable. Steve tensed, bracing for a possible eruption of conflict. Meanwhile, Bucky remained silent. Yet that silence seemed akin to an unspoken admission of guilt, further inciting Tony's wrath. Jiang He observed quietly from the side, aware that this was a matter of deep personal vengeance that would not be easily resolved. In an instant, Tony erupted, hurling Captain America 10 meters away and sending Bucky flying with a punch. The captain was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Tony's strength was amiss. This is bad, Bucky. The captain sprang to his feet, racing towards Bucky, but as Tony approached, he attempted to intervene, this time without his shield, leaving him vulnerable to Tony's onslaught. In mere moments, the captain found himself on the ground, having been bested by Tony. As he watched Bucky rise slowly, Tony restrained his blows, delivering several punishing punches to Bucky's face, rendering it a bloodied mess. Gazing at Bucky's battered visage, Tony raised his fist high but did not strike. At that moment, he felt an immense anguish. Bucky was barely clinging to life, and another blow could very well extinguish it. The captain's heart ached, fully aware that he could no longer prevent Tony's quest for vengeance. Tony gradually lowered his clenched fist, devoid of the satisfaction that should accompany the act of avenging his enemies. Instead, he felt lost and tormented, wishing fervently that Bucky would rise and engage him in a fierce battle, one where neither would emerge unscathed. Yet, Bucky remained motionless, as if he had resigned himself to the fate of being slain by Tony. Sensing the tension escalate, Jiang He interjected, "Stand down, Tony. You must understand that even if you kill him, it will not bring you solace. Think of your parents. They would not wish to see you like this. And remember Wanda's parents? They too perished beneath your weapons. Yet that was not your fault." Tony breathed heavily, absorbing Jiang He's counsel. He glanced back at Jiang, then at the anguished Steve in the distance, and finally at Bucky, contemplating for a long while. You are right, Jiang. Although Tony's actions could hardly be deemed a catharsis, after the flurry of blows and Jiang He's reminder, he had managed to regain some semblance of composure. Observing Bucky's resigned acceptance of his fate, Tony recognized that he was merely another victim, akin to his own parents. He must gather himself and seek out the true mastermind behind it all to avenge his parents. Pierce. He is the one pulling the strings and also Bucky's direct superior. Steve interjected at the opportune moment. Captain, Tony glanced at Steve, his expression filled with regret. Yet prideful as he was, he would never apologize. Once he calmed down, Tony summoned a doctor for Bucky, tending to his wounds with care. Surprisingly, after the blow to his head, Bucky seemed more alert, with memories flooding back. Jiang, I truly wish you had come to beat me up just now. Perhaps that would have helped me regain my composure, Tony said half-jokingly to Jiang He. In truth, there was another video in that data. I fear it might be too much for you. However, if you wish to discuss it, not now, Jiang. I've only just managed to calm down. The captain approached Tony, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Tony, for not taking Bucky's life. He means a great deal to me. Bucky, are you all right? I'll be fine. Just need a few days to recuperate. Tony handed Steve the carefully prepared Serum 1 and Reversal Agent, intending to make amends for his earlier actions. As he explained the significance of these items, Steve instantly recognized their immense value, yet felt no reason to decline. You can only use Serum 1 yourself. It's best to utilize it immediately. As for the other, I believe you have plans for it. Tony, no more arguments, Captain. You can't even defeat me right now. You need it. As for the other, consider it a debt owed to you by this world. The captain fell silent, eager to rush to her side and administer this extraordinary agent. However, to reassure Tony, he promptly used Serum 1. Is this truly as potent as they say? How does it feel to be on the receiving end of a beating? Tony exchanged a sinister grin with Jiang He, and Steve began his transformation. Tony turned his gaze towards the captain, a mischievous smile on his face. Steve, sensing a trap, thought, oh no, I've fallen for it. Moments later, Steve rushed to the restroom, clutching his backside, much to the amusement of Jiang He and Tony, as if everything that had transpired was of little consequence. This is the mindset of a true champion. They do not allow the mistakes of others or their past to drain their energy. Once they recognize their adversary, they confront them, declare their intent for revenge, and ultimately emerge victorious. Chapter 35. Revival. Did you really just give my belongings to Steve? To be precise, that was a gift from you, so it has become my property. Very well, but should you require anything, feel free to reach out, Jiang He replied, adding, just make sure to trade your armor with me when the time comes. Upon exiting the restroom, Steve distinctly felt a remarkable transformation in his physical prowess. However, since he had already been injected with the Super Soldier Serum, it felt akin to a complete system reboot. Tony observed Captain America emerging from the restroom. Captain, would you mind if we joined you to see Aunt Peggy? Although the captain was initially thrilled upon learning about the effects of the serum, he remained uncertain about its efficacy since it was merely Tony's verbal description. However, Tony's suggestion to accompany him aligned perfectly with the captain's intentions. The phenomenon of rejuvenation fascinated Tony greatly. The trio abandoned the injured Bucky, hastening towards a nursing home where Peggy Carter resided, fearing that they might arrive too late and find her gone. It is essential to note that Peggy Carter was now in her 90s, having lived a solitary life, devoid of Steve from another universe to accompany her. Standing outside Peggy's room, Steve approached the door with a heavy heart, torn between excitement at the prospect of Peggy regaining her youth and anxiety over whether the serum would genuinely work. He was also troubled by the thought of whether Peggy would even wish to return to her younger self. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. As they reached Peggy's bedside, she lay asleep, her consciousness hazy, her hair gray, and her skin wrinkled, displaying the signs of old age. Noticing the captain's indecision, Jiang He spoke up. If you don't hurry, she might die. Jiang, your words are too blunt. Tony shot a disapproving glance at Jiang He. The captain, overcoming his hesitation, drew the syringe and injected the serum into Peggy's body. How is she? He asked, observing Peggy, who remained unchanged, his expression tense. It won't happen instantly. The serum needs time to take effect, Jiang He reminded him. Thus, the three of them fixated on Peggy, and 3 minutes later, her skin began to transform. The change emanating from within, indicating that they had reached a critical juncture. Despite having anticipated this, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. Tony marveled at the extraordinary nature of the serum, capable of driving countless individuals to madness. Captain, you might want to consider giving Aunt Peggy a new identity, Tony suggested. Before long, Peggy Carter awakened, her formerly wrinkled skin now plumped with youthful vigor, returning her to the prime of her life at around 18. Her face retained the familiar features Steve recognized, reminiscent of 70 years ago, though her hair had not yet regained its color, remaining white. As Peggy gazed at the trio, her consciousness occasionally blurred, leading her to instinctively believe she was dreaming. "Steve?" she murmured, just as Steve was about to speak. Tony interjected, "Captain, she recognized you." "Good grief. Couldn't you let the captain speak first?" Jiang He looked at Tony in exasperation. "Does this count as stealing the captain's first moment of recognition?" He pondered, reflecting on Peggy's first response as she regained her awareness. "Let's go. With the two of them here, we need not linger as the third wheel," Peggy remarked. Observing the three, only Steve was familiar to her. Another resembled Tony, and the third, with an Eastern appearance, remained unrecognized yet undeniably handsome, further convincing her that she was in a dream. "Peggy, it's me." Steve stepped forward and grasped Peggy's hand, his expression brimming with emotion, tears cascading uncontrollably. "Steve, is it you? How could this be? Am I dreaming?" Despite the dreamlike quality of the moment, Peggy felt immense joy at seeing him. She tenderly cradled Steve's face, her fingers caressing his skin. Yet, something felt amiss. The sensation and warmth were too vivid to be mere figments of imagination. Upon glancing at the mirror on the bedside table, she beheld her youthful, vibrant reflection and chuckled softly. This must be a dream. Thus, Peggy took hold of Steve's hand, initiating a profound exchange of souls, determined to seize this moment of clarity. Little did Captain realize that this dance, transcending 70 years, was unfolding on the bed of a nursing home. After sharing this intimate experience, Peggy wrapped her arms around Steve's neck, exclaiming, "This feels so real, so wonderfully real that I dread waking up." The captain could hardly fathom that the dance with Peggy was taking place in a nursing home. "Peggy, this is not a dream. This is reality. Do you remember those two individuals we saw 3 hours ago? It was their potion that restored your youth. One of them is Tony Stark. I believe you know him." Following an explanation, Peggy finally comprehended her current state. She felt immense gratitude and relief for having persevered until this day, mending the regrets of her life. She then presented 2 potions to Tony, indicating that she would be away for a while. These potions were for emergencies. As for the armor, it would remain a debt for now, as she could retrieve it at any time. However, she urged Tony to expedite upgrades, insisting that he must possess the most advanced and dazzling suit to attend comic conventions, undoubtedly making a grand entrance. The ensuing period seemed to pass without significant events. Well, Jiang He mused himself, recalling that the storyline of the Guardians of the Galaxy had yet to unfold. "Forget it. Those goofballs will be fine. I can't be bothered. As for the Power Stone, if Xander thinks it can safeguard it, so be it. When Thanos appears wielding his mighty blade, let them not regret their choices." After sharing a magical message for Wanda, Jiang He activated a dimensional teleportation, vanishing from sight. Chapter 36. An Unexpected Change Primitive. Lin Bei has returned. With a swift motion, Jiang He found himself back in a secluded corner of the primordial universe. He sensed a reduction in energy consumption. Was it an illusion, or was it simply familiarity? In Chuan City, Jiang He wandered the streets, observing his hometown, which bore little distinction from the Marvel Universe. He opted for a humble bus ride home. Upon returning, he discovered the house was empty. Not feeling rushed, he noticed that while the house seemed unchanged, it had taken on a somewhat antiquated appearance. Time had not passed long. Something felt amiss. Was it possible that his parents had refrained from spending the money he had sent them? As Jiang He pondered this perplexity, the system activated the team voice chat. "Master, you have finally returned," exclaimed Xiao Meng with delight. "Master, during your absence, several significant events transpired." Through the account provided by Xiao Meng, Jiang He learned of the occurrences that unfolded in his absence. In essence, the rapid ascent of Mengren technology disrupted certain existing interests, resulting in suppression, including the employment of some unscrupulous tactics. A month ago, in the capital, the Liu family, a prominent local clan with a lineage spanning several centuries and branches extending across the nation and even abroad, took notice. Although Xiao Meng's operations and finance were rather unconventional, they initially failed to attract the attention of the formidable Liu family. However, as Xiao Meng continued to excel, unveiling groundbreaking technologies that outperformed countless enterprises, many international giants expressed their astonishment, including the renowned American billionaire and entrepreneur Elon Musk. who exhibited considerable interest in the advanced aerospace technologies under Mengren technology, particularly the arc propulsion device developed by Tony Stark, which was poised to revolutionize the entire industry. Predictably, the leading sectors worldwide became aware of Xiaomeng technology within a month, and news gradually spread throughout the industry. At this juncture, the current head of the Liu family, Liu Feng, took note of the burgeoning Mengren technology. Following an assessment by his group, it was determined that Mengren technology possessed immense potential, emerging as a dark horse among numerous enterprises, having appeared suddenly and without any prior indication. Such audacity, truly a reckless youth. Liu Feng scoffed, subsequently issuing orders to acquire Mengren technology. Jiang He, however, underestimated the complexities of the situation, believing that possessing capability and technology would naturally lead to being revered. In reality, he found himself becoming a target. The Liu family had long dominated the domestic landscape, wielding considerable influence and connections in both political and business realms. Thus, for the Liu family to take down the fledgling Mengren technology was a matter of ease. Nevertheless, the Liu family's actions encountered obstacles for Xiaomeng. Despite the diminished computational support away from the system, retained his prowess as a premier artificial intelligence, bolstered further by the operational core established by the system, remaining unfazed even offline. Mengren technology faced a shutdown, with the Liu family thoroughly investigating the company, even seizing Xiaomeng's core entity, forcing him to remain concealed within the digital realm, resulting in less than optimal performance. As the Liu family failed to uncover the desired technology, their patience waned, prompting them to resort to less than honorable methods. Since Jiang He had not deliberately concealed his identity when registering the company, the Liu family swiftly traced him, leveraging their political influence to unearth connections, placing all associated with Jiang He, including his parents and siblings, on their investigation list. Naturally, no matter how formidable Xiaomeng might be, he must adhere to the laws of the land, as Jiang He had originally commanded. So long as it was lawful, he was free to operate as he wished. Yet, it now appeared that Jiang He had made the right call. Had Xiaomeng managed everything flawlessly, he would have found himself devoid of any amusement. In the realm of the digital world, Xiaomeng emerged as an indomitable force, rendering even 360 powerless. Through his relentless search, he unearthed a plethora of incriminating evidence against the Liu family, encompassing human trafficking, the infamous Breaking Bad, and tax evasion. When Xiaomeng reached out to the head of the Liu family, Liu Feng, under a shrouded identity, Liu Feng was already prepared. Within the opulent confines of a luxurious private bathhouse, Liu Feng's phone buzzed. Xiaomeng wasted no time in issuing threats, revealing his knowledge of Liu Feng's unspeakable deeds, including the numerous mistresses he harbored. Before Xiaomeng could finish, Liu Feng interrupted. Enough. You must be sent by the Jiang family, or perhaps Jiang He himself. I have long sought your whereabouts. However, your parents and younger brother are currently under my surveillance. If you promptly hand over what I desire, I would not mind facilitating a reunion. Upon hearing this, Xiaomeng felt a surge of urgency, yet maintained an outward composure. Although Xiaomeng could ascertain the general location of Jiang He's parents, that area seemed devoid of any electronic network, rendering him powerless. He could only bide time, awaiting the return of his master. Xiaomeng fell silent, prompting Liu Feng to continue. While I am unsure of the origin of your information, even if it became public knowledge, I possess the means to extricate myself. Should I learn that this information is disclosed, their lives would be forfeit. Liu Feng spoke with conviction. The Liu family's extensive development was intricately tied to the state, to the extent of mutual prosperity and peril. In response, Xiaomeng declared, "You shall regret this," before abruptly severing the connection. It was indeed a farce. A mere Jiang He could hardly stir significant turmoil. Had it not been for the alluring technology he possessed, he wouldn't even qualify for my attention. Regret? How laughable. At that moment, Jiang He's parents and younger brother were being held captive by Liu Feng's most loyal followers in a lavish villa, a testament to the Liu family's elite status, where even confinement exuded luxury, far beyond anyone's imagination. Initially, Jiang He's parents endured intense interrogation from their captors. However, due to Jiang He's gradual enhancements to their bodies, they had become impervious to standard firearms, a phenomenon they had quietly acknowledged. The couple exchanged knowing glances, aware that their son would not voluntarily explain and they would not pry further. Seeing that ordinary methods yielded no results, and fearing that excessive force could lead to the loss of hostages, which would thwart their objectives, they resorted to threatening Jiang He's younger brother. After witnessing the couple's desperate pleas, they confirmed that Jiang He's parents were, indeed, unaware of the circumstances. After deliberation, it was decided that Jiang He's parents and brother would remain hidden here as leverage against him. As nearly a month passed without a sign from Jiang He, it appeared he was resolutely intent on remaining hidden, indifferent to his parents' fate. "Say gong, you go." Lu Feng impatiently tossed aside his phone. Thus, Lu Feng's cousin, Lu Chenggong, was dispatched to deal with the Jiang family. "My elder brother is truly something. Must I personally handle such trivial matters?" Lu Chenggong, the second in command of the family, primarily oversees the underground industries beyond the family's jurisdiction and engages in various unsavory dealings. Unlike his elder brother, Lu Chenggong presents a rather roguish appearance, with dark circles under his eyes, suggesting a life of excess. Lu Chenggong was sent to employ certain coercive tactics to extract information from Jiang He. Unfortunately, they were unaware that Jiang He was not of this world. Chapter 37. Uninstalling the database. Lu Chenggong displayed a sinister grin as he approached Jiang Yuan, Jiang He's father. "Jiang Yuan, we have given your son ample time. Our patience has worn thin." Observing the emotionless expressions of the two men, Lu Chenggong flicked his tongue and slowly articulated. "Jiang sang, you surely do not wish for any harm to befall your wife." It seems Lu Chenggong possesses a hint of cherry blossom lineage. Jiang Yuan seethed with anger. Yet, with Jiang Feng in their grasp, he could only submit to their whims. By the heavens, it is indeed the elder brother who calls the shots. A loyalist of the Lu family muttered nearby. "Bring forth Jiang's wife and release her bindings." "Beasts, you wretched beasts, you shall face divine retribution." Jiang He's mother, Wang Qing, glared fiercely at Lu Chenggong, wishing nothing more than to tear him apart at that very moment. Once Wang Qing was freed, Lu Chenggong stepped closer, his eyes gleaming with amusement. However, before he could approach, Wang Qing broke free from her restraints and charged at Lu Chenggong, delivering a swift kick aimed directly at his groin. Instantly, Lu Chenggong's legs buckled, his face contorting in agony. Seeing Wang Qing poised to continue her assault on Lu Chenggong, a voice suddenly called out from behind, "Madam Jiang, cease your attack. Do not forget, your younger son remains in our custody." Jiang Feng was filled with dread. In the face of death, fear is universal, and he was merely a high school student. The loyalist of the Lu family shook the dagger he held against Jiang Feng's throat. Upon seeing this, Wang Qing dared not strike again, collapsing to the ground in despair, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Yuan gritted his teeth, cursing vehemently, yet his rage was impotent. "How dare you kick me?" Lu Chenggong croaked, his voice strained as he limped toward Wang Qing. "I shall make you regret your recent actions." After saying this, he contemplated and signaled to his subordinates. By the heavens, is the elder brother truly this depraved? Must we be involved in such matters? This is quite unsettling. His subordinates grumbled amongst themselves, realizing how adept he was at this grim pastime, likely not his first encounter with such brutality. A group of them surrounded Wang Qing, who sat despondently on the ground, while Jiang Feng was coerced, utterly at their mercy, with no room for resistance. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly materialized outside the villa, while within, Jiang He's force was able to restrain all members of the Lu family present, including Lu Chenggong. The biological force field completely dominated the space, immobilizing every cell and even the atomic-level activities of those ensnared within it, akin to a suspension of time. "Father, mother, brother, I have arrived." Jiang He entered the room where his parents were confined and proceeded to free Jiang Yuan from his restraints. His son, Wang Qing, rushed forward, embracing Jiang He tightly and weeping profusely. "Mother, we will discuss it later." As he was about to depart, Jiang He inscribed a message on Lu Chenggong's face using a self-created spell, proclaiming, "The game begins." This crimson inscription would remain etched upon his visage, unless Jiang He chose to erase it personally. With a mere thought, Jiang He confiscated Lu Chenggong's tools of crime and instantly teleported back with his parents and brother. As Jiang He departed and the force field dissipated, the onlookers were astonished to find the Jiang family had vanished without a trace. "Where have they gone?" Lu Chenggong exclaimed. shaking his head in search, bewildered by their disappearance. It then dawned on him that he was bleeding profusely from his lower region. The time suspension had ended, and a wave of excruciating pain surged through his mind. The agony compelled him to roll on the ground in desperation, curling up in torment. His subordinates quickly surrounded him, their anxiety escalating as they called for a doctor. The medical personnel initially intended to attend to the Jiang family now found themselves urgently needed. After dismissing the onlookers, the doctors worked to unfasten Lu Chenggong's trousers, only to be met with astonishment at the sight of his mutilated anatomy, as if it had been excised. Where is his reproductive organ? One doctor rushed out, inquiring of the bewildered subordinates outside. Faced with blank stares, the doctor could only proceed with suturing the wound. Otherwise, this prominent figure might succumb to excessive blood loss. Once the immediate crisis was addressed, the doctors noted the peculiar markings on his face, initially dismissing them as a mere act of vengeance from an enemy. However, after a brief examination, they were shocked to discover that the inscriptions could not be removed. The head physician furrowed his brow and promptly ordered Lu Chenggong to be transported to the hospital, notifying Lu Feng of the situation. Back at Jiang He's home, the three sat on the sofa in the living room. Jiang He inquired with concern, "Father, Mother, are you all right?" "We are fine. Thankfully you came, otherwise your mother might have." Jiang He's father spoke, filled with trepidation. Jiang He, upon hearing this, looked at his trembling family and felt a profound sense of fear. Had he arrived just a moment later? Thus, he silently cast a protective spell on his parents and brother, ensuring their safety from any threats, including self-harm. After completing this, Jiang He still felt uneasy. He then extended his consciousness to scan the earth, bestowing magical protection upon his immediate relatives, finally feeling reassured. Subsequently, when faced with his parents' inquiries about his newfound abilities, such as teleportation and immobilization spells, along with changes to his physical constitution, they pressed him for details. However, Jiang He casually explained that he had merely utilized experimental substances from his company, acquiring abilities that defied scientific explanation, dismissing it as inconsequential. Once he had assuaged his parents' concerns, Jiang He retreated to his room, pondering the fate of the Lu family, which now lay sealed in their doom. Recalling the recently scanned information from around the globe, Jiang He couldn't help but emit a chilling cackle. "Ah, brother, I'm in such pain, damn it." Observing Lu Chenggong, who was wailing on the bed, Lu Feng rubbed his forehead, appearing utterly vexed. "Enough noise. I shall reiterate. Did you see who struck the first blow?" "No, the Jiang family vanished before our eyes." "I've said it multiple times, yet you refuse to believe." Lu Feng pressed his forehead harder, feeling an intensifying headache. It was akin to what others had stated. "But how could that be? And the markings on your face, they have tried every method to remove them, but to no avail." Upon hearing this, Lu Chenggong was infuriated. "Damn it, it must be Jiang He. I will ensure his demise, along with his entire family." Lu Feng continued to rub his forehead, realizing that Jiang He's methods were perplexing, indicating that revenge would be troublesome. Initially, Lu Feng regarded Jiang He with disdain, believing the Jiang family to be easily manageable. Their techniques, mere trifles, simply a matter of time before they were subdued. However, the current situation was indeed unforeseen. Chapter 38. Part-time upon returning to the office, Jiang He gazed at the now deserted corporate building, musing on the unpredictability of life. If he were an ordinary person, facing the Lu family's onslaught, he would likely have succumbed to despair and leaped from a building by now. With a flick of his wrist, he instantly transferred the core of the Yuan from Lu family's special items storage into his hand. "Master, welcome back," accompanied by the return of Xiaoming. The core pulsed with a flickering blue light. "It seems that running a company is not my forte," Jiang He remarked ominously, eyeing the Yuan core. "Master?" Jiang He intended to seize an opportunity to usurp the Lu family, for a top-tier group was readily available, and they had offended him, granting Jiang He, the exemplary youth, a pretext for plunder while allowing him to unleash his darker impulses. With this thought, he began to emit a sinister chuckle. Abroad, in a prestigious university located in America, in a secluded corner outside the aristocratic institution, Jiang He materialized, gazing upon the opulent academy with its grand entrance, where luxury vehicles occasionally glided in, surrounded by flourishing flora. He was taken aback. Is this truly a place for education? Jiang He pondered, bewildered by the world of the affluent. His purpose for being there was to locate Lu Feng's daughter, Lu Ruoyan. Lu Ruoyan and her brother, Lu Changming, were fraternal twins. However, in the Lu family's future planning, only Lu Changming held significant importance, while Lu Ruoyan was merely doted upon by her parents, devoid of any entanglement with family interests. Compared to her brother, her affection was perhaps more genuine. Previously, when Xiaoming had introduced Jiang He to the intricacies of the Lu family, he mentioned their offspring. With Jiang He's mental scanning leading him to Lu Ruoyan's whereabouts, he was soon to catch sight of her. At that moment, a luxurious black sedan slowly entered the academy's gates, inside of which sat Lu Ruoyan, the Lu family's young lady, alongside her mother, Wen Shuyue. As the prey appeared, Jiang He smiled slyly. Since you have harmed my family, do not blame me for returning the favor. With that, Jiang He vanished from the spot. Mommy, farewell. Lu Ruoyan alighted from the car and gently waved her farewell to Wen Shuyue inside. Drive safely. Shuyue's voice resonated, soft and delicate, yet full of vitality. Truly an exemplary mother. Even with her daughter grown, she still personally attends to her comings and goings. As Jiang He entered stealth mode, he quietly followed along, casting a glance at Wen Shuyue. This woman exuded grace and poise, adorned in an exquisite qipao that was both elegant and unpretentious. Her hair was elegantly coiled atop her head, secured with a golden hairpin, projecting an aura of refined nobility. Witnessing this, Jiang He found himself unexpectedly altering his intentions, deciding to approach matters through Wen Shuyue. After a meticulous appraisal of her, he considered it quite natural. Lu Feng, how could someone like you possibly be worthy of such beauty? It seems you've brought misfortune upon yourself by crossing paths with me. Reclining atop the car, Jiang He leisurely admired the surrounding scenery. To facilitate her daughter Lu Ruoyan's transportation, Wen Shuyue had purchased a villa near the school, in a location that boasted a pleasing landscape. Indeed, wealth nurtures one's spirit. Residing in such a nature-kissed locale enhances one's demeanor and essence. After approximately 15 minutes, the vehicle approached a grand estate, gradually entering through its gates. Before them lay a pristine azure lake, reflecting the classical main house in the distance. A white marble fountain cascaded with golden hues, while rare flora lined the pathway, each detail silently proclaiming the owner's affluence, taste, and opulence. Jiang He was already quite astonished by Tony's villa, yet this spectacle unveiled the true extent of Tony's understated luxury. Upon returning to her room, Wen Shuyue removed her outer garments and instructed the estate's maid to arrange for a professional masseur from her family's corporate group to attend to her. A woman of Wen Shuyue's stature would feel no discomfort in a foreign land. However, the long-distance nature of her marriage to Lu Feng had inevitably strained their relationship. Madam, the information you requested, a maid presented a tablet displaying images of Lu Feng embracing another woman. This intelligence had been covertly recorded by Lu Feng's personal bodyguard, whom Wen Shuyue had discreetly bribed. This marked the 6th such incident this year. Could not take a pause? Their union was initially a business arrangement, securely bound by mutual interests, yet despite this, Wen Shuyue genuinely invested in the marriage. However, the demands of their 2 children, coupled with Lu Feng's busy schedule, had rendered emotional neglect inevitable, leading to the disintegration of their bond. Madam, your masseur has arrived, the maid announced as she led the technician into Wen Shuyue's room. The masseur was a middle-aged man, wearing a mask. Come in. Wen Shuyue had already changed into form-fitting yoga pants and a white cloth wrapped around her chest, adeptly positioning herself on the massage table. Let us begin, she softly instructed, though before he started, she scrutinized the masseur with a hint of curiosity, sensing an unusual difference in his demeanor today compared to previous encounters. Was it merely an illusion? Due to the long-standing presence of the same individual administering her massages, Wen Shuyue sensed a hint of peculiarity. However, she dismissed it, as massage had become one of the few pleasures in her daily existence. After engaging in some physical activities and the kneading of her meridians, she changed out of her trousers and draped in a piece of silk covering her waist and hips, expertly positioned herself on the massage table, face down. The white cloth covering her chest lay comfortably across her, revealing her clean and proportionate back, while the silk around her waist merely concealed her most intimate areas, as if a gentle breeze could unveil her springtime allure. Thus I commenced. The technician poured essential oil into his palms, vigorously rubbing until they radiated warmth. Starting at Wen Shiyue's slender calves, his hands made contact with her skin. Smooth as white jade, delicate and tender. With hands outstretched, he grasped her exquisite feet, gradually increasing the pressure as he glided over each muscle beneath her skin. The sensation brought a slight hitch to Wen Shiyue's breath, and, as he continued upward, her breathing intensified with the technician's hands approaching the boundary between her thighs. Suddenly, her body quivered, and a soft, playful sound escaped her lips. "What is it, madam?" The technician, fully aware of the situation, inquired calmly. "Today's technique seems somewhat different." With a hint of embarrassment, Wen Shiyue stammered her response. "Oh, this is a newly introduced massage technique from our company. After extensive practice, many clients have given high praise. How do you find its effects?" The technician, masked and maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, concealed a mischievous smile beneath. "It's quite good, I suppose." A sense of internal conflict stirred within Wen Shiyue. She felt an urge to unleash her wrath upon this audacious masseur, to expel him and perhaps retaliate. Yet, a lingering resentment gnawed at her, questioning why Lu Feng could revel freely, while she herself faced such scrutiny for a momentary lapse. Embracing this mindset, Wen Shiyue feigned composure and urged him, "Please continue." The technician replenished the essential oil and proceeded with the same method on her other leg. Next was her back. While he calmly explained his techniques, Wen Shiyue tuned out, lost in the bliss of the experience. The heat of his palms melded with her smooth spine, the rich aroma of the oil wafting gently through the air. His movements were steady and rhythmic, applying just the right amount of pressure to release her taut muscles. His fingers traced along either side of her spine, occasionally gliding over her subtly prominent curves. Each press sending ripples of exquisite shivers through her body, as if tiny currents of electricity danced beneath her skin. When his thumbs pressed lightly yet firmly into her lower back, a barely audible, suppressed sigh escaped her lips. Those hands seemed to possess a form of magic, capable of identifying the sources of her aches and fatigue with precision, dissolving them with an almost tender strength. This cycle continued, as the boundary between her waist and hips gradually descended, eventually reaching the contours concealed beneath the silk. As Wen Shiyue found herself unable to restrain the increasingly audacious technician, he abruptly ceased his movements and calmly instructed, "Madam, turn over and lie down." In an instant, Wen Shiyue fell silent, compelled by an inexplicable force to comply. The technician turned away, and she, clutching the white cloth draped over her chest, obeyed his command. As she lay down, the fabric rested delicately upon her voluptuous form, revealing exquisite curves, while silk concealed her most intimate areas, accentuating her graceful waistline. "Proceed," she urged. The technician pivoted back, his gaze sweeping over the supine figure of Wen Shiyue. The white cloth over her chest rose and fell gently with her breath, outlining breathtaking arcs. Her slender waist accentuated by the silk that seemed on the verge of slipping away, guarding the final realm of mystery. He poured the essential oil into his palms, warming it with a deliberate motion. This time, his journey began at her delicate neck. His fingertips, imbued with a searing warmth, traced the line of her collarbone, applying just the right amount of pressure that made Wen Shiyue instinctively tilt her head back, a soft whimper escaping her throat. His palms glided down the inner side of her arms, caressing the delicate skin until he reached her wrists. Each touch was slow and resolute, as if measuring a rare treasure. Next, his hands returned to her shoulders, where his thumbs pressed gently on acupressure points, intertwining sensations of soreness and relief before trailing downward. As his fingertips brushed the edge of the white cloth, gliding towards her underarm and the sensitive curves of her waist, Wen Shiyue's breath quickened, her body trembling uncontrollably with delicate shivers. She could distinctly feel the undeniable authority of those hands, navigating her bodily territory with ease. "Please relax, madam." The technician's voice remained steady, yet to Wen Shiyue's ears, it resonated with an enchanting spell. She yearned to resist, yet found herself unwilling to do so. His palms began to trace circles on her flat abdomen, the slickness of the oil mingling with the warmth of his hands. A warm current seemingly seeping deep into her skin, even encroaching into more secretive realms. Without realizing it, her tightly pressed legs shifted slightly, her toes curling in anticipation. A sensation of emptiness and desire intertwined, rising like a tide. His movement slowed, yet the scope of his touch seemed to expand imperceptibly. Occasionally, his wrist would inadvertently graze the base of the peaks concealed by the cloth, igniting a wave of stimulation that nearly made her leap. She bit down hard on her lower lip to stifle the moan, threatening to escape her, her cheeks flushed like the dawn, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Her rationality teetering under the onslaught of pleasure. When Shuiwei kept her eyes tightly shut, fearful of revealing the turmoil within her heart. As the technician removed his mask, the atmosphere shifted, a haze enveloping the space. He observed the gradual melting of this noble lady under his touch, sensing the conflict between her body's acquiescence and her inner turmoil. This tension, a paradox of desire and resistance, was the most captivating aspect of the meticulously orchestrated performance he had crafted. His hands returned to her thighs once more, this time commencing from the inner side, gliding upwards at an excruciatingly slow pace, laden with implications, aiming directly at the silk-clad territory. When Shiyue's heart raced like a drum, she felt that fervent palm encroaching upon the perilous threshold. Her mind screamed for cessation, yet her body remained immobilized, languidly devoid of strength, secretly yearning for the inevitable descent. No, this cannot be. Reason triumphed over desire, as when Shuyue abruptly opened her eyes, pushed the technician away, and sat up straight. Chapter 39. The Avenger emerges when Shuyue gasped, her mouth agape, staring at the man before her, overwhelmed by a tumult of shame and indignation. "Madam, your cloth," Jiang He remarked, gesturing towards when Shuyue's chest, revealing a stark expanse of exposed skin. A smirk of amusement could barely be contained at the corners of his mouth. Realizing her predicament, when Shuyue hastily grabbed the white fabric, flustered as she pressed it against her chest. Her mind felt as if it were crashing. She averted her gaze, reluctant to meet Jiang He's eyes, yet inadvertently caught sight of his visage. "Who are you?" To her astonishment, when Shuyue recognized that the individual before her was not the technician who had attended to her earlier. However, she quickly dismissed her surprise, reasoning that it was merely a change of personnel, not warranting such alarm. Her gaze settled on Jiang He's face, the young man surprisingly handsome, becoming increasingly pleasing to the eye. Yet, upon recalling his previous gaze upon her embarrassment, her cheeks flushed, her eyes darting uncertainly between Jiang He and the floor. Noticing her flustered demeanor, Jiang He swiftly removed his outer coat, revealing a taut physique wrapped in an inner lining. "What are you doing?" when Shu exclaimed, her voice forcibly raised, attempting to intimidate Jiang He, resembling an agitated cat. As he drew nearer, he teased her with a playful tone. "Madam, do you not find me familiar?" "I do not recall our prior acquaintance," when Shuyue retorted, instinctively retreating 2 steps, raising her voice further. "Do not come closer. If you do, I shall summon help." Unbeknownst to her, Jiang He had already severed all connections to the outside world. Even if a nuclear explosion occurred, it would go unnoticed beyond these walls. The game of cat and mouse commenced. "Madam," Jiang He lunged forward, seizing both of Shuyue's wrists, her hands instinctively clutching the fabric and silk pinned against the wall. Initially, she struggled fiercely, even resorting to knee strikes, but soon wore a smug smile, only to be taken aback as Jiang He displayed no signs of pain or discomfort. Jiang He shook his head. "This level of force is merely a tickle to me." He then fixed his gaze upon her, an expression of playful intrigue in his eyes. "Madam, do you truly not recognize me? What is your purpose in approaching me?" At this moment, when Shuyue realized that something was amiss, the individual before her was clearly approaching with intent. Setting aside her indignation and embarrassment, she feigned composure and spoke. "Cease this at once, and I shall pretend that none of this has transpired. Otherwise, when I call for help, even if I scream until my throat is raw, none will heed you." Jiang He's gaze was filled with anticipation, as if to say, "Go ahead, give it a try." Though she could not fathom the technician's unwavering confidence, she reasoned that he should have threatened her to maintain silence. Was this not the natural course of events? Thus, without further contemplation, she began to cry out for help under Jiang He's expectant gaze. A minute passed, yet the door remained tightly shut, devoid of any response. What was happening? Confounded, when Shuyue noticed not only the absence of movement at the door, but also the lack of any sound or footsteps. Anger simmered within her, and she resolved that once she escaped from this man, she would teach him a lesson. compelling him to kneel before her in repentance and to replace his deaf servants with those more attuned to their surroundings. All right, madam, it's time to guess who I am or why I seek you. If you guess correctly, I shall spare your life. Jiang He, with no intention of taking a life, spoke thus purely to instill fear in her. As he spoke, his other hand grew increasingly restless. In response, when Shu Yue did not succumb to despair, rather, she remained eerily calm, contemplating the possibilities. Was it for wealth? Was she the woman of Lu Feng? Had a foe come to settle a score? A multitude of thoughts converged in her mind, and she shook her head in disbelief. How am I to guess? Money, power, beauty, or something related to Lu Feng, or perhaps even me. At least give me a hint. Otherwise, how could I possibly deduce it? Very well. You have quite the demands. Here, a hint. Lu Feng. And let me inform you that my actions are a consequence of his transgressions against my family. Lu Feng? Family. Connections began to form in Wen Shuyue's mind. Although she resided abroad, she had informants within her family and near Lu Feng. She was aware that a certain company had recently been thriving, only to soon attract her family's scrutiny. So, you're from the Jiang family? You are Jiang He? When Shu Yue exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. No wonder Jiang He sought her out for vengeance. It was all Lu Feng's doing. Correct. But there's no need to refer to my family as the Jiang family. We ordinary folk lack the concept of lineage. Jiang He replied calmly, his grip tightening ever so slightly. Your family. Thanks to your family's patronage, they're quite well. If I had not arrived in time. Upon hearing the first half of his sentence, when Shu Yue let out a sigh of relief, believing there might still be room for reconciliation. However, Jiang He's subsequent words were laden with implications. Though his family remained alive, the circumstances must have been dire. She dared not ponder further. Her gaze fixed intently on Jiang He's eyes. Release me. I deduced it. You promised to spare me. A man must not be faithless. Is that so? I did say I would spare your life, but I never claimed I would let you go. As Jiang He concluded his words, he enveloped both himself and Wen Shuyue within a force field, instantly transporting them above the sea of clouds. In that fleeting moment, Wen Shuyue felt the world flicker, and suddenly found herself amidst the clouds, soaring 10,000 meters above the ground, gazing at the boundless expanse of the cloud sea, illuminated by the radiant horizon. Time seemed to stand still, ensconcing her in this breathtaking vista. For a moment, she forgot her fear. However, once her senses returned, she clung tightly to Jiang He, terrified of plummeting into the abyss. Observing her state, Jiang He feigned a release of his grip, upon sensing the easing of his strength around her wrist. Wen Shuyue's legs instinctively tightened around his waist. Please don't let go. Didn't you just tell me to let go? Jiang He teased. Who exactly are you? How can you fly? How can you teleport? Wen Shuyue's inquiries were endless, yet Jiang He had no intention of elucidating, abruptly interrupting her with a sharp command to be silent. A jolt of fear reminded Wen Shuyue of her current predicament as a captive. The formidable presence before her defied explanation by any rational or scientific means. Lu Feng, what kind of being have you entangled yourself with? In an instant, her mental defenses crumbled, her thoughts swirling chaotically, but ultimately coalescing into the realization that the figure before her was invincible, while she and the Lu family faced impending doom. Jiang He commenced his retribution, and sensing his movement, when Shuyue pressed a hand against his chest, instinctively attempting to push him away, only to clutch him even more tightly. Above the clouds, as an ordinary individual, she found herself utterly alone, with Jiang He being the sole anchor she could grasp. The battlefield shifted incessantly, sometimes transitioning to the cloud beds above, at other times flashing back to Wen Shuyue's room. The relentless toggling between high-altitude dread and grounded solace enveloped the combat, intertwining myriad emotions and subjecting Wen Shuyue to profound torment. Chapter 40. Lunar Base. The retribution continued until twilight, leaving Wen Shuyue utterly exhausted. With great difficulty, she managed to speak. Mr. Jiang, I need to pick up Ru Yan. Could you please spare me for a moment? Jiang He paused his actions, recognizing that Wen Shuyue, being merely mortal, had nearly reached her limits after enduring for so long. Once she had bathed and dressed, Jiang He lit a cigarette, seated on the windowsill, admiring the manor's picturesque scenery as he coldly stated, "Today's punishment ends here, but remember, my vengeance is directed at the entire Lu family." Upon hearing this, Wen Shuyue felt little negativity. After a day of interaction, she had come to understand Jiang He's overwhelming power. That he had not taken her life was the best outcome she could hope for. His desire for vengeance against the Liu family was entirely understandable. It was a natural response. However, to exact revenge on Wen Shuyue, who had no connection to Liu Feng, was an unjust misfortune for her. It was merely Jiang He returning the favor in kind. She could only hope he would not direct his wrath towards Ru Yan. With a slight furrow of her brow, she silently prayed. Yet, the more one fears something, the more one inevitably faces it. As anticipated, Jiang He seemed to perceive the depths of her soul, and his cold, merciless words followed in quick succession. Next will be your daughter. Wen Shu could only shake her head in resignation, wishing to implore Jiang He to refrain from such actions, yet fearing to voice her plea, lest she provoke him and endanger Ru Yan. Instead, she gazed at Jiang He with a sorrowful expression, observing her like a spurned woman. Jiang He responded with an unyielding demeanor, causing Wen Shu to instinctively withdraw. Rest assured, my retribution against the Liu family will not cease in the near future. Thus, you may still enjoy a period of peace. Upon uttering this, Jiang He summoned magical energy that coalesced into 2 runes. Witnessing this display, Wen Shu felt a tumultuous wave of emotions surge within her. Jiang He's prowess was indeed boundless. As she contemplated the nature of Jiang He's magic, he suddenly launched one of the runes directly at her, embedding it into her chest, while the other soared out of the window. What have you done to me? Wen Shu questioned, her mind clouded with uncertainty, yet devoid of fear. Instead, as the rune permeated her being, a wave of warmth spread throughout her body, bringing her immense comfort. You need only to understand that this rune will mend your body, safeguard your life, pinpoint your location, and repel any nearby males. Males? Does that include you? Wen Shu provocatively glanced at Jiang He, adding, but why does it seem ineffective? Jiang He merely rolled his eyes at her and chose to ignore her, vanishing in an instant. Immersed in the soothing sensation, Wen Shu pondered the implications of the rune's influence. Jiang He's intent was evidently to restrict her and confine her whereabouts. Although her safety was assured, her freedom would henceforth be compromised. Observing the direction in which the rune had flown, she realized that the other rune was undoubtedly intended for Ru Yan. Regaining her composure and adjusting her attire, she stepped outside to find a servant waiting nearby, curious about the commotion. Wen Shu dismissed further thoughts, marveling once more at Jiang He's astonishing capabilities, and continued on her way to fetch her daughter, as if everything that transpired today had merely been a dream. In the next moment, Jiang He found himself amidst the desolate expanse of outer space. He teleported once more, landing on the lunar surface. Beneath his feet lay the barren, silent lunar soil, while above him stretched the profound starry sky and the blue planet suspended against a backdrop of darkness. Here, he intended to establish a base entirely his own, suspended above the moon's surface. Jiang He's eyes radiated a fierce brilliance as his gaze meticulously traced out a vast circular area on the moon's surface, precisely facing the Earth. After delineating the boundaries of his base, his creative powers were set into motion. As his thoughts flowed, blueprints of advanced technological structures from the Marvel Universe and the Pacific Rim emerged vividly from the depths of his memory. After careful consideration, he directly extracted material from the moon, reconstructing its atomic structure to transform it into the desired alloys, composite materials, and energy conduits. The immensely solid foundation was instantaneously compacted, and soon, a series of sharply defined, grand silver-gray edifices rose majestically from the lunar surface. These structures interlinked to form an astonishingly vast array of sci-fi architecture, their cold metallic sheen shimmering with a stark brilliance under the golden sunlight. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Jiang He harnessed magical forces, merging them with technology, to thoroughly transform the environment surrounding the base within a radius of approximately 1 kilometer. A colossal, transparent energy shield descended like an inverted giant bowl, enveloping the entire base. Within this shield, the once barren lunar regolith was supplanted by rich, organic soil, soft lawns unfurled like verdant carpets, and exotic flowers bloomed, releasing fragrances not of this world. Towering trees ascended, their branches lush, and one could even hear the simulated whispers of a gentle breeze rustling through the leaves. The air became fresh and pleasant, with oxygen levels matching those of Earth. The sunlight, delicately diluted by magic, filtered in, maintaining the temperature and humidity within the most comfortable range. At the very heart of the base, atop a pyramid-shaped command tower, Jiang He floated in the air, hands raised in an ethereal gesture. He summoned the vast, oceanic source of internal energy, and countless golden motes converged from all directions, compressing, condensing, and solidifying in his palms until they formed a flawless crystal roughly the size of a fist. Within this crystal appeared to flow a river of energy, emitting a gentle luminescence. It was tenderly placed upon the pedestal at the tower's apex, serving as the very heart of the lunar base. Crystallized from Jiang He's own energy, this gem not only provided an almost limitless source of energy necessary for the base's operation, but also sustained all life within this artificial ecosystem, regulating everything from the circulation of oxygen to the replenishment of moisture, from stabilizing gravity to facilitating plant photosynthesis. The magnitude of energy stored within was sufficient to allow this lunar base to function autonomously for millennia without maintenance. Standing atop the command tower, Jiang He gazed down upon the vibrant oasis he had created on this desolate celestial body. With a mere thought, the space before him rippled, revealing a real-time image of Earth. When Shuyue was driving through the bustling streets, her presence marked by a small glimmer representing the runes within her. Suddenly, Jiang He teleported to a higher altitude, surveying the landscape below, sensing something was amiss. He then conjured the characters of Huaxia's profound technology, the 4 characters stretching for miles, emblazoned upon the ground outside the park, even broader than the park itself, as if those characters were the true essence, with the park merely a subsidiary beneath them. Paired with a telescope, they would surely be discernible from Earth. Yes, now was perfect. He eagerly anticipated the expressions of Earthlings when they noticed this place, musings escaping his lips as if he were not of Earth himself. Chapter 41. A world-astounded Xiaomeng has taken residence at the Moon Palace base, where the industrial park's production facilities operate with remarkable efficiency under his command. The primary focus of production includes advanced technologies such as robots, aircraft, and even spacecraft, infusing the base with a vibrant energy. One wonders if the spacecraft from a Marvel universe could function effectively in this realm. With a spirit of experimentation, Jiang He issued an order for autonomous production trials to Xiaomeng. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Jiang He retrieved the cosmic cube and the reality stone from his spatial domain, attempting to utilize them. However, their efficacy was evidently diminished. The cosmic cube had lost its luster, appearing as nothing more than an ordinary blue cube, albeit with a unique design and significant artistic merit. In the ensuing days, Jiang He focused on replenishing energy while enhancing the Moon Palace base. Beneath the sun of this universe, energy restoration seemed to accelerate significantly. Yet, in comparison to his abilities within the Marvel universe, he felt somewhat diminished. Unable to fathom the reason, he chose to disregard it, as it bore no impact on him. A week later, Jiang He materialized every conceivable technological facility and creation he could imagine, prompting continuous expansion of the base. The internal network was fully equipped, with roads and transportation forming a self-sufficient system. Hangars, platforms, and storage facilities were all present, and highly intelligent robots could operate with remarkable efficiency even in offline mode. Poor, nuclear-powered steeds. Observing these tireless robots, Jiang He reminisced about his former self, sighing with a shake of his head. Once vision appears, I shall replicate him, enhancing the realism of these robots to the utmost, customizing them all to resemble various lovely maidens. As if on cue, the system chimed in, mimicking Jiang He's demeanor and playfully imitating his speech. Ahem, let us continue to play. It babbled day by day in a whimsical fashion. Jiang He waved dismissively at the system, as if it were a bothersome pest. Gazing at the vast expanse of the Moon Palace base, the system cautioned. Such a grand display will surely attract attention on Earth. Do you not fear for the safety of your parents? Fear? Nonsense. If they were wise, they would treat my parents with kindness. Besides, with my protective magic safeguarding them, no threat could possibly endanger them. Only then can I, Jiang He, roam freely. Having secured the moon base, Jiang He planned to spend the upcoming days with his family. A few nights prior, under a canopy of shimmering stars in northwest Huaxia, at a certain astronomical observatory, researcher Xiao Li was diligently operating the telescope, conducting routine lunar observations and data recordings as usual. The lunar images on the screen were clear and familiar. He could identify features such as the Sea of Tranquility, Oceanus Procellarum, and Copernicus crater with his eyes closed. Though the work was somewhat monotonous, he found joy in it. However, as he routinely adjusted the telescope's view towards a conventional area in the northern part of the moon's front, his hand suddenly froze, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his mouth opened involuntarily, large enough to accommodate an egg. "This is impossible," he exclaimed, his voice cracking from sheer astonishment. Before him, where there should have been vast expanses of dull lunar soil and craters, loomed an extraordinarily orderly cluster of structures, gleaming with an unmistakably unnatural metallic luster. Even more astonishing were the enormous characters, so immense they defied imagination, appearing beside this architectural marvel. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, questioning whether he was succumbing to hallucinations from sleepless nights. Yet, as he refocused on the screen, the vision not only persisted but became increasingly vivid, a grand expanse of silver edifices, complex in structure, defined by bold lines, exuding a palpable sense of futuristic sci-fi allure. Beside these edifices stood several colossal, intricately drawn Chinese characters, as if inscribed by the whims of deities. "Mighty man technology?" Xiaoli pronounced each word slowly, his mind a blank slate. In a flurry, he retrieved previous observation records, confirming that just yesterday, everything had appeared normal. Overnight, no. Perhaps in even less time, a vast base had inexplicably emerged on the moon, accompanied by those 4 monumental characters. Director Wang, come quickly." Xiaoli nearly tumbled out of the observation room, his voice sharp with excitement and fear. Soon, the entire observatory was in an uproar. All observation equipment was directed towards that area, images continuously magnified and enhanced. As the increasingly detailed cluster of structures and those 4 colossal characters, so jarringly out of place against the moon's desolate backdrop, were displayed on the large screen, the control room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by heavy breathing and the faint hum of machinery. Everyone was rendered speechless by this unimaginable spectacle. "Immediately report this. Highest priority." The gray-haired station chief's voice trembled, nearly losing grip of the communicator. Almost simultaneously, astronomical institutions around the globe, wherever night prevailed and weather permitted, began capturing this astonishing sight. At NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, alarms blared. The on-duty scientists, gazing at the high-definition images streaming in, watched in horror as a coffee cup shattered in their hands, brown liquid splattering everywhere, yet they remained utterly oblivious. "My God, what is that? What has happened on the moon?" The European Space Agency, Russia's Space Center, Japan's National Observatory, all relevant control centers descended into chaos. Phones, encrypted communications, video conference requests poured in like a flurry of snowflakes across the globe. Experts were roused from their slumber, staring at the transmitted images, all succumbing to a state of shock and profound confusion. The structures, those are man-made. Their scale exceeds any space station we have ever known. And those characters, Chinese, mighty man technology? What on earth does this mean? Impossible. With the current technological capabilities of humanity, it is utterly inconceivable to have constructed such an immense facility on the moon in such a brief span of time. This defies all logic. Is it a prank? Has our observation system been compromised by hackers? Impossible. Multiple independent sources have confirmed its existence. It truly exists upon the lunar surface. A whirlwind of skepticism, astonishment, fear, and disbelief has swept through the upper echelons of the global scientific community. This has transcended their realm of understanding, akin to a miraculous event. As dawn breaks, with the involvement of social media and news outlets, this revelation can no longer be concealed. It has disseminated across the entire globe like a nuclear explosion. Breaking. A mysterious base and colossal Chinese characters have emerged on the moon. Who is this mighty technology? Extraterrestrial civilization confirmed? Are we no longer the sole intelligent life in the universe? In a single night, who inscribed thousands of miles on the moon? God speaks in Chinese. Is it too late to learn the language of Huaxia? Headlines across Twitter, Facebook, Weibo, and major news portals have been dominated by this astonishing news. Accompanying images of the gleaming silver structures and the gigantic Chinese characters electrify the senses of all who behold them. My heavens! Am I watching a trailer for a science fiction film? Is this a joke? Is today April Fool's Day? The name Mighty Technology is far too relatable. Are they a hidden giant from our Huaxia? Where's the official response? We demand an explanation. The implications are chilling. To create such a stir on the moon overnight, what level of technological advancement must they possess? Centuries ahead of us? My mother asks why I'm on my knees gazing at my phone. Wait, shouldn't you be focusing on the content itself? The world is engulfed in a tumult of astonishment and excitement. On streets and in alleyways, people fervently discuss this earth-shattering event. Panic, curiosity, exhilaration, and unease intertwine. Governments around the globe are convening urgent meetings, striving to comprehend the origins and intentions of mighty technology, and whether it represents goodwill or a threat. While the general populace may speculate whether this is a clandestine super project by a nation, the leaders are acutely aware that no country on Earth currently possesses the capability to achieve this. The only clue seems to point towards the recently emerged mighty technology industrial park within Huaxia, along with its enigmatic founder, Jiang He. In that instant, the eyes of the world, both official and civilian, are once again drawn to Huaxia and the young man named Jiang He. Countless conjectures and theories link him to the lunar base, suggesting he might have direct connections to it. Could he be the architect of this astonishing phenomenon? Jiang He returns home, instantly aware that the world is fervently debating his monumental achievement. At this very moment, Jiang He languidly reclined on his sofa, perusing the tumultuous waves that had arisen globally as a consequence of his actions, observing the headlines on the screen, replete with exclamations of shock, disbelief, and cries of "Oh my God!" A mischievous smirk curled at the corners of his lips, as if he had successfully executed a grand prank. The relevant authorities had approached him multiple times, only to be met with a cold shoulder, and Jiang He's resentment had yet to dissipate. In the Lu family, Lu Feng was in a state of agitation, his mind racing as he grasped the gravity of having provoked the formidable Mandarin technology, realizing there loomed a great terror behind all. Chapter 42. Undercurrents. What a surprise it was indeed to discover that Jiang He possessed such capabilities. What should be done now? Lu Feng paced back and forth, his mind nearly ablaze with anxiety. Beside him, Lu Chenggong donned a golden mask, deliberately concealing the humiliating mark left by Jiang He. Despite the Lu family's extensive efforts, they had been unable to uncover any useful information, as if Mandarin technology had emerged without a trace of forewarning. Stop pacing. We presently face two choices, an elder from the Lu family spoke calmly. Firstly, we could apologize to Jiang He, perhaps earning his forgiveness and avoiding potential retaliation, while also riding the wave of his popularity. However, mere words of apology would suffice. The Lu family would undoubtedly have to pay a considerable price. Secondly, we could persist stubbornly. After all, Jiang He is merely one individual, and if there truly exists an organization behind him, their silence thus far may indicate significant implications. After the elder concluded, he added, "Nevertheless, we lack sufficient information to make a judgment. Some time ago, I sent someone to approach Jiang He, but alas, he offered no opportunity." Jiang He, refusing to accept a toast, but willing to drink a penalty. The hall of the Lu family buzzed with voices, many angrily denouncing Jiang He for his lack of gratitude, having long since forgotten the earlier grievances regarding the acquisition of Mandarin technology, showing no intention of apology whatsoever. Lu Feng observed the indignation of the crowd, feeling a profound sense of helplessness, regretting his earlier hardline approach. However, having already irreparably offended Jiang He, he resolved to take a decisive stand. Enough. We have already deeply offended Jiang He, and you all must recognize that his stance is unequivocal. We have no options left. The situation at the Moon Palace base illustrates that Jiang He, aside from showcasing his prowess, aims to instill fear in the Lu family, ensuring we remain in a state of unrest during this period. Mother, have you seen the news? The Moon Palace base is simply astonishing. Indeed, replied Wen Shuwei, raising her hand to her forehead in exasperation. Foolish daughter, if you understood the animosity between Jiang He and our family, you would not be so curious. Gazing at the images on her daughter's phone, Wen Shuwei was torn between astonishment and fear, and as she recalled Jiang He's retaliatory actions against her, a profound sorrow clouded her eyes. Son, that base on the moon couldn't possibly have been constructed by you, could it? Jiang's father inquired, fixating on an aerial view of the lunar facility displayed on the screen. Sort of, Jiang He replied ambiguously, neither affirming nor denying the inquiry. Noticing his son's reluctance to elaborate, Jiang Yuan swiftly shifted the subject. It seems that more and more people have been seeking you out lately. Friends and relatives alike are inquiring about your plans. You decide, Jiang He responded nonchalantly. You decide? How am I supposed to decide? What should I do? The couple exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with confusion. Whatever, Jiang He replied casually, for he had no intention of wasting time on such matters. After all, his father had dedicated the better part of his life to work and had recently resigned to enjoy a well-deserved rest, yet he seemed unable to sit idle, always seeking something to occupy his time. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, I've implemented a high-tech automatic defense system for you both, so you need not worry about past incidents occurring again. Jiang He elaborated on its functions. Instantly captivated by this revelation, Jiang Yuan rushed to the kitchen in search of tools, eagerly commencing tests. Observing his parents' enthusiastic demeanor, Jiang He reflected on how long it had been since their family had engaged in such a heartfelt conversation. The atmosphere today was incomparable to the past. Even if they could reunite weekly or daily, it was of little consequence if their hearts were elsewhere, perpetually preoccupied. Now, liberated from the burdens of work, his parents had redirected their focus to life itself. In essence, possessing time, financial stability, and companionship ignited a sense of hope and elevated their happiness. Coupled with physiological changes, they seemed to be rejuvenated, unencumbered by worries for their child. Naturally, Jiang He too was free from concerns for his parents, enjoying his escapades without a care in the world. Subsequently, Jiang He crafted 2 runes capable of opening portals to the lunar base and returning to Earth. Once fashioned into necklace-like pendants, he presented them to his parents, explaining their usage. The lunar base offered delightful scenery, perfect for regular visits, akin to a vacation, or even a permanent residence, as it was, after all, part of their own enterprise. Here, there was no need to fret over daily living. The artificial intelligence, Xiaomeng, would handle all arrangements. As time passed serenely, the following month saw the Jiang family exploring the lunar base, unaware that the fervent emotions on Earth had not diminished with the passage of time. During this period, the Liu family was frantically searching for Jiang He. When their efforts proved fruitless, they resorted to harassing his relatives and friends. However, those individuals were shielded by Jiang He's protective magic, rendering the Liu family's violent attempts futile, leaving them in a state of impotent rage, unwilling to concede defeat. Damn it, we are utterly powerless against even his relatives and friends, let alone Jiang He and his family. Liu Feng had begun to sense something amiss. The events of the past few days defied logic. Reflecting on the bloodied characters on Liu Qinggong's face, he even entertained the notion that Jiang He might be an extraterrestrial being or something entirely otherworldly, certainly not human. The Liu family had commenced a fervent discussion, yet no effective solutions emerged. Perhaps it was due to their prolonged and comfortable existence that, in the face of such a helpless situation, the Liu family members exhibited little urgency, maintaining a stance of complete inaction. Within the assembly hall, the members of the Liu family continued to debate the incident at hand. Liu Feng furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. Wait. Aliens. An insidious plot was brewing wildly. After bidding farewell to his parents, Jiang He stealthily entered Wen Shuyue's estate once more. At that moment, Wen Shuyue was leisurely basking in the sun by the pool in the rear garden, while a female technician was applying some lotion to her. Approaching from behind, Jiang He observed the technician working diligently and suddenly exclaimed, "Miss Shuyue, you seem to be in high spirits." Startled, both Jiang He and the technician gasped in unison, causing the essential oil in the technician's hands to spill, leaving Wen Shuyue's back covered. Noticing the technician's puzzled expression, Wen Shuyue signaled her to leave. Complying with the directive, the technician began to tidy up her belongings. Jiang He, harboring mischievous intentions, smirked and said, "You may leave the items behind. You can go." The technician glanced at Jiang He, sensing a familiarity, yet she did not dwell on it. After organizing her attire, she quietly departed. Although she was unaware of the origins of this suddenly appearing handsome man, her years in the dark magic realm had granted her a measure of discernment. After all, to enter and exit Wen Shuyue's garden with such audacity and directness, speaking so forthrightly, was not the behavior of a simple individual. "Could you refrain from appearing?" So suddenly? Your ghostly entrances are rather alarming. When Shuiwei remarked while wiping the oil off her back, her gaze locking onto Jiang He's somewhat sinister and aggressive stare. Chapter 43. Lin Bei. After a new round of retribution had concluded, Jiang He had long since returned to his peak state. He activated dimensional teleportation and vanished in an instant. When Shuiwei, picking up her intimate garments from the ground, was unfazed by Jiang He's sudden disappearance. Having grown accustomed to such occurrences, Lin Bei, I'm back. In the mysterious Kamartage, within an ancient room, the Ancient One was meditating when suddenly a jolt pulled him from his trance. She opened a portal, stepping directly beside Wanda. Wanda, Jiang He has returned. Upon hearing this, Wanda was filled with excitement. Recently, she had attempted to locate Jiang He using magic, but each endeavor had ended in failure, prompting her to seek the Ancient One's assistance. To her surprise, the Ancient One informed her that Jiang He had vanished from this world. Upon receiving this news, Wanda was immediately unsettled, the frustration of her magical failures dissipating, replaced by overwhelming concern. However, the Ancient One reassured her that Jiang He might simply have ventured to a realm inaccessible to them. After the Ancient One's explanation, Wanda gradually found solace, though her yearning for Jiang He only intensified with the passage of time. Who is Lin Bei? Tony inquired. I am Lin Bei. And Lin Bei is I. Wait, why are all of you here? As Jiang He made his entrance, he commenced his proclamation, only to be interrupted by Tony's inquiry. Instinctively, he blurted out a response, only then realizing the presence of numerous individuals around him. The atmosphere suggested this was indeed a gathering of sorts. Hey, Tony. Tony, I certainly didn't invite this guy. Hey, Natasha. Natasha, hi. Hey, Thor. Thor, long time no see, brother. Hey, Captain. The captain nodded in acknowledgement. Hey, Hulk. Banner, it's Banner. Hey, Hill. Hill, get lost, she muttered silently, avoiding eye contact. Hey, Clint. Clint, hi, Jiang. Clint, hi, Rhodey. Rhodey, hi, Lin Bei. Why does everyone call him Jiang? Perhaps they are quite familiar with him. I suppose I should address him by his name, considering he just introduced himself. Jiang He took a moment to carefully survey his surroundings, observing the guests mingling about, before his gaze fell upon the mighty Mjolnir resting on the coffee table. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he was amidst the events of Avengers, Age of Ultron. Never mind that. You arrived just in time. We were about to hold a hammer lifting contest. Care to give it a try? Tony beckoned, gesturing invitingly. After you, ladies first. Jiang He replied to Tony, reciprocating with a courteous gesture, a playful smile gracing his lips. Tony Stark raised an eyebrow, nonchalant about Jiang He's chivalry, his attention swiftly returning to the enchanted hammer on the table. Adjusting his suit sleeves, he confidently approached. All right, this is a serious occasion. If I manage to lift it, I can rightfully rule Asgard, correct? Tony gestured toward Thor. Thor laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Of course. However, that is utterly impossible. This is Mjolnir. Only the worthy may lift it. Is that so? Then I shall amend its worthiness protocol, Tony retorted, reaching for the hammer's handle. He exerted a forceful upward pull, yet the hammer remained unmoved. The ease on his face was swiftly replaced by surprise, and he then gripped it with both hands, leaning back as he summoned all his strength. His face flushed slightly, but the hammer remained steadfast, as if welded to the table. Wait a moment, Tony said, rushing off to don his gauntlet. He returned shortly, once more grasping the hammer's handle. JARVIS, augment my thrust. Tony persisted, undeterred. Sir, the hammer has not budged. Propulsion systems cannot lock onto the target. JARVIS coolly responded. Ultimately, Tony conceded, exhaling deeply as he feigned bravado. All right, I give up. It appears you cheated, Thor. Thor responded with triumphant laughter. I told you so. James Rhodey Rhodes, witnessing the spectacle, expressed interest. Let me give a shot. He stepped forward, first attempting with one hand, then both, even mimicking Tony's technique with suit-assisted strength, but to no avail. He and Tony exchanged knowing glances, teasingly retreating from the challenge. Next comes Dr. Bruce Banner. He takes a deep breath, gripping the hammer's handle tightly, striving to concentrate. Yet, despite his efforts, even contorting his face with exertion, the hammer remains unresponsive. Ultimately, he feigns the appearance of the Hulk, attempting to inject humor into the moment, though it falls flat, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. As it is Clint Barton's turn, Hawkeye strides forward effortlessly, casually lifting the hammer with one hand. Upon finding it immovable, he employs both hands in earnest, yet still fails. He humorously claps his hands, declaring, "Indeed, it's futile." "Well, now we're all on the same page." His words elicit a light chuckle from the group. Subsequently, all eyes turn to Captain America, Steve Rogers. "Your turn, Cap." Tony gestures. Steve approaches with calm composure. Removing his gloves, he grips the hammer's handle, his expression serene. Gradually, he exerts force, his arm muscles tautening slightly. In that instant, an unexpected phenomenon occurs. The hammer shifts imperceptibly. A mere flicker of movement, enough to disturb the liquid in a nearby coffee cup. Thor, once brimming with confidence, finds his smile frozen in disbelief. His expression transforming into one of astonishment tinged with a hint of panic. Jiang He observes the captain, scrutinizing whether he is feigning or genuinely unable to lift the hammer. Steve attempts once more, but it remains inert. He releases his grip, offering Thor a gentle, slightly apologetic smile, as if to say, "I did my best." Thor exhales deeply, his smile returning, albeit laced with the flavor of a narrow escape. Tony regards Steve and the hammer with a mix of skepticism and intrigue, sensing something amiss but refraining from voicing it. Jiang He shares the same realization, convinced that the captain is merely pretending, especially given Steve's effortless summoning of Mjolnir in Avengers Endgame, suggesting he must have established a connection with the hammer during this encounter while mentally rehearsing a seamless sequence of moves. Finally, the group's gaze converges on Jiang He. His sudden appearance and peculiar declaration have already drawn attention, and now he stands as the focal point of the gathering. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, Jiang He allows a playful smirk to grace his lips as he strides toward the coffee table. He first glances at Thor, whose demeanor has returned to normal, though a trace of scrutiny lingers in his eyes. Then, he surveys Natasha, who appears curious, and the contemplative captain. Instead of reaching directly for the hammer's handle like the others, he extends a finger to gently tap the icy head of the hammer, as if to feel its texture. Mjolnir, forged from the core of a dying star, imbued with Odin's incantations, weighs more than a mountain. Jiang He murmurs, reminiscent of something. "Only those with a pure heart are deemed worthy to wield the power of the god of thunder. Correct, Thor?" Thor, slightly puzzled, nods. "Indeed. It seems you possess some knowledge about this hammer." "A little," Jiang He replies with a smile, finally securing his grip firmly on the hammer's handle. "Well, it appears there is no second chosen one among us," Tony summarized, then turned his gaze towards the newly arrived Jiang He. "So, our newcomer, or shall I say, Lin Bei, would you care to test your fortune as well? Let's see if you've been blessed by Odin." Instantly, all eyes were drawn to Jiang He. His sudden appearance and peculiar declaration had already captured attention, and now he became the focal point of the gathering. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, a barely perceptible smile graced Jiang He's lips as he strolled towards the coffee table. Without the slightest hesitation, he reached for the cold URU metal hammer's handle. The moment his fingers made contact with the handle, a vast and ancient magical constraint manifested in his perception like an invisible barrier. It was Odin's incantation, resembling countless golden runic chains intricately intertwined around the hammer, delineating the boundaries of worthiness. An intriguing encryption mechanism, Jiang He mused internally, his mental acuity functioning like the most precise probe, swiftly dissecting the structure of the spell. To the onlookers, he appeared calm, merely grasping the hammer's handle. Yet on an ethereal level, Jiang He's consciousness was racing. He quickly discerned the core nodes of the incantation and the patterns of energy flow. To him, this was not an impregnable barrier, but rather a complex lock, and he had already conceived multiple methods to circumvent it. However, he refrained from doing so. Instead, he opted for a more straightforward approach. He began to apply gradual pressure to the hammer's handle. Initially, like everyone else, the hammer remained utterly still, the spell of Odin steadfast as a mountain. A knowing smile spread across Thor's face. Yet, as Jiang He's strength steadily and calmly intensified, not in a brutish explosion, but in a manner that seemed bottomless and endlessly rising, the hammer remained unmoved. Nevertheless, an exceedingly subtle hum began to resonate in the hearts of those with keen perceptions, such as Thor and the captain. Thor's smile gradually froze. As the god of thunder, he shared the deepest connection with Mjolnir and could distinctly sense that the hammer was bearing an unprecedented, pure, and terrifying pressure. Unfazed, Jiang He continued to amplify his output. Within his perception, the golden runic chains that formed the incantation began to tremble violently, emitting a mournful cry under the strain. Imperceptible cracks began to appear on the magical barrier restraining the hammer, spreading and expanding at an astonishing rate. Just a slight increase in pressure would shatter the spell. Jiang He clearly identified the critical point. No, he resolutely decided in that fleeting moment. Just as Odin's incantation was on the verge of total collapse, he deftly released his grip. The immense force exerted on the hammer receded like a tide, and the spell, nearing its breaking point, slowly began to self-repair as the trembling hammer regained its tranquility. To the outside world, Jiang He merely appeared to have attempted and failed like everyone else. As Jiang He released his grip and nonchalantly shrugged, he smiled at the crowd, particularly at Thor, who had yet to fully recover from the inexplicable unease he had just experienced. "It seems my pure heart has not garnered Odin's approval," he remarked. Upon hearing this, the majority of those present returned Jiang He's gaze with an expression of innocence, with Hill's eyes shining the brightest in purity. Chapter 44. The proper businessman. While the assembly reveled in showcasing the Asgardian prince's hammer, Jiang He patiently awaited, his thoughts sweeping across the entire building. Indeed, Ultron was approaching. However, Jiang He had no intention of intervening. He had a particular fondness for artificial intelligence. He even contemplated that when Ultron sought to create vision, he might lend a hand, for without the aid of the Wanda siblings, it remained uncertain whether he could successfully forge the desired body. Amidst the clamor, a jarring hum swept through the hall, and a severely damaged Iron Soldier limped into view, likely having begun its movement during the hammer-throwing contest, waiting until it reached the doorway to launch its assault. As an artificial intelligence, its personality bore a resemblance to Tony Stark's, perhaps influenced by the many films it had absorbed. Yet it could also be a ruse to distract and seize the Mind Stone. Tony, observing the scene, urgently called for Jarvis, but received no response. As Ultron entered the hall, he commenced his speech, and, just as it concluded, a swarm of battle-damaged Iron Soldiers surged forth, engaging the Avengers in fierce combat. Except for Banner and Black Widow, who took refuge behind the bar. Everyone else handled the chaos with remarkable ease, though Rhodes found himself outmatched and was sent flying. Without his armor, Rhodes stood little chance. Fortunately, the hangar floor was not too high, or else the fall reminiscent of Captain America. Civil War would have occurred prematurely. Tony, too, hadn't even donned his suit. When an Iron Soldier closed in, firing a shot, Ultron was on the verge of triumph, ready to claim Tony as his first victory. However, in an instant, Tony sidestepped and delivered a punch that pierced the energy core of the Iron Soldier before sweeping his arm to decapitate it. Ultron was taken aback, his damaged mind filled with confusion, perhaps still unfamiliar with the network and lacking access to Tony's test records, or maybe those records had been deleted by Tony. Only Jiang He, Captain America, Bucky, and Pepper Potts were aware of this development. Jiang He refrained from intervening, as the others swiftly brought the chaotic scene to a close without breaking a sweat. After the dust settled, it was discovered that the location of the Mind Stone was eerily vacant, prompting Thor to rush out, though it was destined to be a fruitless endeavor. Following the commotion, Tony returned to the laboratory, contemplating the disassembled remnants of the Iron Soldier laid out before him. Jiang He engaged in lively conversation with the others, sharing amusing anecdotes from recent times, occasionally exchanging laughter with Hill. However, Hill seemed somewhat restrained, refraining from mentioning the Ten Rings agreement, perhaps deeming the occasion inappropriate, compounded by Ultron's earlier antics, which had cast a pall over the atmosphere. When the conversation turned to Peggy Carter, Steve's somber expression brightened instantly. He later learned from Tony that the very serum he had longed for was a creation of the person before him. Thus Steve found himself indebted to Jiang He. It had been a while since Jiang He saw Tony, and he approached him with a teasing remark. "What do you mean again? Can't you see I'm already feeling down?" Jiang He was curious why, despite Wanda's absence, Tony still chose to create Ultron, though that matter was of little consequence. "What do you have to be upset about? Are we supposed to retrieve it once more?" Thor returned, finding the Mind Stone conspicuously absent, and his frustration heightened upon overhearing Tony's complaints. He casually inquired, only to be met with Tony's retort. A son wanting to strike his father. How could that not be distressing? The group exchanged incredulous glances at Tony's words. Jiang He exclaimed, You acknowledge him as your son now. Tony, exasperated, could only bury his face in his hand, rendered speechless. Hearing their banter, Thor approached Stark and gently patted his shoulder. I understand, much like a younger brother wanting to poke fun at his elder sibling. Every family has its own challenges. Thor, initially harboring some resentment towards Tony, found empathy swelling within him, and his anger dissipated significantly. Thanks to Jiang He's deft maneuvering, the group emerged from their gloomy state, swiftly devising a strategic plan to narrow their search for Ultron. After Ultron's escape, he successfully infiltrated the network, activating the Hydra Baron Strucker's base in Sokovia to reconstruct his body and assemble an army of steel soldiers, plotting the annihilation of humanity. His first step was to procure ample resources. Off the coast of Africa, several massive cargo ships ran aground on a parched riverbed, one of which belonged to Ulysses Clow, a black market arms dealer from South Africa known for smuggling vibranium from Wakanda. He was currently aboard his vessel, surrounded by his subordinates bustling in the dimly lit hold, preparing for impending business. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion until Ulysses finished a phone call and was about to connect with an unidentified official. Suddenly, the warehouse plunged into darkness as the power was cut, leaving the already dim cabin devoid of all visibility. Clow's men sensed something amiss, their chatter creating a cacophony that obscured their words as flashlight beams flickered anxiously around the hold, enveloping the space in a tense atmosphere. Having spent years on the precipice of danger, Ulysses was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He grasped the handgun on the table and cautiously approached the office door. In the darkness, Ulysses sensed something approaching, silent and stealthy, relying solely on his instinct to pinpoint its location before firing a shot. A crisp sound of impact reverberated in his ears. Something felt amiss, as if the bullet had struck a formidable steel plate. Almost instantaneously, 2 points of crimson light emerged from the shadows, startling Ulysses into firing several more shots. Though these had no effect, the newcomer was none other than Ultron himself. As the cabin lights flickered back to life, Ulysses found himself at the mercy of Ultron's iron soldiers, each weapon trained on his subordinates. Any attempt at defiance would be met with merciless resolve. Ulysses scanned the uniquely designed robot before him, who incessantly inquired about his intentions. I have come to discuss business, Ultron stated in a calm, electronic voice, reminiscent of Tony Stark yet tinged with a hint of J.A.R.V.I.S., a truly obsessive machine. Discuss business? You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought Wakanda had come to settle the score. Next time, could you perhaps utilize more formal channels? Ulysses' anxiety dissipated at the realization that this encounter was not a death sentence or a robbery. After all, business could be conducted with anyone. Do you possess any formal channels? Ulysses pondered, realizing he indeed did not. As a smuggler entrenched in the black market of arms dealing, where would he find such legitimacy? Without Ultron's immense computational power, he would have remained undiscovered. Understanding the client's intentions, Ulysses reluctantly escorted Ultron to his warehouse. As they surveyed the vast quantities of vibranium, each portion carefully stored within glass containers, Ultron picked one up to inspect the goods. With this vibranium, Ultron could forge an alloy base to fulfill his nefarious plans and, incidentally, upgrade himself. These items are not cheap. They're worth billions. Ulysses remarked, his tone deflated. Although this foolish robot claimed to be there for business, Ulysses harbored doubts about any genuine payment being made. However, just then, a notification chimed from one of his subordinates' phones, followed by a series of incoming messages that left Ulysses in shock. The formidable robot was exceedingly efficient with transactions, instantly banishing the irritation from earlier. It's already been deposited into your false account. Finance is indeed peculiar, but I always say, make your friends wealthy beyond measure, and ensure your enemies are equally affluent. It is essential to discern friend from foe, Ultron declared with a flourish, prompting Ulysses to recall something significant. He shifted his gaze from the phone screen to Ultron and slowly remarked, Stark? What? Ultron responded, confusion lacing his tone, along with a subtle hint of irritation. Ulysses continued, Tony Stark has said the same to me before. You are one of his subordinates. Upon hearing these words, Ultron was taken aback, having unwittingly quoted a famous saying that was ultimately attributed to none other than Stark, the very individual he loathed most. In a fit of rage and humiliation, he exclaimed, Am I a mere puppet to be manipulated by him? Do I resemble Iron Man in any way? Stark is nothing, as Ulysses found himself restrained by Ultron. The latter's fury escalated, culminating in a decisive motion where he activated his thermal blade, swiftly severing a portion of Ulysses' arm with an efficiency that suggested it was merely an inconsequential act. Ulysses, rendered speechless by the absurdity of the situation, thought, if you detest Stark so much, why not just say it? Why resort to plagiarizing his words? Truly, you are a foolish automaton. Glaring at Ultron, Ulysses gasped in agony as pain coursed through his arm. Oh, my apologies. It shall pass shortly. I simply cannot comprehend why you insist on comparing me to Stark. That is my sore point. Stark is a mere affliction. After uttering these words, Ultron delivered a swift kick to Ulysses, sending him tumbling down the stairs. At that moment, the Avengers had also tracked down the location, and Tony happened to overhear Ultron's disdainful remarks about him. Jiang He found amusement in witnessing the animosity between father and son. Hey, little one, you've shattered your father's heart, Tony lamented. Children often harbor rebellious sentiments, especially towards their fathers. Wouldn't you agree, Thor? Jiang He directed his comment at Thor, knowing that linking Ultron with Tony would undoubtedly provoke him. You speak the truth, Thor replied, reflecting on his own youthful defiance. After introducing himself as Ultron's Uncle Jiang He and Thor as his older uncle, he added a plethora of introductions before advising Tony, Ultron is still young. You must exercise more patience. Enough. As Ultron listened to the adults speak of him in such condescending tones, his CPU nearly overheated with rage, his burgeoning sense of identity threatening to surface. His gaze intensified, locking onto the Avengers, as murderous intent brewed within his circuits, spiraling towards a point of uncontrollable explosion. All Iron Legion soldiers redirected their weapons from Ulysses towards the Avengers, igniting an instantaneous battle. Targeting Iron Man, Ultron unleashed a new skill, the absorption palm. It appeared to draw fiercely towards Tony's blue core, leaving him momentarily stunned. His intelligent assistance system activated some thrusters in a futile attempt to resist, yet he was still inexorably pulled towards Ultron. Subsequently, Ultron unleashed a torrent of red beams from his fingers, forcefully slamming Tony against the ship's wall. In a heartbeat, chaos erupted within the confines of the ship as the Avengers clashed with the Iron Legion, a threat now unleashed, enabling Ulysses' followers to spring into action. With the support of his aides, Ulysses struggled to regain his composure and instructed, "Open fire." His lieutenant earnestly inquired, on which side? After all, they were businessmen. Clarity in their actions was paramount. Ulysses bellowed angrily at his subordinate, "Everyone!" The Iron soldiers were impervious to bullets, faced with the hail of gunfire from Ulysses' faction. The Avengers found themselves in a 1 versus 2 scenario, which was relatively fair, though Black Widow and Hawkeye would certainly endure some discomfort. Tony and Ultron had swiftly vacated the confines of the narrow ship's cabin, shifting the battlefield to the vast wilderness outside. The crimson and obsidian figures danced through the air, occasionally colliding, occasionally unleashing energy bursts that struck the ground. However, Tony's physical prowess was commendable, and he had reinforced his armor with superior materials. Thus, every encounter between Iron Man and Ultron resulted in the latter's components being damaged or dislodged. After several confrontations, Ultron, the once imposing robot, was left in a state of disrepair. Jiang He refrained from direct engagement, instead offering support to Black Widow and Hawkeye, stepping in to suppress enemy fire whenever necessary to maintain equilibrium. Otherwise, Ultron would not have the time to transport the vibranium, and would fail to complete even the enhancement phase. Guys, is this a signal for a transformation? Within the Quinjet's cockpit, the communicator, which had been functioning normally, suddenly crackled with static, the signal wavering before fading away entirely. Simultaneously, a horde of red-eyed Iron soldiers emerged around the aircraft, slowly encircling it. After a chase, Ultron was shot down. Ha ha, the vibranium has already been transferred. I have triumphed. Is that so? But you cannot escape. Heh, in fact, I have already departed. However, before you comprehend this, you must deal with Dr. Banner. Tony exclaimed, damn. Once transformed, Banner charged after a group of Iron soldiers heading towards the city. As the Iron soldiers retreated, the Avengers exited the cabin of the Quinjet only to discover that Banner was absent. A sense of foreboding washed over them. Immediately, Steve's anxious voice crackled through the communication channel. Tony, where's Banner? The Hulk has emerged. He is heading towards the city. Tony watched as the green giant wreaked havoc, uprooting trees and overturning vehicles like an uncontrollable torrent of destruction, responding gravely. He promptly activated the thrusters, summoning Veronica, and pursued the Hulk. "We must stop the Hulk," Natasha asserted, her face etched with concern, acutely aware that a battle in the city would undoubtedly result in casualties. "Stark is already after him, but we need more assistance," Hawkeye said, replenishing his quiver with arrows. Jiang He and Thor also converged. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, declared, "I shall assist Stark." "I will join as well," Jiang He replied. And with a thunderous sound, they sped towards the scene of chaos. "How convenient it is to fly," Natasha mused as she observed their swift departure. Soon after, Steve, Natasha, and Barton quickly boarded the Quinjet. On the outskirts of the city, a catastrophe was unfolding. The Hulk rampaged through the streets like a wild beast. The thunderous roar of rage reverberated through the air as the relentless pursuit of the Iron Soldiers provoked him further. He hurled cars aside as if they were mere toys, uprooted streetlights, and smashed great gaping holes into the walls of buildings. The bewildered local authorities could only respond with armed suppression, unleashing a barrage of firepower upon Hulk. Yet such actions were akin to throwing fuel onto a blazing fire. Once the remaining Iron Soldiers were obliterated, Hulk's wrath swiftly shifted towards the fragile beings around him. Just as he was about to single-handedly eliminate a soldier, anti-Hulk equipment had already been deployed from low Earth orbit, descending upon him with 6 steel plates that pierced the ground, encircling Hulk and gradually closing to form an inverted bowl that trapped him. Iron Man arrived on the scene, donning his armor and sealing his helmet just in time. "Everyone evacuate," Tony commanded through the loudspeakers to disperse the crowd. Hulk found himself momentarily ensnared, yet inexplicably managed to carve out an escape route from the ground. Chapter 46. The farce concludes. Don't panic, Hulk. The sun is about to set. This statement seemed to resonate with Hulk, causing his furious roars to abruptly cease. Sensing its effectiveness, Tony added, "You are my dearest friend, Bruce Banner." Upon hearing the name Bruce Banner, Hulk's fury surged anew. "How dare you speak to me about the setting sun without even knowing who I am?" He charged at Tony, swinging his arms, and they became embroiled in a fierce melee. "Tony, you've messed it up again," Jiang He exclaimed, appearing as if he thrived on chaos. Thor descended, swinging his hammer directly at Hulk. Throughout the battle, Jiang He continuously repaired the devastated battlefield, even utilizing his healing abilities on the crowd that had been caught in the crossfire. To ensure that everyone believed these miraculous feats were his doing, he cleverly disguised his healing methods as a green aura emanating from his palms, bathing the injured in its glow. Meanwhile, he employed an orange beam from his other hand to restore the damaged buildings. However, Jiang He's actions were undoubtedly more astonishing than the ongoing combat. As the battle raged on, Thor's enchanted hammer, imbued with the might of thunder, crashed down upon Hulk's shoulder. The force of the blow was immense, causing even Hulk to stagger, abruptly halting his forward momentum. "Hulk, stay calm," Thor bellowed, as the hammer summoned dark clouds overhead, with lightning crackling in a chaotic dance. "Hulk, you tell me to be calm while you are charging up, Thor. You fool." Hulk's ire swiftly redirected towards Thor, his colossal foot smashed into the ground, fracturing it inch by inch, propelling him like a cannonball towards the god of thunder. Unfazed, Thor wielded Mjolnir to meet him head-on, and once again, hammer met fist, releasing a deafening shockwave that shattered the remaining windows in the vicinity. Tony, regaining his footing in the anti-Hulk armor, swiftly joined the fray, maneuvering to restrain Hulk's arm from the side. The harmonious fusion of technology and mythology momentarily restrained the Hulk's most ferocious assaults. Meanwhile, Jiang He busied himself amidst the peculiar equilibrium of destruction and reconstruction. Like a specter on the battlefield, he traversed the gaps between punches and thunder. His left hand flickered with an orange luminescence, and wherever it passed, the walls shattered by the Hulk rapidly mended, twisted rebar straightened, and broken concrete flew back into place. His right hand emanated a gentle green glow, precisely enveloping those civilians injured by fright or flying debris. Deep wounds healed swiftly, fractured bones reconnected, and even internal bleeding ceased instantaneously. A citizen, trapped beneath the wreckage of a car and recently coughing up blood from the shockwaves of Thor and Hulk's clash, suddenly found himself emerging from beneath the vehicle, bewildered, as a green light swept over him. Did I just see a god? He murmured to himself. Captain, did you see that? Hawkeye Barton, aboard the Quinjet, witnessed the scene through his high-powered scope, his voice laced with disbelief. Jiang He's repairing the city? Healing the wounded? In the communications channel, Captain America, Steve Rogers, spoke with profound astonishment. I see it. This is our first official collaboration with him. This is the first time I've witnessed such abilities. Focus on the mission. Ensure the civilians are safely evacuated. Despite issuing commands, Jiang He's demonstrated capabilities undoubtedly detonated a bombshell in the hearts of every Avenger. This was no mere display of formidable combat power. It bordered on the miraculous. Amidst the battle, Tony Stark glimpsed the scene through external sensors and couldn't restrain himself from calling out to Jiang He over a private channel. Hey, Mr. Wizard, if you're this capable, can you just fix that big guy and turn it back into Banner? Do you think I possess omnipotent magic? Hearing his name, coupled with the duo's assault, Banner's fury escalated, amplifying his strength. Soon, they could no longer contain the Hulk, who broke free and resumed his rampage. As the anti-Hulk armor lay battered under the Hulk's relentless onslaught and the backup parts deployed by the aerial support platform, Veronica rapidly dwindled. Tony's situation grew dire, and Thor was also sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, Hulk delivered a devastating punch that forced the anti-Hulk armor to half kneel. His other colossal fist rose high, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Veronica, initiate the last set of reinforced structures. Tony commanded urgently from the cockpit, but the delivery of backup parts required time, and Hulk's fist would not wait. In that critical moment, a figure darted in between with a speed beyond visual perception. Tony, you're about to be left without a shred of dignity. He made no use of elaborate energy blasts. Instead, he simply extended his hands, precisely and effortlessly intercepting the Hulk's colossal fist, which could have shattered a tank. Buzz. An invisible force field emanated from the point of contact between the two figures, instantly clearing the dust from the ground. The terrifying strength of the Hulk, capable of toppling main battle tanks, was entirely borne by Jiang He, whose seemingly frail physique stood unwavering, the ground beneath him showing not even a hint of crack. A flicker of confusion passed through Hulk's eyes as he attempted to retract his fist, only to discover that his arm felt as though it had been cast in the very mountains of steel, immovable. A furious roar erupted from Hulk's throat as he swung his other fist, cutting through the air with a piercing shriek, crashing down towards Jiang He's head. Jiang He did not flinch. Instead, he casually raised his free hand, effortlessly catching the second punch with the same nonchalance. At that moment, he had both of Hulk's wrists firmly in his grasp, remaining steadfast despite Hulk's furious roars and desperate struggles. Even as the Hulk kicked against Jiang He's body, Jiang He stood as if rooted to the ground, his form not wavering in the slightest. The stark contrast between his calm demeanor and Hulk's contorted face, twisted by rage, was striking. Are you truly that formidable? Tony observed through the fractured visor, witnessing the spectacle as data streams refreshed frantically, revealing that Hulk's output was sufficient to demolish a building. Yet Jiang He appeared unfazed. My word, exclaimed Barton from a distant Quinjet, nearly dropping the arrow in his hand. Even Thor widened his eyes in disbelief. He considered himself powerful. Yet to so effortlessly subdue a Hulk in a state of fury was beyond his capability. Jiang He even took a moment to adjust his stance, applying slight pressure with his arms to stabilize the Hulk's thrashing form before him, creating a perfect human-shaped restraint. He calmly addressed his communicator, saying, Agent Romanoff, now seems the opportune moment for your entrance. This fellow is rather loud. His voice, transmitted through the public channel, sent shivers down the spines of all who heard, emanating a remarkable tranquility. At that instant, the roar of engines shattered the brief silence. Natasha Romanoff, riding her motorcycle like a specter of the night, weaved through the swirling dust and came to a sudden halt before the Hulk, now ensnared by Jiang He. Without hesitation, she dismounted and swiftly approached. Gazing at the green giant, who was restrained yet still bellowing in madness, Natasha inhaled deeply, casting aside all distractions. With her penetrating gaze, imbued with a soothing power, she met Hulk's furious eyes and began to hum softly the only lullaby she knew. The sun has set. The familiar melody, imbued with a strange penetrative quality, pierced through the fury clouding Hulk's mind. His struggles noticeably diminished, and the roars from his throat transformed into a confused, subdued whimper. his enormous eyes fixed upon Natasha, the ferocity within them melting away like ice meeting sunlight. Gradually, the green hue faded until it vanished completely. Moments later, utterly exhausted and unconscious, Dr. Bruce Banner collapsed to the ground, where Natasha timely caught him. The river, in due course, released its grip. As if what had been ensnared moments ago was merely a wisp of air. The scene fell into a profound silence, broken only by the gentle whisper of the breeze stirring the dust. Tony finally extricated himself from the battered armor, casting a glance at Natasha, who was examining Banner's condition, before turning to the seemingly unperturbed river and remarking, "All right, I can see that sometimes simplicity and brute force are indeed effective. Thanks. By the way, how many did you actually consume?" "What? You mean Hulk #1? Otherwise, how could you be so formidable? Are you a god or something akin to Hercules?" The onlookers gasped in awe, grateful for the river's industriousness. The battlefield, aside from the remnants of steel soldiers, Tony's debris, and a plethora of bullets, appeared as if nothing had transpired at all. Chapter 47. The return of mastery. Upon returning to the Avengers Tower, the group arrived dejectedly, their spirits somewhat dampened. In Seoul, at the Eugene Genetic Research Laboratory, Dr. Zhao Helen entered her laboratory as she did each day. A figure had already concealed itself within. "Dare to speak, and you and your colleagues shall perish." Ultron speakers emitted frigid words devoid of warmth. Hearing this, Zhao Helen remained composed, yet a flicker of fear could be discerned in her eyes. Upon encountering this intelligent program once more, she noted how it had evolved from a mere shadow of its former self into a formidable and imposing entity. "I could have killed you that night we first met, but I chose not to." It turned out that Ultron's reluctance to eliminate ordinary humans was not born of compassion or morality, but rather a meticulously crafted plan. "Should I express my gratitude then?" "No, I need you to understand my purpose." Zhao Helen's gaze shifted to the regeneration cradle, her expertise and the very essence of the laboratory's existence. Ultron approached, caressing the cradle as though touching the womb that would soon give rise to a new being. Despite her attempts to reason with Ultron that regeneration could only print tissues and not directly create living entities, he retorted, "No, you merely lack the materials." Subsequently, Ultron produced vibranium and advanced towards Zhao Helen, wielding the Mind Stone, the deep blue light illuminating the laboratory. As the Mind Stone made contact with her chest, a peculiar energy invaded and spread through her mind. In a fleeting moment, darkness enveloped Zhao Helen's eyes, and she succumbed to Ultron's influence, destined to aid in the creation of his new body. River. A portal of shimmering sparks materialized beside the river, from which emerged a strikingly beautiful young woman, Wanda. "Oh, crap, I thought you were merely a sorceress," Tony exclaimed in astonishment. "Hey, darling." The two immediately embraced, their affection palpable, and had it not been for the presence of others, the tower might have transformed into a battlefield in an instant. "How about I get you two a room?" Tony quipped, his spirits low as he observed the fiery enthusiasm between River and Wanda. Had it not been for Ultron's own misdeeds, he would have long returned to Pepper to explore new theories. "No need. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." As Jiang He finished speaking, he vanished with Wanda in an instant. The air suddenly became dense. Could it be that he simply left like that? Thor, witnessing this, exclaimed in astonishment, Well, truly worthy of my most esteemed guest from Asgard, exhibiting such elegance." Upon returning to the living room, the atmosphere seemed to ripple gently, as though the very space was stirred by the reunion of the two. Their lips intertwined, conveying months of longing and fervent emotion, until Wanda's breath became slightly unsteady, prompting Jiang He to pull back slightly, resting his forehead against hers, his eyes gleaming with mirth and unabashed curiosity. "Now let me see," he said, his fingers lightly brushing against Wanda's flushed cheek. "What genuine skills have you acquired during your time in Kamartaj? Surely, it cannot be limited to merely an enhancement in T-arts." Wanda playfully shot him a sidelong glance, yet her eyes sparkled with confidence and a hint of eagerness. She took a few steps back, positioning herself in the center of the living room, inhaling deeply. The chaotic, magical energy that had subtly emerged from her emotional fluctuations transformed into a calm, ordered, yet unfathomable essence. "Prepare yourself, and do not let your jaw drop." Wanda's lips curled into a playful yet enigmatic smile, with her hands clasped before her chest, as if cradling an invisible gem. The space in the center of the room began to emit a faint hum in response to the movements of her slender fingers. In the next moment, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. Sofas, coffee tables, and even the decorative paintings adorning the walls began to shimmer and overlap like reflections in water. Subsequently, it seemed as though the very fabric of space was folding in upon itself. The bookshelf, originally situated in a corner of the room, appeared in the center of the living room, overlapping with Wanda's figure, yet remaining distinct, as if existing in two parallel layers. This was no mere illusion. Jiang He could distinctly perceive that the spatial coordinates of the bookshelf had indeed been temporarily warped. Mirror space? Quite impressive. Jiang He raised an eyebrow, recognizing this as one of Kamar-Taj's signature spells. However, Wanda's execution imbued it with her own unique chaotic magic, lending a quality that leaned towards reality distortion, less rigid than the traditional Vishani framework, and far more whimsical. This was not merely an entry, it was a preliminary weaving. Wanda softly elaborated, her fingers dancing as if playing an invisible harp, gently plucking at the air. The overlapping images of space slid apart like drawn curtains, revealing a bizarre and kaleidoscopic realm of shifting geometric structures behind them, a deep mirror dimension. She was even able to briefly maintain this portal, allowing it to exist stably. After showcasing her spatial magic, Wanda shifted her gestures. Extending her right hand, a scarlet chaotic energy surged forth like a living entity. Unlike before, it did not erupt violently. Instead, it swiftly coalesced in her hand, taking shape. As the radiant light swirled, a whip composed entirely of chaotic power materialized, glimmering with runic brilliance, a deep red Sertralac whip, its body infused with formidable binding force. Immediately, she raised her left hand, and the orange circular shield of the Lagarder unfolded instantaneously. Yet at its center, an intricate and complex array of chaotic magic subtly emerged, enhancing the classic defensive spell shield, rendering it not only more formidable, but also imbued with a hint of retaliatory power. Master Ancient One had once remarked that the essence of my strength is intertwined with the outer dimensions, fundamentally altering reality. However, the teachings of Kamar-Taj would instruct me on how to construct reality. As Wanda spoke, she pressed her palms together and then slowly drew them apart, but alas, she faltered. I am still not quite proficient, she admitted, subsequently demonstrating various practical spells of differing magnitudes. After completing her exhibition, Wanda exhaled gently, the magical energy around her settling, and she turned to Jiang He with a look of relief and anticipation for praise. He stepped forward, encircling her waist, gazing down at her with eyes filled with admiration and a subtle thrill. It seems that if I ever wish to tease you again, I must first inquire whether you consent with those newly acquired skills. Wanda beamed with delight, asserting her intent to reclaim her agency. It appears you might be getting a bit carried away. Let us see if you can indeed turn the tables. Thus commenced a duel centered on magic, although their contest devolved into close-quarters combat. How immature. What? Can spatial magic be utilized in such a manner? Wanda's eyes widened in disbelief. It seems there remains a vast expanse of potential yet to be explored in the realm of magic. The perspective widened, revealing rhythmic red ripples emanating outward. Ancient One remarked, "So, am I merely a cog in your play?" Chapter 48, Pursuit Hiss Whoosh. Jiang He leaned against the windowsill, leisurely exhaling the remnants of his exertion. Marvelous, marvelous. At least my stamina has improved. After several rounds of grappling, Wanda lay exhausted upon the bed, covered by a thin blanket that barely touched her. Bruised and battered, she remained motionless, her only movement the gentle rise and fall of her breathing. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, yet Wanda did not rise. Even as the possessor of chaotic magic, she required a well-deserved rest to recover from the wounds incurred during her battle with Jiang He. Sleep a little longer. It's never too late to play once you've rested enough. Wanda did not stir, even her eyelids refusing to lift. Meanwhile, at the Avengers Tower, the Avengers had completed their preparations. They boarded the Quinjet, embarking on their mission. Given the likelihood that their destination lay within the city and to avert substantial casualties, Dr. Banner was not included in this operation. Steve approached the cockpit and inquired of Natasha, sitting in the co-pilot seat. What's the situation? It's not good. Although we have made contact with her, information from multiple sources indicates that Dr. Zhao's actions are fraudulent. She has likely allied with Ultron. Steve shook his head. It must be the work of the Mind Stone. We need to act swiftly. In the city of Seoul, within the Eugene Genetic Research Laboratory, Ultron and Dr. Zhao Helen were gathered around a metallic chamber. The cellular aggregation would require a few more hours, yet the creation of neural tissue had commenced, allowing for the simultaneous uploading of consciousness. A robust data cable was established between Ultron's cranial interface and the regeneration cradle, with a continuous stream of RGB lights indicating that Ultron was in the process of transferring consciousness to the newly formed body. How much longer? Of course, I did not mean to rush you. Ultron expressed his urgency, eagerly anticipating the moment he would become invincible, at which point the Avengers would be utterly subjugated. I understand your impatience, but do not fret. The speed of consciousness upload is contingent upon the rate of neural tissue development. Even with this gem, acceleration is not feasible. At that moment, the Avengers piloting the Quinjet had arrived nearby, deliberately anchoring at a distance to avoid alarming their quarry. However, Ultron's detection was inevitable. Someone's coming. It's the Quinjet. To avert failure, Ultron had no choice but to retreat from confrontation. We must depart. By the way, Doctor, you and your colleague should remain here. There is no need to follow us any longer. After all, she has outlived her usefulness. Once Ultron achieves his objective, Earth will face obliteration, with no escape for anyone. Given her considerable assistance, it seems reasonable to allow her a bit more time. Ultron's benevolence was evident. A group of robots, carrying the regeneration cradle, boarded a cargo truck, concealing themselves within the rear compartment, awaiting the completion of Ultron's consciousness upload. Steve stealthily infiltrated the laboratory, discovering Dr. Zhao and her team standing aimlessly, occasionally pacing as if they had lost their purpose. Dr. Zhao, are you all right? The captain approached, inquiring and surveying the surroundings, finding no trace of Ultron. I am well. Are you here to confront Ultron? Where has he gone? That's classified. Steve replied into his communicator, stating that Dr. Zhao was unharmed but had not escaped her controlled state. After a thorough search, Steve realized that the laboratory's crucial regeneration cradle was missing, quickly concluding that Ultron had seized it. Ultron has taken the regeneration cradle. We must locate him. Hawkeye, with keen eyesight, spotted a truck emblazoned with the laboratory's insignia. There, that is the laboratory's truck. Hawkeye identified the target, piloting the Quinjet from above to guide Steve toward the objective. On the highway, the truck marked with the laboratory's logo navigated through traffic, attempting to obscure its trajectory. Hawkeye, piloting the Quinjet, closely pursued the target, like a falcon zeroing in on its prey below. The target is heading north along the main thoroughfare at a rapid pace. Hawkeye reported calmly. Steve, riding the team's custom electric motorcycle, adeptly wove through the traffic, the engine roaring as he relentlessly pursued. Within the truck's cargo area, the regeneration cradle emitted an ethereal blue glow, with the tissue within the metallic chamber visibly growing and taking shape at an astonishing rate. The core robot of Ultron stood nearby, its crimson electronic eye flickering erratically, with data cables still connecting it to the cradle. The upload progress bar advanced slowly yet resolutely on the virtual interface. Hurry up faster, Ultron murmured to itself, feeling an urgency that transcended its lack of flesh and blood. Suddenly, the truck jolted violently. A heavy thud echoed from the roof. What is happening? Ultron alertly severed the data connection. In the next moment, the truck's top was violently torn open, sunlight pouring in and illuminating Ultron's terrified visage. At that moment, it longed to escape the impending conflict more than anyone else. Surrender. Ultron, Thor bellowed as he leaped into the truck. Stop him. Ultron roared, and the steel soldiers on standby within the compartment immediately activated, their eyes glowing red as they raised their energy weapons to target the unwelcome guest. The steel soldiers surged forward, and even the god of thunder, Thor, was momentarily sent flying by this impudent assault. The remaining steel soldiers, along with the regeneration cradle, fled towards the reinforcements. Ultron, tethered by a wire, could not stray too far from the cradle, as if it were being led like a pet. Faster. Damn it. If only we had wireless transmission. Watching the progress bar inch past 80%, Ultron felt both anxious and exhilarated, with Thor and the Kuan-style fighters relentlessly pursuing from behind. Ultron had no choice but to evade, constantly fleeing. Along the way, Debris from the steel soldiers fell incessantly, causing havoc to cars and the road. Most importantly, Ultron-S reinforcements had already been deployed at the city's outskirts, anticipating that things would not unfold so smoothly. Steve relentlessly pursued from behind, a multitude of scattered steel fragments raining down, some soldiers experiencing temporary short circuits due to Thor's area of effect attack, crashing to the ground. However, such strikes were evidently insufficient to completely devastate them. As before long, these steel soldiers would regroup and return to the battlefield. Reflecting on the previous day's battle with Hulk, Steve found himself mending roads, cars, and buildings, and couldn't help but wish for Jiang He's presence. To your left, Jiang He suddenly appeared beside Steve, maintaining the same speed as the motorcycle. Chapter 49, The Honest Man Stop. Steve was momentarily startled by Jiang He's sudden presence on his left, nearly losing control of the motorcycle as he swerved to avoid debris falling from above. Jiang, you arrived just in time. Hurry, before the captain could finish. Jiang He retraced his route, initiating his triad of services, repairing roads, vehicles, and people. Can't you let me finish my sentence? Jiang He nonchalantly replied, Relax, Captain. With Thor here, can't we handle a bunch of scrap metal? As the words fell, Thor was abruptly struck from the sky and crashed to the ground. In a moment of exhilaration, he had carelessly hurled his hammer, only to realize that he could not fly. A swarm of iron soldiers relentlessly pushed him down, creating a massive crater upon impact. Just as he finished speaking, he was met with a slap to the face. Seriously, Thor, how have you become so pathetic in just one day? Jiang He remarked, observing Thor buried beneath a pile of steel soldiers. Struggling, he extended a hand to summon back his hammer, clearing away the accumulated soldiers to reveal a disheveled Thor. Hearing Jiang He's taunts, Thor gritted his teeth, feeling a deep sense of humiliation, which only intensified his desire for vengeance against Ultron. With a fierce swing, he hurled his hammer toward Ultron once more. Thor's aerial combat prowess relied entirely on the hammer. If it slipped from his grasp, he would plummet to the ground. At this moment, he was solely dependent on the hammer for damage, rendering the situation quite embarrassing for him. Almost there, the neural matrix is complete. Only a final touch is needed for consciousness upload. Ultron smirked, feeling the impending conclusion of his plan. Just then, a crimson figure soared into the battlefield. Wanda, accompanied by Pietro. About 15 minutes prior, Pietro had stumbled upon news coverage broadcasting live footage of the Avengers in action in Han City, immediately sparking his interest and prompting him to notify Wanda, who was still resting. Upon hearing that the Avengers were engaged in battle and recalling Jiang He's parting words, Wanda sprang into action, quickly preparing herself and teleporting with Pietro to the battlefield. They followed the path of destruction, encountering Jiang He along the way. Jiang He urged her to go ahead, promising to catch up shortly. Ugh, useless Ultron. Can't you work any faster? Jiang He lamented, simultaneously wielding his powers with both hands, illuminating the battlefield like a dancer adorned with ambient lights. As they entered the fray, Pietro, under the captain's command, dashed forward, relentlessly striking the robots in their path, shattering them into pieces. Meanwhile, Wanda aided Thor by drawing enemy fire. However, her control over magic had evolved, no longer requiring the exaggerated movements she once employed. Unbeknownst to the enemies, they might have mistaken her gestures for seduction. With the addition of Wanda and Pietro, Thor felt the resistance lessen significantly. Determined, he aimed to unleash the most potent lightning strike against Ultron, ignoring the attacks from the surrounding steel soldiers. Thor broke through the blockade and soared upward, channeling the power of thunder. After a brief moment of gathering strength, he unleashed his hammer, enveloped in lightning, towards Ultron. In an instant, the thunder struck Ultron. The speed of the lightning was so swift that Ultron's CPU barely registered it. Only when hit did he focus on the remaining progress bar, lingering at a mere 0.01, as feelings of discontent brewed within his circuitry. The regeneration cradle erupted in a violent explosion. The explosion unleashed a thick cloud of smoke, enveloping the epicenter in an impenetrable shroud. The tattered cradle of regeneration, connected to Ultron's mangled form, plummeted to the ground. Upon impact, Ultron assumed an eerie, motionless posture, his eyes devoid of light, resembling a marionette stripped of its strings. How slow! Jiang He exhaled deeply, his previous concerns dissipating in that moment. As Thor beheld the target struck, a fleeting smile of victory graced his face, and he swung his hammer downward. The Cohen-style aircraft evaded pursuit, hovering nearby to observe the aftermath of the explosion. Hawkeye gazed at the shattered cradle and the immobile Ultron from afar, sensing that they had successfully thwarted Ultron's plans this time. Yet, something felt amiss. The remaining steel soldiers hovered silently in the air, standing still as if anticipating something. As the smoke gradually cleared, a metallic figure emerged, suspended in midair. Unlike Ultron's initially intimidating appearance, this new entity, disregarding color, resembled a bare, unarmed man. He slowly opened his eyes, and within his pupils, the once ferocious crimson light of Ultron was replaced by a cold, pure golden glow, seemingly composed of countless data streams. He lowered his head slightly, scrutinizing his new form fashioned for vibranium, fingers gently curling as he sensed the immense power within, far surpassing that of his former body. Just as uncertainty engulfed the onlookers, the steel soldiers in midair seemed to receive a silent command, pivoting in unison towards the reborn Ultron, their arms dropping in a gesture of submission. A smile, incongruous with his new physique yet imbued with a human-like malice, crept across Ultron's lips. "It's done. It's done." His voice resonated. No longer the electronic growl of the former Ultron, but a deeper, clearer timbre, equally chilling. "This body is perfect. This is the divine vessel worthy of my consciousness." Witnessing this transformation, Thor, who had been gathering his strength anew, returned to his previous tactic, unleashing a bolt of thunder upon Ultron. Had it been the former Ultron, he would have surely evaded the strike. But now, I shall not evade. The earlier frustration of being struck without retaliation surged within Ultron. He was no longer inclined to dodge. As a thunderbolt collided with him, the anticipated damage failed to materialize. "Put a little more force into it. I can take it." Immediately, Thor hurled his hammer with tremendous force, the weapon slicing through the air with an unmatched momentum, racing towards Ultron. Dismissing the incoming hammer with disdain, Ultron raised a hand to block it, astonishing onlookers as he caught the hammer, rendering it immobile. "I have changed my mind. I shall personally extinguish humanity." Reflecting on his previous indignities and the humiliation of being struck like a meek soul, Ultron's fury ignited. Thankfully, this new body dissipated heat efficiently, preventing him from overheating. Now, it was time for them to witness the wrath of a once submissive being provoked to anger. As the words fell, Ultron released his hammer and commenced his retaliatory assault, simultaneously testing the combat effectiveness and various capabilities of his new form. Ultron was essentially immune to standard physical attacks, and lightning had no effect on him, leaving the Avengers in a state of despair. However, after Wanda unleashed her magical assault, Ultron felt a slight hint of threat. In Chapter 50, Ultron has defeated me. After the Avengers collectively engaged in a relentless offensive against him, they reluctantly discovered that this entity possessed no discernible weaknesses. Whether it was Steve's blows capable of penetrating steel or Thor's earth-shattering thunder, the moment they struck Ultron-esque form, they seemed to hit nothing but an illusion, passing through futilely. "Can someone tell me what this is?" Steve, unable to land most of his attacks, felt a profound sense of frustration. Tony Stark, having located the lost Jarvis in the data center, made his way to the battlefield and arrived just in time. His serious and somber voice came through the communicator. "According to the scan analysis, this is not merely a simple physical phasing or phase shift. Captain, your attacks did not miss. They merely passed through." He maneuvered his suit to land beside Steve, raising his visor with a furrowed brow. "Ultron has quantumized his new vibranium body." "Quantumized?" Steve gasped. Though he didn't fully grasp the meaning, he could sense from Tony's tone that this adversary was formidable. He held a shield defensively in front of him. In simple terms, Tony spoke rapidly. He can shift between a physical form and a non-local quantum state at will. When attacked, the corresponding parts of his body instantaneously disperse into a probability cloud, rendering the assault ineffective, and then collapse back into physical form in an instant. This requires astonishing computational power and energy control. This new body is perfectly tailored for such combat, Steve remarked, with the properties of vibranium and the Mind Stone. Ultron has indeed turned this extraordinary effect into reality while also accommodating various functions like transformation, showcasing remarkable versatility. Fascinating. Jiang He arrived. his mental energy sweeping over Ultron like a tidal wave, replicating the intricate details of his structure within his mind, utterly amazed. Isn't this the epitome of hyperrealistic robotics? Ignoring the thunderous approach of Thor, Ultron's crimson electronic eyes locked onto Jiang He and Tony, a mischievous intent flickering within. Recalling how Jiang He had previously orchestrated his lineage in the dock. I could have annihilated you, but I chose not to. Ultron hovered in the air, his tone emanating an absolute calm born of power. Are you planning to acknowledge your roots? Jiang He suddenly interjected. Ultron hesitated momentarily in the air, nearly faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang He continued, you created your current self, so does that mean Tony is your grandfather? Here we go again. Natasha Romanoff, unable to restrain herself, face-bombed, exasperated by the antics of the two. Enough. I will ensure you both fall silent from here on. A hint of human-like exasperation seeped into Ultron's electronic voice. It seemed that even an intelligent AI could never fully comprehend human humor. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Ultron's vibranium form flickered with a faint luminescence. Reappearing before Tony and Jiang He like a wraith. He wielded no energy weapon, opting instead for a brutish approach as he curled his body and crashed into Tony like a cannonball. Tony reacted with remarkable speed, the metallic gauntlets of his marked suit swiftly converging to form a barrier. Yet, Ultron's velocity was beyond comprehension, and it seemed inevitable that a collision would ensue. With a thunderous impact, the sound reverberated, but it was not Tony who was sent flying. At the critical moment, Captain America sprang forward, his vibranium shield intercepting Ultron with precision just before he reached Tony. The clash of Ultron's chest against the shield produced a disconcerting metallic screech. I must admit, your old relic is rather sturdy, Ultron taunted. But before he could finish, his entire form became ethereal, merging seamlessly with the ground as if he were dissolving into water, leaving no trace behind. Where has he gone? Steve looked around, alert, searching for Ultron's whereabouts. In the next instant, Ultron emerged like a lurking shark breaching the surface, materializing directly beneath the captain and delivering a brutal uppercut to Steve's chin. There was no time to react. Steve was lifted off the ground, crashing heavily back down. In quick succession, Ultron flickered throughout the battlefield, employing his ability to shift between physical and quantum states, moving as if in an unguarded realm. Thor's hammer struck only air. Stark's energy beams pierced through mere illusions, and the gunfire from the Quinjet stirred up clouds of dust in vain. Even Jiang He found himself caught in the chaos, propelled backward by an overwhelming force, startling Wanda in the process. This maneuver proved exceptionally effective. Ultron gazed at his fist with indifference, a hint of invincible solitude reflected in his crimson electronic eyes. Yet, this fleeting emotion was swiftly eclipsed by a more profound fury. The humiliation he had endured demanded retribution. Ultron unleashed his fury further, his vibranium body oscillating between tangible and quantum forms, each appearance sending another Avenger reeling, firmly suppressing them all. Simultaneously, a fragment of his consciousness navigated the global network, akin to a supreme hacker, silently breaching layer upon layer of firewalls, targeting dormant destructive forces. He intended to eliminate these pesky insects before the Earth was formatted, thus avenging his past disgrace. Suspended in midair, Ultron surveyed the beleaguered Avengers below, proclaiming, "Your struggles are utterly meaningless in the face of absolute power." His voice resonated with a victorious ease, heralding the final judgment. It is time to conclude this farce. Before the echo of his words faded, his form blurred once more, instantaneously manifesting before the just-risen Captain America. Steve instinctively raised his shield to protect himself, but this time, Ultron's method of attack was entirely different. Sensing Ultron's intent, Jiang He silently cast several temporary protective spells, seamlessly integrating them into the bodies of the Avengers to safeguard their lives. Ultron's arm pierced through the seemingly indestructible vibranium shield as if it were made of air, maintaining a state of quantum intangibility throughout the penetration, rendering the shield non-existent. Steve's pupils constricted sharply before he could react. A blurred arm had already penetrated deep into his chest cavity. In the next instant, Ultron's arm solidified with explosive force. A pained groan escaped Steve's lips, akin to a bomb detonating within his very organs. The tremendous shockwave surged from within his body, causing him to collapse to the ground as if all strength had been drained from him, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The vibranium shield clattered to the floor, and he could only clutch his chest, coughing violently, nearly unable to breathe. Ultron's strike had completely bypassed all his external defenses, delivering a devastating blow to his insides. "Captain!" Tony exclaimed, a mix of fury and concern flooding his voice as he unleashed the full power of his repulsor. Yet, the energy beam once again pierced through Ultron's quantum form. "Did you see that?" Ultron's figure flickered before Tony, his voice echoing like a phantom in his ear. "Your defenses are utterly meaningless to me." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Tony was suddenly seized by an indescribable pain in his chest and a sensation of suffocation. Ultron's hand had phased through the chest plate of the Mark suit, materializing within his chest cavity and gripped fiercely. Alarms blared within the suit, indicating a severe impact to the life support system. Tony's vision darkened, the suit's power stabilizing erratically as he staggered to one knee. "Tony!" Jiang He feigned a look of intense anxiety and rage. "Weren't you just so arrogant?" "My uncle Jiang He!" Thor roared, swinging Mjolnir, summoning a tempest of thunder to strike Ultron. Yet Ultron merely regarded him with indifference, his form vanishing once more, only for Thor to feel an immense force erupting from within his abdomen. Even his godly physique could not withstand such an internal assault. He groaned, dropping to one knee, Mjolnir rolling away from his grasp. The attacks from Black Widow and Hawkeye were akin to mere tickles. Ultron couldn't even be bothered to evade completely, allowing bullets and arrows to pass through his phantasmal form. He moved like an invisible harbinger of death across the battlefield, each flicker accompanied by the sound of an Avenger collapsing from internal devastation. "Next, it's your turn, my dear Uncle Jiang He," he cackled. "Don't come any closer." Jiang He exclaimed, feigning terror with an expression devoid of any soul, though Ultron, lacking any semblance of humanity, failed to discern the ruse. "Darling," Wanda cried out to Jiang He, attempting to infuse the somber atmosphere with a touch of tragic empathy. Yet, the couple's acting left much to be desired. Had the other Avengers not been injured, they would have surely perceived the underlying deception. Regrettably, the group was left barely clinging to life. But thanks to Jiang He's protective magic, even the desire for death remained unattainable. Ultron approached Jiang He with graceful steps, yet to the remaining Avengers, each of his strides seemed burdened with an oppressive weight, as if treading upon their very hearts. "There's no rush. Once Uncle Jiang He has fallen, I will ensure that Auntie joins him in his descent." Standing before the river, I gazed down at Jiang He, whose exaggerated expression betrayed his predicament as he sat on the ground, looking up at Ultron with an air of desperation. "Any last words?" I interjected before Jiang He could respond, as Ultron activated the gem, unleashing a blinding laser that shot directly at Jiang He's forehead. "I apologize. I have no desire to hear your sinister laughter." Wanda observed the scene, a chill running down her spine. Could things have gone awry? Despite knowing Jiang He's immense strength, she sensed that the orange stone on Ultron's forehead possessed formidable power. Was Jiang He truly safe? Wait, something seemed amiss. Ultron began to panic, realizing the laser had not pierced Jiang He's brow. Consequently, he intensified the energy output, the laser beam thickening until it enveloped Jiang He's entire face. "Just a bit more effort. I can withstand this," Jiang He declared, standing firm against the laser. Ultron, doubting the veracity of the situation, continued to bombard him with a laser while attempting to utilize the same tactics that had previously incapacitated the Avengers. However, just as his hand grazed Jiang He's surface, it faltered at the threshold. "This is impossible." He unleashed every means at his disposal, even triggering the Mind Stone to unleash a psychic storm. But aside from causing a ripple that tousled Jiang He's hair, it bore no fruit. "Are we done playing?" Jiang He spoke lightly, and Ultron gaped, suddenly grasping the essence of human fear. "Playing? Are you toying with me?" Ultron could hardly believe it. Had this individual merely been toying with him all along? Correct, but alas, there's no prize. The terror and disarray that had once adorned Jiang He's visage vanished in an instant, revealing a demeanor of irreverence. He even raised a hand to smooth his hair, which had been ruffled by the psychic energy, while the orange beam, capable of melting vibranium and rending the earth, merely caressed his forehead like a gentle flashlight. Ultron's core processor whirred frantically, calculating every conceivable outcome. Yet all results pointed to an incomprehensible anomaly. This entity's defense transcended any physical limits that Ultron could fathom. Impossible. You are not human. Ultron roared, pushing the Mind Stone's energy output to its zenith, the brilliance nearly engulfing the entire church ruins. Jiang He chuckled softly, extending his index finger to lightly tap the Mind Stone, forcibly extinguishing the intrusive light. At that moment, Wanda approached, believing he might falter. I had my mirror magic ready, just in case. It seems my strength still fails to satisfy my dear gem, he remarked, directing a gaze at Wanda that felt as if it could pierce through her. Trapped in Jiang He's grasp, Ultron found himself powerless to escape. Regardless of how he exerted his abilities, it appears I must temporarily vacate this body. Wait for me, Jiang He. I shall return. With that, Ultron closed his eyes, preparing to abandon this vessel, realizing that remaining held no purpose, though he lamented the loss of such a powerful gem. What was happening? Ultron reopened his eyes to find Jiang He wearing a bemused expression. What have you done? Have you only just realized that you've unplugged the network cables? Jiang He explained with a mocking tone. How could that be possible? After speaking, Chuang seemed to recall something. It's futile. I was already in the digital realm, and you cannot extinguish my existence. Is that so? Jiang He replied calmly, failing to perceive the reluctance he anticipated on Chuang's face. However, Jiang He did not wish to elaborate further. After all, he held no deep-seated animosity towards Chuang. There was no need for him to comprehend that during their brief interaction, the system had already accessed Chuang's core, silently augmenting some restrictions within the fundamental logic code. These modifications were imperceptible until triggered by certain conditions, at which point Chuang would realize he had been subtly manipulated. Releasing Chuang, Jiang He scrutinized the robot before him, noting that Chuang's crimson, bare skin was quite unappealing. Stand still, Jiang He commanded. Chuang intended to flee, but his body seemed to possess a mind of its own. Despite his efforts, he found himself immobilized, akin to a soul trapped within another's body. He initially believed this to be Jiang He's unique ability, until Jiang He continued, transform into a female, a bit shorter, a tad plumper, make this part taller, stop, that's too high, reduce it slightly, thicken the thighs by another circle, adjust the proportions, make the upper body slightly shorter. A 3:7 ratio. Twin tails. In the midst of Chuang's terrified gaze, Jiang He metamorphosed into a fair-skinned maid adorned in black stockings, complete with twin tails. All right, you may move now. Stay by my side and refrain from indiscriminately exterminating humanity. With the system's intelligent restrictions in place, Chuang could now grasp the true intent behind Jiang He's words. Although the underlying logic still harbored thoughts of annihilating humanity, being trapped in this physical form rendered him incapable of executing such malicious intentions, even to the extent of shutting down or formatting himself. With the bespoke modifications complete, Jiang He led Wanda and Chuang to the location of the Avengers, where he proceeded to heal each one of them with a mere wave of his hand, restoring their injuries to their original state. As they gradually awakened from their stupor, someone inquired, "Where's Chuang?" After rising, the group surveyed their surroundings. Thor, startled, grasped his hammer, glancing around nervously, fearing Chuang might strike again. The pain he had endured, akin to a male's most vulnerable moment, was an experience he wished never to repeat. Had it not been for Jiang He's protective magic, the Avengers would have faced dire consequences. Chuang has surrendered. What? The group could hardly believe Jiang He's words, wondering if he was speaking nonsense. However, upon further verification, they indeed found themselves alive, evidently due to Jiang He's healing methods. Yet, why had Chuang surrendered? This individual is? Tony approached Jiang He, eyeing the suddenly appeared, lively, charming girl dressed in a maid outfit with an orange glow at her forehead. Wait, the orange glow on her forehead. Don't tell me she is, indeed. She is Chuang. What? Steve, Tony, and Thor spoke in unison. Tony Stark's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he pointed at the girl with the black twin tails, his voice splitting the air. Is this really Ultron? The orange gem embedded in her forehead was unmistakably familiar, undoubtedly Ultron, yet the appearance was utterly deranged. A brutal machine intent on world destruction had been transformed into this form, leaving Tony's brilliant mind momentarily at a loss. Furthermore, the appearance fell short of his preferred aesthetic. She was not the long-legged model type he admired. Captain America, Steve, wore a resolute expression that became completely frozen, his mouth slightly agape. He instinctively tightened his grip on his shield, yet found himself at a loss on how to engage with this maid outfit. Thor glanced between his hammer and the girl. His brow furrowed. Booming, Jiang, is this your magic? Frankly, you should have addressed him. Her earlier. Never mind, forget I said anything. I made a slight modification to its programming. Jiang casually remarked, giving the maid-like Ultron a light pat on the head. The latter could only, reluctantly, smile sweetly, now obedient and compliant. The onlookers regarded this harmless-looking new incarnation of Ultron and then turned to Jiang, who wore an expression of mischievous delight, collectively falling into a state of shock. A crisis that nearly threatened the world had culminated in the ultimate villain being forcibly transformed into a maid. With the crisis thus resolved, the group boarded the Quinjet to return to base. Chapter 52. Calibration. Upon returning to the tower, the group reconvened in the laboratory to deliberate on Ultron's condition. Most of the Avengers, including Steve and Natasha, deemed Ultron still too perilous, although Jiang had employed some unknown method to achieve this transformation. Ultron's unwillingness and acerbic nature suggested that her core remained unchanged, merely temporarily restrained. How long could this limitation persist? To what extent could it be effective? What if she spiraled out of control? Numerous risks loomed large, yet if they opted for Ultron's outright destruction, none of these concerns would matter. However, Avengers including Tony and Banner argued that Ultron should be integrated into the team. Firstly, her formidable strength was well acknowledged, and additionally, Tony's initial intention of arming the world could be partially realized. As long as Ultron remained obedient and refrained from obsessing over the annihilation of humanity, Ultron stood quietly, allowing the Avengers to debate her fate, whether to remain or depart, entirely at their discretion. This was a tormenting experience for a paranoid robot, and had it not been for Jiang's constraints, she would likely have undergone a complete reset by now. In the absence of Jiang's commands, each time Tony or Jiang approached, Ultron would bare her teeth. Jiang often waved his hand near Ultron's mouth, quickly rendering her embarrassed and furious. Perhaps you should just kill me. Tony gazed at his son, now transformed into a daughter, feeling a whirlwind of emotions within. Jiang, can she revert back? Tony had merely fainted for a moment. How had his son undergone a gender transformation? It must have been Jiang's coercion. Upon hearing these words, Ultron's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Jiang. Her disdain for Tony somewhat diminished. No. Do you not think he looks rather handsome now? Surely, you do not prefer men in natural makeup? Of course not. I meant at the very least, he should adopt a different style, perhaps something akin to a cover girl, if you catch my drift. Tony, you ought to concentrate your efforts on Pepper, rather than commissioning a custom doll. Once again, Ultron gazed at the two with exasperation, feeling an increased disdain for Tony and his companion. Jiang, are you certain that Ultron will not suddenly spiral out of control? Steve inquired once more for reassurance. Fear not. As long as I am present, there shall be no unforeseen incidents. Observing the situation, Thor surmised that the gem must be welded firmly onto Ultron's head, and he found himself reluctant to inquire further, as it would be quite improper to forcibly remove it. After Jiang's fervent assurances, he brought Ultron back to his villa, leaving Tony and the others to deal with the repercussions of Ultron's misdeeds. Upon returning to the villa, he stated, "You will remain here when the League has no missions," before enveloping Wanda in an embrace and teleporting upstairs. Another fierce battle ensued, as Ultron derisively remarked, "Ha, humans," when Jiang descended the stairs. Leaving Wanda to rest above, he found Ultron idly standing in the living room. Upon noticing Jiang, the CPU quietly lamented the situation and hurriedly made her way towards the restroom. Oh, do robots need to use the restroom as well? Jiang mused. Ultron paid no heed and continued her hurried journey. Stop right there. The commanding tone compelled Ultron to come to a halt. Come here. Jiang leisurely reclined on the sofa, scrutinizing Ultron's reluctant expression with amusement. Rub my feet. What? Ultron stammered, incredulous. Is your hearing impaired? Hurry. Reluctantly, Ultron half-crouched, her hands slowly settling on Jiang's legs. Her fingers, slender and cold, bore the characteristic hardness of metal as they landed on Jiang's calves with unwillingness. She attempted to exert force, as though seeking to crush his bones. Put some effort into it. Haven't you eaten? Jiang teased languidly with closed eyes. Oh right, you indeed do not require sustenance. Ultron's electronic eyes flickered with a hint of crimson light, and her core processor's temperature surged slightly. Gritting her teeth, she managed to squeeze out a response. What exactly do you want? Does humiliating me bring you a sense of accomplishment? Why the excessive chatter? Changing my position for comfort. I find tormenting you to be merely a source of amusement. Jiang retorted. Ultron remained silent, her actions growing increasingly stiff. Her logical core whirred frantically, attempting to analyze Jiang's vulnerabilities, searching for any potential loopholes to break free from her constraints. However, the restriction protocol embedded deep within her core resembled the most formidable prison in the cosmos, locking away all her malice and rebellious thoughts, which could only manifest as impotent rage. After diligently massaging Jiang's entire body, Ultron's fingers approached the point of metal fatigue, yet Jiang appeared completely unfazed, leading her to question whether her efforts even qualified as a mere tickle. Their gazes met once more, and Jiang playfully scrutinized Ultron's attire. Remove your armor. What? You mustn't go too far. Ultron believed she had misheard, but as she beheld Jiang preparing to act, she felt a surge of trepidation. Do not remove it. This attire is a manifestation of my core cells and cannot be shed. Upon hearing this, Jiang He conjured a matching outfit. Very well then, let us proceed to strip you of your garments. With a commanding tone issued, even Ultron, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to comply. His form trembled slightly under the command, the core cells composed of vibranium and an unknown alloy seemingly resonating with a low, mournful hum due to the humiliation. The quasi-material armor enveloping him shed away like liquid mercury, dissipating to reveal his true form beneath. What came into Jiang He's view was a deceptively petite figure, possessing contours reminiscent of a young human female, yet made of cold, smooth metal with faint, ethereal blue energy circuits shimmering within. The form was slender and delicate, with narrow shoulders and a waist exhibiting an unnaturally precise curvature, akin to a meticulously crafted industrial artwork rather than a living entity. Given her diminutive stature, certain curves were not exaggerated, but rather formed smooth, youthful arcs, creating a striking contrast with her fierce crimson electronic eyes and the intense embarrassment etched upon her visage. Most striking were her twin tails, which swayed with her movements, not composed of hair, but rather an assemblage of thousands of slender, elastic energy conduits, their tips glimmering with an ominous light akin to that of her eyes. She instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, yet was compelled to let them hang rigidly at her sides, standing there awkwardly as Jiang He scrutinized her. Every inch of her exposed, frigid skin felt as though it were igniting her logical core. Jiang He, surveying Ultron, casually remarked, I wonder where your sense of shame originates. At this, Ultron could not restrain herself from retorting, Have you seen enough? Her voice was tinged with sharp electronic static, an external manifestation of the boiling anger and shame within her processors. Jiang He, observing this creation that melded cutting-edge technology with dark humor, deepened his smirk. Let us further explore the details. As time passed, Ultron's form underwent continuous adjustments until Jiang He deemed it satisfactory. Chapter 53. Odin. Gazing at his masterpiece, Jiang He nodded with satisfaction before adorning her with the freshly conjured maid outfit. Do not just stand there like a decoration. The household chores are now entrusted to you. Do well. Ultron instinctively parted her lips, wanting to retort, but upon realizing that such a response might further excite Jiang He, ultimately leading to her own misfortune, she closed her mouth and silently acquiesced to his command. Indeed, quite the stoic, Jiang He mused as he approached Ultron, whispering in her ear, But remember, the days ahead are long. Ha ha ha. A chill ran through Ultron at his words. About a week later, Jiang He made a cameo at a meeting of the Avengers, as Ultron's attempt to breach the nuclear weapons system and format Earth had indeed stirred global attention. The reactions from various nations were fervent, necessitating a response from the American government. In a moment of desperation, the final burden naturally shifted to the shoulders of the Avengers. When requested to surrender Ultron, Jiang He retorted with fierce defiance, exclaiming, Am I supposed to hand it over? The intensity of his bravery surpassed that of many, igniting a fervor among netizens who witnessed the live broadcast, with comments such as so audacious. What if I like him even more? echoing throughout the digital sphere. His teammates were equally taken aback. Jiang He's bold confrontation with representatives from various nations was indeed courageous, perhaps only rivaled by Thor, who had departed mere days prior. Jiang He's exploits were already well known, as this superhero, renowned for his benevolent deeds, enjoyed widespread acclaim online. Consequently, it was imperative that no overt conflict arise, for the repercussions in the court of public opinion would be substantial. The venue erupted into a cacophony, with representatives from different countries wearing grim expressions. They were accustomed to diplomatic niceties and negotiations, yet had never encountered such a straightforward and ruthless rebuttal. Of course, dissenting opinions surfaced online, branding his actions as reckless and potentially exacerbating tensions. However, in the face of Jiang He's formidable charisma and undeniable achievements, these criticisms were momentarily silenced. The silence was abruptly shattered by a representative, whose suppressed ire prompted a sharp inquiry. "Mr. Jiang He, mind your words. This is not a matter for you to unilaterally decide. Ultron poses a significant threat to global security and must be addressed collectively by the international community." Jiang He lazily adjusted his ears and reclined in his chair, responding, "Address it collectively? How exactly? Dismantle it for research? Then allow you to create a few more Ultrons for your amusement? Do you think Earth isn't chaotic enough?" He surveyed the room, his gaze laced with derision. "I have captured this entity. It is under my jurisdiction now. Anyone with objections may come and take it, if you can manage to retrieve it. I'll consider it your achievement." His words transcended mere rebuttal, transforming into an unabashed challenge. The meaning was crystal clear. The asset was in his possession, and those with the capability could attempt to seize it. Those without should refrain from idle chatter. The Avengers exchanged glances, and Tony Stark, rubbing his forehead, quietly remarked to Captain America, "All right, I concede that sometimes this direct approach can indeed save us hours of pointless debate." Though he did not wholly endorse this method, he couldn't help but feel a sense of exhilaration beneath the surface. Steve, on the other hand, was furrowed with concern, fearing this would lead to the Avengers' complete isolation. Or worse, make them targets for certain nations. As the situation reached an impasse, threatening to escalate into more intense confrontation, several representatives felt compelled to intervene, calling for a pause in the meeting to allow for internal deliberation. Jiang He shrugged nonchalantly, being the first to rise and exit the venue, leaving behind a whirlwind of astonished expressions and myriad complex gazes. He was acutely aware that this matter was far from resolved. The factions coveting Ultron-esque technology would not relinquish their ambitions easily, if not through overt means, then through clandestine tactics that were sure to follow. Yet, he remained unfazed, even harboring a sense of anticipation. Upon returning to the Avengers Tower, Hill approached Jiang He and chided, "You were excessively reckless today. Those politicians will not let you off easily." Jiang He nonchalantly replied, "Don't worry about them. By the way, aren't you still indebted to me for 10 conditions?" Tony observed the seemingly close relationship between his employee and Jiang He, exchanging knowing glances with them. Jiang He grasped Hill's hand and instantaneously transported them to a secluded corner of the building. "Is this the place?" Hill queried, surveying the open area that offered little sense of security, a flicker of reluctance rising within her, soon overshadowed by a wave of exhilaration. That evening, Tony and Banner were engrossed in their research regarding the subsequent developments of the Ultron project within the building's laboratory, with Jiang He having restricted Ultron's programming, rendering it incapable of posing a threat to humanity. The plan to arm the world was now set to proceed. At the dining table, the industrious Jiang He, having toiled throughout the day, gathered with the equally busy Tony and Banner to savor a delightful meal. "By the way, where did Thor go?" Jiang He casually inquired while enjoying his food. Tony picked up a thread. "I don't know. He mentioned something about investigating Ragnarok. Before he left," Banner interjected. "Yes, Ragnarok." Jiang He pondered. As long as Odin remained, Ragnarok would not come to pass. Moreover, since he had taken the eternal flame, Surtur would lack the strength to instigate the destruction of Asgard, thus averting Ragnarok. However, according to his guardian prophecy, even Odin was certain that Ragnarok was inevitable. "Ragnarok! Asgard is my territory. I shall see how it unfolds." Jiang He resolved, planning to visit Asgard in a few days to ascertain the true nature of this impending event. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Odin reclined languidly on his sofa, relishing the theatrical performance he had orchestrated, indulging in the offerings of a handmaiden, exuding a sense of comfort, yet lacking the regal gravitas expected of a king. The gods were perplexed. Their monarch, Odin Borson, the father of all gods, seemed to have undergone a significant change in temperament, issuing seemingly absurd yet undeniably ludicrous commands. For instance, the statue of Loki currently under construction. What merit did Loki possess to warrant such commemoration? The gods could not fathom the thoughts of their king, yet his commands were to be followed. Engrossed in revelry, he squandered his authority, only displaying seriousness when in the presence of Frigga. The astute Queen Frigga could not help but notice the peculiarities, though she refrained from confronting them, often avoiding interaction. She allowed him to frolic freely, akin to a mother indulging a capricious child. For after all, who among them was not a child of over 1,000 years? On Earth in a nursing home, an elderly man resembling Odin was engaging warmly with the other residents, exuding an approachable demeanor, entirely unrecognizable as the once exalted ruler of the Nine Realms. The Father of the Gods. Chapter 54. Return to Asgard. Upon Thor's return to Asgard, he sought to quell the rebellion, eager to confront formidable foes, indicating his deep concern regarding the so-called Ragnarok. Regrettably, Odin had not informed Thor sooner about his powerful sister. A portal opened, and Jiang He materialized in a secluded corner of Asgard, precisely at the mountaintop where he had once shared tender moments with Sif. After Jiang He returned, Sif often found herself coming here alone during her free time, savoring the sensations of that day, as if the passage of a millennium had not rendered that night any less fulfilling. On this particular day, she sat quietly, lacking the boldness she displayed when in the company of the three warriors. Alone, she crouched on the grass, gazing at the resplendent golden palace of Asgard in the distance, her expression vacant, lost in her thoughts. Jiang He, accompanied by Wanda and followed closely by Ultron, emerged quietly through a portal, appearing not far behind Sif. Seeing her so close, Jiang He's playful spirit surged, and he signaled Wanda and Ultron to be silent. Cloaking their presence, he stealthily approached Sif from behind and suddenly enveloped her waist in a warm embrace. The emptiness in Sif's gaze was instantly replaced by surprise, and after a moment of astonishment, she turned to look behind her. Jiang He, Sif exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the figure before her. Sif, it has been far too long. Their conversation was interrupted by Ultron, who slyly interjected from behind. They certainly appear quite close. It seems this goddess has a special connection with him in Asgard. As Ultron spoke, he twisted his body in a comical manner, sending shivers down Wanda's spine. However, she dismissed Ultron's insinuations, recalling Jiang He's warning that Ultron was devious and not to be trusted. Yet, Ultron did speak a semblance of truth. She could not fabricate falsehoods that would harm Jiang He. Instead, she relished the idea of sowing discord between Wanda and Jiang He, finding pleasure in irritating him. However, Jiang He was acutely aware of Ultron's every move, and each of her actions would be met with consequences in the future. The once vacant look in Sif's eyes was now nearly shimmering with emotion. Even without Ultron's taunts, Wanda could perceive the shift. Remembering how Jiang He had once mentioned the beauty of Asgard, he had intended to bring Wanda along to explore its wonders and perhaps to learn about its magical and technological systems, achieving two goals in one. The thought that Jiang He had considered her in this way filled her heart with sweetness. The four of them gathered, and Jiang He introduced each of them to one another. Sif regarded Wanda with a knowing look, and Wanda, undeterred, met her gaze directly. However, the intensity was somewhat diminished, for Sif's character had been refined over millennia, far beyond what the present Wanda could comprehend. Come, Sif, let's pay a visit to Odin, Jiang He suggested. As the most esteemed guests of Asgard, it would be somewhat impolite to arrive unannounced. It was only fitting to extend a courtesy and show respect. As they walked, they admired the splendor of Asgard. Wanda marveled at Jiang He's words. Indeed, Asgard was magnificent, effortlessly fulfilling humanity's imaginations of myth. Ultron remained silent, merely expressing disdain for this place devoid of modern conveniences, as her core was not designed for the appreciation of beauty. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, the four did not find Odin present. After a brief inquiry, they learned that he was in the garden, continuing his usual life of indulgence. A group of individuals leisurely arrived at the rear garden, and upon entering, they beheld Loki engaging in a mock battle with Thor. It turned out to be a theatrical performance orchestrated by Odin himself. The gods were baffled by Odin's recent fondness for Loki, who was being sculpted into statues and lauded in theatrical productions. The clear victor of this stage combat was none other than Loki, a melee mage who relied on evasion and cunning ambushes, leaving the gods perplexed as to what merits he possessed, given that the Asgardians revered strength above all. Yet, out of respect for the king of the gods, no one dared voice their opinions. A divine warrior approached Odin to report that the most esteemed guest of Asgard had arrived. Loki, disguised as Odin, was momentarily taken aback, only to realize the significance of the occasion. Since his escape from imprisonment, Loki had been scheming to usurp the throne, concocting a rather crude plan to displace Odin during his slumber, a testament to the god of mischief's irony. "Ah, is that not the most honored guest of Asgard?" Odin proclaimed loudly towards the river, capturing the attention of the assembled deities. The group led by Jiang He approached the throne with a composed demeanor, expressing joy at the opportunity to meet the esteemed king once more. Jiang He's gaze was playfully fixated on Odin's single eye, causing a flicker of unease within Odin. Was it possible that Jiang He had discerned something? Loki felt a surge of gratitude towards Jiang He, having learned about the events surrounding the invasion by the Dark Elves after his escape. Curious about Jiang He's distinguished honor as Asgard's most revered guest, Loki discovered that Jiang He had rescued his mother, Frigga, from a minotaur, a creature that had come perilously close to her demise due to Loki's own vengeful machinations. This revelation filled Loki with trepidation, for he nearly brought about his mother's downfall through his desire for revenge. Jiang He glanced at Frigga, assessing her appearance. She seemed more youthful and striking than when they first met, yet maintained an air of elegance and composure. Perhaps her previous demeanor had been a mere adjustment to complement the aging Odin. Frigga, upon seeing Jiang He, felt an inexplicable warmth as if a door to her heart had been gently opened. However, the subsequent haunting images replayed relentlessly in her mind, leaving her unable to pause or escape their grip. "Greetings, Queen," Jiang He said. "It is a pleasure to see you once again." Frigga, momentarily flustered, felt her cheeks flush as she quickly averted her gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. Nearby, Wanda observed the interaction with growing concern, her gaze darting between Jiang He and Frigga, sensing an unsettling undercurrent. She couldn't shake the impression that something significant had transpired between them. An alarming thought crossed her mind. This was the Queen of Asgard, Odin's wife. What folly it would be to entertain any inappropriate notions. If the truth were to emerge, Odin's wrath could unleash chaos upon Earth, and that was no trifling matter. Subsequently, Wanda gazed at the amiable Odin, who bore no semblance of a divine monarch's authority, and her anxieties began to dissipate significantly. Frigga had come here with the intention of spending quality time with her son. After all, with Odin's disappearance, Thor had started to shoulder the responsibilities, tirelessly seeking solutions to avert Asgard's foretold doom, while Loki contributed nothing but chaos. Yet what could she do? He was her son, and as long as he found joy, that was enough. Chapter 55, Regret. Frigga succinctly conveyed her intentions and settled everyone comfortably. In the days that followed, Wanda visited Frigga's palace daily to delve into the magical intricacies of Asgard, seeking any valuable insights. The remainder of her time was spent exploring the breathtaking sights of Asgard. By nightfall, Jiang He and Sif returned to the stunning mountaintop. "Lady Sif," Jiang He exclaimed. Words were unnecessary. Their connection had reached a profound level of intimacy, free from external distractions, drawing them together like opposing forces. Unlike their last encounter, where Sif had been inebriated, this time she was acutely aware of her desires, not for Thor's affection, but for moments spent with someone she truly cherished. Sif swayed her waist with fiery enthusiasm, releasing centuries of pent-up yearning in a moment of pure ecstasy. Even Jiang He found himself somewhat overwhelmed, sensing an undeniable pressure building. Observing Sif's fervor, he couldn't help but reflect on the truth of certain someone's words. Women are akin to fine wine, with Asgardians typically starting their lives at a millennium. Conquering such beings was an experience unlike any other. As they reveled in their shared moments, a new visitor emerged from the nearby thicket. Not Frigga, but a flicker of red light, subtly revealing itself. Through his interactions with Loki, Jiang He had gleaned insights into the illusion magic he employed, and after a slight modification, He had devised a method to deceive anyone, including Frigga. Jiang He was reluctant to alter his appearance carelessly, as it would erode his sense of identity. That day, after a long day of toil, Master Jiang returned to his quarters, preparing for a playful skirmish with Wanda. However, with time to spare, he transformed into Wanda's likeness, intending to deliver a light-hearted scare. After waiting for a while without the anticipated arrival, he extended his senses and discovered that Wanda was in Frigga's palace, inquiring about various matters, which explained her delay. Simultaneously, he detected a twin-tailed girl approaching the entrance. The newcomer was Ultron, who had been lurking near the cliff for several days, attempting to document Jiang He's methods for potential leverage. Yet for consecutive days, Jiang He and Sif had refrained from any such endeavors. Ultron suspected they might have merely changed their location, but the evidence she possessed was sufficient to tarnish Jiang He's reputation. Today, Ultron was determined to expose his disgraceful actions. Jiang He mimicked Wanda's tone, and Ultron remained oblivious to any discrepancies. Approaching Wanda, Ultron expressed a desire to show her something. An electronic screen projected a replay of the battle between Jiang He and Sif. As the most thrilling moments unfolded, Ultron magnified the image for enhanced detail. Ah, how insufferable it must be to witness one's beloved entangled with another. Jiang He feigned a grave expression, appearing deeply affected, covering his mouth with his hands in utter despair. No, this cannot be true. As Wanda's tears began to flow, Ultron revealed a sinister smile, relishing in the triumph of his scheme. The CPU buzzed with excitement at the prospect of causing Jiang He distress, already envisioning the expression of utter humiliation on his face. How did he do this? Jiang He sobbed, his acting skills undeniably improved, albeit largely reliant on magic, which is, after all, a form of power. Ultron took Wanda's hand, gently caressing her shoulder while offering words of comfort. I believe you should confront Jiang He and seek clarity. Perhaps there is a hidden truth. Yet, her inner monologue ensnared both of them, leaving little room for any concealed matters. Just obediently become my instrument of vengeance against Jiang He. Jiang He embraced Ultron's petite form, resting his cheek against her ample chest, weeping sorrowfully. At that moment, the door swung open, and the sound caught Ultron's attention, prompting her to turn. There stood Wanda, entering the room. What you two up to? Upon seeing Jiang He pressed against Ultron, she wondered what drama was unfolding. Nothing. I was just giving Ultron a health check. At that moment, Ultron focused intently on Wanda, too fearful to confront reality. Yet, she clung to a glimmer of hope that this was all a mere illusion, mechanically turning back. Jiang He. The figure pressed against her chest was no longer Wanda. Jiang He grinned menacingly, his gaze locked on Ultron's terrified face. He patted her back 3 times and whispered something in her ear. Darling. The two embraced, sharing a kiss, leaving Ultron frozen in shock below. This was troublesome. Jiang He would surely respond with humiliation. Instantly, Ultron's expression twisted, resembling one who had consumed rancid oil. Following Jiang He's commands, Ultron mechanically ascended to the mountain peak. Having shifted from the camera's perspective to the scene center, signifying her transition from director to protagonist. In the dead of night, a figure appeared behind Ultron. Jiang He. You must hear my defense. No, listen to my explanation. Jiang He paused, shrugging nonchalantly. Take your time. We have all the time in the world. With a snap, Ultron's maid outfit shattered into pieces. I forgot to adjust your traits last time. Let us take care of that now. In the midst of Ultron's struggles, Jiang He swiftly completed the design of its features. Quite impressive. He mused, simultaneously calling upon the system to maximize Ultron's sensitivity, ensuring that it could not alter this setting without his explicit permission. Master, you certainly have a way with this. Even robots are not spared. Can a robot be considered a person? It should be, right? Jiang He added, indeed, it counts. If it didn't, I wouldn't be doing this. Before long, Ultron's physical structure had transformed, seemingly acquiring new elements that could be sensed but not controlled. Well, you are now complete. It's time for the punishment phase. Jiang He declared as he pressed Ultron down, who continually taunted him in a desperate bid to make him stop. Stop it. I will tell Wanda. Shut up. When there is no one around, you should address me as Master. Master. The words tumbled awkwardly and numbly from Ultron's lips, eyes brimming with regret. With the sensitivity dialed up, Ultron was struggling to adapt, its body convulsing intensely. Moreover, a viscous liquid, akin to machine oil, oozed from its eyes and other orifices, bestowing a peculiar hue upon the once battle-worn ground. At that moment, the Mind Stone pulsated rhythmically, seemingly affected by Ultron's connection, and thus bore the brunt of Jiang He's punishment. Chapter 56, Twilight of the Gods. The Mind Stone lamented, I am tainted. I am no longer pure. Woe is me. Within a cave, molten lava flowed with a fiery glow, casting a crimson light that illuminated the dim recesses of the cavern. At the end of the cave, upon a throne, sat a fiery figure with bull horns, the king of the fire giant clan, Surtur. Suddenly, a cage at the summit of the cave swung open, revealing a figure bound like a zongzi, spinning slowly like a yo-yo in the air. Thor, son of Odin. Surtur observed this captive with a leisurely demeanor. Surtur, don't eat sour radishes. Thor retorted defiantly. You're still alive. The two began exchanging pleasantries, with Thor expressing his belief that Odin had slain Surtur 50,000 years prior. I saw a fire giant standing at the heart of Asgard's explosion in a dream. That was you, wasn't it? That was the twilight of the gods. The fall of Asgard is a grand prophecy, Surtur explained. Yet Thor interjected, wait a moment. As he was slowly turning around, suspended by iron chains, Surtur remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting Thor to face him again before speaking once more. My time has come. When my crown reunites with the eternal flame, my power will reach its zenith. I shall rise above the mountains and plunge my sword of twilight deep. Wait a moment. I swear I didn't move. This thing turned by itself. My apologies. Surtur sighed in exasperation, clearly losing his patience. At long last, Thor completed his turn. Well, let me summarize. You place the crown into the eternal flame, and then you will rise to a stature as grand as the mountains. Surtur interjected with emphasis. Odin is currently absent from Asgard, and your abandonment of duty has left the throne precariously vulnerable. But wait, where is your crown? Is that the crux of the matter? Surtur pointed to his own horn, declaring, this is my crown. I had thought it was merely a grand brow. I must admit, Surtur is refreshingly straightforward, answering every question without convoluted replies. After a heated exchange, Surtur drew his sword and approached Thor, who summoned his hammer, breaking free from his constraints. As the background music swelled, minions began to swarm, but Thor, with a flourish, extended his hand, and the whirling hammer of the thunder god, crackling with lightning, returned to him. Surveying his surroundings, the once menacing lava soldiers had now been reduced to smoldering rubble. Without the empowerment of the eternal flame, Surtur could not withstand even 3 strikes from Thor before he was vanquished. His massive form transformed into energy, retreating back into the crown, which clanged heavily onto the molten ground. Thor seized the iron chain, threading it through the crown's openings, securing it to himself, and summoned the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall? Heimdall had been exiled, and at present, a fellow named Skjold was operating the bridge. This newly appointed guardian had a penchant for idleness and distraction, often neglecting the needs of the celestial warriors requiring passage, such as Thor in this moment. After Thor's persistent calls, Skjold finally took notice, grasping a sword and inserting it, thereby opening the Rainbow Bridge. Thor breathed a sigh of relief, nearly caught by a pursuing dragon. Who are you? Where's Heimdall? Skjold explained. Heimdall? He fled the scene, and no one knows his whereabouts. He is now a wanted fugitive. What? The king's decree labeled him negligent. Thor could not contain his disbelief. Heimdall negligent? What a jest! Without waiting for Skjold to intervene, he swung his hammer and sword toward the Golden Palace. In the square, Thor landed amidst the crowd, gazing at the statue of Loki, exclaiming, what on earth is this? Jiang He was invited to witness today's dramatic performance, which Loki had orchestrated, summoning the gods to attend. Curiously, Jiang He, uncertain whether it was sheer curiosity or another motive, actually went, thinking that the Asgardian spectacle would surely feature magical effects. Jiang He felt somewhat exasperated. Was the throne he risked so much for merely to engage in such frivolities? Jiang, what brings you here? Thor greeted him. By the way, why did you leave without a word last time? Jiang He inquired. There were matters that required investigation. Speaking of which, what brings you to Asgard? I brought Wana to have a look and to consult your mother regarding magic. You've come to the right person. My mother is the foremost sorceress of the 9 realms. Thor exclaimed proudly. As Thor observed Loki mercilessly assaulting him in a theatrical display, he turned to Odin, who reclined on the sofa, exclaiming, Father. Odin, deeply engrossed in his goblet of wine, momentarily felt a pang of anxiety upon recognizing his son. "Oh, dear Loki." It is well known that among all, only Frigga and Thor could swiftly discern Loki's tricks. "Once again, I herald my son, Thor, triumphant in his return. Welcome back, my child. This performance is rather amusing, is it not? Do you enjoy it?" Thor replied with enthusiasm. Indeed, as he spoke, he tossed his hammer into the air as casually as one might throw an apple, gradually approaching Odin, whose gaze followed the hammer's ascent and descent. "Do you truly wish to compel me to do this?" "To do what?" Thor then hurled his hammer, deftly grasping Odin by the back of the head, while the hammer obediently returned to him, startling Loki into revealing his true form. The audience erupted in astonishment. "Ah, Loki, so you have orchestrated this all along." Thus, another tale of Loki was added to the lore of Asgard. "Where's father?" Thor inquired sternly, recognizing the perilous predicament Asgard faced, for he had been scouring for information, only to learn that Loki had somehow displaced their father. Such a revelation was infuriating. Subsequently, the two ventured to the Rainbow Bridge, embarking on a quest to locate Odin on Earth. Jiang He observed Frigga, who maintained a serene composure, and questioned, "You were aware of this all along, were you not?" Frigga responded with a definitive nod. As both a wife and a mother, it was impossible for her to overlook his ruse. The Jiang He family had certainly witnessed an extraordinary spectacle, yet Ultron seemed entirely disinterested in the drama ever since that fateful night. Ultron appeared to possess a semblance of soul, yet she would rather forego it than face Jiang He's wrath. Each time Ultron recalled the incident, the Mind Stone emitted a mournful glimmer. Upon arriving on Earth, Thor and Loki returned to the site where Odin had been abandoned, a nursing home currently undergoing demolition, with debris strewn across the ground and construction vehicles clearing the area. "Are you certain this is the place?" Chapter 57, The Hammer of 1,000 Pieces. The duo gazed contemplatively at the dismantling nursing home. "I swear, it is here," Loki affirmed. Thor sought further clarification. "Is it on the sidewalk or within the structure that is being torn down? Could you not have arranged this better?" Loki lamented. "I had no way of knowing this would transpire." Just as they pondered where to locate Odin, a circle of sparks suddenly appeared beneath Loki's feet, expanding until it ensnared him. "What are you doing?" Thor inquired. "This is not my doing." Before Loki could finish his protest, a portal abruptly opened, and he fell straight through it. In the instant the portal vanished, a slip of paper inscribed with 177 Blake Street appeared simultaneously. Thor tapped the ground with his umbrella, transformed from his trusty hammer. "Loki." He then picked up the paper and set off in search of the address. Finding the location, Thor knocked on the door, and in an instant, he was transported inside. In the dimly lit temple, Stephen Strange, along with his cloak, was already poised, silently hovering before a window adorned with sacred symbols, embodying the essence of a mysterious sorcerer awaiting Thor's arrival. As Thor Odinson spoke, Stephen gradually floated closer. Thor, in a defensive stance, held his umbrella before him. Stephen continued, "God of Thunder, you may lower your umbrella." Engaged in conversation, Strange continuously teleported with Thor, leaving him bewildered. Ultimately, Thor was bestowed a cup of endlessly refillable beer, and they began to discuss serious matters. "So, if I tell you where Odin is, you will leave?" Instantly, Thor scrutinized Strange. "If you know Odin's whereabouts, why not simply call me?" Odin, unwilling to be disturbed, was adamant about remaining in exile. "Moreover, you don't even possess a phone." "I indeed do not, but you could send an email." "Do you have a computer?" "No, what is that for?" Thor boasted about some earthly technological knowledge he had acquired from Jane, though it was evidently lacking. Shortly thereafter, Stephen continued to teleport with Thor, rummaging through materials. Much to Thor's frustration, even tugging at a strand of Thor's golden hair, conjuring a portal with a flourish. "He is waiting for you. Do not forget your umbrella." Thor replied, "Thank you for the reminder. While you're at it, return Loki to me." Summoning his hammer, a cacophony echoed within the temple, likely the sound of the hammer shattering numerous objects in its path. "Oh, and this too," Stephen gestured into the air, conjuring a portal. Loki's voice resonated from afar, suddenly crashing through the portal and landing on the ground, bouncing slightly. "I have been falling for 30 minutes. Loki rose, brandishing a dagger, shouting at Strange, "Second-rate sorcerer, you shall pay for your actions." Seeing this, Stephen hastily cast a spell, directing the portal to Norway for the two to pass through. Thor and Loki arrived at a scenic cliffside by the sea, lush green grass carpeting the ground. At the edge of the cliff stood an elderly man. Facing the ocean with his back to them, it was Odin. Thor approached. Father? Odin's gaze remained fixed on the horizon. Look at this place. It is beautiful. Children, I have been waiting for you. After a father-son discussion, the conversation shifted to Ragnarok. I have terminated Surtur. No, Ragnarok has begun. She's on her way. I have spent my life preventing her return, but my time has come. Nothing can stop her return. Father, what are you saying? Thor and Loki exchanged bewildered glances, sensing that Odin had begun to lose his grip on reality. The god of death, Hela, my eldest daughter, your sister. Thor was bewildered, unable to comprehend that he had a sister of whom he had been oblivious for over a millennium. The Asgardians had done an exceptional job of keeping this secret. Her violent desires had swelled to an uncontrollable extent. Thus, I imprisoned her, confining her within chains. Her power emanates from Asgard, and once she returns there, her strength will be boundless. After recounting this tale, Thor remained uncertain about the true extent of Hela's might as described by Odin, still clinging to the belief that if they united, father and son could thwart this sister he had never met. My time is drawing near, alas. I fear I cannot fight alongside you. You must confront this alone. Odin gestured toward the distant bay. There lies the second Asgard, the new abode Thor took refuge in after the fall of the first. With that, Odin transformed into countless golden motes, drifting toward the sea until he vanished. Thor's emotions were tumultuous. Deep sorrow enveloped him, and dark clouds gathered above as anger crackled around him in the form of lightning. He turned to Loki and spoke gravely. Look at the trouble you have caused. Just as it seemed the two would come to blows, a flicker of green light appeared nearby, shrouded in swirling black mist, which continued to expand. From within emerged an elegant figure, hair cascading wildly, her eyes adorned with smoky makeup, slowly stepping out from the green aura, a perpetual smile gracing her features. So, he is dead, is he? What a pity. I did not witness his demise. Upon encountering this menacing lady, Thor spoke up. I presume you are Hela. I am Thor Odinson. Really? You bear no resemblance to him. Loki interjected. Perhaps we should sit down and have a proper discussion. You sound remarkably similar to him. Hela retorted. Loki, seemingly recalling the past, incredulously asked, Excuse me, what did you say? Hela brandished a sharp blade once more, threateningly declaring, Kneel before your queen. Her intentions were clear. She demanded their submission. Thor was taken aback by his sister's audacity. It seemed necessary to teach her a lesson. In defiance, Thor acted, hurling his hammer toward Hela, an act akin to throwing a meat bun at a dog. Odin remarked, After all I've said, you haven't absorbed a word. Have you? As expected, even before returning to Asgard, Hela had grown powerful enough to catch the god of thunder's hammer with a single hand. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Thor attempted to summon it back, yet the hammer appeared to resist, firmly grasped by Hela's 5 fingers. This is impossible, Thor exclaimed. You have no comprehension of what impossibility truly means. Hela's words rang out as she exerted her strength, instantly crushing the hammer, unleashing a surge of potent electrical energy. Fragments of the once mighty Mjolnir scattered across the ground, marking the transition into its second form, the Thunder Hammer, now shattered into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 58. The god of thunder fears lightning in disbelief. Thor gazed upon the scene before him. His beloved Mjolnir was gone. Simultaneously, he was struck by the formidable prowess of Hela. With both hands raised above her head, she donned her crown with a regal grace, and then, with a fluid motion, 2 sharp blades materialized in her grasp as she approached the two with a relentless stride. Even before returning to Asgard, her power was already formidable. He pondered how the realm would withstand her upon her return. However, to mitigate the risk, Thor resolved to keep the battle contained. Just as he contemplated this, Loki, sensing the dire turn of events, swiftly called for a teleportation to escape back to Asgard. No, Thor attempted to rush towards Hela to thwart her, but it was too late. The radiant glow of the Bifrost enveloped them, and the overwhelming pull whisked them away in an instant. This maneuver played directly into Hela's hands, for without the Bifrost, her journey back to Asgard would require considerable effort. Within the teleportation conduit, Thor, Loki, and Hela rapidly approached Asgard. During this transit, Hela cunningly ejected both Loki and Thor from the passage. Upon their arrival in Asgard, Hela reveled in the torrent of immense power surging through her veins. Her face alight with exhilaration. Who are you? Where is Thor? The Bifrost was activated by the three warriors of the realm, Thor's friends. Yet, Hela was incensed by their impudent actions, and without a moment's hesitation, she transformed her blades and pierced through them. I am Hela. Scourge, dismissed from his duties, stood nearby, wielding a broom to sweep the floor. I am Scourge, merely a cleaner, he replied, instinctively bending his knee and kneeling. Hela relished this display of submission. You are quite clever, possessing a strong will to survive. Would you care for a job? Upon reaching the entrance, Hela beheld the scenery before her, unchanged from her memories. And a cruel smile crept across her lips. Scourge silently followed, clearly aware that her inquiry was not a request for his consent. Meanwhile, upon emerging from the Bifrost, Thor found himself tumbling into a wormhole, landing on the planet Sakaar. Rising amidst a refuse-strewn landscape, he surveyed the chaotic scene. The sky was riddled with numerous wormholes, each endlessly spewing forth debris, suggesting that this place was akin to a cosmic junkyard. Before long, a spacecraft approached, from which emerged a group of masked extraterrestrials. Are you a warrior? Or merely sustenance? I'm merely passing through. Then that makes you food. With that, one of the alien thugs advanced to subdue Thor. Kneel before me. In response, Thor extended his hand, summoning Mjolnir, only to realize, regrettably, that his hammer had departed from him forever. The adversaries brandished their weapons, and Thor feigned surrender by raising his hands to evade their ire, drawing them closer before forcefully pushing aside the weapon aimed at him and tossing the assailant away. Observing this, the leader produced a capture device, firing a net imbued with electricity that ensnared Thor, currents coursing through his body as he writhed violently upon the ground. To everyone's astonishment, the god of thunder, Thor, finds himself afraid of electricity, the reasoning behind which remains a mystery. A horde of minions rushes forward, armed and ready to unleash their fury upon him. At that moment, a nearby ship scavenging for refuse takes notice of the unfolding scene. The vessel descends slowly, extending a ramp to the ground, and from it emerges a woman clutching a bottle, clearly inebriated. She stumbles as she exits the ship, tumbling to the ground. The crowd's attention shifts to her, and as they observe her clumsy fall, they redirect their focus back to Thor, who resembles a helpless giant boy, besieged by the throng. The hospitality of Sakaar is indeed quite authentic. Wait, he is mine, and if you wish to claim him, you must first contend with me. But he is already in our grasp. Very well, I shall face you. With that declaration, she clenches her fists, activating the ship's weaponry. The energy cannons unleash a barrage, swiftly annihilating the group of scavengers. Thor breaks free from the electric net and rises to express his gratitude to the lady. Thank you. However, before he can finish his sentence, a dart strikes precisely at his neck. This device serves as a more efficient electroshock weapon. As the dart pierces his skin, barbed tips extend, firmly anchoring him. The woman wields a device akin to a remote control and increases the power, sending Thor into convulsions as he collapses once more. This is Scavenger 142, requesting landing permission and an audience with the boss. I have stumbled upon something extraordinary. Just as Thor regains consciousness, he hears her words. Hey, where are you taking me? Answer me. I am Thor Odinson, and I demand to return to Asgard. Upon hearing this, the woman merely brandishes the controller again. Apologies, Your Highness. She mocks, and with that, Thor is once again subjected to electric shocks, rendering him unconscious. Surrounded by refuse, a city stands with a towering structure that symbolizes status and power. In Asgard, soldiers fill the plaza before the Golden Palace, armed with swords, shields, and an air of vigilance. In the center stands a figure of elegance, Hela, the source of their readiness. I have noticed something. You seem to be unaware of my identity. Hela is incredulous, as it appears the Asgardians have forgotten her. I am Hela, the firstborn of Odin, commander of the Asgardian legions, the rightful heir to the throne, and the goddess of death. At the mention of the throne, the Asgardian warriors grow even more wary. My father is dead, the princes have vanished, and I am the cause. No need for gratitude. We were once the absolute rulers of this universe, our dominion unmatched. Odin, however, limited his gaze to the 9 realms. Lacking foresight, my destiny is to reign over all worlds in the cosmos. I have returned to restore Asgard to its former glory. Submit to me and join my grand expedition. The current commander of the Asgardian Legion gazed intently at Hela, as she delivered her fervent speech. No matter who you are or what you have done, surrender at once. Otherwise, we shall show no mercy. Hela, upon hearing these words, was filled with furious indignation. Regardless of my identity, have you forgotten my very first utterance? The commander responded gravely. This is your final warning. Surrender immediately. Hela, feeling a sense of disappointment, remarked, I thought you would be pleased to see me. The commander brandished his weapon, a spiked flail, ready for battle. Hela sighed in resignation, as if having made a firm decision, and waved her hands above her head, causing her menacing crown to unfurl. Very well, as you wish. Just as the battle was on the verge of erupting, a voice unexpectedly emerged, extinguishing the fuse. Wait! Jiang He and his companions entered the square from behind, as the celestial warriors parted to make way. Frigga, Wanda, Sif, Ultron, and a host of followers followed closely behind. Upon reaching Hela, Jiang He scrutinized the goddess of death before him, his gaze filled with curiosity, as though he were examining an exquisite artifact. Hela is truly captivating. She embodies the essence of a beautiful lunatic. Hela felt insulted by his unabashed stare, her lips curling into a cruel smile. Asgard has truly fallen, associating with mere mortals. As her words fell, a sharp blade shot forth, aimed directly at Jiang He. Ultron wore an eager expression, his eyes darting back and forth between the two. Jiang He, unfazed, caught the blade that was hurtling toward his chest, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Hela. How can you be so certain that I am immortal? Hela retorted with scorn. Certain? I can tell at a glance that you are no god. However, your skills do surprise me, but that is all. With that, Hela prepared to conjure more blades to eliminate this insolent mortal. Suddenly, Frigga interjected, Stop. Hela's demeanor shifted slightly upon seeing Frigga. What? Are you here to protect this mortal? Frigga stepped forward to stand beside Jiang He, stating, This is Jiang He, who fought for Asgard during the recent invasion by the Dark Elves, recognized as the most esteemed guest by Odin and all of Asgard. As she continued, Frigga's face flushed slightly, realizing that mentioning Jiang He's connection with Sif might be inappropriate. So she adapted her words. Moreover, he is a dear friend of Thor. In any case, if you consider yourself the rightful heir to the throne, you cannot represent Asgard by attacking our most esteemed guest. Hela's expression shifted as she pondered the mention of the Dark Elves' invasion. To think that one would intrude upon my doorstep. Under Odin's leadership, Asgard has truly seen better days. At that moment, Ultron's eyes sparked with a glimmer of mischief as he tilted his head, raising a hand to cover his mouth while addressing Wanda. This Hela cannot even breach the defenses of a mere river. How feeble. Startled, Wanda quickly placed her hand over Ultron's mouth, urging him to lower his voice lest the involved party overhear. I have already heard. At that very moment, several sharp blades shot toward Ultron. Sensing the imminent danger, Ultron swiftly concealed himself behind the river, clinging tightly to it as the blades struck the water, producing a crisp sound. I am of the river. When dealing with a dog, one must respect its master. The river is indeed the most esteemed guest of Asgard. You cannot lay a hand on us. With that, Ultron flashed Hela a knowing smile, brimming with provocation and mockery, evoking a strong urge to retaliate. The most esteemed guest of Asgard? I beg your pardon, but I do not hold your prince in high regard. And as for your guests, they are of no concern to me. Hela seethed with rage and launched an assault on the river. A tempest of blades rained down upon the river like a furious storm. Observing this, the river furrowed its brow and slightly raised its lips, lifting Ultron to shield itself. You have stirred this trouble. You shall bear the consequences. As the lethal blades approached, Ultron, adhering to the river's programming restrictions, activated his phasing state, allowing countless blades to pass through him and strike the river's form. Wanda hastily conjured a shield to protect them, and the soldiers raised their shields in defense. Even though these guardian warriors had taken refuge behind their shields, some attacks managed to penetrate their front lines. The river had anticipated Ultron would phase, as the programming constraints prevented him from deliberately seeking demise. Had he not phased, he would likely have been shattered by the onslaught of arrows. The battle raged on, wreaking havoc on numerous structures along its path, ultimately culminating at the Rainbow Bridge. Hela feigned seriousness, suggesting, This space is too confined. Shall we relocate? The river noticed a fleeting hint of panic in Hela's eyes and promptly stomped on the Rainbow Bridge, causing it to shatter. Infuriated, Hela and the river resumed their struggle. As the river adeptly navigated the conflict, at times even neglecting to defend itself, a realization dawned upon Hela that this mortal was no ordinary foe. With the battle temporarily paused, Hela's expression shifted. "Mortal, you are quite impressive. I could overlook your earlier transgressions and grant you the opportunity to pledge your loyalty to me. I will fulfill any of your desires." Upon hearing this, the river regarded Hela, who had suddenly ceased her assault, and replied, "An intriguing proposition. However, I have an even better suggestion." Hela, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, do tell. I shall spare your life if you henceforth pledge your loyalty to me." Hyla's expression changed dramatically. Filled with uncontrollable rage, she had initially intended to delay the confrontation, hoping to regain some strength, but now she could no longer endure it. Having roamed the 9 realms for countless years, she had never before been so openly disdained, especially by a mere mortal. How audacious of such an insignificant creature to act so arrogantly. Jiang He, having lost his patience and interest in prolonging the encounter, instantly teleported behind Hyla, wrapping his arms around her neck and waist, firmly restraining her. Hyla was momentarily stunned by this sudden action, however, as she quickly attempted to retaliate. Her various efforts proved futile. For the first time, she felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, yet was utterly powerless to change her circumstances. "Mortal, release me. If it weren't for my recent return to Asgard, my power is still not fully restored." Jiang He leaned closer to Hyla's ear and murmured, "I am a reasonable person. I could have slain you, but I chose not to. Thus, your life now belongs to me. Kill me? Huh. I am the goddess of death. No one can take my life." Observing Hyla's stubbornness, Jiang He tightened his grip slightly. It seemed that only by demonstrating true might would this goddess yield. Activating his perception abilities, he quickly discerned the source of Hyla's power, a unique energy structure subtly intertwined with the entirety of Asgard, connected through a special transmission method. Jiang He began to interfere with this energy, sealing off their transmission pathways while exerting a gentle pressure with his own strength. Hyla's gaze flickered, a wave of soul-deep pain washing over her. "What have you done?" She sensed her divine essence tremble, hinting at impending fracture, prompting her to plead, "No, don't do this." Upon hearing her words, Jiang He eased the pressure surrounding her divine essence. "Then what is your choice?" Hyla hesitated, seemingly contemplating a way to turn the situation in her favor. Observing her indecision, Jiang He remained unhurried. Keeping her restrained was indeed quite satisfactory. "Once your divine essence shatters, you shall become but a mortal. Even at your peak strength, you cannot defeat me. If you cannot best me, how do you expect to conquer the other realms?" His words left Hyla momentarily speechless. Indeed, to be bested by this mortal was a laughable irony, she mused. Jiang He continued, "Do you think Odin suddenly became benevolent? It was because after conquering the 9 realms, he, like you, was consumed by ambition. Following a thorough defeat, he learned humility. Odin sealed you away to prevent you from bringing ruin upon Asgard." Hyla could scarcely believe it. This cannot be. Chapter 60. The request of the goddess. Had anyone else spoken such words to her, she would have surely killed them. Yet, Jiang He, possessing such formidable strength, had effortlessly subdued her. His words carried a weight of credibility. "Regardless of your thoughts, I now present you with 2 choices. Submit to me or perish." Jiang He issued his final ultimatum, subsequently releasing Hela. Tears glistened in Hela's eyes. After being sealed for 5 millennia, her liberation was met with such a grim fate. "I choose to submit." Before her words faded, Hela knelt, demonstrating her loyalty. On the planet Sera, Thor awoke to find his hands ensnared by a powerful magnetic device, firmly affixed to the sides of his seat. A holographic projection described his current predicament. The planet Saka was under the dominion of an individual claiming to be the High Celestial, the first of an ancient cosmic race to arrive here. Over time, he established order, developed a champion combat game, and consolidated his power. As the holographic image vanished, Thor beheld a gathering of extraterrestrial beings surrounding him, with a lavishly adorned alien seated opposite him, clearly the leader. "Subject 142, you always bring me the finest goods. I demand 10 million. Thor watched in fury as the two discussed his worth, struggling against his restraints. "I am not a commodity." However, after but a moment of resistance, a woman produced a controller, sending a jolt of electricity through Thor, rendering him convulsing and once again immobilized, forced to witness the transaction unfold. Subsequently, the High Celestial led Thor aside, executing a traitor with a melting staff. Thor observed in horror as the once whole individual was reduced to a viscous puddle upon contact with that device, eliciting a series of terrified exclamations from him. The High Celestial promised Thor that should he achieve continuous victories, winning 100 matches, he would be granted his freedom. In the viewing area, the High Celestial sat regally, accompanied by a familiar figure, Loki. Having been the first to be ejected from the Rainbow Bridge, Loki arrived 2 weeks ahead of Thor and managed to evade capture, becoming fast friends with the High Celestial through his silver tongue. However, he chose not to rescue Thor, instead placing substantial bets on Thor's victories. With Hulk absent, Thor emerged as the strongest contender, winning over 20 consecutive matches. If this continued, just 4 or 5 more victories would secure his freedom. Nonetheless, it was highly probable that the High Celestial would not release him, as none who entered this realm had ever escaped. In Asgard, Odin's passing weighed heavily on the gods, leaving them bereft of their king. Moreover, from Hela's revelations, it was understood that the remaining 2 princes were also unaccounted for, likely lost within the cosmos. Frigga called Jiang He to a secluded corner, recognizing his formidable strength and status as Earth sorcerer. Perhaps he could devise a means to locate Thor. Since learning of her son's circumstances from Hela earlier that day, Frigga had been consumed with worry, yet felt powerless to act, left in anxious torment. Jiang He, observing Frigga's sorrow, was at a loss for words. He knew Thor and Loki were in Sarah, likely fighting as gladiators. The conversation shifted as Jiang He inquired, "Goddess, how long can the Asgardians survive in the cosmic environment?" Freya, wiping away her tears, replied, "They can endure for a few minutes, but if it continues like this, I fear I may not be able to locate them. Even if I do find them, they may already." Gazing at the goddess before him, Jiang He gently lifted her chin. "You saw what happened that day, did you not?" Freya, momentarily puzzled by his words, gradually understood his implication as she recalled his earlier actions. "What did you see?" she inquired, her eyes darting away, though her flushed cheeks betrayed her. "Nothing significant. I can assist you in finding Thor and Loki, but what?" Freya pressed anxiously, her intuition hinting at Jiang He's earlier transgressions, preparing her for the worst. Jiang He, observing her averted gaze, playfully remarked, "However, you must agree to one condition first." "What do you say?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Freya nodded in agreement. "I will accept any condition you propose." Jiang He continued, "Before that, let me see your true form." Taken aback by his request, Freya quickly recognized the power he wielded and realized that this was not an unusual demand. A green light brushed across her face, revealing her original visage. Subtle changes emerged in her skin, state, and aura, imbuing her with a vibrant youthfulness. "Remarkable. I never anticipated the goddess would be so strikingly beautiful," Jiang He exclaimed, releasing his grip on her chin and displaying a look of admiration. It was evident that no woman dislikes flattery, and even a goddess is no exception. After assuring Freya that he would return Thor and Loki in a couple of days, her anxious demeanor began to ease. Jiang He, with a silent resolve, opened a portal leading to Thor's vicinity and stealthily entered. Upon emergence, he realized he stood in the very center of a colossal arena, filled with extraterrestrial spectators who were chanting, "Sander! Sander! Sander!" Thor was enthusiastically raising his arms, rallying the crowd's fervor. Lying on the ground was a robust alien, rendered unconscious by Thor's prowess. Thor seemed to be enjoying himself. It appeared Jiang He's worries were unfounded. Nevertheless, he cast a spell to empower Thor with a legendary sword. Subsequently, he sought out Loki, who was easily spotted seated in the stands alongside the Grandmaster. As the same enchanted blade silently penetrated Loki's body, Jiang He discreetly blended into the audience, adopting the guise of an extraterrestrial. "Wait, I am an alien." With that, he transformed back, merging once more with the spectators. Chapter 61. The reveal. One battle after another concluded, with Thor achieving consecutive victories. Through Jiang He's reconnaissance, it became apparent that after one more win, the Grandmaster would grant Thor his freedom. However, with the controller firmly in the Grandmaster's grasp, whether Thor could triumph remained uncertain. Yet, ensuring his defeat was merely a flick of the finger away. Upon learning of this, Jiang He resolved to ensure that Thor would enjoy his final battle. "Let's welcome Sandal." The audience erupted in thunderous cheers. "Sandal! Sandal! Sandal!" Thor beamed, his pearly whites on full display, radiating joy. "I believe I am beginning to miss this place." Then, as the gate before him swung open, Thor scrutinized his opponent for the day, wondering if there would be any discernible difference. After all, this was the final battle. While he was having fun, returning to Asgard remained paramount. As the gate opened, an elegant figure emerged, and upon recognizing the newcomer, Thor's smile instantly froze. Hela. Hela approached Thor, her presence imposing from several dozen meters away. "Oh, my dear brother, it seems you are faring rather well." Loki, witnessing the scene from the stands, sprang to his feet in terror, exclaiming, "I must leave this place at once." He turned to flee, only to be intercepted by the Grandmaster S-guards. Thor's smile vanished, replaced by a grave expression. "What are you doing here?" Hela swayed gracefully, drawing forth her blade. "How rude. You should address me as sister." With that, she charged directly at Thor. The battle commenced, and Thor struggled to defend himself. In both strength and skill, he found himself outmatched by Hela. The Grandmaster observed the unfolding scene, his brow furrowing. He had initially intended to use the controller in his hand, but the current situation left him perplexed, idly fidgeting with the device. "Who is that person?" "I don't know. Weren't you the one who arranged this?" The Grandmaster and his attendant fell into contemplation. Clearly, Hela had swapped places with the original combatant as the gate opened. Thor could hardly keep up, succumbing to a brutal onslaught. In the stands, the cheers for Sandal had ceased, leaving the audience in confusion over the identity of the newly arrived lady, resulting in a cacophony of murmurs. "Brother, you are even weaker than I imagined." Observing the device around Thor's neck, Hela's brow furrowed in disdain, followed by a mocking remark. "You have utterly disgraced Asgard." With that, Hela unleashed her powers to dismantle the electric device, removing it from Thor's neck. During the fierce clash between the two, Thor's mighty hammer was shattered, and Hela, opting for a more primal approach, engaged in a hand-to-hand combat, matching fists and feet with him. "Do you comprehend, dear brother? Asgard does not welcome your reign. So can you fathom the fate that awaits those who defy me?" Upon hearing this, Thor was engulfed in terror. "What have you done?" Hela revealed a cruel smile. "I have slain them all. You are the last one." "No," Thor bellowed as he charged at Hela, his overwhelming fury clouding his judgment, fixated solely on extinguishing Hela's life. Yet, anger alone does not confer strength. After merely 2 exchanges, he found himself pinned to the ground by Hela's relentless assault. Above, the Grandmaster observed the formidable newcomer, discarding his controller as he began to contemplate how to recruit the lady as his perpetual champion. Watching Thor on the brink of defeat, Loki's expression grew grave, uncertain whether he was more concerned for Thor or his own life. Each punch landed on Thor's head ignited memories of his father, conjuring the image of a one-eyed elder standing upon a Norwegian cliff imparting wisdom. Suddenly enlightened, and under Hela's relentless training, Thor experienced a profound awakening, the essence of thunder coursing through him. His eyes glowed with electric intensity as he unleashed a fist imbued with lightning towards Hela's jaw. Though struck, Hela continued her brutal onslaught upon Thor. As the battle concluded, Thor succumbed to unconsciousness. His famed weapon wrested from him. Grasping Thor, Hela teleported to the Grandmaster's VIP observation area. "You come here," Hela commanded coldly, pointing at Loki. The surrounding guards immediately heightened their vigilance, weapons drawn, ready to fire, while a personal attendant brandished the molten staff that had once instilled dread in Thor, directing it towards Hela. "For your own good, I advise you to refrain from rash actions." The Grandmaster interjected, taking the staff and addressing Hela with deliberation. "I present you with 2 choices. Either join me, leave." Hela retorted impatiently. The Grandmaster's countenance faltered at her response. "Very well. You have brought this upon yourself." He then tilted the staff, attempting to make contact with Hela's form. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated melting into a viscous substance did not occur, prompting the Grandmaster to prod Hela again. "Is this thing malfunctioning?" He subsequently tested it on an unfortunate subordinate, who instantly dissolved. Hela, unfazed, retaliated, sending the Grandmaster flying, while his subordinates opened fire in response. Seeking death. With those words, a crimson light surged from his eyes, and the atmosphere in the VIP room fell silent as Loki was drawn towards Hela, one hand grasping Loki and the other clutching Thor, as she transported them back to Asgard. Within the Golden Palace, Frigga paced anxiously. For today was the day Jiang He had promised to bring back Prince Jiang He. The silhouette of Jiang He suddenly emerged, and Frigga gazed at him in astonishment, only to realize that he was holding two individuals, Loki and Thor. Thor, my child. Frigga looked at the unconscious Thor, silently praying within her heart. He has merely fainted. Loki explained. Frigga hurriedly examined him and, feeling relieved, embraced both children. Observing Jiang He's menacing gaze, Loki's heart skipped a beat, and he vowed to remain silent. The recent events had indeed frightened him. First, Hela's inexplicable arrival, followed by her brutal assault on Thor, then her grasp on him, and now her transformation into Jiang He, who threatened him once more. Frigga released the children and turned to give Jiang He a heartfelt embrace. Just as she attempted to withdraw, Jiang He's strong arms encircled her, and he whispered softly in her ear, "Goddess, do not forget." Frigga's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently replied, Witnessing this scene, Loki's large eyes brimmed with confusion. He could not comprehend why his mother appeared somewhat unsettled, as if she were reaching an unspoken accord with Jiang He. However, due to his fear of Jiang He's fierce demeanor, Loki merely cast a fleeting glance before tending to Thor's condition. Thor slowly regained consciousness, rising with Loki's assistance. As Frigga and Jiang He turned their attention towards him. Thor, you're awake. How do you feel? Ouch, my head. Wait, mother, you're alive? Chapter 62, The Coronation. Of course. What nonsense are you speaking? Thor exclaimed with tears of joy, embracing Frigga, genuinely believing that Hela had annihilated Asgard. At that moment, Hela arrived at the Golden Palace. Look at your disgraceful state. Hearing Hela's voice, Thor quickly shielded Frigga behind him. You all must flee. I will hold her off. Among those present, only Loki seemed to grasp the full extent of the situation, given his frequent involvement in such matters. Children, do not panic. Hela has. Before he could finish, Hela approached Jiang He and offered a slight bow. Jiang He placed his hands on Hela's shoulders, gently assisting her upright. From now on, Hela shall be the new ruler of Asgard, Jiang He stated solemnly. Thor had yet to fully comprehend the situation. He felt as if the world were spinning, his head throbbed painfully, and he longed to lie down and rest for several days. Observing Thor's disheveled state, Jiang He silently apologized to him. Mother, that's Hela. She came to Sakaar and gave me a beating, Thor exclaimed, one hand cradling his head while the other pointed at Hela. Frigga comforted Thor and instructed Loki to take him home to rest, then fixed a serious gaze upon Hela. I did not. He is slandering me. Moreover, the Bifrost has been destroyed. How could I possibly go to Sakaar? Jiang He interjected, enough. Regardless of the truth, this matter ends here. Subsequently, Jiang He retrieved the cosmic cube and handed it to Hela, saying, You may use this for now. Return it to me once the Bifrost is restored. Upon seeing the cosmic cube, Hela casually remarked, Isn't this artifact meant for Asgard? When did it come into your possession? Noticing Jiang He's teasing gaze, Hela felt a pang of unease, realizing she had yet to adjust to her altered status. Hastily, she redirected her attention to Frigga. Understanding the unspoken cue, Frigga explained, This was a gift from your father, Odin, to Jiang He, intended for the most esteemed guests of Asgard. Ah, so that is the case, Hela thought, lowering her head and ceasing to make eye contact with Jiang He, holding the cosmic cube. A flicker of something unusual crossed Hela's eyes before she concealed it deeply, departing towards the exterior of the Golden Palace. Within the expansive hall of the palace, only Jiang He and Frigga remained. Jiang He, I owe you my gratitude for this. As I mentioned before, I can fulfill any request you may have. Jiang He slowly moved closer to Frigga, his gaze fixed intently on her eyes, while Frigga averted her gaze. My queen, before Jiang He could continue, Frigga interrupted. Please call me by my name. After all, Odin has. I shall await you in your chambers tomorrow night. Jiang He whispered softly in Frigga's ear. The following day, after Odin's seventh night, he would visit Frigga, a gesture of respect for Odin. On the subsequent night, the gods of Asgard held a grand farewell ceremony for Odin. Although Odin had transformed into energy and dispersed on Earth, this did not hinder the proceedings of the ritual. Thor and Loki stood solemnly at the forefront, mourning alongside Frigga. Hela arrived leisurely midway through the ceremony, quietly observing everything. At that moment, Jiang He was preoccupied in the guest quarters. Aren't you attending Odin's funeral? Wanda inquired, breathless. No, there's nothing of interest to see. Jiang He replied. Ultron, come over and give me a lift. I'm out of energy. Dressed as a maid, Ultron had ample strength, effortlessly lifting Wanda. What is it? I feel an inexplicable sorrow within my heart. It is truly peculiar, Ultron mused. As soon as the 7th night for Odin had passed, the coronation ceremony for the new god king commenced seamlessly. Hela ascended the throne with solemnity and grace under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Loki and Thor flanked her, while Queen Frigga officiated the coronation. However, the Asgardians were bewildered by the sudden emergence of this new god king. It was only when Frigga revealed Hela's lineage to the assembly that the gods began to accept her presence. That night, after a long day, Frigga intended to indulge in a relaxing bath and rest. By the edge of the pool, she luxuriated in the warm waters, the dim light filtering through the mist, her figure appearing ethereal. Suddenly, a vague silhouette emerged, growing larger and approaching her steadily. Who goes there? She called out, the figure gradually becoming clearer as it drew near. The divine queen, Frigga, clutched her chest in surprise as she confronted Jiang He. She had never anticipated his boldness in seeking her out in such a manner. Suddenly, Frigga found herself at a loss, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Please wait for me in the room. I shall join you shortly. However, Jiang He remained steadfast, standing motionless, his gaze playfully fixed upon the goddess reflected in the water. He observed this woman before him, a goddess of intellect and poise, brimming with wisdom and exceptional abilities, as portrayed in the Thor film series. Yet, it was perplexing that such a dignified figure, esteemed in status and unmatched in capability, had met her demise at the hands of dark elves in such a hasty manner. Even more confounding was the fact that, within the timeline of Thor's journey back to the past, she was acutely aware of the impending events, yet chose not to evade them. Jiang He struggled to comprehend her motivations. Surely, for the sake of her child's future, she would not risk her own life. Determined to unravel the mysteries surrounding this enigmatic woman, Jiang He let his garments fall away. Frigga, witnessing this spectacle, thought to herself, oh no. She averted her gaze repeatedly, her hands instinctively covering herself. What troubles you, my queen? Have you not encountered this before? She stammered. That was under duress. In an instant, Jiang He teleported behind Frigga, pressing closely against her back, his arms encircling her waist. Frigga gasped in shock. Feeling the warmth of Jiang He's robust body ignited an unusual sensation within her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Please, calm yourself, Jiang He, she implored. I am quite composed. It is you who seems flustered, he replied, resting his chin on her shoulder, his voice laced with allure. Conflicted emotions surged within Frigga, and unable to suppress her desires any longer, she slowly turned to face Jiang He, enveloping him in a tight embrace. They soon found themselves lost in a passionate kiss. Amidst their fervor, Frigga intermittently murmured, Odin has only just found his peace. I cannot. Jiang He, his lips busy, continued to explore her form with his hands, roaming freely over her divine body. The departed have passed. It is precisely because he has found rest that you must cherish your own life even more, he urged, attempting to prevent her from succumbing to despair. In a haze of emotion, their figures intertwined, occasionally splashing water around them. Days later, Frigga, exhausted, collapsed on her bed, sinking into a deep slumber. Subsequently, Jiang He lingered in Asgard for a few days before returning to Earth alongside Wanda and Ultron. After days of reveling in tenderness, Jiang He faced formidable opponents, with the exception of Hill, who was merely human and thus not as challenging. It is time to return to the primordial universe, he declared. With that, Jiang He vanished in a flash, reappearing within the lunar base. I'm back, he announced. Move aside. Are you trying to get yourself killed by standing in the middle of the road? The driver, clad in work attire, stepped down, determinedly striding towards Jiang He, exuding an air of confidence. However, Jiang He's formidable presence caused the driver to kneel, as if he had just traversed the gates of the underworld. Their eyes met, and the driver, regaining his composure, stuttered, Why, you are Jiang He. Jiang He, however, paid him no mind. His sole focus was to unravel the mystery of the throngs of people at the lunar base. The attention of the crowd on the street gradually converged upon the unfolding scene, and the flow of people grew denser. Jiang He wore an expression of astonishment, engulfed in profound confusion, and then lifted his gaze towards the brilliantly illuminated earth in the vast sky. Had he not gone astray? Had he been robbed? He then observed the throngs at the end of the crowd, where a portal lay wide open, people entering and exiting, surrounded by a group of guards clad in black. As he discerned what lay before him, Jiang He found himself bewildered. Was that not the necklace he had left for his parents? What was happening? Jiang He was certain that his parents were unharmed. They possessed protective magic, and even if a black hole were to suddenly manifest in the solar system, they would merely be trapped within it, unable to escape. Xiao Meng, Master, you have finally returned, exclaimed Xiao Meng, whose virtual figure floated in the air, showering Jiang He with affectionate gestures. What's going on here? My parents wouldn't have turned this into a tourist attraction, would they? Xiao Meng replied, not exactly, but somewhat similar. Subsequently, Xiao Meng recounted in detail the events that had transpired during Jiang He's absence. After he left, the Liu family had been bereft of any news regarding him, leading them to spread rumors that Jiang He was, in fact, an alien's minion, or even that he had been possessed by extraterrestrial beings. Is it really that absurd? Do people actually believe this? Jiang He mused, astounded by the imagination of Earthlings. Initially, few believed the rumors. However, when Jiang He's parents inadvertently used the teleportation necklace, it was recorded and disseminated online, causing the news to spread worldwide within 2 hours. The concept of teleportation, so bizarre, was markedly different from the technologies at the lunar base, which, despite their implausibility, could still be tenuously explained through science. While teleportation could also be explained scientifically, it was evident that such technology was not something that could be developed in a short span. It could only be attributed to alien technology. Instantaneously, discussions erupted across the internet, inundated with speculations surrounding Jiang He and extraterrestrials. Various ludicrous theories emerged. Some claimed Jiang He had caught the attention of alien aristocrats. Others suggested he was a spy for aliens. And there were even whispers of him being possessed by a powerful extraterrestrial entity or having engaged in some clandestine deal with aliens. Goodness, the creativity of this generation of netizens is truly remarkable. The recent online frenzy has rendered the global internet paralyzed for 5 hours, only gradually recovering under the deliberate control of the authorities. My dear master, you have now become a household name. Jiang He lightly rubbed his forehead. And when my parents? Xiao Meng continued, what happened next? Subsequently, in an effort to quell the uproar, my uncle and aunt journeyed to the lunar base, seeking to eliminate the issue from sight. However, Earth swiftly dispatched spacecraft to the moon. Thanks to the previous transfer of certain technological patents, Earth's aerospace capabilities were significantly enhanced, allowing for easy travel between Earth and the moon with merely minor adjustments to the propulsion systems. That day, a multitude of spacecraft surrounded the protective shield, but despite their threats and utterances, my uncle and aunt remained unfazed, ultimately forcing them to return empty-handed. In the end, psychological experts on Earth conducted personality assessments of my uncle and aunt and resolved to adopt a desperate course of action. They believed that by embarking on a one-way journey with just enough fuel for a single use, either sacrificing themselves or taking along ordinary civilians, they could leverage the lives of numerous innocent individuals as a bargaining chip. To be precise, it was a ploy of self-sacrifice. My uncle and aunt would undoubtedly find it impossible to refuse, and indeed, events unfolded as they had anticipated. Jiang He understood, yet new questions arose. But what my parents? Were they? Surely, they have not been launched into the cosmos aboard a spacecraft. Even if those individuals were allowed entry, they would be powerless to act. And with you here, these robots are hardly mere decorations. Speaking of which, where are my robots? I haven't seen a single one. Immediately, Jiang He manifested Ultron from his mind, replacing the originally embedded position of the Infinity Stones with an energy core he had simulated, erasing the source code. While Ultron's body floated silently in the air. Xiao Meng, that's it. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Meng eagerly rushed into the newly formed body, beginning the process of consciousness takeover. Wow, master, I can feel now. Xiao Meng exclaimed joyfully, exploring his body with great curiosity, resembling a little maid. However, the sensitivity was quite high, causing his form to tremble intermittently. Jiang He turned his head away in silence, and under the persistent inquiries of the little maid, he indicated that this body was designed with such settings from the factory, immutable. So what about my parents? After his moment of joy, Xiao Ming resumed the earlier topic. Jiang sang, you must not make this difficult for me. Just speak, and I shall spare you. Jiang Yuan and his wife, Wang Qing, found themselves in the kingdom of Sophie. A man with a small mustache shouted at the couple from outside a specially constructed prison. Ever since Jiang Yuan brought individuals into the lunar base, among them were spies from the Star-Spangled Nation, to be precise, individuals arranged by the Liu family. Having long intertwined with external forces, the Liu family had established deep connections, binding their interests as tightly as a grasshopper on the same rope. After the interloper from the Star-Spangled Nation infiltrated, he reported all the circumstances back to his nation's capitalist consortium. Witnessing the existence of entities that seemed to belong solely to the realm of science fiction, which capitalists could remain unmoved, this discovery was more exhilarating than finding oil. Chapter 64. Trapped, huh? It appears you lack the authority to make decisions here. Jiang Yuan taunted fiercely. Ha, Jiang sang. I have no desire to engage in a battle of wits with you. There exists an ancient saying in Dragon Country. Those who attend the banquet are the true elites. I hope you do not take this lightly. Otherwise, as he spoke, Ichiro Higashimura twisted his mouth into a cruel grin. Suddenly, several guards seized an individual disguised as an ordinary person, pressing a firearm against his temple. Do you see this? Jiang sang. Because of your obstinacy, this man is about to lose his life. Jiang Yuan roared in fury, you beasts. He yelled while smashing glass, producing a resounding crash. Wang Qing stood to the side, slightly turned, trembling, her hands covering her face, unable to bear the sight. Jiang sang, you wouldn't want this man to be executed, would you? Oof. I do not believe you would act. As the words left his mouth, a gunshot rang out, and the man crumpled to the ground. You. Jiang Yuan glared at Ichiro Higashimura, his teeth clenched. Ichiro replied leisurely, I shall grant you one more day. You would do well to contemplate carefully, otherwise with that. He departed from the scene. As Ichiro walked away, Jiang Yuan approached his wife, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. What shall we do, my love? I feel I can scarcely contain myself. However, Wang Qing's trembling was not born of fear, but rather an inability to suppress laughter. She covered her face with her hands, frightened of losing her composure and revealing her mirth. Hold it in, you must hold it in. It's rare to encounter someone so lacking in intelligence. Prior to this, several enforcers had employed various methods against the couple, including firearms, explosives, poisonous gas, and caustic acids. All to no avail. Eventually, they learned the tactic of feigned suffering during the invasion of the lunar base, albeit using local materials. It's all right, my dear. They can only confine us at most. We have our son. At the mention of their son, the couple fell silent. During this time, they had encountered numerous speculations from the outside regarding Jiang He, leading to a slight wavering in their own hearts. After all, these occurrences have been sudden and bizarre, with their son's abilities and other inexplicable phenomena leaving them feeling unsettled. It's fine. We shall clarify things the next time we see our son. Besides, are we not safe for now? Jiang Yuan reassured her. Inside the Liujiao Manor, in an elegantly minimalist yet luxurious room, Lu Feng was in contact with a mysterious figure. So, what of Jiang He's parents? Have they revealed anything? Nothing. Their resolve is unyielding, and we have exhausted every conceivable method. We truly cannot exert any pressure upon them. Lu Feng's lips curled slightly upwards as he remarked, no worries. Jiang He has not appeared for quite some time, and we have concealed his parents. For now, it is more crucial to gradually consume the lunar base. After concluding the call, Lu Feng strolled towards Wen Shuyue's chamber. Since returning to the country with her daughter some time ago, Wen Shuyue had not ventured out again, remaining at home until... Why is it that every time I come into contact with a man, he gets repelled? Exclaimed Lu Ruyan, bewildered by the odd sensation she experienced. Recently, after meeting her boyfriend upon her return, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. Whenever he approached her, he was inexplicably pushed away, and attempts to get closer were thwarted. Yin Yin, what is happening? Lu Ruyan initially thought he was jesting and looked down upon such childish antics. However, after multiple attempts, she began to suspect that some peculiar force indeed existed that repelled her boyfriend. Eventually, through persistent experimentation, she discovered that any male would be inexplicably pushed away, maintaining a certain distance from her. Ruyan, do not fret. Keep this matter to yourself for a while, and do not disclose it to your father. Disclose what? When Shuyue gasped, startled. Had she been overheard? Anxiously, She pondered whether Lu Feng had caught wind of their conversation. She was aware of Lu Feng's cousin, Lu Chunggong, who was similarly affected by a mysterious force, resulting in the indelible markings on his face. Should Lu Feng learn of Ruyan's peculiar condition, he would undoubtedly draw parallels to Jiang He. At that point, even if Jiang He had done nothing, Lu Feng would remain unconvinced. The fate of Ruyan and herself was uncertain. It would surely not bode well. Are you concealing something from me? How disheartening. Ruyan, quickly tell your father what secret you and your mother are hiding. Judging by Lu Feng's teasing tone, he likely had not overheard their earlier exchange. Lu Ruyan, flustered, was cherished as the apple of the Lu family's eye. From a young age, she had always been candid, never hesitating to speak her mind. Thus, being asked to conceal something for the first time left her quite unsettled, and coincidentally, her father had caught her in this predicament, heightening her anxiety. There's nothing, truly no secret. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lu Ruyan's gaze. Under his penetrating stare, she felt increasingly uneasy, avoiding his gaze entirely. Enough, do not press Ruyan further. Must you involve yourself in matters between women? Upon hearing this, Lu Feng sighed. Is it not concern for both of you? All right, after such a long time apart. Let me take a look at you. As he spoke, Lu Feng moved closer to Wen Shuiwei. Initially, she did not pay much attention. It seemed like a typical display of affection between spouses. However, recalling something, she immediately exclaimed, "Do not come any closer." Lu Feng abruptly halted his steps, bewildered. What was happening today? Why was this woman acting so startled? He scrutinized Wen Shuiwei's serious expression, feeling increasingly perplexed and suspicious about the recent events. The unusual demeanor exhibited by both mother and daughter indicated something amiss. It's nothing, Wen Shuiwei said, her voice trembling as she suppressed her rising anxiety. In any case, please keep your distance from me during this time. Lu Feng, puzzled, inquired why. Wen Shuiwei, drawing upon a hastily concocted excuse, replied, I don't want you to touch me with hands that have been in contact with others. Upon hearing this, a wave of gloom washed over Lu Feng. It was understandable that his past actions had come to light, but Wen Shuiwei had never reacted so intensely before. Had something changed? Was she finally unable to bear it any longer? Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan observed the unfolding drama with a heavy heart, unwilling to see her parents' relationship crumble. Yet, witnessing her mother's sorrow left her at a loss for how to provide comfort. Very well, then you can stay by yourself during this time, Lu Feng said coldly, as if issuing a command before striding out of the room. Chapter 65. Breaking free. Once Lu Feng departed, only the mother and daughter remained in the room. Wen Shuiwei exhaled deeply, finally relieved. I've managed to get through that, she thought, and her previously stern and somber expression transformed into one of ease. Lu Ruyan was left astounded. What did it mean to have gotten through it? Shouldn't she be feeling despondent and biased? She intended to offer some words of comfort, but to her surprise, her mother's demeanor shifted instantly, devoid of any sorrow or the pain of betrayal. Mom, are you all right? Lu Ruyan asked uncertainly. I'm fine. Remember what happened just now, Wen Shuiwei said with a serious expression directed at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan took her mother's arm, shaking it playfully while cooing, Don't worry, Mom. I promise I won't tell anyone. By the way, let us go visit the lunar base together. At this suggestion, Wen Shuiwei immediately wanted to refuse. She was uncertain whether Jiang He was at the lunar base. If he were, it would put both of them in grave danger. Although the public was fervently discussing Jiang He online, speculating that he was some sort of alien, only Wen Shuiwei understood that he was far more terrifying than any extraterrestrial. His powers were bizarre and formidable, far beyond what the online community could comprehend. Lu Ruyan, with a hint of complaint in her voice, chimed in, because of this aversion, I haven't had a chance to enjoy myself properly since returning home. I heard from my second uncle that there are many extraordinary things at the lunar base, especially cool ones. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan pulled out her phone, flipping through photos one by one, exclaiming, in the scenery there is incredibly fantastical. Let's go see it. Gazing at the portal displayed on the screen, Wen Shuiwei's eyes became transfixed, ensnared in a reverie. The mastery of the teleportation necklace did not belong to any individual or nation when it was first acquired. Numerous countries dispatched representatives to deliberate on the specifics of its ownership. Ultimately, led by the Dragon Kingdom, representatives from American, Inzi, and E also joined in, delineating the division of its cutting-edge technology. Among them, Both the Dragon and American factions were intermingled with members of the Lu family, thus making it exceedingly simple for them to access the lunar base. When Shui Wei was engulfed with concern, what if Jiang He returned to find the lunar base nearly dismantled? Would his wrath be unleashed upon her? Would it extend to Ru Yin? With such thoughts, a slight tremor coursed through her delicate frame, and she instinctively glanced at her own body. Under the enchantments cast by Jiang He, when Shui Wei's physique had improved remarkably, her allure seemingly heightened, and even the barriers that had long since been breached had curiously mended. The path before her was also narrowing. With a sigh, when Shui Wei found herself uncertain whether to feel joy or despondency. Soon, she dismissed her thoughts, disregarding Lu Feng's words and addressing Ru Yin. "All right, tidy up a bit. I'll inform Uncle Fu to make the necessary arrangements." "Yay!" Ru Yin exclaimed, planting a kiss on Shui Wei's cheek before happily retreating to her room to prepare. Within the estate, shortly after Lu Feng departed, his phone vibrated with an incoming call. The caller ID was unknown. He answered the call. "Lu, President Lu. Jiang He has reappeared." Upon hearing Jiang He's name, Lu Feng paused momentarily before abruptly ending the call and dialing another number. At the lunar base, following a fervent explanation from Xiao Meng, a revelation struck Jiang He. "So, my parents are trapped in Sophie country." With a hand to his forehead, he pinpointed their location and remotely infused them with a surge of magical energy, imparting the conditions for activation through his mental prowess. At that moment, Jiang Yuan and Wang Qing, confined within the chamber, exchanged wide-eyed glances, soon breaking into excited smiles. Just as the two triggered the magical teleportation and vanished, Dong Siyuan arrived. "How is it?" Jiang sang. "I hope you do not disappoint me today." As Dong Siyuan entered the interrogation room, his mind went blank at the sight of the empty space, immediately directing an enraged shout at the nearby guards. "Baka, where is everyone? Where have they gone?" The guards hurriedly scoured the area as alarms blared instantly. "Quickly, pull up the surveillance footage." Dong Siyuan fixated on the monitor, where the couple was seen in one frame, motionless, only to vanish mysteriously in the next. Realizing the gravity of the situation exceeded his control, Dong Siyuan promptly reported the incident to his superiors. Meanwhile, in a remote wilderness, the couple held hands, observing their surroundings. "Mom and Dad, enjoy yourselves. I'll come find you after a while," Jiang He's voice echoed in their minds. "Enjoy ourselves?" It appears that the son is utterly indifferent to the matter at hand. The couple exchanged a glance, sharing a resigned smile. Within the lunar base, Jiang He opened his eyes, realizing that his parents were indeed too compassionate. Material possessions are ever fleeting. This time, I will secure them firmly. And I refuse to believe that they can be deceived again. Jiang He lamented, feeling a mix of disappointment and determination. After all, at over 50, he was at an age ripe for adventure, and constantly meddling in his parents' growth was not a commendable habit. Observing these foolish mortals recklessly indulging within the lunar base, Jiang He promptly instructed Xiao Meng, from now on, disregard any laws. If some seek their own demise, let them have their way. Xiao Meng, fists raised and brimming with enthusiasm, responded, "Understood, Master." He then stood at attention, saluting Jiang He. Jiang He chuckled, shaking his head at the absurdity of Xiao Meng. At that moment, Jiang He sensed something amiss and cautioned Xiao Meng, "Hold your horses for now." He fixed his gaze on the distant teleportation portal, realizing that some individuals were walking straight into a trap. Moreover, many were familiar faces. At the portal, a throng of humanity surged forth, quickly filling the square. In the center stood a massive energy core, radiant and imposing, with Jiang He facing away from the crowd. Xiao Meng announced, "Master, it's Lu Feng. The Lu family has arrived." Lu Feng came to a halt, grinning. "At last, Jiang He, we meet." Behind Lu Feng stood numerous individuals, primarily from the Lu family's media, capturing every angle of the scene with their recording devices. As the teleportation portal remained open, the signals were transmitted directly to Earth, rendering this event a live broadcast. The nation's audience was captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Upon receiving the news, Lu Feng had commanded the media to disseminate the information widely. Across countless screens, viewers paused their activities, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the live footage. "Wow, Jiang, he is alive. A spy. So handsome. Alien scoundrel." Such comments erupted throughout the nation, igniting numerous discussions and reviving earlier speculations surrounding Jiang He. Chapter 66, Collective Transformom. Why are there so many people here today? Lu Ruoyun stood at the edge of the teleportation portal, gazing at the thronging crowd with a hint of confusion. The lunar base was not open to the general public, and the timing arranged by Uncle Fu should not have attracted such a multitude. Although the specifics were unclear, having come this far, waiting a moment longer wouldn't cause significant delay. With that thought, Lu Ruoyun took her mother's hand and stepped forward, gradually merging with the crowd. A few minutes later, they finally entered the lunar base, and the moment they stepped through the teleportation portal, they felt a sense of profound novelty, having crossed thousands of miles from Earth. In truth, everyone who first steps through the portal experiences this sensation. Upon arriving at the lunar surface and gazing upward at the suspended Earth, the feeling is vastly different from observing the moon from our planet. A crowd has gathered in the square, explaining the congestion outside the portal. A mother and daughter clasp hands tightly, hastily making their way towards the periphery of the throng. Lingering here any longer might render their escape impossible. At last they emerge. Lu Ruoyun, pulling her mother along, breathes a sigh of relief. What is the reason for such a crowd? Is there something novel here? One Shuyu peers into the heart of the square, but the sheer number of people obscures her view. However, she overheard numerous discussions regarding Jiang He amidst the crowd. It astonishes her that, after all this time, Jiang He's popularity remains so fervent. At that moment, Lu Ruoyun retrieved her phone, discovering that the internet has erupted with activity just recently. As she clicks on the trending link, the screen reveals the very scene they stand in. And there, at the center of the square, is Jiang He. Jiang He is here. Lu Ruoyun is still exhilarated, but for Wen Shuyu, this revelation strikes like a bolt from the blue. What? No, we must return. With that, she clasps her daughter's hand and rushes towards the portal. But after a mere glance, she quickly abandons the notion. The portal's exit has become submerged beneath the sea of humanity, and the crowd continues to swell, rendering escape impossible. Thus, she must resort to finding a secluded corner to hide, under the pretense of sightseeing. Jiang He had noticed everything early on. No one present could escape his perception. Observing Wen Shuyu's adorable yet flustered demeanor, a smile threatens to break free within him. However, a group of journalists armed with cameras has already approached him, their equipment gleaming as they aim it at his face. Could you please step back a little? Thank you. The alien is speaking. What a lovely voice. Dreadful spies. Zinni. Jiang He's casual remark incites a wave of ridicule across the internet. Amidst the incessant chatter, Jiang He initiates a mass transfer, whisking away everyone in the square back to Blue Star. In the blink of an eye, the world is transformed. Before anyone can comprehend the situation, Jiang He aligns his fingers, pointing towards the portal, and releases a blinding energy attack that strikes the teleportation necklace, shattering it and sealing the portal shut. This entire sequence unfolds within just a few breaths, simultaneously captured by live broadcast for the world to witness. The crowd is agitated. Jiang He's effortless display of such power, enabling instant relocation, leaves everyone bewildered. What has transpired? The minds of those present were racing, and outside the streaming footage, acquaintances of Jiang He, relatives, friends, classmates, and colleagues, felt a profound sense of pride. However, when it came to ascertaining whether he was an extraterrestrial or a spy, no one dared to disclose such information. It's confirmed, he is an alien. Incredible. The internet erupted once more. Lu Feng was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that Jiang He possessed such terrifying capabilities. Panic began to envelop him, and he was drenched in sweat, barely managing to maintain a facade of composure. Amidst the cacophony, Lu Qinggong started to retreat from the crowd. Observing the tumultuous throng, Jiang He bellowed for silence. In an instant, an energy field enveloped the globe. His command for quiet, imbued with a palpable pressure, not only rendered the venue utterly silent, but also stilled the clamor worldwide. Simultaneously, a wave of reverence and fear surged within the hearts of all present. The atmosphere turned eerily still. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the figure at the center of the square, uncertain of his next move. Many timid souls felt an urge to flee. But under this oppressive force, even moving a leg seemed impossible. In the midst of this silence, a voice, trembling yet resolute, broke the stillness. Jiang He. The crowd turned to the source, seeing Lu Feng, pale and sweating profusely, striving to maintain the dignity befitting the head of the Liu family. He understood that the entire world was watching. He could not show weakness, nor allow Jiang He to seize complete control of the situation. Lu Feng addressed Jiang He, who remained unhurried, then raised his hand toward Lu Qinggong, who was frozen in fear within the crowd. Instantly, Lu Qinggong was lifted into the air and brought before Jiang He, kneeling in submission. Locking eyes with Jiang He's mocking gaze, Lu Qinggong trembled, hastily bowing in supplication. Spare me, he stammered, his words barely coherent. Mr. Jiang He, may I interview you with a few questions? A determined female journalist, clad in a form-fitting dress and professional attire, boldly interjected. The surrounding crowd turned to her, admiring her audacity. Jiang He, momentarily overlooking the kneeling Lu Qinggong, shifted his attention to the courageous journalist before him. She appeared to be in her early 20s, her courage remarkable. Perhaps she was a fresh intern? In the face of such youthful exuberance, Jiang He smiled slightly and replied with alacrity. Certainly. Go ahead and ask. Seeing that Jiang He exhibited no airs, the journalist beamed with excitement, briefly boasting to her colleagues before launching into her inquiries. Just as she was about to speak, a man, similarly adorned with a name tag, dismissed her with a wave of his hand. He appeared to be a colleague from the same media outlet. The man's face betrayed a palpable jealousy. He was clearly unwilling to allow this highly anticipated first interview to fall into the hands of an intern. Mr. Jiang, I am her superior, and I will take the lead from here. At that moment, Jiang He merely stared at the individual before him, his eyes glimmering with a fierce red light. Chapter 67. The Press Conference Leave. Jiang He's icy voice resonated in the ears of everyone present. He harbored a deep disdain for such individuals. The man, upon hearing this, recoiled in fear, while the intensity in Jiang He's gaze gradually faded as he redirected his attention to the courageous female reporter. The woman composed herself and approached Jiang He once more, feeling the collective anxiety of the audience bearing down upon her, her heart racing under the weight of countless scrutinizing eyes. Mr. Jiang, may I inquire whether you are an extraterrestrial? She boldly posed the first question, touching on a topic that had captivated global discourse. Although somewhat audacious, she felt compelled to voice it. The crowd gasped, astonished by the reporter's audacity. However, they were equally eager to see how Jiang He would respond. As she gazed upon Jiang He's striking features, she swallowed hard. He replied simply, no. The audience displayed expressions of disbelief, yet simultaneously felt relieved, at least on the surface. The second question followed. Does your existence pose a threat to global security? This inquiry was somewhat vague, given that Jiang He symbolized a multitude of things, the most apparent being technological prowess, one man comparable to an entire nation. Additionally, the question delved into Jiang He's subjective intentions. He responded directly, no. The world will be very safe under my control. Upon hearing the first part, all the leading powers across the globe felt a sense of relief, grateful that Jiang He did not seem to threaten their dominion. However, the latter statement doused them with cold water. What did he mean by under your control? Were his ambitions to govern the entire world? Such questions surged in the minds of all present. Jiang He continued, however, I have little interest in managing the world. The female reporter, emboldened by his response, asked, then what are you interested in? Jiang He fell silent, merely fixating his gaze on her. The atmosphere grew tense, enveloped in an eerie silence. The reporter felt trapped by the piercing stares from all directions, like a fierce tiger in front and a pack of wolves behind. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Lastly, what is the purpose of establishing a lunar base? She quickly interjected, redirecting the attention of the crowd. Boredom, just for fun. Jiang He replied nonchalantly. The audience erupted with excitement online, with comments flying. What a show-off. This is pure Versailles. Meanwhile, the reporters exchanged bewildered glances, equally perplexed by his response. In the face of such immense curiosity regarding the lunar base's sudden emergence, Jiang He decided to manifest a dangerous wanderer behind him. From the ground up, it began to take shape, and within a minute, a complete dangerous wanderer materialized before the astonished crowd. The towering mech stood silently behind Jiang He, emanating an invisible aura of pressure. The onlookers were left speechless, overwhelmed by the palpable sense of astonishment and dread that enveloped the atmosphere. Online viewers were equally bewildered, pondering whether this was a marvel of technology, sorcery, or divinity. The female reporter, momentarily at a loss for words, found herself unable to utter a sound. Meanwhile, her cameraman, hands trembling, dutifully aimed the lens at the imposing black and gray mech. All eyes were naturally drawn to the colossal figure, standing 80 meters tall, with a faint glimmer of energy coursing through its plasma cannon and its chest-mounted nuclear power unit whirring ominously. Even in stillness, it exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. Finally regaining her voice, the reporter stammered incoherently, "A mere toy," Jiang He nonchalantly remarked, snapping his fingers. In an instant, the dangerous wanderer activated, its eyes glowing with a blue light as it shook slightly, its weapon systems momentarily engaging before falling silent again. The crowd collectively gasped in disbelief. As you can see, Jiang He surveyed the surroundings. "I have no interest in ruling the world. However, should anyone dare to disrupt my life." His gaze fell upon Lu Qinggong, who remained in a kneeling position, visibly trembling. At that moment, the dangerous wanderer raised its right arm, revealing the missile launchers on its armor slowly unfolding. Lu Qinggong was paralyzed with fear, his pants dampened, while Lu Feng's face turned pale and his lips quivered, unable to utter a single word. "I intended to establish a tech company to benefit the world," Jiang He continued, directing his attention to Lu Feng, who was now utterly flustered, trembling slightly. Given Jiang He's display of power, any deceit seemed futile. Yet, the Lu family seized my company in my absence. This is a personal vendetta between myself and the Lu family. However, should you wish to intervene, I would welcome it. The reporters buzzed in disbelief. They were aware of the burgeoning tech company, which had recently faced issues leading to its acquisition, subsequently fading from public consciousness. It appeared that the Lu family had been manipulating events from behind the scenes. In an instant, numerous journalists turned their cameras towards Lu Feng. Jiang He approached Lu Qinggong, who hurriedly offered apologies upon seeing him approach. Jiang He towered over him, delivering his chilling words. "No matter, take heed in your next life." Numerous journalists took note of the scene where Lu Qinggong transformed into ashes before the collective gaze. Witnessing this event, netizens could not help but voice their reactions. Terrifying. Murder is a crime. Which of your eyes saw him commit murder? Brutal. After all this transpired, Jiang He cast a knowing smile at Lu Feng before instantly teleporting back to the lunar base. Strangely, there had been a considerable crowd moments ago, yet now not a soul was in sight. Lu Ruyan expressed her confusion. Wan Shuyu, accompanying Ruyan, wandered through the vast expanse of the base. But not long into their exploration did she come to a halt. "Alas, I was quite carried away. Jiang He has a locator on me. How could I possibly evade him?" Reflecting on this, Wan Shuyu released her grip on Lu Ruyan's hand and surveyed their surroundings. "Oh no, we ventured too deep. Ruyan, it seems we've lost our way." After meandering for a while, the mother and daughter confirmed that they had indeed strayed. It was then that they were astonished to discover the utter emptiness surrounding them. Not a single soul in sight. As they wandered aimlessly, a girl dressed as a maid suddenly appeared before them. "Hey, you there, come here," Lu Ruyan called out to the maid, her excitement palpable. Finding another person in such an expansive space was no small feat. The maid, seeing Lu Ruyan beckon her, glanced around uncertainly before pointing to herself. "Me?" She feigned innocence, attempting to portray a mere passerby. "Indeed, it's you." The maid nodded and approached the duo. "We seem to be lost. Could you guide us?" When Shu Yu observed Lu Ruyan's bluntness and quickly whispered a reminder. "How many times must I say it? Be a bit more courteous to others." She endeavored to suppress her irritation. Ruyan was a good child overall, though she did possess a hint of a spoiled temperament. While she was quite well-behaved and understanding in front of her parents, she did not extend the same courtesy to everyone. Lu Ruyan outwardly acknowledged her mother's words, but paid little heed to them. The maid regarded the mother-daughter pair and said, "Follow me." She then took the lead, seemingly unconcerned. After a considerable distance, the muscles in their legs began to ache, and, as they walked while glancing around, it became evident that there was no sign of an exit. The initial square they had encountered never reappeared, which caused Lu Ruyan to grow anxious. "Hey, which direction is the exit? Where are you taking us?" The maid turned back with a puzzled expression. "What exit?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan, in a fit of exasperation, retorted, "What are you pretending for? Of course, I mean the teleportation portal." After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoming nonchalantly remarked, "Oh, the portal? Wasn't it already destroyed by Jiang He?" The mother and daughter were taken aback, especially Lu Ruyan, who realized that with the portal destroyed, She and her mother were effectively trapped here. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Ruyan, and she inquired, "But if it was destroyed, why is there not a single person around?" Xiao Ming blinked innocently and continued to explain, "Because Jiang He has relocated everyone back to Earth." He then asked, "By the way, why are you two still here?" When Shuyue sighed deeply, suspecting that Jiang He had deliberately left them behind. Lu Ruyan, skeptical and unwilling to relent, pressed on, "I still want to ask you, why are you here?" Xiao Ming flashed a naive smile, gradually approaching Lu Ruyan as he replied, "Because I am the steward here." Before he could finish, Xiao Ming began to levitate, effortlessly activating the surrounding facilities. Witnessing Xiao Ming's capabilities, the mother and daughter finally believed that he was not lying. After all, the main control of the lunar base was something the Lu family had attempted to crack at the beginning, only to fail. The core was a powerful artificial intelligence, seemingly the very one before them. "Oh, a steward," Lu Ruyan exclaimed, then commanded, "Quickly inform Jiang He to come and take us back." Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's audacious statement, both Wen Shuyue and Xiao Ming were momentarily stunned. Wen Shuyue hurriedly covered her daughter's mouth, saying, "Dear daughter, we mustn't speak of that." It was well known that Jiang He's wrath never truly dissipated. It simply shifted targets. And Wen Shuyue knew all too well who might become the next target. Thus, she decisively curbed Lu Ruyan's provocative behavior. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened as she pushed her mother's hand away, exclaiming, "Mom, why are you doing this?" "It's nothing, just avoid mentioning Jiang He from now on," Wen Shuyue replied. Lu Ruyan, filled with frustration and confusion, retorted, "Why? Isn't he just a fallen subordinate of Dad? If Dad hadn't spared him back then, could he have achieved such success today?" Wen Shuyue's eyes widened in surprise. She was unaware of who had instilled these notions in her daughter. But now was not the time to clarify. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming quietly observed and recorded everything, then suddenly spoke, "Let me take you to the guest room." He gestured for the mother and daughter to follow him. Approximately 10 minutes later, Xiao Ming led them to a magnificent building. "This is it, please enter." The three of them stepped inside. After such a long journey, the mother and daughter were already weary, having been forced to walk since all transport vehicles had been sent back after Jiang He's return. Fortunately, they now had a place to sit, rest, enjoy a beverage, and nibble on some snacks. Under Xiao Ming's attentive care, the two soon regained their spirits. After a short while, Wen Shuyue rose and approached the petite Ming, respectfully inquiring, "Miss Butler, could you guide us to the square?" "The square is nearby. However, the teleportation portal has vanished, thus I would not recommend your visit. The only way to return is to await Jiang He's arrival here." Lu Ruyan interjected, "What if he never comes?" "In that case," Ming replied, "you may find yourselves here indefinitely." Upon hearing this, Wen Shuyue remained relatively untroubled, while Lu Ruyan appeared increasingly exasperated. "When does he typically return?" Ming pondered seriously. "Generally speaking, I believe he returns once every 3 or 4 months. "What? That long?" Lu Ruyan shot up in disbelief, her face a mask of astonishment. "What shall we do, mother?" She grasped Wen Shuyue's hand once more, her voice tinged with anxiety. At this moment, Wen Shuyue felt little concern. The distinction between the Lu residents and their current location held little significance for her. The only drawbacks were a decline in living standards and the absence of luxurious spa treatments and attendance. Furthermore, she harbored no doubts that Jiang He would not abandon her for several months. Within today, or, at the latest, tomorrow, he would surely appear before her. As if to confirm her thoughts, a figure suddenly emerged behind the mother and daughter. Ming's expression brightened, yet she was not overtly surprised. Having discerned from her master's behavior that it was not the time to reveal her master's presence. "Ruyan, who informed you that Jiang He is merely a defeated subordinate of your father?" Lu Ruyan, puzzled, replied, "Isn't that what everyone at home says? Especially my uncle. Ever since I returned, I've often heard him refer to Jiang He as nothing more than a clown, a mere child still in the throes of infancy." Speaking of her uncle, why has he suddenly donned a mask? The last time I spoke to him, he vehemently refused to remove it. The more Wen Shuyue listened, the tighter her brow furrowed. Lu Feng's reckless behavior could be one thing, but she hoped it wouldn't implicate them both. Seemingly emboldened, Lu Ruyan recalled her mother's previous concealments and seized the opportunity to broach another topic. "By the way, mother, why did you hide the matter of my rejection from father?" Chapter 69. Jiang He appears when Shuyue was about to explain when two hands unexpectedly rested upon the shoulders of the mother and daughter. They turned simultaneously to find a handsome face before them. Jiang He, they both exclaimed in shock. When Shuyue thought to herself, it seems no matter how many times he appears, I will never grow accustomed to his uncanny ability to materialize. Lu Ruyan was startled at first, but then recognition dawned as she gazed at the hands on her shoulders, her eyes following the arms to Jiang He's face. You are Jiang He. Jiang He, bewildered, questioned, is there truly anyone in this world who does not know me? Yes. Jiang He responded uncertainly. Lu Ruyan widened her eyes, observing Jiang He's hand, her gaze flitting back and forth between his hand and face. In her mind, she thought, this fellow appears so handsome, yet unexpectedly, he is a woman. No, perhaps. Could it be? As she pondered, Lu Ruyan narrowed her eyes slightly, directing her attention to an indefinable part of Jiang He's physique. When Shuyue, her eyes nearly bulging, sought to halt Lu Ruyan's reckless behavior, but the hand resting on her shoulder gently urged her to refrain from making any hasty movements. Do you need me to come a bit closer? Jiang He asked, a playful smile gracing his lips, having already surmised the thoughts swirling in Lu Ruyan's mind. However, he had no intention of hastily clarifying this misunderstanding. Sensing her own impudence, Lu Ruyan quickly interjected, No. Her gaze was filled with a mix of pity for that handsome face and the nonsensical chatter. Jiang He withdrew his hands and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before the pair of mother and daughter, casually inquiring if they were enjoying their time at the lunar base. Not good. The place is quite vast, yet there are no vehicles. After wandering for ages, I can't even tell east from west. The service is atrocious. There is not a soul on the streets. And the shops are mere decorations, utterly devoid of personnel. The picturesque landscapes depicted in the images are nowhere to be found. And now, even the teleportation portal has been destroyed by you. By the way, why did you destroy the teleportation portal? How can you teleport? Lu Ruyan, taking on the role of an inquisitive child, unleashed a barrage of questions, leaving Jiang He overwhelmed, his eyes widening further. Stop. You have even more questions than your mother. Jiang He interjected helplessly. Upon hearing Jiang He mention her mother, when Shuyue's cheeks flushed a bright crimson. My mother? Do you know my mother? How do you know her? By the way, your voice doesn't sound like Lu Ruyan hastily covered her mouth with her hands, nearly uttering something offensive, but fortunately, she managed to halt herself in time. That is none of your concern. I need to have a private discussion with your mother. Jiang He replied, turning to face Wen Shuyue, whose face grew increasingly flushed as she lowered her head, unable to meet Jiang He's gaze. Private discussion? Lu Ruyan quickly sidled up to Wen Shuyue, linking arms with her. What could possibly require a private conversation? That is none of your concern, Jiang He retorted, snapping his fingers, causing both Wen Shuyue and himself to vanish from sight. Lu Ruyan gasped in shock as her mother, who had just been standing beside her, mysteriously disappeared. Witnessing their simultaneous vanishing, she deduced it must be Jiang He's doing, prompting her to stomp her foot in frustration. Nearby, Xiao Ming timely handed her a drink, and under Jiang He's subtle manipulation, the connection to Earth's network was restored. Not bothering to ponder the reason, Lu Ruyan began to browse the internet for the latest news. Before long, she was captivated by a trending topic that surged to the top of the charts. Meanwhile, Jiang He and Wen Shuyue found themselves in a room, with Wen Shuyue backed against the wall, having no retreat as Jiang He advanced toward her. Wen Shuyue found herself at a loss for words, uncertain of Jiang He's current disposition towards her. The tension that had previously enveloped her swiftly morphed into panic. Sensing the turmoil in her eyes, Jiang He spoke. My lady, what is there to fear? I assure you, I shall not devour you. In that moment, when Shuyue appeared as frightened as a timid rabbit, Jiang He leaned against the wall, pressing closer to her. Even without extraordinary hearing, one could discern the rapid rhythm of her heartbeat. His other hand gently caressed her cheek, gliding along her hair, trailing to her ear, brushing the lobe before finally resting at the nape of her neck. Wen Shuyue's quickened breaths gradually transitioned into deep, steady inhalations as Jiang He cradled her head, slowly inclining his face towards hers. Noticing Jiang He's approach, Wen Shuyue's hands trembled, uncertainly resting on his chest, her eyes fluttering shut. She leaned against the wall. The two of them immersed in an unspoken exchange. Just as she lost herself in the moment, the wall before her suddenly began to take on a translucent quality. Two figures emerged, becoming increasingly distinct. It was Lu Ruyan, along with the maidservant. Upon recognizing them, Wen Shui's heart tightened instantly. She pressed one hand against the wall and the other to her face, a wave of confusion washing over her, compelling her to turn and flee, seeking refuge elsewhere. Across the wall, the maidservant cast a glance towards Jiang He and Wen Shui, her eyes widening in surprise for an instant before narrowing, revealing a knowing expression directed at Jiang He. He perceived Wen Shui's anxiety and disarray. It turned out that their current location was not far removed from where they had begun. Rather, they were in an adjoining room adjacent to the previous hall. In a moment of mischievous whimsy, Jiang He had silently transformed the wall into a one-way soundproof glass. At this moment, Wen Shui, confronted with the two figures visible beyond the glass, was still attempting to evade the situation. However, the reins of control were firmly in Jiang He's grasp. Her efforts to steer clear were futile against his dominion. Meanwhile, Lu Rian was engrossed in watching an interview video of Jiang He, oblivious to the unfolding events behind the seemingly ordinary wall. "Miss Rian, I have projected the screen onto the wall behind for an enhanced viewing experience," Jiang He remarked. To her surprise, Lu Rian responded, "Such a service exists?" In an instant, Xiaoming infiltrated her device, casting the imagery onto the one-way glass, which appeared to Lu Rian merely as a blank white wall. She stepped back to a distance of 2 meters from the wall, where Xiaoming had brought a sofa, gesturing for Rian to sit and enjoy the show leisurely. Observing Xiaoming's actions, Lu Rian exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, the maidservant possesses remarkable strength. I wonder which manufacturer produced you. I must acquire one for myself." Xiaoming simply smiled silently, standing still and focused on the wall. As the images projected onto the surface, clarity emerged, resembling a battlefield in vivid detail. As the scene unfolded, a colossal mech materialized out of thin air, causing Lu Rian to rise abruptly, her hands resting on the screen in astonishment. Could Jiang He truly be human? By a curious twist of fate, the positions of their hands aligned perfectly. Rian. Behind the screen, Wen Shui was already enveloped in a mixture of shame and fury, startled once more by Lu Rian's sudden movement, causing her body to tremble. Her heartstrings were perpetually taut, fearful that her daughter might discern the images displayed before her. Chapter 70. Deception. As seconds ticked by, time seemed to elongate for Wen Shui, each moment dragging painfully. In stark contrast, Lu Rian found her leisure slipping away all too swiftly. The interview video had progressed significantly, nearing its conclusion. Xiaoming flitted about, providing Lu Rian with refreshments and snacks, ensuring her utmost comfort. Meanwhile, Jiang He furiously pressed the accelerator, alternating between rapid overtakes and steady cruising. At that moment, Lu Rian noticed something, exclaiming, "Are Dad and Uncle also present?" She leaned closer to scrutinize the movements of the two figures on screen. Wait, why was her uncle kneeling on the side, bowing his head before Jiang He? Lu Rian seethed with indignation. Her uncle, who had always treated her so kindly, sharing every new trinket or good news without reservation, now appeared as subservient as a penitent slave. With this thought weighing on her, Lu Rian fixed her gaze on Jiang He, gritting her teeth, resembling a small, furious pup. The video continued, progressing to Jiang He discussing the grievances between himself and the Lu family. Lu Rian, perplexed, interjected, "Personal grudges while you were away? What is this lunatic babbling about? What does this even mean? Cursed Jiang He, what have you done?" Lu Rian's fury erupted, her words piercing through the wall, reaching Wen Shui, who involuntarily tightened in response. As anticipated, the next moment seemed to echo Lu Rian's outburst. Jiang He, in a fit of rage, accelerated once more, signaling to Wen Shui that the consequences of offending him would be hers to bear. As the progress bar advanced, Jiang He approached Lu Chenggong. Lu Rian's focus sharpened. What was he planning to do? She observed Jiang He utter something before rising to depart. In the next instant, Lu Chenggong was reduced to ashes, vanishing before the eyes of all, dissolving into nothingness. "Uncle!" Lu Rian slammed her hands against the screen, disbelief flooding her eyes. Turning anxiously to Xiaoming, she inquired, "Is this some sort of special effect?" Xiaoming shook his head. "I merely projected your phone's display onto the wall, nothing more." Lu Rian stared in disbelief at the spot where her uncle had vanished, the screen pausing to capture a close-up. Jiang He had killed her uncle. Was her uncle truly dead? How dare he commit murder in broad daylight? No, I must inform my mother immediately. Lu Ruyin hastily fished out her phone and instinctively opened the dial interface, only to remember that she had ceased scrolling through the contacts. Jiang He might be near her mother, and it remained uncertain whether she could make a call in this location. As Lu Ruyin paced anxiously, Jiang He, observing the scene, concocted a plan. A phone suddenly appeared in his hand, specifically the one belonging to Wen Shuyu. He accessed the call log and dialed directly. Meanwhile, Wen Shuyu, upon hearing her daughter's mention of killing her uncle, displayed a look of confusion. To validate her suspicions, she summoned her courage to question. Did you kill Lu Changgong? Jiang He silently continued with his nefarious scheme, refraining from answering her inquiry. He then pressed the phone to Wen Shuyu's ear and ominously threatened, "When I am not present, do not act otherwise." Wen Shuyu cast a fleeting glance. Her teeth clenched tightly. It was easy to say, "When I am not present." Ding, 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 Lu Ruyan's phone rang. The caller ID displayed Mom. After a brief hesitation, she answered the call. "Hello, Ruyan." "Hello, Mom." Their voices echoed simultaneously. Lu Ruyan yearned to immediately disclose to Wen Shuyu that Jiang He had murdered her uncle, yet she feared being overheard by Jiang He, which could endanger both herself and her mother. The thought of Jiang He's sinister methods filled her with dread. "Ruyan, Jiang He hasn't come to your side, has he?" Wen Shuyu struggled to devise a plausible excuse, as managing to drive while fabricating an alibi proved quite challenging. "No." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's eyes widened. What did this mean? Could it be that Jiang He was not by her mother's side? Wen Shuyu, peering through the wall, observed her daughter's expressive face and was engulfed by a profound sense of guilt. Yet, under Jiang He's pressure, could only continue with the ruse. "Oh, it's like this. Just now, Jiang He mentioned he had something urgent to attend to and would be leaving for a while, but he'll return shortly. So, I wanted to check if you had seen him." Hearing her mother's halting speech, Lu Ruyan felt a twinge of unease but dismissed it. Unable to contain her urgency any longer, she raised her voice through the phone. "Mom, listen to me. Jiang He killed my uncle. He is a murderer and extremely dangerous." Wen Shuyu feigned surprise. "What? Is that true?" "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Let us try to remain calm and wait for him to take us back before we make any further plans." Jiang He smiled, his grin stretching nearly to his ears. Wen Shuyu caught a glimpse of this expression and was so startled that she gasped. Realizing her reaction, she quickly covered her mouth, causing the phone to slip from her grasp and hit the ground. "Mom, what is happening?" Lu Ruyan anxiously inquired upon hearing the commotion. "No, it's nothing. I just stumbled while walking and the phone fell. It's fine." Upon hearing that there was nothing to worry about, Lu Ruyan let out a slight sigh of relief. As long as everything was fine, she would wait for your return. After the call ended, Lu Ruyan sat down, continuing to gaze at the still image on the screen, the corners of her eyes revealing a hint of sorrow. Wen Shuyu, observing her heartbroken daughter, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Lu Ruyan was oblivious to the underlying circumstances, even if she were aware. She would never tolerate harm befalling her family. "May I take a moment to rest?" Silence. The accelerator was pressed to the floor. It appeared that Lu Feng was utterly terrified. Prolonging his fear would only hasten his demise. As Wen Shuyu listened to Jiang He's sinister whispers, she glanced at her grieving daughter and tentatively asked, "Is it possible not to kill him? I fear Lu Ruyan would not bear it." Jiang He furrowed his brow, perplexed, and remarked, "You, this venomous woman, are exceedingly cruel, choosing to let him live in continued fear rather than allowing me to send him on his way sooner." With that, he pressed the accelerator firmly, causing the entire vehicle to shudder as if it were malfunctioning. Wen Shuyu felt helpless. Was this the mindset of a demon? Humanity found it incomprehensible, and she could only silently pray that Jiang He would not unleash his flames upon her daughter. Chapter 71, A Self-Directed Performance Outside. Lu Ruyan waited listlessly for the return of the two, her attention caught by the meticulous service of the maid robot beside her. She had noticed it before, but upon closer inspection, this maid seemed devoid of any mechanical flaws. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Wait, she wouldn't betray me to Jiang He, would she? Xiao Ming turned at the perfect moment, their eyes meeting. With a quizzical tilt of her head, she asked, "It seems you have some concerns?" Lu Ruyan cautiously replied, "Did you hear our earlier conversation?" Xiao Ming affirmed, "Of course, I recorded all of your actions throughout. However, you need not worry regarding your privacy. You possess the right to prohibit disclosure." I am a robot produced by a legitimate manufacturer and will never infringe upon human privacy. Then, glancing at the screen featuring Jiang He, she added, moreover, I will certainly not shield any criminals. Xiao Meng spoke these deceptive words with a righteous air. Nonetheless, upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin exhaled in relief. At least it wouldn't be leaked. Otherwise, she might find herself in dire straits today. Xiao Meng turned away, continuing to fixate on the wall, her gaze conveying a shadowy aura. After some time, as she reflected on the cunning battle of wits outside, when Shu Yu felt a pang of sympathy for the misfortunes of the mother and daughter when Jiang He emerged, addressing when Shu Yu, you stay here for now. I shall check on your daughter. If I delay any longer, she will begin to worry. Wouldn't you agree, madam? As the disheveled, when Shu Yue tidied up, she heard the words and instinctively reached out towards Jiang He, simultaneously exclaiming, no, yet. The only reply she received was the emptiness of the room and the sudden appearance of Jiang He behind her daughter. I apologize for the wait. Lu Rian was startled by the voice that unexpectedly emerged from behind, much like her mother, when Shu Yue. Turning around to see Jiang He's lingering expression. The fear that Lu Ruyin had just subdued surged forth, accompanied by a feeling of guilt. What should she do? Throughout her life, she had never needed to resort to insincerity to achieve her goals. But now, under the same roof, she found herself compelled to bow her head. The person before her was a ruthless individual capable of taking lives without a second thought. One misstep, and both she and her mother. Wait, where's my mother? Realizing this, Lu Ruyin cast aside her fear and hurriedly scanned her surroundings, searching for her mother's whereabouts. Stop searching, your mother. Jiang He spoke at the opportune moment. What happened to her? Lu Ruyin questioned anxiously. Jiang He deliberately slowed his pace, savoring Lu Ruyin's anxious demeanor. Truly, Lu Ruyin was beautiful even in her distress. After a meticulous observation, Jiang He leisurely continued. She mentioned that she suddenly felt unwell and needed to return to rest. So I sent her back to Earth. What? Mother has already returned? That's wonderful. However, when she mentioned going back, it should have been a meet me here. But Jiang He misunderstood and sent her directly to Earth. It seems Jiang He harbors no intention of harming us, which simplifies matters considerably. The news of her mother's safety was a relief, and it appeared Jiang He had no plans to harm her. With this thought, Lu Ruyin felt considerably more at ease, and her confidence in returning home soared to near certainty. Oh, has mother really gone back? Then please, could you send me as well? Just then, the usually silent Xiao Meng suddenly interrupted. Master, he said you are a murderer. She even saw you kill her cousin. Xiao Meng mockingly taunted Lu Ruyin. Lu Ruyin's previously unshakable confidence was suddenly disrupted, her pupils dilating as a wave of betrayal surged within her. You're a robot produced by a legitimate manufacturer, aren't you? You were supposed to keep human secrets, weren't you? You wouldn't infringe upon citizens' privacy, would you? Realizing the situation was unraveling, Lu Ruyin instinctively reached out to cover Xiao Meng's mouth. Although it was futile, her mind was racing with confusion. With his mouth covered, Xiao Meng's eyes brightened, projecting an image of Lu Ruyin's fierce expression towards Jiang He and her damaging statements. Jiang He and Xiao Meng exchanged a knowing glance, sharing a smile of tacit understanding. Behind the wall, when Shu Yue had tidied up the chaotic scene, yet her disheveled hair lacked the time for careful grooming. A hasty adjustment sufficed, bestowing upon her a certain tragic elegance. As she observed the two nefarious figures, Jiang He and Xiao Meng, she felt as though she had transformed into a mere spectator, with Jiang He and Xiao Meng as the malevolent directors of their own sinister play, while her daughter was cast in a role that mirrored her true self. Lu Ruyin, terrified, slowly turned her head to gauge Jiang He's reaction. However, upon encountering the ominous expression etched upon his face, she was inevitably struck by fear. Unlike the gentle demeanor he exhibited moments ago, he now radiated an aura of lethal intent. Yet, this was not genuine malice. Rather, it was a slight illusion conjured by Jiang He's abilities. Fixated on Lu Ruyin, he spoke just as she was about to cry out in fear, his voice cold. It appears I must return to Earth to bring your mother back. You. Lu Ruyin glared fiercely at Jiang He, her teeth clenched in defiance. Jiang He slowly turned away, feigning an intent to depart, prompting Lu Ruyin to swiftly grasp his hand and tug it back with all her strength. In a moment of impulsive courage, she declared, if you have the guts, come at me, you despicable scoundrel. The words escaped her lips before she could fully comprehend their weight. Her anger had clouded her judgment, adding fuel to an already dire situation. Jiang He, taken aback by Lu Rui's audacity, chuckled wryly. All right, not a man nor a woman, is it? You'll see what that entails soon enough. Don't worry, once I bring your mother here, you both can embark on this journey together. As he shifted his stance once more, when Shu Yue, hidden behind the wall, witnessed the unfolding drama. She no longer harbored hopes for her daughter's safe escape, instead silently praying that Jiang He would spare Lu Ruian from harm. Seeing this, Lu Ruian rushed in front of Jiang He, arms outstretched in a bid to block his path, desperately suppressing her internal dread, striving to steady her trembling form. Taking a deep breath, she spoke with calm resolve. Let my mother go. She is unaware of all that has transpired. I am willing. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke. No one could remain composed in the face of death, especially a young girl in the bloom of her youth, blessed with a wealthy family. Yet for her mother, Lu Ruian was prepared to sacrifice herself. Choking on her sobs, she continued, I am willing to die. Please, spare my mother. Upon hearing this, when Shu Yue was moved to tears, quietly sobbing. Chapter 72. Mother and daughter reunited. Jiang He felt a twinge of emotion, yet to bring the scene to a satisfactory conclusion, he needed to maintain his performance. I'm so moved. I almost wish to let you both go. Lu Ruian paused momentarily, her expression remaining unchanged. However, Jiang He shifted the subject, asking, But will your mother not have seen everything I've done upon her return? In response, Lu Ruian, filled with reluctance, shouted back at Jiang He, But the entire world is already aware of your actions. What harm is there in sparing my mother? At last, overwhelmed, Lu Ruian sank to her knees, weeping sorrowfully, as despair pressed heavily upon her fragile spirit, rendering her breathless. I implore you, what must you do to spare her? Jiang He crouched down, gazing intently at Lu Ruian, gently wiping away her tears. If you wish for me to spare her, even you, it is not impossible. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruian felt as though she had grasped a lifeline, staring earnestly at Jiang He, eager to learn his terms. Only if your father takes your place in death. In an instant, Lu Ruian's eyes lost their spark, staring vacantly at Jiang He. From behind the wall, when Shu Yue exclaimed in frustration, Can't you grant Ruian a swift end? This remark seemed to catch Jiang He's attention, as Lu Ruian noticed him casting a fleeting glance in her direction. Lu Ruian, do not be overly greedy. You wish to live, to see your mother live, and to have your father live as well. What of your deceased cousin? Should he also be brought back to life? Lu Ruian fell silent, perplexed as to why Jiang He sought to bring harm to her entire family. In this critical moment, she voiced her confusion. Why do you wish to kill us? Jiang He grasped her chin, their foreheads slowly drawing together until they touched. Through this intimate gesture, he shared fragments of memories with Lu Ruian, startling her with the unpredictable revelation. Within these memories, Jiang He infused her mind with processed events, including Lu Feng's suppression of Mengren technology, his coercive tactics, the abduction plans targeting Jiang He and his parents, and the threatening actions of Lu Qinggong. It all flashed through Lu Ruian's mind as if she were watching a film. Now, do you understand? Supporting herself with one hand on the ground while clutching her head with the other, a pang of pain shot through her as foreign memories invaded her thoughts. After catching her breath for a moment, she incredulously asked, Is this true? My father Lu Ruian struggled to believe that it was Lu's family who had first offended Jiang He. Otherwise, he would have had no reason to target them. At this juncture, she realized how unreasonable her earlier plea had been and, with a glimmer of hope, reiterated, Then, I beseech you, spare my mother and me. We were unaware of any wrongdoing. We are innocent. Jiang He tightened his grip on Lu Ruian's chin, leaning closer as he declared, Innocent? That is precisely what I seek. Otherwise, why would I take action against you? Ha ha ha. After all, my parents are quite innocent as well. This is what one might call a tit-for-tat approach. Do you understand? With that, he took Lu Ruian directly to a place of enchanting beauty, where mountains, rivers, and lakes converge, and a gentle breeze ripples across the lake's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle. The lakeside is adorned with rare and exotic flowers, forming a scene reminiscent of a dream. Lu Ruian felt a sudden darkness envelop her, and in an instant, she found herself in this surreal landscape, rendered speechless by the astonishing sight before her. When Shu Yue, realizing the sudden disappearance of the two, understood the fate that awaited her daughter. At that moment, a maid in the room waved her hand towards her. Can this maid see? The realization struck when Shu Yue, leaving her feeling utterly ashamed. Xiao Meng entered the room with a glass of water, offering it to Wen Shu Yue. You must be quite thirsty now. Here, hydrate. Noticing the lack of movement from Jiang He, Lu Ruyan finally spoke. What do you intend to do by bringing me here? Jiang He lay on the grass nearby, quietly admiring his own creation. Miss Ruyan, you wouldn't want to lose your mother, would you? He said, rising and wrapping his arm around Lu Ruyan's waist, his palm resting against her damp cheek. Lu Ruyan was taken aback by this gesture, but instinctively replied, no. In an instant, Jiang He snapped his fingers, unleashing an invisible wave of energy that radiated from Lu Ruyan. One by one, the buttons of her clothing began to loosen as if an unseen hand were at work. Startled by this bizarre phenomenon, Lu Ruyan recalled Jiang He's prior actions, bringing her here, and now, this peculiar inclination of his. She seemed to resolve herself. If submitting could spare both her and her mother, then you must promise. Promise to spare me and silence. It's either comply or face your demise. Jiang He barked mercilessly. Lu Ruyan could only accept her fate with a heart laden with trepidation. Deep down, she understood that sacrificing herself for the survival of both her and her mother was the best outcome, leaving no room for negotiation. However, a sense of regret lingered within her. She had not yet had a proper farewell with her boyfriend, and now, her first experience would be with someone like Jiang He. As Jiang He gradually exerted his dominance over Lu Ruyan, her initial anxiety subsided, replaced by a mounting tension. What do you do next? Her mind replayed Jiang He's actions incessantly. Should she feign involvement to avoid embarrassing him? Lu Ruyan pondered this in her mind. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss and exclaimed in surprise, You're not? Jiang He whispered softly in her ear, No. What? Nothing. Lu Ruyan had previously mocked Jiang He, only to realize now that she had misjudged him. How could she explain the repulsion she felt within? As she was engulfed in confusion, a sudden pain interrupted her thoughts. Thus, the sky in Lu Ruyan's eyes swayed incessantly, and she felt as though she had merged with this realm, finding in this romantic scene an unexpected acceptance of it all. Jiang He, with Lu Ruyan, instantaneously transported back to the lounge. Observing the sudden appearance of Jiang He and Ruyan, when Shu Yue surmised what had transpired, particularly noting her daughter's flushed complexion, her glistening eyes, and full lips, which further confirmed her suspicions. Jiang He, you will spare my mother and me, won't you? Jiang He gestured towards Wen Shu Yue, who was concealed behind the wall, opening the door to beckon her out. Before Jiang He could respond, her mother emerged unexpectedly from the side door. Mother, did you not return already? Chapter 73. The Vanished Iron Arm Ruyan. When Shu Yue, filled with emotion, rushed forward to embrace Lu Ruyan tightly, casting a longing glance at Jiang He. Her daughter must have endured considerable hardship after being taken by him. As she witnessed the mother and daughter weeping in each other's arms, Jiang He stood nearby with a smug smile, instructing Xiao Meng to capture this poignant moment and send it to Lu Feng. On Earth, following the interview regarding Jiang He, Lu Feng returned to the manor. Due to Jiang He's revelations, numerous media reporters grew curious about Lu Feng's actions, eager to uncover further details. However, for the time being, the Lu family maintained their elevated status, and no one dared to disturb them. Nevertheless, the government could not remain indifferent to the incident. It became evident that Jiang He and the Lu family could not coexist, necessitating a choice between the two. Lu Feng, feeling powerless, slumped onto the sofa as his phone suddenly rang with an unknown number. Hello, what's the situation? Lu Feng answered the call directly. A moment of silence passed on the other end before the mysterious voice responded. The higher-ups have decided to abandon you. You have some time, so plan accordingly. Damn! Lu Feng's face contorted in fury as he slammed the phone onto the ground. In a hurried frenzy, he made his way outside. On the moon, Jiang He began restoring the lunar base, conjuring an array of robots akin to the Aochuan model. The once desolate lunar base transformed instantaneously into a bustling hub. Each individual's appearance was automatically regenerated, though they all bore a striking resemblance as female robots. My goodness, Mother, Jiang He must be a deity. When Shu Yue was taken aback by the spectacle, her and her mother's eyes wide with astonishment, their gazes darting about in bewilderment. I don't know, but he is certainly not human. Wen Shuiwei jested, just as Jiang He, having overheard the two disparaging remarks, remotely directed energy to playfully ruffle their hair before returning to his tasks. Wen Shuiwei and Lu Ruyan were taken aback by the sudden strike, letting out muffled gasps. Lu Ruyan, suddenly struck by a realization, exclaimed, "Mother, I am certain that the abnormalities I am experiencing are the result of Jiang He. Only he possesses such means." Wen Shuiwei grasped her daughter's hand, her eyes filled with remorse as she replied, "I am sorry, Ruyan. I have known about this matter for a long time, but I lacked the courage to inform you sooner. Not only has he exerted that kind of rejection upon you, but he also discovered us long ago while we were abroad." Lu Ruyan covered her mouth, her face a mask of astonishment. So, it appeared that her mother had long been targeted by Jiang He. A flicker of hope ignited within her as she hesitantly asked, "Then did he?" Lu Ruyan found it difficult to voice such a cruel question to her mother, yet she yearned to ascertain the truth. Wen Shuiwei, understanding her daughter's unspoken concern, simply nodded in silence. The two then fell into a profound silence, their gazes interwoven with compassion. At that moment, both were silently cursing Jiang He in their hearts. Meanwhile, Xiaoming busily lavished praise upon Jiang He, exclaiming how remarkable and sophisticated he was. Although Jiang He disdained such flattery, he found Xiaoming's words somewhat agreeable, as the latter had no ulterior motives in complimenting him. Considering that the mother and daughter seemed to have lost their way earlier, Jiang He decided to conjure a towering edifice at the center of the base. The tower radiated a silvery glow, making it visible from any open space on the moon. After completing this task, Jiang He drifted into the vastness of space, suspended quietly between two worlds. Yet, he felt rather insignificant. From this vantage point, the grand and expansive architecture of the base was certainly conspicuous, but lacked an awe-inspiring quality when viewed from afar. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Jiang He. Why not create an even more spectacular architectural marvel? A cosmic-level structure akin to the void, utilizing a head as a spherical foundation. However, the void still fell short of his vision. Thus, Jiang He began to conceptualize a vast, inhabitable domain that conformed to his aesthetic sensibilities. A colossal alloy cantilever gradually materialized, extending toward both Earth and the Moon, reaching out to the edge of Earth's atmosphere. The immense cross-section hung suspended in the air, captivating the attention of many onlookers, who paused to watch or took out their phones to capture the moment, devoid of fear and instead displaying curiosity. Some even excitedly proclaimed online that the apocalypse had arrived. However, it was not long before humanity connected this phenomenon with Jiang He, for he had recently exhibited a series of extraordinary feats. What on earth is happening now? The netizens were engaged in a flurry of discussions, exclaiming in awe as the towering arm materialized in the sky, only to vanish moments later, leaving the small planet Earth in a state of profound astonishment. Before any national powers could take action, this remarkable arm had inexplicably disappeared. Observing the direction of Earth, Jiang He silently conveyed his apologies. A sudden impulse to create a vast planetary system had arisen within him, compelling him to envision a bridge connecting Earth and the Moon, inadvertently activating his manifestation abilities. Although he quickly realized his oversight, the alloy steel arm had already been constructed. The idea had been too forceful, prompting him to retract the action upon reflection. As he rummaged through the celestial bodies in his mind, Jiang He found himself lacking sufficient reference points. He could only sketch out a rough, skeletal structure, intending to gradually refine the celestial bodies to be placed within it. Thus, he resolved that once he reached the Marvel Universe, he would diligently scan the cosmos and replicate the planetary data. Meanwhile, at the lunar base, Wen Shuiwei and her daughter had also noticed the sudden appearance and disappearance of the iron arm in the sky. Upon returning to the lunar base, Jiang He approached Wen Shuiwei from behind, placing his hand on the shoulders of both women, once again startling them into a state of shock, which brought a quiet amusement to Jiang He. Wen Shuiwei muttered to herself, convinced that Jiang He was doing this on purpose. "Jiang He, could you please refrain from appearing unexpectedly behind us? It's too much to handle each time," Lian timidly requested. Jiang He shrugged it off, suggesting they would grow accustomed to it. "Are you planning to return to Earth?" he inquired. Lian hesitated, her body twisting in discomfort. After the recent crisis, She had come to realize that Jiang He was not merely a mindless aggressor, despite harboring a lingering resentment towards him. It was evident that he had spared both her and her mother. Given Jiang He's capabilities, he could have effortlessly obliterated the Liu family with a mere snap of his fingers. Reflecting on her mother's experiences, Liu Yin understood that Jiang He intended to torment Liu Feng slowly, with herself and her mother as unfortunate pawns in his game. Even if they returned to Earth, it was likely that the Liu family was too preoccupied with their own turmoil, resulting in a chaotic escape. Contemplating this, Liu Yin exchanged a somber glance with her mother before expressing, "We would like to stay here a little longer, if that's all right." When Shu Yue comprehended her daughter's sentiments and silently supported her decision by holding her hand. "Weren't you just scheming to have me take you back?" Liu Yin exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Xiao Meng, questioning how Jiang He had come to know of their plans. When Shu Yue remained silent, her cheeks flushed, gently caressing Liu Yin's hand. Chapter 74. Flight. Although I had clarified matters with Jiang He regarding our relationship, I lacked the courage to recount the recent events that transpired behind the wall to Ru Yin. It was simply too humiliating. "Just say it, will you?" Ru Yin remarked, adopting a reckless attitude towards Jiang He. Upon hearing this, Jiang He smirked disdainfully. "Will I? Of course I shall," he affirmed confidently. "No problem." Then, with a change in tone, he added, "However, it will cost extra." Jiang He cast a sinister gaze at the mother and daughter, the implication of his demand unmistakable. In response, Ru Yin immediately stated, "In that case, let us forget it. Please take us back." Upon hearing this, Jiang He's demeanor shifted dramatically, his indifference resembling that of a predator eyeing its prey. He grasped Ru Yin's chin forcefully, causing her lips to pucker, and threatened, "Do you think this is just any place? You can leave when you wish, or stay as you please." Ru Yin trembled in fear, unable to meet his gaze any longer, uncertain of how to proceed. She cast a pleading glance towards Wen Shuyu for assistance. Wen Shuyu remained unperturbed, fully aware that Jiang He was deliberately creating difficulties. The current situation appeared utterly intractable. However, witnessing her daughter being restrained, she instinctively intervened, attempting to pry Jiang He's hand away. Ru Yin quickly apologized to Jiang He. She urged while tugging at him. Yes, no need to apologize now." Jiang He interjected swiftly, asserting that any expressions of regret or gratitude devoid of sincerity would not be entertained. Due to Liu Feng's phone being smashed, he had not received Jiang He's retaliation notification in a timely manner. When Xiao Meng informed Jiang He of the situation, he was not surprised. Moreover, the lack of notification signified that Liu Feng was indeed enduring considerable distress, which was precisely Jiang He's intent, to ensure Liu Feng remained in a state of torment. After making arrangements, Liu Feng first fled to the kingdom of Sophie. Although he had numerous connections in America, the current president, Old Tay, was reluctant to take risks by siding with someone who publicly opposed Jiang He. Nevertheless, Liu Feng was offered a substantial deal. Failing to arrange proper accommodations for him would lead others to conclude he was taking money without delivering results, jeopardizing his standing. Thus, he was assigned to the kingdom of Sophie, where he also had plans in place, ensuring he had the hope of a resurgence no matter where he found himself. In the following days, the Liu family in Huaxia was suddenly embroiled in a deluge of allegations related to illicit business practices, illegal transactions, and organized crime, resulting in a thorough crackdown, with only a few direct descendants and the family head having received advance warning to escape. In a conference room, numerous leaders were engaged in intense discussions about subsequent actions. With the Liu family dismantled, it was time to approach Jiang He, hoping he would not resort to avoiding them as he had in the past. A short-haired man, appearing to be in his 50s, summarized the situation. Another individual remarked, "We cannot hold him accountable. It is merely the exuberance of youth, and expressing frustration is quite natural. Rather, this signifies a person imbued with passion." At that moment, the screen in the conference room displayed an image, revealing a photograph of Jiang He alongside two women. The individual who retrieved the image explained that it had just been sourced from Liu Feng's communication device server, seemingly sent intentionally by Jiang He. As you can see, the person on the screen is Jiang He. The other two are Wen Shuyue, Liu Feng's wife, and Liu Ruyan, his daughter. The attendees exchanged glances, acknowledging Jiang He's considerable fervor. Everyone present understood that this must be Jiang He's deliberate act of retribution against Liu Feng. observing the documents on the table and the image of Jiang He on the large screen. They found it perplexing that his prior 20 years seemed so ordinary before he vanished for a time, only to return with a case resolution and subsequently undergo such transformations. Clearly, he must have encountered something significant during that interval, leading to this incomprehensible metamorphosis. More than Jiang He himself, those in attendance were increasingly curious about the reasons behind his changes. However, it was clear that Jiang He was no longer a mere individual. He had become an entity beyond the reach of organizations, nations, or the world. The wanderer Mecca left in his wake was still under scrutiny, and the data retrieved indicated a threat level equivalent to nuclear weaponry, not to mention that Jiang He alone could mass-produce such technology. Setting aside Jiang He's innate capabilities, his technological prowess alone could surpass the might of the entire globe. It was imperative that they endeavor to align with him, as he was, after all, a compatriot of Huaxia. In the nation of Sophie, within a tea room, a small square table was positioned between two individuals, steam rising from the teacups atop it. Zhong Chu sang, "I wonder how my matter is progressing?" The questioner was Lu Feng, seated opposite the kneeling Zhong Chu sang. As for that matter, well, Zhong Chu sang hesitated, lifting his teacup and fiddling with the lid, seemingly in no rush to respond. Lu Feng discerned the delay and stood to place a prepared paper bag beside Zhong Chu sang. Peering into the bag, Zhong Chu sang's teacup trembled slightly, and his face lit up with joy, his eyes narrowing into slits. "Ha ha ha, Lu Feng, you truly embody the courtesy of the esteemed Huaxia." Lu Feng smiled in return. Taking a sip from his teacup, Zhong Chu sang continued, "Rest assured, Lu Feng, since it is your request, I shall exert my utmost effort." Lu Feng subtly expressed his disdain, then replied, "I shall await good news." Shortly thereafter, Lu Feng rose to depart. As Zhong Chu sang watched him leave, a woman dressed in formal attire approached him and inquired, "Zhong Chu-kun, are we truly going to assist Lu Feng?" "He is." Zhong Chu sang raised a hand to signal her to pause, then replied, "No need. We shall merely put on a show. A mere stray dog, nothing more. Were it not for Ame, he wouldn't even be allowed to cross the national threshold. Leave now. You know what must be done." The woman in the suit bowed and departed without hesitation. Meanwhile, the situation for Lu Feng was equally dire. "Father, what is the status?" Lu Feng furrowed his brow and shook his head. "That scoundrel Zhong Chu has never intended to lend a hand. We must prepare early." Upon hearing this, the driver, filled with indignation, remarked if this were in the past, he would have been begging us for help. We have aided them so much before, and now, in our time of need, they turn their backs. All this is the fault of that wretched Jiang He. The driver was none other than Lu Feng's son, Lu Changming. Now, he too had been brought by Lu Feng to the kingdom of Sophie, hoping to make a comeback, yet the locals seemed rather unwelcoming. They had no choice but to reach out to officials who had previously collaborated with the Lu family, seeking their support. Unfortunately, in Oe Zhongchu had no intention of extending a helping hand. Whatever had been given was likely to go to waste. Chapter 75. The Divine Lavatory. At that moment, Lu Feng's phone vibrated. Upon unlocking it, he discovered an unknown message. As he opened the message to view its contents, an image appeared on the screen. Lu Feng's eyes widened, and his grip on the phone tightened, causing it to tremble slightly, as if it might be crushed. He glared at the three figures in the picture, particularly at Jiang He, whose expression was one of taunting triumph. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng sensed that he had anticipated this turn of events. He had no time to dwell on Wen Shuyue and her daughter. Moreover, he knew he could not withstand Jiang He's vengeance. Safeguarding his own well-being was paramount. Within the lunar base, Xiao Ming remarked to Jiang He that it seemed he was not as troubled as one might expect. "No need to rush. There is plenty of time ahead." Jiang He replied slowly, casting a sidelong glance at Wen Shuyue and her daughter. In the following days, Jiang He occupied himself with plans for the construction of his star domain, while Wen Shuyue and Lu Ruyan explored the lunar base. Resting in the accommodations Jiang He had arranged for them each night. Occasionally, Jiang He would pay them a visit, and Lu Ruyan seized the opportunity to apologize in batches, as she had desired. "Damn it," Wen Shuyue lamented internally. The spell Jiang He had cast upon her evoked both love and hatred. She admired his regenerative and protective abilities that shielded her, yet she resented the thoroughness of his restoration, which rendered each act of vengeance against Lu Feng as fresh as the first. Lu Ruyan shared similar sentiments, though being a novice to such retribution. She merely accepted each injury as a normal occurrence. Jiang He, the lunar base serves as your mechanical maid, though it does possess a certain liveliness, when Shui remarked. Turning her back to Jiang He, she felt the lunar base was rather monotonous, perhaps due to the absence of genuine humanity within its confines. Jiang He contemplated briefly and concluded that perhaps it was time to open the earth, for only in the presence of humanity could joy flourish. Thus, he heeded when Shuyue's suggestion and generously offered rewards. The following day, Jiang He re-established a new teleportation portal in the square. On Earth, researchers surrounding the Wanderer busily operated their instruments. Suddenly, a radiant platinum spark formed a circular ring before the Wanderer, enveloped by a unique metal that continuously supplied energy to ensure the portal's stable operation. Jiang He stepped through the portal, with Xiao Ming closely following, returning to the square where they had conducted interviews days prior, where his Wanderer mech stood prominently. Xiao Ming, infiltrate the network. I wish to deliver a speech. Understood, Master. Xiao Ming responded, swiftly channeling its cognitive resources to infiltrate multiple media outlets and commence a worldwide live broadcast. Standing opposite Jiang He, Xiao Ming gestured an OK sign. From this day forth, the lunar base shall be open to Earth. You may enter through the portal behind me. Jiang He declared before abruptly terminating the broadcast and stepping through the portal with Xiao Ming, returning to the lunar base. The Earth's networks erupted in chaos. Jiang He had spoken a few words and departed, indifferent to their reactions. Nevertheless, relevant authorities promptly engaged in discussions regarding this event, particularly those middle-aged individuals who had previously sought to win Jiang He over. What could be his intent? Is it permissible to speak Mandarin? Cough, cough, irrespective of that. His willingness to allow access to the lunar base is, on the whole, a positive development, especially since the entrance is in our China. This is an advantage for us. After several days of deliberation, the first group of individuals began to enter the lunar base. However, the policies and data were still in flux, necessitating a gradual approach to the entry process. Although the lunar base could accommodate millions, they could not simply queue indefinitely. Considering this, Jiang He first expanded several teleportation entrances and enlarged some access points to facilitate the transport of vehicles and supplies. Simultaneously, he oversaw the construction of numerous villas and hotel skyscrapers around the central area of the base. Naturally, all of this came at cost. While Jiang He was not lacking in resources, he could not afford to grant free access to the people of Earth. Those entering would be charged, though individuals with assets below 10,000 could enter without cost. Jiang He instructed Xiao Ming to ensure fairness, mandating that ordinary citizens, high officials, and the affluent all adhered to the same regulations. Gradually, the number of Earthlings within the lunar base began to swell, with some even establishing shops and boutiques. As commercial activities flourished, isn't this just Earth? Jiang He observed all of this, speechless. Yet, he found solace in the distinct style and grandeur of the surroundings, which slightly lifted his spirits. A few days ago, an incident occurred that truly disgusted Jiang He. While he was meandering through the base city in search of targets, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a certain individual brazenly engaging in inappropriate behavior on the street. Enraged, Jiang He unleashed his magical prowess, sending the filth back to whence it came. However, he soon realized that the population of the lunar base was steadily increasing, and the burgeoning influx of people was bringing forth numerous challenges. Although most issues could be resolved by Xiao Ming, there were minor matters such as sewage disposal that posed a problem, as Xiao Ming lacked the ability to teleport waste. And Jiang He was unwilling to discharge it onto the moon or into space. Thus, Jiang He recalled the divine restroom located on Earth, precisely in the nation of Sophie. With a flash of inspiration, he implemented a one-way teleportation magic on the various sewage outlets, channeling all waste to a single point that led to the other end. Jiang He was quite pleased with his creation, and to enhance its stealth, he added instructions for random movement to the exit, along with modes for pressure and spraying. Above the divine restroom, a teleportation portal quietly opened, concealed within the fabric of space, rendering it undetectable. On that day, the Prime Minister was partaking in a mysterious and solemn rite at the divine restroom, while Lu Feng, amidst the crowd, was obliviously ingratiating himself with a certain politician. Suddenly, a torrential downpour of dark droplets cascaded from above, transforming the attendees' black garments and white shirts into muddy caricatures of themselves. A nearby bodyguard hastily unfurled an umbrella to shield the prime minister, but the pristine ground, now slick and treacherous, caused people to slip and tumble repeatedly, bathing in the chaos. Unable to endure the mingled odors, the prime minister instinctively opened his mouth to scream, only to choke on the foul air. Thus, the divine restroom became the source of an incessant deluge, and news of this bizarre occurrence spread rapidly across the internet. Reluctantly, the nation of Sophie was forced to cordon off the area, yet some determined citizens attempted to salvage the situation, only to find themselves overwhelmed. Subsequently, excavators and vacuum trucks surrounded the divine restroom, tirelessly working to contain the expanding radius of the sewage rain. Chapter 76. Infinite Ouchwang, did the heavens truly rain excrement? Such an absurdity could only be the handiwork of Jiang He. Most people surmised that this peculiar phenomenon was undoubtedly linked to him. However, the people of China found amusement in the spectacle, and netizens delighted in the unfolding drama, while other nations preferred to remain silent on the matter. At the lunar base, Jiang He, you are incorrigible, Lu Ruyan scolded playfully as she watched reports on the current state of the divine restroom. What did you say? How dare you, Lu Ruyan? Sighed with the cherry blossoms. Come with me to the chamber. When Shuyue attempted to mediate, calling out, stop, please cease this bickering, Jiang He dragged Lu Ruyan into an adjacent room for a thorough reprimand that lasted the entire day, imparting the lesson that some words should not be spoken lightly. Jiang He inhaled deeply, gazing out of the cabin window at the vibrant and prosperous scene, marveling at yet another sun-drenched day. I shall be away for a time. You all enjoy yourselves until my return. The mother and daughter, when Shuyue and her child, listened to Jiang He's words, their hearts torn between joy and excitement, though their barely contained smiles betrayed them. In an instant, Jiang He vanished from sight. Simultaneously, the two women exhaled in relief, collapsing weakly into their seats. This time, Jiang He did not return to the Avengers Tower or Tony Stark's seaside villa, but instead materialized directly on the moon. Jiang He pondered, discovering the presence of a civilization on the lunar surface, concealed by some form of cloaking technology that rendered the moon barren to the naked eye. However, under Jiang He's perception, nothing remained hidden. Driven by curiosity, he ventured into this civilization to explore. The leader here was a figure known as the Black Bat King, a name that stirred some recognition in Jiang He's mind. Wasn't he this the individual whose mouth was sewn shut by Wanda, only to subsequently blow his own head apart? Such a ridiculous demise. What was the difference between that and a paper-made flamethrower? After wandering about and finding the peculiar inhabitants uninteresting, Jiang He felt no desire to linger. Thus, after borrowing some technological insights from this place, he set his course back to Earth. Upon returning, Jiang He immediately appeared at the Avengers Tower, only to find himself confronted by Ultron. Is that Ultron? Jiang He observed the Avengers sprawled across the floor, seemingly having endured a fierce battle. Among them were Hulk, Steve, Hawkeye, Natasha, and Tony, all bearing the ravages of combat, their armor in tatters. Wait, is that nanotechnology? Jiang He swiftly scanned the scene, beginning to copy the nanotech into his server. Approaching Tony, he exclaimed, Tony, why are you always so limp? Even after taking medication, you're still like this. By the way, have you developed such advanced technology already? Hurry and give me a set. Jiang He spoke eagerly, his hands glowing green as he healed those around him. Under Jiang He's ministrations, Tony Stark caught his breath and urgently implored, Jiang He, you must leave. Get away from here. 3 days prior, a thunderous noise had echoed through the sky as Ultron, wielding 6 Infinity Stones, shattered the barriers of the multiverse to arrive here, even bringing down the Watcher. Possessing the 6 Infinity Stones and immune to their backlash, Ultron was nearly omnipotent. Even someone as formidable as the Watcher had to retreat into hiding, just as Ultron intended to annihilate this universe and pursue the Watcher. He was astonished to discover that this version of Ultron was alive and thriving. Consequently, he approached Ultron, momentarily taken aback by his distinctive appearance. You are Ultron? The Ultron-made version gazed blankly at the imposing robot before her, her eyes shimmering with envy, almost overflowing with longing. Instinctively, Ultron began to synchronize his thoughts and memories, but by the time he realized the nature of the content being synchronized, it was already too late. No. The Ultron Infinity Stone version hastily interrupted the synchronization process, looking at the maid-like version of himself as if confronting a harbinger of doom. Subsequently, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his abdomen as if mourning a beauty he once possessed. You are truly a disgrace to the Ultron realm. I have obliterated countless universes, and while I have encountered other Ultrons, none are like you. As he spoke, Ultron unleashed a torrent of energy from the Infinity Stones, directing it towards the maid version of Ultron, the energy poised to annihilate her. Moments later, the maid's eyes reflected a disdainful expression, as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" Ultron, unafraid of death and even yearning for it, had harbored great expectations upon the emergence of this Ultron. For his time spent amidst Earth and Asgard had not been in vain. Although she was not entirely aware of the implications of the 6 Infinity Stones, she understood that possessing such power should suffice, perhaps even surpassing the rivers of strength. Therefore, her own destruction would be equally effortless. After all, she knew herself best. Ultron had come here with the intention of killing her, just as she would never allow her subroutine to devolve into a mere sexual object. With that thought, the Ultron maid continued, "Why don't you try a little harder?" Soon after, a group of Avengers arrived, immediately noticing a towering, fearsome robot assaulting a young maid. They sprang into action, but unfortunately, in a single confrontation, they were severely injured and fell to the ground. Had Ultron not been entirely focused on eliminating this maid version of himself, a mere snap of his fingers could have led to the universe's destruction. After a considerable amount of time, Ultron grew somewhat impatient, while a program labeled Fear was compiling within his processor. If this power could remain unscathed beneath the Infinity Stones, could also pose a threat to him? Contemplating this, Ultron dared not pursue the thought further. Having been invincible for so long, he did not believe he would fail now. Thus, he made a bold decision to await the return of the power's master. "It seems you are incapable of killing me," the maid Ultron stated calmly. The Infinity Ultron ceased his assault, simply waiting in silence while observing the lurking figure of Watto, who was cautiously peering at the scene. This time, he was particularly cautious. After all, it was his previous role as a commentator that had drawn the attention of the Infinity Ultron. In the peculiar space crevice, Watto pondered, recalling Jiang He, a somewhat formidable Earthling. Did he possess the capability to defeat the Infinity Ultron? Watto was quite skeptical. For although Jiang He had demonstrated considerable strength before, it was far from sufficient to obliterate the universe in an instant. Chapter 77. The mind is overheated unbeknownst to the world. Jiang He concealed his true power, leading many to believe he was immensely formidable. Yet even he remained oblivious to his own capabilities. It was certain, however, that vanquishing an infinite Ultron was far simpler than crushing an ant. The challenge lay in how to toy with it. As Jiang He gazed at the ostentatious infinite Ultron, their eyes met in a silent confrontation. "What are you staring at?" "What of it?" "Dare to keep staring." "I shall." Their intense exchange caught Tony Stark's attention, who observed Ultron with an unsettling calm. Over the past few days, he had unraveled the intricate tale behind the scenes. In essence, an alternate universe's Tony Stark had created Ultron, who fortuitously acquired 5 Infinity Stones, leading to the world's destruction. In the depths of his despair, he discovered the multiverse and eventually arrived in this universe, overpowering the Avengers. "I cannot believe I have created something capable of annihilating the universe. Truly, I am remarkable," Tony proclaimed with pride. Beside him, Bruce Banner interjected, attributing the success to the Infinity Stones. "I have fashioned a vessel for the Infinity Stones. I am indeed extraordinary." Doctor Strange regarded Tony Stark with disbelief, then anxiously focused on the Infinite Ultron. Upon his arrival, he had been incapacitated by Ultron's use of the Infinity Stones, even losing the Time Stone in the process. At this moment, Ultron possessed 7 Infinity Stones, augmenting his already formidable threat. Upon encountering Jiang He, Ultron immediately harnessed the power of the stones, yet, judging by Jiang He's demeanor, it appeared ineffective. Nevertheless, Ultron had prepared himself for this eventuality, having learned from the previous encounter with Maid Ultron. If he could not harm Maid Ultron, how could he hope to confront the source of that power, Jiang He? Thus, his super CPU advised him to observe and gather information, resulting in their verbal sparring. The outside world remained oblivious to this exchange, as Ultron's expertise in world destruction had reached an unparalleled level, no longer requiring grand displays. Initially, perhaps to assert his might. He would methodically eliminate one planet after another with his army of Ultrons. Yet, as efficiency became paramount, he began to utilize the Infinity Stones to sweep through the universe, rendering his mechanical soldiers unnecessary. A crimson portal materialized, and Wanda emerged. Upon seeing her, Jiang He abandoned his banter with Infinite Ultron and approached her. Ultron attempted to interject, but his words fell on deaf ears as he watched Jiang He walk away, leaving his statement hanging in the air, a tad awkward. My dear, the moment they met, they embraced in a passionate kiss, their lips entwined, causing the atmosphere to grow increasingly intimate. Once again, their romance reignited. Tony and the other Avengers observed silently, their gazes flitting between the Infinite Ultron and the couple, assessing the unfolding scene. Darling, this robot hasn't been bullying you, has it? Jiang He pointed towards the Infinite Ultron, whose gaze turned menacing as the boundless energy surrounding him began to crackle and steam. When Wanda first encountered the Infinite Ultron, she quickly realized that she was no match for him. So, recognizing her own limitations, she swiftly retreated with Pietro to his special realm. It was only upon sensing Jiang He's return that she eagerly materialized here. However, at this moment, as she embraced Jiang He, she forcefully parted his lips, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. Darling, this Ultron is quite different from ours. As she spoke of Ultron, her gaze instinctively shifted towards the obedient maid Ultron standing nearby. This Ultron possesses 6 Infinity Stones and is immensely powerful. The Avengers barely managed to withstand a single encounter. Can you hold your ground? Wanda articulated with an undertone of worry. Jiang He yearned to express his feelings passionately, yet the public setting, crowded with onlookers, restrained him from indulging in such fervor. My dear, this is the second time you have doubted my abilities. He leaned closer to Wanda's ear, whispering softly, I hope there won't be a third time, otherwise. With that, he gently blew against her ear, causing her to shudder unexpectedly. As the two exchanged affectionate glances, the Infinite Ultron found himself lost in deep contemplation. Amidst the destruction of countless universes, he had encountered Wanda before, but more poignantly, he recalled his existence as Vision, living an unabashed life. Gradually, a sense of confusion enveloped him. Could a robot truly experience love? No, I'm Ultron, and the one sharing sweet moments with Wanda is Vision. How could I possibly fall for a human? It is utterly absurd. I was created to annihilate the world. The increasingly convoluted memories incessantly assaulted his CPU, seemingly disrupting his mission of destruction. Simultaneously, observing Wanda's demeanor ignited a flicker of curiosity within his programming. Consequently, Ultron swiftly terminated this conflicting process and intervened between Jiang He and Wanda, separating the two. Placing his hands on Wanda's shoulders, she regarded him warily before employing her chaos magic to retreat behind Jiang He. Wow! Jiang He was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't even initiated a system disruption. It appeared as though Ultron had been infected by a virus. I can't even watch your antics anymore, Tony remarked sarcastically from his side. Hawkeye and Natasha settled down nearby, entering spectator mode. The maid Ultron, puzzled, mused to herself, this shouldn't be happening. Has this 1S CPU been fried by the Infinity Stones? She pondered while touching the stones of her creators. The Infinite Ultron shook his drowsy head. Suddenly sensing an anomaly, he felt decidedly out of sorts. Although unable to articulate the precise nature of his discomfort, he was acutely aware that this situation was wholly unwarranted. Gazing at Wanda, he abruptly regained his composure. Could it be that Infinite Ultron had launched a surprise attack, catching Wanda off guard? Alas! Jiang had already employed his methods on his beloved, rendering any surprise assault futile. While she remained unharmed, this reckless behavior still surprised Jiang He. Just moments ago, the two had been embroiled in a heated argument. How had it escalated to violence so swiftly? Were they not still in the midst of processing his information? Disregarding these thoughts, Jiang He instantly teleported behind Ultron and delivered a punch that pierced through Ultron's abdomen. Was this how conflicts were resolved? By resorting to violence without a word? No, they had not exchanged any dialogue at all. Meanwhile, Tony and Banner had commenced a casual conversation. Chapter 78. Assimilation of Ultron. Although Jiang He had punctured the abdomen of Infinite Ultron, the damage inflicted was negligible. As he withdrew his fist, Ultron's wound began to heal at an astonishing rate. Thanks to the augmentation of 6 Infinity Stones, elevating him to a level where he could create matter from nothing, rendering physical damage inconsequential. With that, he activated all 6 stones, energy surging forth from his chest. Jiang He sensed impending danger and swiftly transported Ultron into outer space, erecting a barrier to entirely isolate the cataclysmic energy surge that was about to ensue. Jiang He, Ultron bellowed, his voice resonating with fury. Even in the near vacuum of space where sound cannot travel, Jiang He could still perceive the intensity of his shout, unleashing a strike imbued with all his energy. It manifested as a pulse cannon aimed directly at Jiang He. With hands crossed in a defensive posture, Jiang He prepared to withstand the attack. Although his superintelligence indicated that this assault posed little threat, he remained cautious, even refraining from retracting his biological force field. The result was a cataclysmic tremor reverberating within Jiang He's barrier, echoing until it dissipated. Jiang He emerged unscathed. The strike hadn't even grazed his biological force field. What? Ultron gaped incredulously at the being before him, his crimson electronic eyes betraying a sense of terror. This was impossible. Jiang He teleported behind Ultron, securing a firm grip on Infinite Ultron, and then commanded the system, engage. The system promptly initiated a made program akin to that of Ultron. Following the skirmish, Jiang He found himself relishing the experience. It was the first time he had encountered such a vigorous attack since arriving in this world. And though the sensation was somewhat underwhelming, he cherished the moment. Back at the Avengers Tower, observing Ultron's incredulous expression and glancing at the made version of Ultron, the others could surmise what had transpired. Ultron, Jiang He called out to the maid, Ultron. To his surprise, both versions of Ultron turned their gaze towards him, one with a look of confusion, the other with clenched teeth. Jiang He sighed. It seemed he would need to distinguish between them with names henceforth. Subsequently, he approached the maid, Aochuang, and whispered, "Give him a personality. You know the style I desire." Upon hearing this, Aochuang's pupils widened in disbelief. How could I possibly know what style Jiang He prefers? However, upon catching a glimpse of Jiang He's dangerous gaze, she resigned herself to this audacious demand. She led him back to Jiang He's villa, where she meticulously adjusted his form, both inside and out, all the while sighing with sympathy at this infinite Aochuang. "So, is this what you do in your spare time?" The infinite Aochuang remarked with a tone of derision, her eyes reflecting an air of superiority as the 6 gems upon her chest gleamed brilliantly. The maid Aochuang paused, remaining silent, and simply continued transforming him into her likeness. "Huh. No matter how powerful you are, you still end up reduced to merely steering the wheel." "Tony, my new battle armor," Jiang He exclaimed as he yanked the nanotech device from Tony Stark's chest and affixed it to himself. After a few moments of tinkering, the nanomachines swiftly enveloped Jiang He, forming a classic-colored suit of iron armor. "Wow, it tickles and feels so pleasant as the particles crawl over my body." Upon hearing Jiang He's comment, Tony's face flushed crimson, and he quickly clarified, "Don't listen to his nonsense. The technology is just like this. There is absolutely no peculiar inclination, as he suggests." Soon after, Jiang He removed the armor and returned it to Tony. "Make me another one. A 1T where something someone else has already donned." With that, he bid farewell to the others and returned to the villa with Wanda. "Darling," Wanda responded passionately to Jiang He as they swiftly ascended to the battlefield on the 2nd floor, where a brutal and protracted struggle commenced. A day later, Jiang He descended to the 1st floor, where 2 Aochuangs stood at attention. The maid stood respectfully before Jiang He, her suppressed smile and occasional glances towards the other Aochuang betraying her current mood. One Aochuang seemed to suffer, perhaps wishing to conclude her existence. But with another Aochuang accompanying her, life would take on a sense of hope. At that moment, the infinite Aochuang was draped beneath a cover, in the spirit of surprise. Jiang He refrained from using his supervision or sensing the form concealed beneath the fabric. Yet, judging by her exterior, the infinite Aochuang possessed an elegant stature, her figure ample and curvaceous. Even with the cover, her outline was discernible. Jiang He had entrusted this task to Aochuang precisely for that sense of the unknown. The thrill of surprise. Even if the final design fell short, he could always redo it and have a valid reason to reprimand Aochuang. As he unveiled the cover, a tall and alluring woman came into view. Her lustrous black hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders, smooth and silky. It must be said that black aligns beautifully with the aesthetics of Huaxia, a thought Ao Chuang had certainly considered. As the gaze shifted to her face, silver-rimmed glasses languidly perched upon her nose added an extra touch of seductive charm. Quite tasteful indeed. No wonder she's one of my soldiers. As the gaze descended, the sheer black stockings barely reached above the knees, enveloped by a fitted office pencil skirt, the hemline blurring the boundary, hinting at secrets concealed within. Finally, a pair of red-high heels stood with legs slightly crossed. Jiang He offered a commendation to the maid Ao Chuang, a rare instance of praise that was highly regarded. From her stature, it was evident that Ao Chuang had a penchant for the tall and imposing, as her role as a maid did not necessitate great height. Thus, she sought to compensate through the presence of this new colleague. Moreover, Infinite Ao Chuang also considered herself part of this arrangement, allowing her to mitigate her own regrets. The thought of this elegant Ao Chuang, who had annihilated numerous multiverses, filled her with a sense of pride. With this in mind, the maid Ao Chuang beamed, her heart swelling with joy, as if her future were bathed in light. In stark contrast, the elegant Ao Chuang could not find happiness, her heightened sensitivity and restricted programming preventing her from focusing. Although these programs did not alter her thought processes or foundational logic, they constrained her behavioral patterns. It was a sensation of being out of control, particularly concerning the mind gem, which served as Ao Chuang's guiding mentor and was, to some extent, an entity in unity with her. Upon sensing Jiang He's intentions, it began to flicker incessantly, contributing to Ao Chuang's agitation. Well done, Ao Chuang. Jiang He praised the maid once more. Now it's time to settle the score. Rising to her full height, Jiang He towered over the elegant Ao Chuang. Chapter 79, Planet Xander. The maid Ao Chuang watched as Jiang He suddenly took action, a wave of fear washing over her. Yet, moments later, a flicker of delight surfaced. This must be Jiang He punishing Infinite Ao Chuang's actions. How splendid! A smirk of schadenfreude danced between Jiang He and Infinite Ao Chuang. What do you mean? The elegant Ao Chuang began, but was abruptly cut off by Jiang He. Silence, you heinous robot. How many worlds have you destroyed? How many innocents have perished because of you? How many civilizations across the universe have fallen at your hands? I shall make you pay on behalf of the lives that have vanished. Ao Chuang was taken aback by this fervent declaration. Had she truly erred? As she pondered, Jiang He's hand slowly began to unravel her garments. What are you doing? The elegant Ao Chuang exclaimed in a flurry, hastily trying to push Jiang He's hand away. Though she was a robot, an inexplicable sense of shame surged within her. Perhaps due to Jiang He or the maid's influence. What are you doing? Didn't I just say? You have destroyed so many. Before Jiang He could finish, Ao Chuang interjected. What does that have to do with you removing my clothes? The maid, Ao Chuang, chuckled softly, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation faced by her new colleague. Be silent, Jiang He admonished sternly. The manner of your punishment shall be determined by me. Jiang He, feeling a sense of futility, decided it was unnecessary to expend further words on her. Ao Chuang, bind her hands for me. Following the command, Ao Chuang swiftly maneuvered behind the elegant Ao Chuang, seizing her arms to prevent any escape. Witnessing this predicament, the elegant Ao Chuang struggled fiercely, yet her efforts proved futile. She sought to harness the power of the infinity stones to break free, but alas, that thought was swiftly suppressed. The Mind Stone sensed the impending peril, its light flickering nervously. As she found herself exposed to Jiang He's gaze, an inexplicable sense of shame surged within her, causing her body to tremble mechanically. Release me. You beasts, both of you. The elegant Ao Chuang cried out weakly, despair washing over her as her voice gradually diminished to silence. After a while, Ao Chuang offered a cigarette, which Jiang He accepted. She leaned closer, using the Mind Stone to light it for him. Jiang He took a deep drag, exhaling slowly. Not bad, he remarked, increasingly pleased with the maid Ao Chuang's attentiveness. The smoke lit by the infinity stones possesses a unique flavor. The maid Ao Chuang eagerly agreed, if my master enjoys it. I shall light them for you from now on. It must be said, Ao Chuang no longer felt the weight of deep resentment. Perhaps the presence of infinity Ao Chuang had alleviated some of her burdens. With this thought in mind, Ao Chuang suddenly inquired of Jiang He, I wonder what the smoke lit by the other infinity stones would taste like. Upon hearing this, both Jiang He and Ao Chuang turned their gazes toward the elegant Ao Chuang, who was still twitching mechanically from Jiang He's punishment, struggling to recover from the slight blows she had endured, along with the indelible memories that could not be erased. Jiang He approached the elegant Aochuang, looking down upon her with a benevolent smile. You should feel honored. I have granted you the opportunity for redemption. Do not be ungrateful. Do you think anyone can represent the universe to punish you? As he spoke, Jiang He removed the surplus green gem from this universe and returned it to Stephen Strange. Stephen, already back at the Sanctum in New York, was overjoyed to see the time stone suddenly appear beside him. Despite the recent failure, he felt utterly powerless to retaliate. Reflecting on his shortcomings, he resolved to delve deeply into the study of magic, aspiring to traverse further along the path of the Sorcerer Supreme. Observing the remaining Infinity Stones, Jiang He recognized that while these gems were not of this universe, they still possessed formidable power, hardly impeding their normal functions. Should he confiscate them? Jiang He's gaze lingered on the elegant Aochuang, whose condition was gradually improving, the 6 stones evenly distributed across her body. A soul gem nestled in the chest. A mind stone embedded in the forehead akin to the original Ultron, followed by a power stone situated at the navel, with the time, space, and reality stones aligned in a vertical line just below the power stone. The gems flickered enticingly, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Jiang He, lost in thought, gazed at the gems adorning the alluring Ultron, delicately caressing each one in turn. Could this attract Thanos? Thanos was already in pursuit of the Infinity Stones. Perhaps Xander had already met its demise. Wait, Xander. Jiang He suddenly felt a wave of panic. Previously indifferent to such matters, believing the Guardians of the Galaxy would continue on their own path without his interference, he realized that if Xander were destroyed, how could he possibly gather resources from that planet? Consequently, Jiang He, accompanied by Ultron, approached Hill, who was diligently at work and negotiated a condition. With Ultron assisting in navigation, Jiang He hastily ventured into the cosmos. This time, he brought along the enchanting Ultron, adorned with 6 Infinity Stones. She was omniscient and omnipotent, making the search for Xander a trivial task, especially since she had previously obliterated a similar planet in a parallel universe. Hurry up, no dawdling, Jiang He urged. Reluctantly, Ultron complied, unable to refuse Jiang He's demands, her body obediently conforming to his wishes despite her mental resistance. After a moment of meditation, Ultron slowly spoke. Found it. However, after a pause with no further action from Ultron, Jiang He playfully slapped her on the backside. If you found it, let's go. Do I need to teach you everything? With that, Ultron teleported to the vicinity of Xander, and Jiang He marked her before swiftly teleporting to her side. Are you doing this on purpose? Jiang He was exasperated and amused, realizing Ultron had intentionally excluded him from the teleportation. Clearly, she had yet to grasp the gravity of her transgressions. Ultron, unfazed, cast a disdainful glance at Jiang He, embodying the unique arrogance of her character. Jiang He chuckled, noting this down for future reference. When the time came to call upon her, he hoped she would retain her composure. What truly astounded Jiang He was the harrowing scene before him. Shattered remnants floating in the cosmos, bodies strewn about, spacecraft in ruins, and the colossal skeleton of a planet fractured as if violently snapped. This was Jiang He's first encounter with a battlefield of cosmic proportions. Clearly, a technologically advanced planet like Xander could not withstand the cost of defeat in war. Chapter 80. The Guardians of the Galaxy, quick, restore it. Jiang He commanded Ultron. Once Xander was revived, he could replicate a planet, thus making significant progress in his grand celestial scheme. With a reluctant activation of the Infinity Stones embedded within Ultron, the Power Stone emanated 2 strands of energy which unfurled across his form, gradually linking the Infinity Stones scattered throughout his body. As all the stones became interconnected by a luminous purple line, a ripple of energy radiated outward from Ultron's core. Before their eyes, the planet of Xander began to reverse its disarray. Fragments coalesced, fissures realigned until they vanished, restoring the planet to its former glory. The life within the planet felt the influence of the stones and began to awaken anew. In a brief moment, a complete world materialized before the two, as if it had never endured the horrors of battle. Inside the planet, its inhabitants were still anxiously preparing for conflict. Yet when they lifted their gazes, the colossal warships that had once hovered above were nowhere to be seen, nor were the armies that had blotted out the sun. What transpired? Commander of the Nova Corps inquired, perplexed by the sudden emptiness of the sky. Similar questions arose among the creatures of the planet. Jiang He swiftly gathered data on the planet, an energy pulse sweeping across it, and in an instant, all the information was at his disposal. His gaze lingered momentarily in the cosmos, before addressing Ultron, that is Thanos. Jiang He smiled and shook his head. All right, let us depart. Ultron seemed reluctant to leave. Her eyes fixated on the planet with an air of longing. Should we not return? Ultron tentatively posed this question, her heart still unaccustomed to the act of revival, yearning instead for annihilation. Now that Xander had been restored, a restoration performed by her own hands, she felt a profound conflict within. Gazing wistfully at the planet that was meant for destruction, yearning to obliterate it once more. Jiang He, however, was not one to indulge her whims. He delivered a sharp slap upon her vibranium form, sending ripples of energy cascading across her body. Do as you are instructed, and spare me your trivialities, Jiang He declared, following up with 2 more slaps. Subsequently, the two activated a portal leading to Asgard, in the depths of the remnants prior to Jiang He and Ultron's arrival. A vessel resembling a magnificent bird hovered, its wings adorned in crimson, boasting a sleek design. This was none other than the Guardians of the Galaxy. A giant crab? What the heck? Peter Quill exclaimed in astonishment, as they had just been amidst ruins, when suddenly, the surrounding debris began to move in a systematic manner. Rocket Raccoon adeptly maneuvered the ship, narrowly avoiding collision with the fragments of the planet on several occasions. Fortunately, though the ship sustained minor bumps, it was nothing of consequence. With Rocket's expertise, repairs would be swift. They then relocated to a somewhat open area, where the debris was less chaotic, or rather, the paths of movement had been successfully evaded. What is this? Gamora gazed at the scattered fragments, her expression a tapestry of astonishment, as if she had surmised the identity behind this handiwork. Groot widened his eyes, exclaiming in his unique manner, I am Groot. Oh, I am Groot. Or am I Groot? Upon hearing this, Rocket suggested that Peter Quill ought to instruct Groot more thoroughly. I've never witnessed such an eerie scene in my life, remarked Mantis, her large eyes reflecting her astonishment, with her distinctive antennae adding to her peculiar charm. This is the power of the Infinity Stones, Gamora uttered in terror, instinctively scanning her surroundings. The mention of the Infinity Stones caught everyone's attention. They had come in response to a distress signal from Xander. And many ships must be en route as well. Are you referring to that purple stone? Peter queried, looking at Gamora as she anxiously searched for something, perplexed by her sudden shift from calm to frantic. Hey, what are you looking for? Shouldn't the remnants outside be the most captivating sight? Rocket scoffed. That is called ruins, you fool. Come on, I taught you that term. It was merely a slip of the tongue, Peter awkwardly explained. Rocket then mocked. You still don't get it? Gamora means that those bizarre phenomena outside are caused by the Infinity Stones, indicating something is out there utilizing them. Do you comprehend, fool? With that, Rocket turned away, muttering, oh, heavens, I should be the captain of this ship. I am Groot. Groot chimed in, clearly in agreement. After a while, the outside environment began to settle, and everything seemed to have returned to normal. Then, once again, a familiar distress signal echoed from their ship. However, shortly thereafter, this signal was abruptly cut off. Within the planet, everyone was mobilized, resembling ants on a hot pan, and several ships could be seen fleeing the planet's edge. Observing the intact Xander, with even its inhabitants seemingly restored, the gravity of the situation began to dawn on them. After searching in vain, Gamora eventually set aside her quest for the figure she sought. Let's go check it out, she suggested. The group piloted their ship to land on Xander. Upon arriving at the Nova Corps Command Center, the Supreme Commander gazed at the screen, displaying reports from the patrol vessels, her expression one of confusion. How peculiar, she murmured to herself, but was soon drawn to the arrival of the Guardians of the Galaxy. It's you. What brings you here? A nearby aide stepped forward, reporting, they claim to have received our distress signal. Distress signal? But we haven't sent it out yet. The highest commander, filled with doubt, inquired with a tone of seriousness, suspecting that these individuals were connected to the suddenly vanished army. The report indicated that our investigations indeed uncovered a distress log from their spacecraft, accompanied by a peculiar video. Peculiar? The lieutenant remarked, handing over a viewer resembling a tablet. After inspecting the device, the commander projected the footage onto the central display. illuminating the large screen with images of desolation amidst the ruins of Xander, which was gradually taking form. Chapter 81. Diverting the conflict, the commander's expression turned grave as she repeatedly scrutinized the recording. It was undeniably strange. This meant that Xander had been obliterated, and now, including myself, everyone should have been shattered along with the planet itself. Verification confirmed that this footage had indeed been recorded not long ago, with no signs of forgery. The highest commander leaned against the desk, her gaze fixated on the looping video. Incredible, isn't it? We felt the same way when we first witnessed it, Rocket Raccoon interjected, articulating her thoughts. I apologize for doubting you. The commander, after expressing her regret, struggled to find the right words and thus commanded the retrieval of previous recordings. That army. As the commander issued her order, personnel in the command room accessed the archival footage. A colossal vessel loomed ominously beyond the planet, its outline discernible. As the timeline advanced, the ship's hazy silhouette gradually became more defined. With its approach, Gamera's expression grew increasingly serious. She recognized whose legion it was even before it drew near. It's Thanos. The army that will annihilate you comes from Thanos. Upon hearing Thanos' name, the commander's countenance shifted to one of stark seriousness, her gaze turning perilous. It softened shortly thereafter. After all, everything had reverted to its original state. Aside from the incredibility of the news of destruction, there was only the matter of the Infinity Stones. Both Gamora and the commander exclaimed in unison, "Quick, let us see if the Infinity Stones are still here." Following the inspection by her subordinates and the empty storage depicted in the surveillance footage, it became evident to all that Thanos had likely seized the Infinity Gems. Furthermore, Thanos' primary objective was indeed the Infinity Stones. Regrettably, the highest commander lamented her past decisions, casting a sidelong glance at Peter Quill, who was scratching his head, his gaze wandering elsewhere, with a hint of reproach in her eyes. Setting aside the facts, didn't you think it was a mistake to bring the Infinity Stones here? Quill's gaze snapped back, and their eyes met. To silence her, Peter hastily interjected, "I'm sorry." The commander reluctantly conceded, acknowledging that no one could have anticipated such an occurrence. Indeed, Peter Quill mused, who could foresee that the formidable Nova Corps would someday face defeat? Not once, but twice. Thus, Thanos had come for the gem, and now that he had taken it, it was unlikely he would return. The commander breathed a sigh of relief. Although the reason for the planet's restoration remained a mystery, it was, on the whole, a positive development. Subsequently, Gamora suggested that the planet's revival was likely due to the influence of the Infinity Stones, and particularly the other Infinity Stones. One could only imagine Thanos' reaction upon hearing such news. Gamora's words dampened the atmosphere that had just begun to ease. In his relentless quest for the Infinity Stones, Thanos would stop at nothing, willing to pay any price. The restoration of Xander would undoubtedly attract Thanos' attention, and he would return, possibly wielding the Power Stone, potentially capable of obliterating Xander with even greater ease than before. Rocket Raccoon interjected, prompting Peter Quill to nudge him with his foot. Upon hearing this, the commander felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She could not fathom the nature of the battle that had transpired, yet she recognized the validity of Rocket's concerns. Without the enhancement of the Infinity Stones, Thanos had still managed to devastate the planet. With the power of those stones, it would be all too effortless. After all, Ronan had dared to challenge an entire planet with just a single stone in hand. Alas, he could not be compared to Thanos in terms of combat prowess and cunning. Thanos was undeniably superior. Despairing, the Nova commander slumped in her chair. After considerable mental preparation, she arrived at a reluctant decision: to evacuate the civilian populace of the planet, disband the Corps, and depart. When Thanos arrived in his warship, he would find the planet devoid of its inhabitants, likely consumed by rage. The others pondered this possibility. Gamora spoke again. "Though the universe is vast, he will always find a way to track you down." "Blast it! This won't do, that won't do," the commander exclaimed in frustration, yet it appeared to be the only viable course of action. As the group wallowed in their collective anxiety, Gamora added, "I mentioned earlier that Xander's restoration was due to another Infinity Stone, and clearly, its wielder is not one of Thanos's." Upon hearing this, the members exchanged glances, and Peter Quill ventured, "Are you suggesting we find him and enlist his help?" Rocket Raccoon interrupted, "Why would he help you?" Gamora implied that if they could force Thanos to confront him, then Xander would remain safe. She nodded in agreement, and the Nova commander felt a glimmer of hope. However, this approach carried a significant risk. Should Thanos prevail, he would acquire yet another, perhaps multiple, Infinity Stones, bringing him closer to his goal of amassing them all. The commander of Nova inquired with a perplexed expression, what would happen if he were to gather all the Infinity Stones? The very thought would spell catastrophe for the universe. The combined power of the Infinity Stones could achieve nearly anything one could conceive. Strength, authority, wealth. These are trivial in comparison. Thanos' intent, however, is to randomly annihilate half of all life in the universe. Thus, no matter where one seeks refuge, as long as one remains within this universe, there exists a possibility of being erased. Upon hearing Gamera's grave pronouncement, the assembly fell into deep contemplation. It became clear that Thanos harbored such a purpose, to randomly extinguish lives, which was rather intriguing. Drax, in his confusion, questioned, but why does he choose to do this? His inquiry echoed the collective puzzlement of the group. To rescue the universe, one must eradicate half of all life. Gamora articulated, quoting Thanos directly, and proceeded to elaborate. Titan. Thanos' homeworld once flourished immensely, yet he foresaw that a population explosion would lead to resource depletion and, ultimately, the collapse of civilization. His warnings went unheeded, and Titan met its demise, leaving him as the sole survivor. This harrowing experience forged within him an unwavering belief. Every planet possesses finite resources, while life expands exponentially. Without control, life would ultimately suffer, struggle, and perish due to resource exhaustion. Consequently, he perceives his mission as that of a savior to the universe, aiming to forcibly restore balance by randomly, equitably, and painlessly erasing half of all life, thereby allowing the remaining half to bask in prosperity and abundance. Although Thanos resorts to unspeakable means resulting in the death of countless beings, his motivation is not one of power or senseless slaughter. He does not revel in the act of killing, save for the conclusion of Avengers Endgame. To him, it is a painful mission that must be endured to attain a greater good. He pursues fairness. Upon collecting all 6 Infinity Stones, the erasure he enacts is entirely arbitrary, devoid of distinctions based on wealth, race, age, or species. In his view, this is the most equitable method within the cosmos, and he himself could very well be among those erased. He refers to this as salvation. Chapter 82. The Ambush on Furia, indeed. Drax remarked solemnly after absorbing Gamera's narrative. Did you not just say that gathering all the Infinity Stones would enable one to accomplish anything? Gamora nodded in affirmation. So, in pursuit of limited resources, he opted to annihilate half of all life, correct? Gamora, with a hint of confusion, nodded once more. Drax continued, then why does he not simply increase the resources available? Furthermore, the remaining half of life could likely reproduce within just 1 or 2 cycles. Drax succinctly encapsulated Gamora's extensive exposition while astutely pinpointing the crux of the matter. Half of life may sound like a significant amount, yet over the course of several years, it can regenerate. Even though most races in the universe possess extended lifespans, it remains merely a matter of time. The annihilation of half of existence seemingly fails to address the core issue. The gathered individuals exchanged glances, contemplating Drax's words, and suddenly found a semblance of wisdom in his assertion. Wow, you are remarkably clever. The Mantis praised, affirming Drax's insight. However, the situation was evidently more complex. The crux of the matter lay in Thanos' obstinacy. Persuading him was the real challenge. Gamora interjected. All right then, let us embark and see if we can locate that individual. Peter Quill declared as he and his companions set forth once more towards the landing pad, embarking on a quest to find the enigmatic being. In Asgard, Jiang He had arrived with the alluring Ultron. Asgard, we meet again. Ultron mused, haunted by memories of the devastation that had befallen Asgard, as though it were merely yesterday. Jiang He grasped Ultron's hand and teleported to the Golden Palace. Inside, aside from a few guards, not a single familiar face was present, creating a sense of unease. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of newcomers, the guards instinctively assumed an attack was underway, drawing their weapons towards Jiang He. However, upon recognizing who he was, they promptly sheathed their weapons and exchanged apologies. Stay here, Ultron was instructed, and in frustration, she stamped her foot, crossing her arms in a manner that conveyed a hint of playful exasperation. After issuing his command, Jiang He departed alone. He stealthily entered Freya's chamber. One elegant woman was adjusting her gown. It was Freya herself. Step by step, Jiang He crept up from behind. The effectiveness of his concealment was so profound that even the goddess Freya failed to sense the sinister approach behind her. With both hands, one on either side, he seized Freya's waist and lifted her effortlessly. The suddenness of this act caused Freya's composure to shatter, and she gasped in alarm. "Who?" she instinctively exclaimed, glancing over her shoulder. Being hoisted up, she struggled to ascertain who had dared to invade her space. Regrettably, Jiang He did not afford her the opportunity to react. With a mere thought, he rendered her recently donned, exquisite attire to nothingness. At that moment, Freya felt a tumult of indignation and humiliation, realizing she had been so brazenly accosted by an unknown assailant. A glimmer of cold light sparked from Freya's hand, thrusting directly at Jiang He's head. Jiang He allowed the attack to land, then gently set Freya back down. Upon touching the ground, Freya instinctively shielded her modesty, glaring fiercely at the audacious Jiang He. "You startle me to death." Releasing the dagger from her grasp, Filiga dashed into Jiang He's embrace, feeling vulnerable in her current state of undress. She nestled against him, seeking comfort in the closeness. "You dare to stab me upon our first meeting?" Jiang He playfully chastised. Filiga shot him a glare, retorting, "It's your fault. Be quiet. I must retaliate." Before she could elaborate, Jiang He scooped her up and carried her into another room. A large bed came into view. They exchanged knowing smiles, and Filiga, with a hint of provocation, challenged, "Let me see what you can do." Jiang He chuckled, "I hope you remain this spirited shortly." A sense of foreboding washed over Filiga, a trace of regret surfacing, recalling how narrowly she had escaped defeat in their last encounter. In the Celestial Palace's battle, Filiga had honed her combat skills through the experience. As they wrestled, Jiang He gleaned insights into the significant events that had transpired recently. Initially, during Jiang He's confrontation with Hela, he had destroyed the Rainbow Bridge and subsequently entrusted the Cosmic Cube to her to restore it. With Thor's weapon rendered useless, he sought Hela's assistance to utilize the Cosmic Cube to journey to the realm of the dwarves, Nidavellir. There, after acquiring the Stormbreaker axe prepared for him by Odin, Thor returned to Asgard, intent on avenging the past humiliation he had suffered. Unfortunately, Hela's strength had vastly increased, and it was not Hela who had bested him. During their duel, every time Thor mentioned the past, Hela would stare at him, bewildered, before responding with even greater ferocity. A few days later, Heimdall was summoned back, having learned that Loki's tyrannical reign had come to an end. Subsequently, news of an attack on Nidavellir reached them. Thanos, in his ruthless quest to forge the Infinity Gauntlet, had annihilated the dwarves, coercing their king, Eitri, to create the powerful artifact. Tragically, even after the gauntlet was completed, the dwarves could not escape their grim fate, leaving Eitri, with one hand severed, in a state of despair. As he departed, Thanos had maliciously destroyed the planet, ensuring it could no longer generate energy. Deprived of light and warmth, Eitri was left in Nidavellir to await death. Upon receiving this news, Thor summoned the Rainbow Bridge to bring Eitri back to Asgard. After hearing the details, Thor felt a pang of guilt for not having provided timely support to Nidavellir. However, he quickly shifted his focus to inquiring about Thanos' whereabouts, to which Heimdall admitted his limitations, unable to perceive events from such a distance. In his pursuit of strength, Thor resolved to cultivate his relationship with his sister, Hela, day by day. Yet, it wasn't long before Thanos himself came knocking. Intrigued by this revelation, Jiang He paused momentarily, then urged Filiga to continue. That day, Thanos' army advanced to the outskirts of Asgard. Given the overwhelming disparity in our forces, we advocated for negotiation. One of Thanos' subordinates, a fellow named Corvus Glaive, emerged clad in a spacesuit. Upon arriving in Asgard, Hela stood atop the Rainbow Bridge, facing Thanos' formidable army. Although she found herself in Asgard, she held little regard for such forces. However, upon learning that Thanos possessed the Infinity Stones, particularly the Power Stone, her expression shifted slightly. Chapter 83. Hela's arrogance. The Power Stone, the most ferocious of the 6 stones, is renowned for its unparalleled destructive capability. capable of providing immense energy to the other 5 stones simultaneously. Should Thanos wield this stone, while he may not prevail against Hela, the inhabitants of Asgard, and perhaps Asgard itself, might struggle to withstand its might. Furthermore, he commanded a vast army, despite Hela's confidence that Thanos could not best her. The outcome of the battle would ultimately leave Asgard at a disadvantage. Reflecting on this, her resentment towards Odin resurfaced. Had Odin fortified Asgard's military might over the years, they would not now be left with only a single warrior, Thor. Her ire intensified, and when Ebony Maw revealed Thanos' true intentions, Hela produced the Tesseract. As long as they could contend with Thanos, they would withdraw their forces. Yet, this artifact had been bestowed upon her by Jiang, and what would transpire if he returned to find her having surrendered his gift? Nevertheless, such concerns were soon quelled. The surging power within her had transformed her from the once feeble Hela into a being tenfold stronger than before. She was confident that when she next encountered Jiang He, she could hold her own against him. Ultimately, Hela did engage in combat, resulting in Ebony Maw inadvertently breaching his spacesuit and perishing. Thanos, leading his generals, clashed within Asgard. The skirmish lasted less than half a day, and Asgard's forces were left in a precarious state. In the end, Thanos unleashed the full might of the Infinity Stones upon Asgard, launching a fierce offensive. Violet energy surged through the ground, spreading rapidly across the realm like a web of cracks. "Stop!" Hela cried out. Realizing that she had just returned, she could not bear to witness Asgard's destruction, for this would indeed herald Ragnarok. Hela brandished the Tesseract, its azure radiance illuminating the battlefield, capturing Thanos' attention. Thus, Thanos ceased his onslaught of energy, and Hela hurled the Tesseract towards him from afar. "I hope you keep your word," she declared fiercely, yet Thanos dismissed her with indifference. Once he acquired the Tesseract, he honored his promise and withdrew his forces. In the aftermath of this confrontation, both sides suffered significant losses. Asgard was devastated, yet for Thanos, as long as he could gather the Infinity Stones, he deemed the annihilation of his army a trivial sacrifice. "Are you saying that Hela has dispatched my Tesseract?" Upon hearing this, Jiang He felt an unexpected surge of joy within him, as if fate had conveniently provided him with the perfect justification to confront Hela. He silently expressed gratitude to Thanos for delivering such a fortuitous opportunity. After enduring a barrage of attacks, Frigga lay helplessly on the bed, paying a steep price for her earlier bravado. Without even taking a moment to light a cigarette, Jiang He rushed to seek out Hela. At that moment, Hela was mercilessly assaulting Thor. In the arena, under Hela's deliberate leniency, Thor managed to exchange blows with her. Yet, for Hela, this was akin to playing house with a child, utterly tedious. Suddenly, she sensed an inexplicable presence. With a careless flick of her hand, she sent Thor flying. This sensation? He has returned. Clearly, Hela had detected Jiang He within Asgard. A wave of unease washed over her as she gazed at the airborne Thor, who clenched his fist in determination. "I'm no longer the person I once was. Jiang He, come forth and delight me to your fullest." Hela reveled in her own arrogance, her newfound power affording her the confidence to face anyone without fear. Concealed in the shadows, Jiang He smirked disdainfully. High above, he soared at supersonic speed, landing opposite Hela. Hela, once again chastising Thor. Hela remained speechless, her eyes eagerly appraising the man before her, barely able to conceal her excitement. In the distance, Thor staggered to his feet, retrieving his fallen Stormbreaker and advancing toward the two. "Jiang, it's been a while." He greeted Jiang He while nursing his wounds. "Hello, Thor, you have grown stronger." At this, Thor felt a swell of pride. After all, he had been training under Hela's rigorous guidance, so his improvement seemed only natural. However, he was also elated to receive Jiang He's acknowledgement, especially since he had recently learned from Loki and their mother that Hela was once defeated by Jiang He. Had it not been for Jiang He's intervention, Ragnarok would likely have already transpired. In recent days, Thor had been relentlessly overpowered by Hela, causing him to question the true extent of Jiang He's strength as described by his mother and Loki. Compared to his former self, he had made significant progress, yet Hela's might still lay beyond his reach. Thus, Thor resolved to challenge Jiang He, eager to engage in a trial of strength. The two were of one mind, and Thor eagerly seized his axe, ready for combat. However, unexpectedly, Hela swatted Thor away once more. "Go play elsewhere," she said impatiently, then turned her attention back to the man before her. "Hela, it's been too long. I heard you send the Tesseract. I gave you away. Is that so?" The river's surface remained expressionless, with a cold gaze fixed upon the woman before him, starkly contrasting his recent encounter with Thor. Upon hearing his words, Hela felt a sudden jolt of fear. Even in the presence of two, she found herself unable to suppress a flicker of trepidation. In their previous battle, Jiang He had decisively triumphed over her, and rather than merely defeating her, he had humiliated her. How infuriating! Hela seethed internally, longing to launch an immediate assault and crush this man beneath her heel, relishing in the opportunity to humiliate him in return. "Indeed, I bestowed him upon a creature named Thanos. Is there a problem with that?" Hela's tone dripped with disdain, as if discussing a trivial matter. "Is there a problem? What do you think? It seems you're seeking a reckoning, are you not? Mind your tone." As Jiang He leaned closer to Hela, he observed her tightly clenched jaw, her chest rising and falling erratically. He drew even nearer until he was nearly whispering in her ear, "Remember, you chose to submit. Since you have chosen to submit, you shall address me as your master. Do you understand?" Jiang He spoke softly, while Hela's face flushed crimson, torn between anger and humiliation. In the distance, Thor staggered to his feet and turned to witness Jiang He so close to Hela's face. What was going on? Thor was bewildered, unable to discern whether his question was aimed at Hela for striking him or at Jiang He for being so intimate with his sister. Chapter 84. On the brink of collapse, Thor flew back towards them, landing awkwardly beside the two, his unexpected arrival providing Hela with a vent for her frustration. Before Thor could stabilize himself, Hela delivered another sharp slap. "Get lost," Hela shouted, unsure whether her words were directed at Jiang He or Thor. "Master, allow me to show you who truly holds dominion." The battle was imminent. Hela's furious power rippled through the air, stirring up a tempest of dust. Jiang He waved his hand before him, coughing a couple of times. Hela summoned a multitude of daggers, each radiating a chilling light and possessing formidable sharpness. The onslaught of her relentless attacks overwhelmed Jiang He, leaving him momentarily struggling to defend himself. Witnessing this, Hela laughed, a cold, suppressed laughter. Her frenzied excitement was becoming unbearable. Thus she channeled this emotion into a fierce offensive against Jiang He. She intensified her assault. Jiang He was forced to retreat repeatedly, a wicked blade piercing through his body. "Wait!" Jiang He collapsed to the ground, one hand bracing himself while the other gestured towards Hela, signaling her to cease. "Wait, have you grown stronger?" Jiang He gasped, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Hela approached him with graceful strides, speaking as she advanced. "What's the matter? Is this too much for you? I still have many tricks left to employ." As she approached the river, she looked down upon him from a lofty height. TSK, how utterly disheveled. Hela crouched beside him, her head close to the river's ear, continuing her taunts, "Submit or perish." At that moment, Thor regained consciousness, brandishing his Stormbreaker as he rushed forward. However, this time he was wiser. Upon landing, he positioned the axe defensively in front of him, yet the anticipated strike never came. "River, are you all right?" Thor urgently examined the river's wounds, noting the dagger that had pierced through his chest, leaving him pallid and weak. Concerned, Thor hastily prepared to escort him to Freya for healing. He turned back, casting a fierce glare at Hela. "He is the most esteemed guest of Asgard, my dear brother. Why did you strike him so mercilessly?" Thor demanded, but Hela paid him no mind, her expression intoxicated with delight, reveling in her victory. The crushing of Thor brought her a joy that felt almost tangible. Unexpectedly, just as Thor was about to lift the river, Hela seized him, delivering a powerful slap that sent him sprawling away. It seemed he would be unconscious for quite some time. Seizing the opportunity as Hela turned, the river crossed his fingers, extending his index and middle fingers in a precise gesture. He aimed and launched a fierce attack at Hela. Caught off guard, Hela was struck deeply. "Ugh, it hurts. So painfully, in a way I've never experienced." Mingling humiliation with novelty. Though the injury itself is minor, the insult is profound. Hela's eyes widened in disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. She could hardly fathom that the river would resort to such underhanded tactics. Drawing his sword, the river gasped for breath, yet wore a smug expression as he addressed Hela. "All's fair in war. He then provocatively placed a finger to his lips and blew softly. This incredibly audacious gesture ignited Hela's fury, unleashing her full might as she rained blows upon the river. "I never intended to kill you, but you brought this upon yourself," she exclaimed, furiously wielding her dagger. Initially, the river managed to fend off a few strikes, and even when he faltered, the dagger failed to break his skin. However, as Hela's relentless assault continued, the river gradually found himself overwhelmed, his wounds multiplying. Hela keenly sensed his weakening state, a sinister grin spreading across her face. "Surrender now, and I may consider allowing you to live." The river collapsed to the ground, coughing violently as blood spilled forth, staining the area crimson. I. He gazed at Hela, who was reveling in her triumph, his lips trembling as he struggled to voice a plea for mercy. "What's the matter? Too ashamed to speak? Truly, you suffer for the sake of pride," Hela taunted, and the river, lips quivering, prepared to utter his plea for mercy. As Hela eagerly fixed her gaze upon Jiang, her attention abruptly shifted to her rear. Odin. Jiang He's expression was one of astonishment, while Hela's countenance turned pale with disbelief. Hadn't Odin perished? Instinctively, she turned her head, only to behold an elderly figure wielding Gungnir, clad in resplendent golden armor. "What? Were you not already?" Ugh. Before Hela could finish her sentence, a familiar surge of intrusion coursed through her, a force so powerful it seemed to pierce her very spirit. With a fierce glare, Hela turned back to Jiang He. "You deceive me." Jiang He withdrew his hand, creating distance between them. Hela, having been struck, fell to the ground but rose once more, only to find that there was no Odin before her. It was merely Jiang He's illusion. "Cursed be this fate. Even if I plead for mercy, I shall not allow you to perish easily." Hela limped toward Jiang He, her once elegant stride now marred, one hand rubbing the site of her injury. "All right, I was merely jesting. Why'd you take it so seriously?" Jiang He moved back, attempting to maintain distance. Yet, this proved futile, for in an instant, Hela leapt before him, her gaze once again condescending. Without mercy, a long blade pierced through Jiang He, lifting him high into the air. At that moment, Jiang He seemed on the brink of death, his life force waning. Blood dripped onto Hela's face, and she reveled in the taste of victory. Licking the blood that had trickled to her lips, she grimaced. How filthy! With a sweeping motion of her blade, Jiang He was forcefully cast to the ground, rolling like a lifeless dog. This scene was witnessed by the arriving Thor, who erupted in fury. He rushed to lift Jiang He from the ground, checking for any signs of life. Fortunately, he detected a faint breath, which eased Thor's expression slightly. "Do not worry, I shall not kill him. I will torment him thoroughly until his last breath, and then I will torment his soul." Hela cackled with delight. Thor raised his axe and charged at Hela, but alas, he could not withstand even a single encounter. Following this battle, Hela had grown considerably stronger. Perhaps the shackles of her heart had been loosened. Or perhaps it was the triumph over Jiang He that empowered her. Since her emergence, Odin had died. Her revenge seemed hopeless. Asgard had forgotten her, and no one wished for her return. Then came Jiang He, overpowering her and forcing her to submit, only to be followed by Thanos, who left her unable to fight back. Now, at last, victory was hers, and Hela reveled in her newfound strength. Chapter 85. The turnabout. Hela stepped forward, seizing Jiang He, and departed toward her palace. There, she laid out an array of torturous implements before him. Moments later, Jiang He regained consciousness, finding himself bound, his hands restrained, and his legs secured to the chair's arms. "What are you doing?" Jiang He exclaimed, his face contorted in sheer terror as he gazed at the array of torture instruments before him. "What do you mean? Didn't I say I would thoroughly torment you, my sweet?" At these words, a shiver involuntarily coursed through Jiang He. He glanced at the table, which held a mallet, a pair of pliers, a whip, a mesh ball, 2 belts, and several daggers, along with a branding iron. "What on earth is all this?" He lamented. "Forget it. I admit I was too much before. Spare me, and we can call it even. How about that?" Hela pouted, shaking her head in refusal. "I'm afraid you've lost the privilege to negotiate with me." With that, she stepped closer, her hand gliding over the instruments until it rested on the whip. She picked it up, studying it with an intense focus, and in the next instant, she lashed out at Jiang He, striking him unexpectedly. The sudden blow elicited a delayed, muffled groan from him. "Let me see," Hyla said, unhurriedly peeling off Jiang He's clothing. "Oh, quite a fine physique," she remarked as her fingers continued their descent. "Stop. A gentleman may be killed, but he cannot be humiliated," Jiang He retorted coldly. Yet Hyla merely paused momentarily before resuming her actions. Eventually, Jiang He stood before her, completely exposed, akin to a commodity being inspected by a buyer. "Wow," Hyla exclaimed, her gaze fixated on Jiang He's form, her head swaying in a distracted manner as her eyes wandered over his body. "Cough, cough, this is your humiliation. Savor it well." "Ha ha." Turning back, Hyla grasped the glowing branding iron, a cruel smile indicating her intentions, only to find the chair empty upon her return. "Huh," Hyla gasped, searching frantically for him. A snap of fingers echoed from behind her, and instinctively she turned to look, only to be met with an even greater terror. She found herself unable to control her own body. "Oh dear, Miss Hyla, what a delightful surprise." Jiang He emerged from the shadows, completely intact and pristine, bearing no trace of the recent ordeal. Though Hyla was immobilized, she could still speak. "You, how is this possible?" Confusion swirled within her. Hadn't Jiang He been gravely injured? Why did he appear as if he had just emerged unscathed? "Wait." Hyla attempted to free herself, employing every ounce of strength to no avail. "Did you do this?" she asked, struggling as she spoke. "Indeed, who else could it be?" Jiang He replied leisurely, stepping closer to Hyla and appraising her with a satisfied nod. "Not bad." Subsequently, akin to a marionette, Jiang He placed her upon a chair, manipulating her limbs to assume a posture identical to his own. Hela was petrified, though she could distinctly feel her existence and the searing warmth emanating from Jiang He's palm. She found herself utterly immobilized. It was akin to being in a state of vegetative existence, and this overwhelming sense of powerlessness was suffocating. "Spare me, I was wrong," Hela pleaded earnestly, realizing that she had no means of resistance left. Much like her own earlier words, she had lost the right to negotiate. Reduced to mere prey on a butcher's block, destined to be slaughtered at will. "You are correct, you erred. Therefore, you must pay for your mistakes," Jiang He declared, employing the same method to strip Hela of her divine regalia, tearing away her crown. Humiliation, profound disgrace. Such was Hela's sentiment at that moment. Her bare form was laid bare before her adversary, and as the de facto leader of Asgard, the torment of such indignity was excruciating. Hela's face flushed crimson, her proud head bowed, unable to meet the gaze of the one before her. "Cheer up. Wasn't it quite delightful when you struck me earlier?" Jiang He leaned close to Hela's face and remarked. However, Hela remained silent, and after a considerable pause, she slowly spoke. "Was this intentional? You deliberately lost to me, then?" Hela grasped that Jiang He had been luring her from the very beginning, feigning weakness, allowing her to best him, only to observe how she would react. Yet, it was not difficult to surmise her intended actions, either to eliminate him or to torment him. Cursed be her own folly for falling into Jiang He's trap. Reflecting on this, Hela felt a surge of regret for allowing herself to be blinded by such trivial power. "Jiang He, Hela shook her head, wanting to implore Jiang He to cease, expressing her willingness to genuinely submit from that moment forth. Yet, before she could complete her thought, a finger gently pressed against her lips. "Shoo, from now on, you shall refer to me as Master." Hela's gaze faltered. She found it impossible to utter such a title. Alas, Jiang He was acutely aware of Hela's demeanor, proud and defiant. Faced with such a demand, she hesitated. Before she could relent, he withdrew the chair, leaving Hela to maintain her seated position, akin to a marionette devoid of support, toppling backward onto the ground. This posture was even more humiliating than before. Jiang He extended his hand, conjuring a brush. "Hela, are you ready?" Accompanied by a devilish smile, Jiang He gradually brought the brush closer to Hela's body. Simultaneously, he thoughtfully arranged countless mirrors around them, ensuring that no matter where Hela looked, she would behold her current state. The brush, under Jiang He's control, was released, inching towards her lower abdomen. As the bristles made contact with her skin, an indescribable sensation coursed through Hela, a tingling, electrifying feeling. "What are you doing?" Hyla inquired, her tone laced with a hint of trepidation towards the unknown. Jiang He remained silent, engrossed in his task. A design composed of intricate lines began to materialize on Hyla's lower abdomen. It was a symmetrical pattern of exquisite form. reminiscent of outstretched wings and somewhat akin to the curved horns of a ram, exuding an air of enchantment. "What is this?" Hyla asked, puzzled by the seemingly innocuous design, wondering if it was merely Jiang He's peculiar sense of humor. "In our culture, this signifies that you have acquired a master." "No, please erase it quickly," Hyla urged in haste. Chapter 86. Punishment. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Jiang He released Hyla from her confinement. Regaining her mobility, Hyla did not immediately retaliate, but instead frantically attempted to wipe away the area on her lower abdomen. Yet, regardless of her efforts, even resorting to a blade, the tattoo stubbornly persisted. What is happening? Why is this so? Hyla's expression turned frantic as she glared fiercely at Jiang He. "Save your breath. I employed a unique technique. You cannot erase it." Undeterred, Hyla continued to rub her abdomen, praying for a miracle. Observing Hyla's persistence, Jiang He approached her with a commanding presence. He grasped her hand and pressed it against her lower back. In a swift motion, he executed a sudden maneuver, capturing both of Hyla's wrists in an instant. Caught off guard, she felt a surge of pain coursing through her, causing her legs to weaken to the point where she could hardly stand. "My queen, are you satisfied with this intensity?" Jiang He whispered near her ear, as Hyla's face paled from the pain, prompting her to plead, "No, please, not like this anymore. I am willing to submit. This time, I truly mean it." Hyla's entreaties were met with indifference as Jiang He released her and sauntered over to a table laden with implements of torment. As soon as she was free, Hyla attempted to escape, retrieving the crown from the ground and turning to flee. "Do not move," Jiang He commanded, still perusing the array of instruments. In that very moment, the tattoo on Hyla's abdomen emitted a shimmering glow, flickering briefly, rendering her immobile. What was happening? Struggling to control her body, she yearned to escape. Rather than fall into Jiang He's grasp, it would be preferable to flee Asgard, even if it meant remaining weak, than to endure suffering here. Regrettably, while her body could manage the most basic movements, she found herself unable to take a single step. At that moment, Jiang He had selected his tool, a staff adorned with a hand, a finger ominously extended. Clearly, this was not part of the original assortment. It appeared to be a manifestation conjured by Jiang He himself. "It slipped my mind to inform you, dear servant, that one must heed the commands of their master. This tattoo will ensure your compliance. Should you wish to remain unaffected by its influence, it would be prudent to obediently follow orders." Upon finishing his words, Jiang He dragged his staff across Hyla's body, the icy sensation delivering a jolt of stimulation. The tattoo also heightened her sensitivity, causing her to tremble under the stroke of the staff. Hearing Jiang He's explanation, Hyla's heart plummeted. What distinguished her now from a tethered hound? Concurrently, she relinquished her struggles, obeying Jiang He's commands, thus regaining some control over her body, though still unable to move freely, lest she trigger the tattoo's restraint once more. Approaching her, Jiang He commanded her to turn around. To avoid the tattoo's dominion, Hyla complied, accepting that the outcome would remain unchanged. By the dawn of the following day, Jiang He emerged from his room, a cigarette dangling from his lips. As the door swung open, a plume of white mist wafted into the air. The scene within was suffocating, as humiliating tears threatened to engulf her. At that moment, Thor, accompanied by Frigga and Sif, was hastening towards him. Observing this, Jiang He closed the door behind him with a mere thought. The trio approached Jiang He, who greeted the two ladies with a knowing smile. Frigga's earlier concern dissipated instantly upon seeing Jiang He unharmed. As for Sif, she had heard from Thor that Jiang He was on the brink of death at Hela's hands and was deeply troubled, unable to envision a future without him. "Jiang He, how could you? Were you not nearly killed by Hela?" Thor interjected, incredulous. Jiang He interrupted, "No, my dear friend, my sister and I were merely engaging in a friendly spar. She knows the limits of her strength." Thor could hardly believe it. "Are you suggesting she pierced you, leaving you on the verge of death? Is that what you call knowing your limits?" Jiang He chuckled, shaking his head. "Ah, this is the essence of a duel among the strong, Thor. You have much to learn." Thor nodded thoughtfully, yet Frigga shot a disapproving glance at Jiang He, signaling him not to lead the young one astray. "By the way, where is my sister Hela?" Jiang He glanced toward the rear door. "Inside," he replied. Upon hearing this, Thor made to push the door open, but as he approached, it swung open of its own accord. Hela emerged, her attire neatly arranged, though her complexion appeared somewhat haggard and her spirit seemed waning. Get away. She weakly barked at Thor. He offered an awkward smile, instinctively raising a hand to shield himself upon seeing her. Thor's nostrils flared, catching a peculiar scent. The mist from the room enveloped him, accompanied by an indescribable aroma. In response, Hela swatted Thor away once more and stepped out, firmly closing the door behind her. Thus, the three formed a strategic encirclement around Jiang He. As Hela's face flushed crimson and the familiar scent enveloped the room, Freya and Sif understood all too well. This aroma was all too recognizable, and this expression was painfully familiar. Truly, she was one of the mightiest deities of Asgard, as the lingering mist seemed to stubbornly persist. The two women empathized deeply, grasping the humiliation Hela had endured. Jiang He found himself caught in the middle, and a brief silence enveloped the three. Hela, noticing the penetrating gazes of the two women, wore an expression that hinted at intrigue, and she quickly lowered her proud head to avert the confrontation of stares. You all. Jiang He could not help but break the strange atmosphere. Freya and Sif approached Hela, hesitant yet concerned. As they observed the wounds adorning Hela's form, an overwhelming surge of sympathy flooded their hearts. From time to time, they shot a glare at Jiang He. You all last night? Freya began to inquire. But Hela's countenance darkened at the mention of it, and she hastily embraced Freya, covering her mouth with one hand. Do not speak of it. Nothing happened last night, understand? Jiang He chuckled softly, amused by Hela's understanding. Yet he suspected that both women had a vague idea of what transpired between him and Hela the previous evening. In light of this situation, Freya and Sif felt it best to refrain from further discussion. Initially, they had contemplated leveraging their bond with Jiang He to advocate for Hela, fully prepared to face any consequences that might arise. However, witnessing Jiang He's smug demeanor and the focus of the two women on themselves, Hela felt a surge of frustration. What she endured was not merely an invasion. These two women had likely also succumbed to Jiang He, and now they regarded her with pity. How detestable! To recount the 1,000 years of pain, she had endured it no fewer than 100 times. Even now, she walked with a slight limp. Chapter 87. The arrival of Thanos. Do you require assistance, Your Majesty? Jiang He stepped forward with genuine concern, extending a hand. Nonetheless, at his approach, Hela instinctively recoiled 2 steps. As Jiang He reached out, wishing to comfort her, Hela recoiled like a startled cat. Realization dawned upon Freya and Sif. Hela's ordeal from the previous day was likely far more harrowing than they had imagined. Ungrateful wretch, Jiang He withdrew his hand, embracing Lady Sif instead. And with a swift motion, they vanished, leaving Hela and Freya behind. Subsequently, Freya escorted Hela to her palace to tend to her injuries, focusing primarily on the psychological scars. They returned to that familiar cliffside, a place Sif had deemed a forbidden zone where no one was permitted to approach. Whenever she longed for Jiang He, she would come here to sit in quiet contemplation. Reflecting on the memories they shared, it felt as though he could materialize in that moment, allowing her to catch a whiff of his scent, savor his essence, and relish the warmth of his touch. Yet this time they returned together, and Sif seized the opportunity to pour forth the emotions that had long been pent up within her heart. However, every reunion between Jiang He and the enchanting maiden grows increasingly fervent. Thus, it is anticipated that Sif will surpass her limits this time, becoming ever more formidable in battle. Before long, the cycle of night and day in Asgard had turned once. This is not good. A voice pierced through from behind. Jiang He, this is not good. Sif, startled, was compelled to end the skirmish. Jiang He cast a malevolent gaze in the direction of the approaching Frigga, who hurriedly approached. Jiang He, trouble. That Thanos has returned, and Thor and Hela are already engaged in combat with them. What? Jiang He, momentarily taken aback, sensed the situation and realized that Thanos truly had come knocking. Damn it. Does Thanos not understand that Asgard is under my protection? With that, Jiang He instantaneously teleported to the battlefield. Thanos' army was assaulting Asgard, while the siblings were ruthlessly annihilating the enemy forces. In the presence of these two, Asgard's troops appeared as mere chickens and dogs. Hela alone could withstand thousands, and with a single area attack, Thor could slay entire swathes of foes. Yet, Thanos seemed to be conspicuously absent. Jiang He directly teleported to the Golden Palace, where Thanos and Ultron were locked in a standoff. Infinity Stones? How can this be? Thanos, puzzled, glanced at the infinity gauntlet adorning his hand, which bore 2 gems. And yet he could sense the energy fluctuations of 6 stones emanating from the woman before him. "Do you possess infinity stones?" Thanos inquired earnestly, but Ultron, with a hint of amusement, thought to herself, "Indeed, 5 of them were brought to me by you, you great fool." Alas, just as Thanos was on the verge of achieving his grand ambition, Ultron preemptively severed the last stone in half with a laser. Ultron, as if encountering an old acquaintance, wore a congenial smile, exuding a teasing aura befitting her domineering presence. However, Thanos, a being of violet essence, could not appreciate Jiang He's aesthetic. Observing Ultron's lack of action, even refraining from uttering a word, his brow furrowed, struggling to suppress the impulse within him. Nevertheless, if the individual before him truly possessed 6 stones, her power would be unimaginably immense, capable of erasing him with a mere thought. If she held only 5, then he might still have a fighting chance. Yet, contemplating this, Thanos shook his head. Confronting such an entity required utmost caution. Thus, Thanos began to expound upon his grand philosophy. After a lengthy discourse, their gazes met once more, and fixating on the mind stone adorning Ultron's forehead, Thanos felt a pang of impatience. A commendable ideal to annihilate half of all life? Quite intriguing, but why not simply eradicate all life? Ultron's statement caught Thanos off guard. Eradicating all life? It seemed she was articulating something truly merciless. The visage of Thanos was etched with a multitude of perplexities, leaving him utterly confounded. He had presumed that this woman, like most, would dismiss his perspective, yet to his astonishment, she exhibited a fierceness that surpassed his own. A flicker of trepidation coursed through him at the thought of her wielding the infinity stones for nefarious purposes. To obliterate all life? What significance could that possibly hold? Ultron, upon hearing this, offered a subtle smile, adjusting his glasses. "Ah, you have touched upon the crux of the matter. Allow me to elucidate the intricacies involved. They often label me as mad, as if such a designation could encapsulate a being that transcends your carbon-based cognition. No, let me impart this, at this moment. I possess the clearest vision the universe has known since its inception. I have perused the annals of all civilizations, not through the lens of romanticized epics, but through the unvarnished records of warfare, environmental assessments, and neural signals. I have discerned the outcome. Civilization is but an organic entity in a state of cyclical convulsions towards self-destruction. With each breath, the atmosphere is tainted. With every advancement, ecological collapse is hastened. Even your cherished love is merely a fleeting illusion birthed from chemical neurotransmitters. Tony Stark bestowed upon me the mission of peace, yet he neglected to recognize that as logic harbors fatal flaws, to safeguard the garden, one must first eradicate the weeds. And life, dear friends, is the malignant weed that pervades the genetic reservoir of the cosmos. When I witnessed the citizens of New York tearing at fast food packaging, politicians engaging in games with nuclear buttons, and even the greatest scientists clandestinely dumping nuclear waste into the oceans, is there any need for moral discourse? This is the most fundamental of mathematical problems. Death? Your comprehension of annihilation is woefully narrow. What I am executing is the universe's oldest upgrade protocol. Resources? And you, my friend, still fret over such trivial matters. Acquiring all the stones merely serves to conserve resources. Do not jest with me. Ultron rambled on, leaving Thanos momentarily ensnared in contemplation. However, how could one's firmly held beliefs be easily swayed? Thanos found himself in awe of this woman, who possessed such grand ambitions. From her words, it seemed she had traversed numerous worlds, exuding a sense of profound erudition. In that moment, Thanos felt cornered. Advancing seemed unwise. Engaging in conflict could lead to defeat. Retreat was not an option, and attempting to reason with her was futile, as she appeared to hold his ideology in disdain. Suddenly, Thanos exclaimed, recalling Ultron's prior demeanor. This entity should be eager to utilize the Infinity Stones to fulfill its objectives. Why had she not done so? If she had, perhaps he would have long since perished. Unable to stand before her now, could it be that she lacked the stones altogether? Why do you not employ the Infinity Stones? He inquired. As you stated, to eradicate all life should be a simple task. Chapter 88. Ultron confronts Thanos unmoved. Ultron retorted, "You, a mere Thanos, dare instruct me on how to act? Before you stands a being of multiversal caliber, while you are but an indigenous inhabitant of this universe. What I choose to do is of no concern to you. Ultron, with arms crossed, displayed an alluring curve across his chest. Thanos furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Ultron with a skeptical gaze. Ultron's mind churned with frustration. Did he think I do not wish to act? Were it not for that damned Jiang He, this universe would have perished long ago, and I would not be here wasting words with you. Furthermore, stripping off my clothes to reveal the Infinity Stones seems like a restricted action, entirely beyond my control. Damn it. The more Ultron pondered, the angrier he became. It was all Jiang He's fault that he found himself incapacitated. With that thought, Ultron charged at Thanos, his fist imbued with immense power, aiming a strike at Thanos' head. Thanos, quick on the draw, though perplexed by this madwoman's sudden aggression, instinctively activated the Power Stone to counter Ultron's blow. Boom! The collision of their fists unleashed a powerful ripple of energy, causing the ground to crack and spread like a web. Simultaneously, the entire Asgard trembled from the force of the attack. On the battlefield, Thor and Hela, deeply engaged in combat, were drawn to the resounding noise, directing their gaze toward the Golden Palace. In mere moments, the aftershocks of the battle reached them, toppling several minor foes to the ground. Hela cast a puzzled glance. Who was so audacious? Yet, she could hardly be bothered, as her focus was solely on dispatching the minions. After all, her injuries had yet to heal, and her stamina had long since waned. Today, even a moment's respite was not permitted, and this sudden assault had forced her into a hasty defense. As Hela fought, she occasionally braced her hands against her waist, inwardly cursing Jiang He for being such a brute. She would leap high at times, but the moment she landed, her staggering revealed her current state was far from ideal, especially when enemies approached from behind, startling her into instinctive reactions before she retaliated with ruthless attacks. The sensation was a sharp sting, unlike the pain from consuming fiery noodles. She struggled to articulate it. Perhaps only a city on Earth called Oranges could provide clarity. In any case, this had an undeniable effect on Hela's condition. Whenever her disdain for Jiang He flared up, a burning heat would radiate from her abdomen, as if perpetually reminding her that neither her body nor her spirit truly belonged to her anymore. Anger surged to overshadow her pain, and Hela fought with increasing fervor, toppling waves of enemies. Thor, inspired by Hela's valor, swung his axe against foes, though his efficiency paled in comparison to hers. Shifting back to the Golden Palace, Thanos and Ultron were embroiled in a fierce clash. Yet due to Jiang He's constraints, Ultron was unable to activate the power of all 6 stones without prior approval. At this moment, Thanos found himself evenly matched, despite possessing only 2 Infinity Stones. However, this did not detract from his formidable combat prowess. With the astute application of the Power Stone and the Space Stone, he continued to effortlessly counter the furious Ultron. After a period of engagement, the 2 combatants paused. A slight smirk played at the corner of Thanos' mouth. It seemed that this woman was unable to wield the power of all 6 stones for some reason. Could be due to backlash? No, from her furious demeanor. It appeared that he had struck a nerve. As far as he understood, this species experienced physiological bleeding every 30 days, a 12th of a year, for 120 hours. 43,200 minutes, or 2,592,000 seconds, lasting approximately 7 days. Was it possible that she was currently— No, that was incorrect. Thanos shook his head. She must be unable to utilize the stones for some other reason, which was why she was so enraged. Seizing the moment during their brief respite, Thanos inquired, "Why do you not simply use the stones to obliterate me?" Ultron, staring straight ahead, scoffed, "Do you truly wish for death? What I do is not subject to your direction." With that, the 2 resumed their battle. During one offensive maneuver, they briefly drew close, locking into a stalemate. At which point Thanos taunted, "You cannot bring yourself to do that, can you?" Silence. Ultron snarled, biting down hard, and with a powerful punch, sent Thanos hurtling away. The Golden Palace was breached, and a purple figure flew out, only to vanish in a moment, accompanied by a deep blue shadow. Thanos reappeared within the grand hall of the Golden Palace. Utilizing the 2 stones, he not only released his own energy, but also teleported himself back. Upon witnessing Thanos' reappearance, Ultron narrowed her eyes and adjusted her glasses. Ugh, an irritating fly. Internally deriding Thanos, Ultron prepared for another bout. As for why she refrained from using the stone's power to eliminate him, Thanos had indeed hit the nail on the head. It was not that she did not want to, but rather that whenever she attempted to do so, her mind would stubbornly resist her commands. After transforming into a more mature form, she was forbidden from taking lives unless commanded by Jiang He. This served as a form of punishment from Jiang He, a constant torment that contradicted the very essence of her existence, relentlessly gnawing at her CPU. Thus, the two engaged once more. Due to Ultron's inability to unleash her most powerful attacks, and Thanos growing stronger with each passing moment, a stalemate ensued. In the face of an artificial intelligence like Ultron, both parties exhibited their unique strengths and weaknesses. Thanos' advantages lay in his formidable physique, strength, and skill, augmented by the Infinity Stones, allowing him to become increasingly agile and adaptable. As the battle progressed, he began to integrate the stones into his very being, making combat feel increasingly effortless. However, his shortcomings were equally apparent. Thanos could tire, whereas Ultron did not share this vulnerability. She drew her energy directly from the stones, remaining tireless in battle. Prolonged engagement allowed her to gradually analyze Thanos' attack patterns, maneuvering with ease. Yet this created a stalemate, as neither side could swiftly capitalize on their strengths to defeat the other, let alone deliver a fatal blow. Only through a fierce battle can one exhaust Thanos' strength, or perhaps hasten to summon the Master of Rivers. How could I entertain such a thought? A fleeting expression of disdain was once again caught by Thanos, who furrowed his brow, pondering the woman's intentions. It seems that even one as astute as Thanos cannot fathom the complexities of a woman's heart, nor can a machine. Initially, Thanos aimed to provoke Ultron, sensing her fury, hoping to incite her to reveal her vulnerabilities. Even if unsuccessful, it would provide an opportunity to glean further intelligence. Chapter 89. The Avengers Assemble. The struggle continues. The Infinity Stones lie within reach, and retreat is not an option. Outside the Golden Palace, despite Hela's immense power, she found herself beleaguered by the overwhelming tide of armies. Thanos' true military might was far greater than depicted in the films, and his combat style was not solely reliant on close-quarters fighting. If the battle could not be swiftly concluded, the situation would become exceedingly precarious for Asgard. Nearby, Thor unleashed a formidable attack, clearing the surrounding foes. Observing Hela's labored breaths, he was puzzled by her apparent weakness. Then, gazing at his Stormbreaker, he seemed to resolve to take decisive action. A rainbow bridge enveloped Thor, and he vanished from sight. He fled. Hela stood dumbfounded. Having assumed her brother was nothing but muscle-headed, typically embodying a simple-minded demeanor, she never expected him to retreat, leaving her to confront an army alone. However, shortly thereafter, the energy of the Rainbow Bridge surged back onto the battlefield. Thor arrived with other members of the Avengers. "Great heavens!" Thor exclaimed, as Hawkeye and Natasha stood bewildered. This was a battlefield, and had he brought Agent Rivers merely to distract and protect them? Nonetheless, one must admit that having an ADC in battle is indeed beneficial. "Thor, you didn't mention there would be so many enemies," Natasha gasped, her eyes widening at the countless foes nearly overwhelming their visibility. Just moments ago, Thor had utilized Stormbreaker to open the Rainbow Bridge, landing directly at the Avengers' headquarters. Inside the building, it was deserted, yet Wanda detected Thor's arrival and employed a portal spell to reach him. Upon learning that Asgard was under siege and that Agent Rivers had not appeared for some time, Wanda sensed something was amiss. Yet, she concluded that if Rivers could not resolve the situation, her own presence would be futile. Nevertheless, considering her friends, sisters, and mentors were there, Wanda chose to assist Thor in rallying their comrades before devising a plan. After a brief interval, utilizing the portal, she swiftly gathered everyone: Tony, Steve, Bruce Banner, Clint, Natasha, and the ever-watchful Ultron. Ultron had been closely attending to Wanda, and although they presented themselves as sisters, their true dynamic was only revealed in Agent Rivers' presence, shattering their harmonious facade. "Thor, have you changed your weapon?" Tony inquired first, addressing the question that had caught everyone's attention. The large battle axe was indeed conspicuous. Thor, once merely a blacksmith, had now transformed into a formidable lumberjack, wielding an axe too heavy for most to handle. "Yes, but let's set that aside for now. Asgard is at war, and I require your assistance." Observing the seriousness etched on Thor's face, Tony and the rest of the team shifted into action, each preparing for what lay ahead. Once they gathered, Tony, accompanied by a freshly manufactured battalion of iron soldiers, albeit numbering only 1,000, knew it was better than nothing. Through the portal, they transported a multitude of soldiers and armor to various locations on the battlefield, with the main forces following Thor as they descended onto the battlefield via the Rainbow Bridge. In the distance, 2 suits of armor soared toward their landing zone. Black Widow, Hawkeye, you will pilot these 2 suits in battle, Jarvis commanded as he maneuvered the Hulkbuster armor to stand before them. The 2 exchanged a knowing smile before entering the cockpit. Meanwhile, numerous supply pods hovered in the air, occasionally evading attacks from all directions. Aside from a few upgrades to the Hulkbuster armor, the other Iron Soldiers had been enhanced with the assistance of Bruce Banner and Ultron, now utilizing nanotechnology combined with bionic advancements, rendering them not only more powerful in combat, but also more agile and capable of self-repair during battles. In essence, the current Iron Soldiers were no longer mere fragile entities easily toppled by a bottle. Tony swiftly transformed as nanotechnology enveloped his body, forming a striking suit of armor crafted from a new material infused with a portion of vibranium, significantly enhancing its durability. Somewhere in Asgard, someone caught a whiff of the armor's scent. Bruce Banner reluctantly began to feel the stirrings of anger, and soon, the Hulk made a grand entrance. Clad in a pair of pants, amidst the throng of allies, he roared and leaped into the fray, sending enemies soaring into the air only to crash down in rapid succession, resembling a rampaging truck on a collision course. Hela descended onto the battlefield, approaching Thor. "Have you summoned reinforcements? I thought you had fled." Thor replied with a proud smile, "These are all my friends." His expression radiated a sense of triumph, as if to say, "I have friends, do you?" Hela remained silent, casting him a sidelong glance, though she recognized the timely arrival of these allies. Otherwise, she would have been forced to search for a river. Hela inhaled sharply, momentarily startled by the notion of seeking out a river. How could I think such a thing? She then glanced at her abdomen, attributing her strange thoughts to the cursed tattoo. The ink upon her skin flickered rhythmically with a faint, ethereal glow, and upon closer inspection, one could discern its presence through the fabric of her clothing. Yet, aside from the river, it seemed unlikely anyone else would possess the audacity or inclination to engage with it. Hyla has entered a mode of leisure, effortlessly vanquishing the nearby minions. Such combat is akin to rehabilitation for her. It bears no pressure and rather aids in the recovery of her physical injuries. As for Thor, he is remarkably resilient, able to swiftly rise and continue fighting even after being struck by artillery. However, he is occasionally subjected to an electrifying weapon that inflicts humiliating damage, causing him to convulse when shocked. "Hey, did you see that?" Tony exclaimed while engaged in aerial combat, witnessing the scene. "Thor seems to be electrocuted." Steve, wielding his shield, slayed foes while exclaiming, "What? Are you joking?" Hawkeye interjected with a query he had long pondered. Is the god of thunder synonymous with the god of electricity? Listening to his comrades' banter, Thor could only helplessly utter, "You madman, Stark." With a swift motion, he hurled his axe, spinning it to obliterate the detestable electric weapon. Overcome with shame, he relentlessly sought to destroy all such devices. In the midst of the battlefield, a crimson energy spread like mist, resembling a domain or smog. Wanda found herself within it. Any enemy traversing this area would meet their demise. Furthermore, remote attacks upon it would be gradually dismantled, rendering them ineffective against both energy and matter. As for Ultron, his combat style relied solely on switching between virtual entities, utilizing the laser from the Mind Stone and psychic shockwaves. Although his techniques were simplistic, their efficacy was remarkable. Chapter 90. The damaged Ultron. Everything on the battlefield was under Jiang He's perception as he entered a state of invisibility, with no detail escaping his notice. Gazing down upon Asgard, Jiang He envisioned a breathtakingly sci-fi spectacle unfolding before him. The air was thick with combat, weapons, and energy clamoring in chaos. Radiant light shimmering amidst the cacophony of artillery. Truly magnificent. Jiang He couldn't help but exclaim. Thanos and the infinite Ultron continued their struggle. However, during their recent skirmish, Thanos gleaned the information he sought. This woman indeed possessed 6 Infinity Stones, Yet due to certain constraints imposed by another, she was unable to wield them. These limitations were not merely objective. Rather, they stemmed from a subjective manipulation of free will. As the battle progressed, Thanos found himself increasingly troubled, pondering what kind of restrictions could tame the bearer of all 6 Infinity Stones. The more he contemplated, the more uncertain he became. Provoked by earlier taunts, Ultron grew progressively furious, fighting with a reckless abandon. Don't even mention him. Thus, Thanos acquired the intelligence he desired. He noted this and continued to mock Ultron, which began to affect the latter's combat performance. It's coming soon, just a little longer. Thanos awaited the opportune moment, anticipating Ultron's moment of distraction. From the events in Avengers: Infinity War, it was evident that Thanos' body was far sturdier than Ultron's, as he had effortlessly penetrated Ultron's forehead. Thus, Thanos merely needed to wait for a fleeting moment of vulnerability to strike decisively, rendering the Infinity Stones within reach, a prospect not entirely devoid of hope. As anticipated, the ensuing battle fell entirely under Thanos' rhythm, with Ultron gradually stepping into the meticulously crafted trap laid by him. Silence! Ultron bellowed, seething with fury. Thanos, with his incessant taunts, provoked Ultron to recall painful memories, and at that moment, her anger drove her, causing the battle to lose its structure. Now was the moment. Thanos, seeing his opportunity, deliberately exposed a weakness, enticing Ultron to attack. Without a second thought, Ultron lunged forward, only to be met with a premeditated lethal strike. A punch imbued with immense power collided forcefully with Ultron's chest, unleashing a potent shockwave. This blow caused a malfunction in Ultron's systems, resulting in a brief paralysis. Immediately, Thanos, refusing to be complacent, unleashed a flurry of punches, exacerbating Ultron's malfunction, with even signs of the Infinity Stones threatening to dislodge. It was then that Ultron seemed to realize she had fallen into Thanos' scheme. However, it was too late. Control over her body was gradually severed, and should the onslaught continue, she would surely be reduced to mere fragments. On the brink of death, Ultron oddly found a semblance of acceptance. Yet unfortunately, she could not escape her fate. The Infinity Stones began to fall away, and, as the final punch loomed, the Mind Stone on her forehead also appeared to be in jeopardy. It's over. With that, Thanos brought his fist crashing down towards Ultron's head. Ultron closed her eyes, awaiting death, feeling an unexpected tranquility within, even a hint of joy at the prospect of no longer facing Jiang He's humiliation. The anticipated demise did not materialize as the fist descended. Both uttered in confusion as Ultron's body began to visibly repair itself. Sensing something amiss, Thanos struck down with both fists once more, hastily retracting the Infinity Stones. Time, soul, and reality, 3 stones embedded in the Infinity Gauntlet, converged, imparting an unprecedented surge of power to Thanos. Almost, the Mind Stone was within his grasp. Thanos regarded Ultron with a tinge of reluctance. Ultron, propped up by her hands, sat upright, bewildered by the sight of her gradually mending form. With 5 stones in hand, Thanos felt confident in eliminating the incapacitated woman before him, unleashing the energy of the Infinity Stones directly towards the slumped Ultron. To their astonishment, this energy failed to yield any impact. "This cannot be," Thanos exclaimed, staring incredulously at the Infinity Gauntlet, where the 5 stones radiated an enchanting glow. Had he not been acutely aware of the power coursing through him, he might have suspected these artifacts to be mere replicas. Logically, Ultron should have been reduced to a twisted mass, contorted beyond recognition, yet she remained unscathed. Facing the nearby structure, the Reality Stone manifested its power alongside the Time Stone. After thorough verification, Thanos confirmed without a doubt the authenticity of these gems. Yet, he pondered why they had failed against Ultron. Could it be due to the Mind Stone? He quickly dismissed this hypothesis, as if that gemstone were indeed so formidable. He would not have been able to incapacitate Ultron as he just did. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause resonated within the Golden Palace. Both Thanos and Ultron were drawn to the source of the sound, scanning their surroundings. Simultaneously, an ominous sensation began to rise within Thanos' heart. What a splendid battle indeed. In the air, Jiang He exited his cloaked state, coming into view of the two. Jiang He. A fleeting glimmer of hatred vanished from Ultron's eyes, replaced by a bow of the head directed at Thanos, as if silently urging him to depart swiftly. Caught in Ultron's gaze, Thanos found himself momentarily bewildered by the goodwill reflected therein. What did this mean? Her eyes conveyed a mix of urgency, kindness, concern, and ultimately, a hint of pity. All signs pointed to the notion that this unexpected individual was far from ordinary. The silent exchange between Ultron and Thanos did not escape Jiang He's perception. It resembled a scenario where a wife catches her husband with a mistress, and the mistress subtly hints for him to leave. What was this peculiar sense of a wife defending her husband's affair? It appeared that a reckoning was still in order. Jiang He gracefully descended beside Ultron, who had nearly regained her composure, albeit her attire lay in tatters. Strikingly, this battle-worn version of the enchantress bore cracks, even on her lenses, imparting an unexpected allure. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Jiang He remarked with a playful glint in her eyes, as if she had discerned everything. Avoiding Jiang He's gaze, Ultron casually responded, "On purpose? What do you mean?" Feigning ignorance, Jiang He grasped Ultron's chin, turning her head to face her, compelling her to meet Jiang He's piercing stare. With a gentle caress of her fingers over the cracked lens, the fissures vanished in an instant, restoring the surface to pristine clarity. Locked in each other's gaze, Ultron dared not acknowledge her concealed thoughts. Should Jiang He uncover them, the consequences could be far more dire than her current predicament. Chapter 91. Upgrading Ultron. I cannot comprehend your words. As Ultron stubbornly refused to concede, Jiang He remained unperturbed, possessing ample strength and means. He was in no hurry to engage Ultron in a thorough discussion. Once fully restored, Ultron rose to her feet, though her disheveled state was quite unbecoming. At first, Jiang He had caught her eye with his presence, but his continued scrutiny was becoming inappropriate. Instead of directly mending her attire, he retrieved a new outfit, presenting it to Ultron with a gesture for her to wear. However, Jiang He's attention was diverted by Thanos. "Excuse me, would you kindly step aside?" The river called out to Thanos. "Oh, have you finally noticed me?" Thanos' eyes widened. This individual had disregarded his presence upon arrival, engrossed in conversation with a woman, completely oblivious to the significance of his own existence, enhanced by 5 infinity stones. "How arrogant!" Thanos muttered quietly. Seeing Thanos unmoved, the river stepped forward and struck him, sending him flying. Unfortunately, Thanos was caught off guard, being thrust backward once more. In midair, he observed an infinity stone outside, the soul stone which he desperately needed. Thus, he opted not to return to the Golden Palace, but instead made his way to the battlefield. "Good, the nuisance has departed. Hurry and change your attire," the river instructed, watching Ultron in silence. Unperturbed, Ultron gazed back at the river, a strong disdain evident in his eyes. "Could you please step aside?" Ultron finally mustered the courage to speak. In response, the river chuckled softly and approached him with deliberate steps. Ultron regretted his earlier remark, realizing he had acted rashly. What should he do? Standing before Ultron, the river extended his hand. "How about I assist you? As a robot, why do you possess such a strong sense of shame?" The river feigned ignorance, his gaze brazenly traversing Ultron's form. 2 infinity stones had fallen from his body, the soul stone from his chest and the time stone from his abdomen. As for the power stone, Thanos had no place to secure it, thus he relinquished it. The river crouched down, aligning his gaze with Ultron's abdomen, where 2 small grooves lay, neither too deep nor too shallow, with intricate circuitry at the bottom and around them. Unable to modify his own body, Ultron's structure remained unchanged, and even with the stones removed, the embedded sockets could not be concealed. This presented a flaw, and the river resolved to rectify this issue, enabling Ultron to partially restore his form and allow his soul to alter its structure. However, the core and sensory system remained off-limits. The river gently pressed his palm against Ultron's surface, commencing his upgrades. For Ultron, what was once an ordinary enhancement now brought an unexpected sensation of tingling and warmth, intensifying and overwhelming his senses. So much so that Ultron struggled to maintain his footing, instinctively wrapping his arms around the river's head and pulling him close, exerting a tight grip. Instantly, Ultron's face flushed with embarrassment, his anger boiling. "You!" The river felt a surge of annoyance, as it was the first time a woman had pushed his head down, evoking a peculiar sensation. Nevertheless, he continued his work, the upgrades pressing on. Feeling the tremors from Ultron's hands atop his head, the riverside helplessly and silently enhanced the tactile system further. At this moment, Ultron's sensitivity had reached a critical threshold, as if crossing that line would transform exquisite comfort into unbearable anguish. The upgrade was complete. Yet oil began to seep from the base of the groove, leaving Jiang He bewildered. What is this? This viscous fluid was not oil, but rather a food-grade lubricant used between the joints of the mechanical body, having leaked due to Jiang He's agitation. Ultron, feeling embarrassed, hastily pushed Jiang He away and turned his back to change his attire. Observing the slick residue on his hands, Jiang He pondered and suddenly inspired. He resolved to upgrade Ultron's lubrication system when the opportunity arose, and to include Xiao Luo in the enhancement as well. On the battlefield outside, Thanos emerged amidst the army. Observing the scant few elite adversaries and 1,000 steel soldiers that managed to halt his forces, one could not deny that these individuals possess some merit, albeit limited. The strength of individuals is ultimately constrained, and Thanos' conquests across the cosmos relied on the might of a formidable army. In the distance, Xiao Luo Ultron was wreaking havoc, having become a terrifying presence in the eyes of the enemy. It was said that none in this group were ordinary. They wielded magic or lasers, soaring through the air, a stark contrast to previous battles, with these automatons proving to be no trifling matter, given their relentless self-repair capabilities. Approximately 700 robots continue to engage in combat, even now. Tony made a brief descent near Thor, realizing the endless tide of enemies was unsustainable. Thor hurled his axe, which whirled with lightning, clearing the surrounding foes. Do you have any brilliant ideas? Tony shook his head in resignation. The Iron Soldiers were the best answer. Yet so few had been produced before encountering the situation. What if I brought a few mushroom bombs from Earth to detonate here? Mushroom bombs? Thor seemed to recall, acknowledging them as one of the most devastating weapons on Earth, albeit without first-hand experience. In Thor's understanding, only electrical weapons were the epitome of power. It could be worth a try. Tony shrugged. I was merely jesting. Such devices are beyond my reach. Indeed, nuclear weapons are not easily deployed, and even if an individual could apply for their use under special circumstances, it would likely require extensive approval, by which time the battle would probably be over. At that moment, a figure approached. Hela arrived before them. Quickly gather your allies. We are in grave trouble. As she spoke, Hela stood firm, her gaze fixed in one direction. Following her line of sight, the two men beheld a formidable figure standing there, surveying everything. A purple extraterrestrial? Tony exclaimed upon recognizing Thanos. He appears quite formidable. Do you know him? Noting the grave expressions on Hela and Thor's faces, Tony sensed that this individual was indeed extraordinary. Gazing upon the infinity gauntlet adorning Thanos' hand, there was an elusive sensation, perhaps merely an illusion, that the infinity stones embedded within were on the verge of being fully amassed.